Chapter 1. The God-Slaying Sword. Shameless. How utterly shameless you are, Tang San. Can you be any more devoid of shame? Lying in bed, Su Ran gazed at the novel in his hands, savoring the scenes vividly depicted within its pages. Tang San, the protagonist of Douluo Continent, a paragon of excellence, had once again been thoroughly outshone by others. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ran recharged 1,000,000 starting coins and casually bestowed a silver alliance tip. Alas, even though I have perused over 100 fanfictions, I am powerless to effect any change. If only I could traverse into the Douluo Continent, endowed with extraordinary talent. What would a mere protagonist mean to me? Sigh. Regrettably, I am left with no means but to watch as Qianren Xue and Bibi Dong are bullied by Tang San and his companions. Moreover, there are so many enchanting girls in Douluo Continent, Yi Lingling, Shui Binger, and Shui Wu, all forlorn and solitary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the qualification to traverse Douluo Continent. Task system binding in progress. Ding! The host can enhance their strength by completing tasks assigned by the system. A soft, melodious female voice resonated, and Su Ran's vision was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Within this void, he felt his body becoming weightless. As the sound of rushing air whistled past his ears, it seemed he was embarking on a journey through time and space. Could it be? Su Ran's spirits surged. Had he truly traversed? And to Douluo Continent. No less. System, dear sister, what is happening? Su Ran's eyes sparkled as he recalled that his system was indeed a lovely sister with an exquisitely sweet voice. According to the system's assessment, the host's aspirations align perfectly with the requirements of this system, thus qualifying you to become its host, the system elucidated. So that is the case. Su Ran nodded, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon him. However, what ambitions could he harbor upon entering Douluo Continent? Show off and charm women like Tang San? It seemed that the system's sister shared his discontent with Tang San as well. System sister, could you expedite this process? Does it really take so long to traverse? Are you perhaps incapable? Su Ran urged, his impatience mounting as he yearned to step into Douluo Continent. Before him lay a pitch-black expanse, and Su Ran suspected this was the black hole that experts spoke of traversing. It would lead him into the realm of Douluo Continent. Host brother, this system is merely a girl. How could I be incapable? It is only boys who might falter. Boys are always the ones who fail. In the unseen realm of the system's sister, clad in a floral gown, reclined on a fragrant bed, propping her chin delicately, her beautiful eyes peering through the void. To gaze at Su Ran, offering a gentle smile. Su Ran. System sister, such words should not be spoken lightly. This host is quite capable. Su Ran hastily countered, asserting his prowess as the chosen one. How could he be weak? If he were too weak, how could he possibly have been selected as a traveler? Such an accusation was nothing short of outrageous. He, Su Ran, harbored grand ambitions. If he were too feeble, how could he ever woo the ladies in the future? Giggle. How would I know? I have never seen it. The system's voice, laced with temptation and a hint of allure, prompted Su Ran to entertain a daring thought. The system's persona must be extraordinarily beautiful, which could lead to intriguing possibilities. This system is merely a virtual entity. The host must not entertain such inappropriate thoughts, the system gently admonished, sensing Su Ran's intentions. Of course, I am an upright host, akin to a refined gentleman, and would never harbor such base thoughts, Su Ran replied with a smile. Even if the system's persona were stunning, it remained a mere figment of imagination. Yet, in the world of Douluo Continent, countless enchanting maidens awaited his exploration. By the way, system, I implore you not to transform me into a child. If that were to happen, I would prefer death, Su Ran suddenly cautioned, recalling the numerous fanfictions where countless transmigrators found themselves acknowledging a father figure, which seemed utterly absurd. As a transmigrator, to be forced into recognizing a father or a guardian before even beginning to showcase one's prowess lacked any semblance of dignity. Most critically, if he were to transmigrate as a child, or worse yet, as an embryo developing from fertilized egg, what meaning would that hold? How could he possibly woo the ladies? Would it be akin to playing house with children? Indeed, the host brother is precisely that sort of individual. However, if the host brother deviates from the timeline, it may lead to complications. Should the host brother adhere to the narrative, there is a chance to eliminate Tang San and seize the role of protagonist for himself, the system cautioned. That is of little concern. With the system's assistance, I cannot possibly fare too poorly, can I? I only require to transmigrate at the age of 12 or 13, with no parents to bind me. Moreover, it is crucial to ensure I arrive before Tang San and the others reach Shrek Academy, Su Ran advised. The timeline concerning Shrek Academy was of utmost importance. Arriving too late would mean the ladies might be won over by someone else, which was unacceptable. Ding, arranging identity for the host. Ding, congratulations to the host for becoming a collateral descendant of the Zhu family in the Star Luo Empire, just having turned 12 years old, with both parents deceased. Ding, the talent standard for 12-year-old youths in Douluo Continent has been detected. The host's current cultivation level is 31. Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? The system continued. Open it, Su Ran responded decisively. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the system-equipped martial soul, the God-slaying sword. God-slaying sword, a legendary sword of ancient origin, possessing immense power, with 100% damage enhancement against the God-ranked adversary. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the first soul skill of the century, blood slaughter. Blood slaughter, exuding a formidable aura of murder. The user transforms into a harbinger of death, wielding a sword imbued with a chilling essence of bloodlust, exhibiting terrifying lethality. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the second soul skill of the century, Star Concealment. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the third soul skill of a millennium, Sword Chi, across the sky. As the system's voice resonated, a cascade of profound information flooded into Su Ran's mind. In the Star Luo Empire, the Zhu family, orphaned and wielding the God-slaying sword. Su Ran chuckled softly, surprised at the nature of his beginnings. The Star Luo Empire was predominantly ruled by the Dai and Zhu families, and now he had become a disciple of the Zhu family, which was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Moreover, this martial soul, Su Ran mused as he gazed at the unexpectedly manifested longsword in his hand, momentarily taken aback. The God-slaying sword measured 3 feet in length, its scabbard adorned with intricate, esoteric runes that Su Ran could not decipher. Upon drawing the sword, a chilling radiance surged forth, invigorating Su Ran's spirit. All knowledge regarding this sword flooded into his consciousness. Vaguely, he envisioned a figure cloaked in black, wielding the God-slaying sword, each swing resulting in the demise of numerous foes. Those adversaries bore 10 soul rings, all of them demigods. Yet beneath the might of the God-slaying sword, their lives appeared remarkably fragile, easily extinguished. After what felt like an eternity, Su Ran emerged from that vivid memory, gripping the obsidian sword with palpable excitement. His palm rested upon the blade, which resonated with a series of thunderous rumbles, seemingly acknowledging its new master. Sheathing the God-slaying sword, he collected his thoughts and stepped outside. This sword was not merely his martial soul, it was an artifact of immense power. Even without manifesting his martial soul, he could carry it at all times. Beep, task initiated. Please, host, showcase your talents at the Zhu family gathering in 3 days and secure a marriage proposal from the family head to become Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. Task reward, 100 skill points. Note, skill points can be utilized to enhance the duration of soul rings or for lottery draws. Chapter 2. The Treasure Girl Zhu Zhuqing. To become Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé? Su Ran was taken aback, not anticipating that his first task would be such. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, Zhu Zhuqing was renowned for her striking figure. Naturally, Su Ran found himself attracted to her. He was unabashedly drawn to her beauty, a truth he embraced. No man could truly claim to dislike a woman with an exquisite figure. If any did, they were either pretentious or utterly devoid of desire. There was no other possibility. First, let me access the system panel. Su Ran contemplated aloud, realizing the necessity to familiarize himself with his system. Soon, an enigmatic luminescence manifested within his mind. Host, Su Ran. Age, 12 years. Martial soul, God-slaying sword. Skill points, none. Cultivation level, 31. Subject to future advancement. Bloodline, none. Harem, none to be. Developed in the future. Task, showcase your talents at the Zhu family gathering in 3 days and secure a marriage proposal from the family head to become Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. Zhu Zhuqing was the second daughter of the Zhu family, renowned for her stunning beauty. However, the Zhu family disciples were aware of her betrothal to Dai Mu Bai and dared not overstep their boundaries. Yet, as a transmigrator, Su Ran remained unconcerned by such restrictions. With his current cultivation level, a 12-year-old soul master, he was considered an unparalleled genius within the Zhu family. The Zhu family held considerable power in the Star Luo Empire, unmatched in influence, yet they could not compare to the pure cultivation families of the Heaven Do Empire. A 12-year-old soul master was already an extraordinary talent within the Spirit Hall, and even more so within the Zhu family. With his exceptional talent, should it be revealed, the Zhu family would undoubtedly strive to win him over at that juncture. They could make demands, urging the family head to annul the engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mu Bai. Although Mu Bai is a prince, he is but a useless one. Devoid of any hope of ascending the throne, he could easily intercept the situation now and later accompany Zhu Zhuqing to Shrek Academy, displaying their affection before Mu Bai. Such an outstanding girl as Zhu Zhuqing deserves my protection above all others, Su Ran remarked with a smile, contemplating the manner in which he would approach Zhuqing, whether to adopt a more ostentatious or a more understated demeanor. The Zhu family had not seen a title de law in centuries. Should he unveil his gifts, the family head might not oppose a union with Zhu Zhuqing. However, he still needed to win her heart if Zhu Zhuqing were unwilling. What purpose would it serve to possess her? Moreover, Mu Bai had abandoned her, disregarding her safety, and fled to the Heaven Do Empire alone. She was already heartbroken in her world. Her sister held no affection for her, and her fiancé had succumbed to debauchery, even worrying that she would be a burden and refusing to take her along in his escape. In such circumstances, how could he bring further sorrow to her heart? He would pursue Zhu Zhuqing openly and protect her diligently. With him by her side in the future, all she would need to do is to remain joyful. In Xingluo City, within the Zhu family. The Zhu family is undoubtedly a prominent clan in the Douluo Continent. However, due to their long-standing political alliance with the Dai family, they have become complacent in their cultivation, resulting in a scarcity of formidable warriors capable of standing firm on the continent. This moment. In the square, numerous disciples were diligently training. Many of the Zhu family's young ladies were strikingly beautiful with slender figures, their fair skin and long legs rivaling the most celebrated beauties on earth. Each of them possessed looks that could easily compete with the most renowned school beauties and actresses. The environment nurtures its inhabitants residing in the Douluo Continent. It is only natural that their beauty would be remarkable. Su Ran's gaze wandered as he anticipated Zhuqing's beauty. If the passerby girls were so enchanting, Zhu Zhuqing would surely be even more stunning. And then there was Zhu Zhuqing, whose curves were even more pronounced than Zhuqing's. Before long, Su Ran's attention was captivated by a young girl. She was clad in a tight black leather outfit, her alluring curves perfectly outlined, eclipsing countless girls in the square with her exquisite figure. Her beauty was breathtaking. Her long, graceful legs, accentuated by the leather pants, were slender yet rounded, exuding an irresistible charm that drew the gazes of countless youths in the square. The admiration in the eyes of the boys watching her was palpable. When the affection of such a girl would be an exhilarating endeavor. Furthermore, securing her favor would undoubtedly elevate their status within the Zhu family. As for Mu Bai, in their eyes, he was merely a cowardly waste, unwilling to confront Davis directly and retreating instead. Such a failure was hardly worthy of consideration. Yet, they could only harbor such thoughts in silence. Despite their disdain for Mu Bai, they would never dare to underestimate the power of royalty. After a brief moment, everyone averted their gazes, reluctant to harbor any thoughts about Zhu Zhuqing. However, one individual remained exception, Su Ran. Could this be Zhu Zhuqing? Su Ran mused, observing her with a hint of admiration. Truly, she is one of the illustrious protagonists of the Shrek 7 monsters, possessing exquisite beauty, a slender waist, long legs, and a bosom that subtly rises and falls. Estimated to be a D cup, such a girl could undoubtedly be deemed a rare gem. After a few lingering glances, Su Ran shifted his gaze. He was acutely aware that Zhu Zhuqing had an aversion to lecherous individuals, and he could not afford to leave a negative impression on her. And you are? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity as she regarded the youth before her. Greetings, I am Su Ran, a distant descendant of the Zhu family. I have been training outside, and today marks my first return to the clan, Su Ran replied, stepping closer to Zhu Zhuqing. His voice was gentle, adorned with a warm smile, exuding the grace of a true gentleman. As he drew nearer, he caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance that uniquely belonged to Zhu Zhuqing. It was warm and inviting. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing acknowledged, casting a cool glance at Su Ran and nodding indifferently. As a mere disciple of the Zhu family, she had little reason to pay him any heed. Nevertheless, she extended her hand. Best of luck in a few days. The family gathering will take place, and I look forward to your performance, Su Ran said with a smile, gently clasping her hand, feeling the soft texture of her skin. You too, good luck, Zhu Zhuqing responded, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she scrutinized Su Ran. She sensed a peculiar aura emanating from him. Yet, did he not know her status? She was already betrothed, and many disciples of the Zhu family dared not harbor any thoughts towards her. Yet, here he was, gazing at her so unabashedly. Chapter 3. Zhu Zhuqing, a beautiful maiden. Zhu Zhuqing found herself merely a touch intrigued in the Zhu family, and even throughout Star Luo City. Many admired her, however. Once they became aware of her status, They kept their distance, fearing misinterpretation by Davis and his entourage, which could lead to trouble. The atmosphere within the Zhu family was similar. Few dared to approach her closely. Su Ran's initiative in seeking her out piqued her curiosity. Zhu Zhuqing found a quiet corner in the plaza to sit, her shapely legs gracefully bent, the leather pants taut against her form. Her enchanting eyes gazed ahead, her lovely features tinged with a hint of solitude. Many disciples of the Zhu family engaged in sparring within the plaza. Soul masters only truly grow stronger through combat. Yet, she was Zhu Zhuqing. Even in her training, she remained solitary. No one dared to challenge her, fearing the displeasure of the crown prince and the young lady. The Zhu and Dai families had adhered to an ancient rule, a union of their lineages, with the younger generation competing against one another. The most exceptional pair of each generation would inherit the throne, while those who faltered would face dire consequences. Everyone believed that Davis and Zhu Zhuqing would ascend as the future emperor and empress of the Star Luo Empire. As their rivals, Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing would naturally not be held in high regard. Su Ran gazed at the girl before him, a wave of compassion washing over him. He recalled from the original narrative that Zhu Zhuqing had always been reclusive, reticent in her speech. Such a demeanor was perhaps shaped by the environment in which she had been raised. It was not that she did not yearn to be as cheerful as Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Rather, in the Zhu family, she lacked even a single soul bold enough to engage her in conversation. "May I sit here?" Su Ran inquired as he approached Zhu Zhuqing. "Of course," she replied, momentarily taken aback by his presence. Upon recognizing him, she nodded slightly, lapsing into silence once more. Su Ran, too, remained quiet, sitting beside Zhu Zhuqing in tranquil companionship. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying with it the unique fragrance that was distinctly hers. He could not help but steal glances at the enchanting girl beside him. Zhu Zhuqing possessed a remarkable figure, and even in her youth, she exhibited a form that rivaled that of fully grown women. "Aren't you afraid of me? You dare to sit so close?" Zhu Zhuqing asked with curiosity. That Su Ran, fully aware of her identity, still chose to walk alongside her. Did he not fear reprimand from her sister? Moreover, there was the possibility that Davis men might take action against him. "Fear not. The second young lady is so exquisite that many would yearn to be closer to her. What is there to fear?" Su Ran remarked, inhaling the unique fragrance that emanated from Zhu Zhuqing, and a brilliant smile graced his face. "You are well aware that is not the meaning I intended. If my sister and the eldest prince were to discover how closely we are associated, it could have repercussions for you. Moreover, there are others who might take action against you," Zhu Zhuqing replied, a faint blush adorning her fair cheeks, though her heart brimmed with a hint of joy. Every girl relishes being praised for her beauty, and she was no exception. However, within the Zhu family, due to her status, no one dared to utter such words. They merely regarded her with lewd glances, which she found distasteful. "I am unafraid. Even if the eldest prince is formidable, I remain undaunted." Su Ran shook his head. "When his true strength is revealed, Davis may even seek to ally with him. If he were to be with Zhu Zhuqing, it could tarnish Mu Bai's reputation irreparably. And Davis, as the beneficiary, would undoubtedly rejoice. Davis aspires to claim the throne, naturally targeting Mu Bai. Furthermore, if he wishes to win Zhu Zhuqing's affection, Mu Bai stands as his greatest obstacle. For now, they share a common enemy in Mu Bai. Thus, he will maintain a cordial relationship with Davis. However, the future is uncertain. After all, Zhu Zhuqing is also exceptionally beautiful, with a curvaceous figure that surpasses Zhuqing's. Moreover, he understands that Zhu Zhuqing does not genuinely wish to isolate Zhu Zhuqing. Her actions are intended to protect her. Hoping Zhu Zhuqing will recognize the challenges ahead and voluntarily withdraw from the Star Luo Empire. This way, even if Davis ascends to the throne, he would not act against her. "What are you pondering? Are you feeling apprehensive?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, perplexed. The ordinary person would likely be rendered speechless upon hearing the eldest princess name. Perhaps Su Ran was no different. "I am not contemplating anything." "Second young lady, did you not come to the square to cultivate?" "I can accompany you in sparring and practicing combat," Su Ran replied. "You wish to train with me?" "My strength is considerable. Are you certain?" "What is your cultivation level?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, as she recognized Su Ran as a distant relative of the Zhu family. From his name, she discerned that his father was an outsider, suggesting that Su Ran might not have even inherited the family's martial soul. How could his strength possibly be formidable? "My cultivation level? I am a 31st level soul master," Su Ran stated. "You are boasting. How could you possibly be a soul master? Even I am only at the 25th level." Zhu Zhuqing expressed her skepticism. Her current level of 25 as a great soul master is already considered an extraordinary talent within the Zhu family. Even her sister does not possess a higher aptitude than hers. Even if Su Ran is formidable, it is impossible for him to surpass her in terms of innate talent. If you do not believe it, so be it. Do you still wish for me to accompany you in practice? If not, I shall take my leave. Of course. I want to see the true extent of your cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her words flowing more freely today in Su Ran's presence than usual, despite her typically reserved nature. I am about to make my move, she declared, her beautiful eyes suddenly taking on a serious demeanor. Standing there clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit. Her perfect curves were accentuated. As the gentle breeze danced through her long black hair, it drew the gaze of many onlookers. Her expression was earnest. She would exert her full strength against any opponent, especially since she believed Su Ran's abilities would not be lacking, at the very least. He should possess the cultivation of a great soul master. Her martial spirit quietly unfurled, revealing a massive shadow of a black cat behind her. From her flowing black hair emerged a pair of adorably soft black cat ears, and a phantom black cat tail swayed behind her. Beneath her, 2 yellow soul rings pulsated, releasing a wave of dark energy. Numerous disciples from the Zhu family turned their attention toward her, astonished by the scene. What? Su Ran actually wants to spar with Zhu Zhuqing? Is he out of his mind? Doesn't he realize the consequences of getting too close to the second miss? Perhaps he merely seeks to draw attention and capture her notice. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing is betrothed to Mu Bai. What more could Su Ran desire? Moreover, he is merely a branch member of the family. Even if he has caught the second Mrs. Eye, it holds little significance. It is your turn, Zhu Zhuqing stated. Her martial spirit now fully unleashed, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Ran. She was eager to discern the extent of his cultivation. While she did not believe he was a soul sage, she presumed he must at least be a great soul master. Zhu Zhuqing felt a flicker of anticipation. She hoped Su Ran possessed considerable strength, for such prowess would warrant the family's attention. Otherwise, if he remained closely associated with her, he would inevitably become a target. Many disciples of the Zhu family watched Su Ran with keen interest, eager to ascertain his level of cultivation. If Su Ran proved inadequate in strength, his standing within the Zhu family would be jeopardized. How could one establish oneself in the family while being so closely tied to Zhu Zhuqing without the requisite power? Su Ran settled his mind, summoning forth his martial spirit. With his current talents, a soul master at the tender age of 12, if he were to visit the martial spirit hall, even Bibi Dong would personally attend to him. In the Zhu family, and indeed throughout the entire Star Luo Empire, none possessed a talent that could rival his. Furthermore, with the aid of a system, his potential promised to flourish even further. Under the gaze of all present, a black longsword materialized in Su Ran's hand. Measuring 3 feet in length, the blade was an embodiment of pure darkness, seemingly imbued with boundless mysteries. The moment he grasped the sword, Su Ran's aura underwent a profound transformation. His gaze sharpened, as if he himself had become a sword, radiating an overwhelming presence. All around him, onlookers gazed in astonishment at Su Ran, who, with the longsword in hand, exuded a unique aura that stirred their very souls. Zhu Zhuqing, too, widened her beautiful eyes, gazing in a trance at Su Ran's figure. What level of cultivation does Su Ran possess? It is now quite evident. The 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, are manifesting around him. Su Ran, indeed a soul sovereign. Many disciples gazed upon Su Ran, their expressions shifting instantaneously. Although they were unaware of Su Ran's exact age, it was evident that he was quite youthful. At most, he appeared to be no older than 15. And to possess the cultivation of a soul sovereign at such a tender age indicated that Su Ran was a prodigious soul master. Such a gifted individual would undoubtedly traverse a path of exceptional promise, and the prospects of his future were beyond imagination. If they could align themselves closely with Su Ran, they would reap countless benefits. Numerous young women regarded Su Ran with tender admiration, some even casting flirtatious glances in his direction. A talent of his caliber would undoubtedly secure a high status within their families. If they could forge a meaningful connection with Su Ran, perhaps even become his partner, they could potentially save themselves decades of arduous striving. Is he truly a soul sovereign? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Ran, unable to suppress her astonishment. The impact Su Ran had on her was profound, as she had observed him with great scrutiny. His age seemed to be comparable to hers, perhaps only a year or 2 older. To achieve the rank of soul sovereign at such a young age was nothing short of remarkable. Su Ran's talent surpassed even hers. causing her to feel a flush of embarrassment for her previous remarks. I have already stated that I am a soul master, even if I deceive others. I would never deceive you, Su Ran remarked, observing the girl before him, who was blushing and silent. Zhu Zhuqing's rosy hue began to fade slightly. Without uttering another word, she accelerated and charged directly towards Su Ran. Her speed was maximized, resembling a fleeting shadow as she launched her attack. Her fingers curled, and her elongated nails glimmered with a chilling light. With a soul power of 25, Zhu Zhuqing was not considered weak among the younger generation of the Zhu family. And to everyone else, her speed was certainly impressive. However, to Su Ran, her pace seemed exceedingly slow. Su Ran stood firm, shifting his stance slightly and positioning the sword sheath in front of him. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws scraped against the obsidian surface of the sheath, producing a hissing sound as 5 white scratches marked its surface. Naturally, the sheath remained unscathed. These were merely traces left by Zhu Zhuqing's talents. As the target of her attack suddenly evaded, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate countenance shifted, and she attempted to pivot and continue her assault on Su Ran. However, in her haste, the inertia of her body caused her to fall forward. Be careful, Su Ran cautioned, reaching out to catch Zhu Zhuqing in his embrace. Countless onlookers bore witness to this scene, rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. A wave of envy swept over them as they beheld Su Ran holding the exquisitely beautiful Zhu Zhuqing close. Simultaneously, their thoughts drifted to the figure of Mu Bai. It was rumored that he had fled to the Heaven Do Empire. How would he feel upon discovering that another man had embraced Zhu Zhuqing? The anticipation bubbled within many, for they had long harbored disdain for Mu Bai. The long-standing tradition of marriage between the Dai and Zhu families had sown discontent among the Zhu clan. The finest women from the Zhu family had all been wed to the Dai family, leaving none behind. Who could remain unperturbed by such a situation? As the saying goes, the rich water should not flow to outsiders' fields. For generations, the Zhu family's fortunes had continually nourished the Dai family's lands. While a year or two might be bearable, the resentment had simmered for many years among the Zhu disciples. Yet, they understood the significance of the relationship between the Zhu and Dai families, recognizing that the martial soul fusion technique made such unions advantageous. Generally, they refrained from discussing the matter of marriage alliances. However, Mu Bai's cowardice had ignited their ire, his weakness and lack of resolve. Fleeing in fear of his inability to compete with Davis, left Zhu Zhuqing to bear the burdens of both families alone in the Star Luo Empire. This was considered the most disgraceful act in the eyes of all. Regardless of Mu Bai's strength, they paid little heed to it. Abandoning his fiancée and demonstrating such cowardice was what truly earned their disdain. His actions had irrevocably branded him as a wastrel in their minds. Many Zhu disciples harbored discontent, questioning how such a failure could wed one of their illustrious women. Was it merely because the Dai family held royal status? Mu Bai was nothing more than a laughingstock, far inferior to Su Ran. How could a man who abandoned his fiancée and fled be deemed worthy of the second miss? Yet, it remained uncertain what Su Ran truly thought. Previously, he had not been mentioned within the family, and it was unclear if he genuinely held affection for the second Mississippi. Should Su Ran's intentions be sincere, the situation would become intriguing, one a prodigious genius of the clan, the other a royal waste of a third prince. It was uncertain what decisions the family head would make. Whispers of speculation filled the air. If Su Ran were to unite with Zhu Zhuqing, they would have little to say against it. After all, Su Ran is a member of the Zhu family, and internal matters are best handled within the family. However, with Zhu Zhuqing now entwined with Su Ran, does it not cast a shadow over that ineffectual third prince, Mu Bai? Chapter 5. I can assist you. Zhu Zhuqing found herself enveloped in Su Ran's embrace. A faint blush gracing her typically serene visage, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Throughout her life, she had seldom interacted with boys, let alone experienced such intimate closeness. Let go of me, she protested, pushing against Su Ran's chest with her delicate hand. When her efforts proved futile, her cheeks flushed deeper, the whispers of those around her causing her to yearn for a place to hide. After today, there would likely be numerous rumors within the Zhu family regarding her and Su Ran. Alas, they had yet to establish such a relationship. Only when he completely won her heart could he hold her without reservation. At that time, not only could he embrace Zhuqing, but he could act upon any desire he harbored. Though she appeared aloof, Zhuqing possessed a warm heart beneath her cold exterior, and she was fiercely loyal. To win her affection was to gain her entirety. Next time, be more careful. If I hadn't been here, you might have fallen today, Su Ran remarked gently, releasing his hold on her slender waist. It seems you lack practical experience. Surely, you have a sparring instructor in your family? Su Ran inquired. Observing that Zhu Zhuqing's combat skills were not fully developed, even her basic techniques lacking finesse. In the original narrative, Zhu Qing had gradually risen through relentless training at Shrek Academy. I do have instructors, but they are rather intimidating, Zhu Qing replied softly, her gaze fixed on her graceful legs. She found it difficult to meet Su Ran's eyes, even now. She could feel his masculine aura lingering on her, causing her to feel flushed. Her gaze lowered, her petite toes lightly tapped against the ground in a state of bewilderment. The gentle breeze tousled her inky hair. In the Zhu family, her status was unique. Even her training instructors made efforts to maintain a certain distance from her. Reflecting on this, Su Ran felt a twinge of sorrow. Zhu Qing had silently endured much within the confines of her family, and he had witnessed it all, just moments ago. Amidst the throngs of people training, Zhu Qing had been alone. Had he not arrived, she would have borne even greater burdens. Meanwhile, Mu Bai was indulging himself at Shrek Academy. Having not only fled but also betrayed Zhu Qing, engaging in unsavory activities with twin beauties. Such a person, capable of redeeming himself, was nothing short of absurd. If becoming a powerful figure could alter history, then let Su Ran be the one to inscribe this new narrative. In the original tale, Zhu Qing ultimately accepted everything and ended up with Mu Bai. However, since he has arrived in this world, such occurrences shall not be permitted. From now on, let him take on the duty of safeguarding Zhu Qing. Su Ran stepped forward slowly, gazing at the girl before him, yearning to caress Zhu Qing's silken hair. With me around, no one shall dare to bully you, Su Ran declared, his voice imbued with sincerity. In a few days, he would petition the family patriarch to annul the engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Mu Bai. Such a treasure of a girl could only belong to him, Su Ran. Zhu Qing took a step aside, preventing Su Ran's hand from resting upon her. Listening to his audacious words, a sense of unease stirred within her. No girl could remain composed in the face of such declarations. Even Zhu Qing was just an ordinary girl. I can protect myself, there's no need for your concern. She replied, still unable to meet his gaze, though her tone softened somewhat. I already have a fiancé. It would be best if we kept our distance from now on. With that, she withdrew her martial spirit, her beautiful eyes drifting towards the horizon. A wave of dissatisfaction surged within her. Why was she bound by an engagement from the moment she was born? Other girls had the freedom to choose their beloved, yet she was denied that privilege. Her fiancé had been predetermined since her birth. How was that fair? Moreover, Mu Bai's character was far from commendable. He gallivanted about, careless enough to abandon her. Why should she be compelled to marry someone like him? Yet, what alternative was there? The long-standing union between the Zhu and Dai families would not shift due to her personal sentiments. Furthermore, Mu Bai was a prince. His marriage symbolized the dignity of the royal family, and how could she dare to defy that? I can assist you, Su Ran whispered, casting a protective glance at Zhu Qing, who he sensed had borne far too much alone. My affairs are not your concern. You need not seek me out again. I have my own combat instructor and do not require your companionship for practice, Zhu Qing stated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her fate had long been sealed, and it would not change. While she could feel Su Ran's protective intentions, she would not accept them, nor would she allow him to become entangled in her troubles. Su Ran was unaware of the intricate relationship between the Dai and Zhu families, and he could not fathom the dangers that might ensue if he were to become entangled in their affairs. She would not allow herself to jeopardize others. Over the years, even her sister, who had always shown her concern, had grown distant. As the saying goes, one knows their own bitterness. The grievances she suffered within her family were known only to her. No one was there to converse with her, nor was there anyone to listen to her confide. Yet now, there was Su Ran. The knowledge that someone still cared for her was sufficient. Everything else paled in comparison. And she would not permit Su Ran's feelings for her to deepen. Only by doing so could she safeguard his well-being. Let today's sparring come to an end. I shall take my leave now, and please do not seek me out again, Zhu Zhuqing declared, running towards the horizon, tears brimming in her eyes. In the Zhu family, she had always been alone. Even when someone genuinely wished to treat her with kindness, she would instinctively maintain her distance. Unwilling to let those who cared for her face any harm, not even a little. Su Ran gazed at the retreating figure of Zhu Zhuqing, unable to suppress a sigh. He understood that Zhu Zhuqing's heart was currently in turmoil, making it impossible for her to accept him at this moment. However, he had not anticipated that he would pursue Zhu Qing so swiftly. The future stretched long ahead, and she would inevitably belong to him in due course. As he watched Zhu Zhuqing gradually fade into the distance, Su Ran too departed from the square. He realized that only by truly demonstrating his strength and proving his ability to protect her would Zhu Zhuqing cease to harbor any resistance towards him. It was then that she would be willing to draw closer to him. Chapter 6. Su Ran, a peerless genius. Shortly after Su Ran's departure, Zhu Zhuqing, the head of the Zhu family, along with the 3 esteemed elders, hurriedly arrived at the square. Their eyes were filled with urgency and a hint of excitement. They had received word that another prodigy had emerged within the Zhu family, a genius whose exceptional talent had already transcended to the rank of Soul Master. Naturally, the individual they sought was Su Ran. Upon receiving the report from their subordinates, they rushed over, only to find that they had arrived too late. Su Ran had already departed, leaving behind only the Zhu family disciples who continued to engage in animated discussions. As Zhu Zhuqing listened to the myriad of conversations among the disciples, he could not help but furrow his brow in concern. Su Ran is a prodigy, despite his youth. He has already surpassed the Soul Master rank. Such exceptional talent would undoubtedly be a prized asset for the Zhu family. With a little nurturing, it is conceivable that the Zhu family could once again witness the emergence of a Soul Douluo-level powerhouse. However, the fact that Su Ran harbors improper intentions towards his daughter has left him rather displeased. No matter the caliber of genius, it must not jeopardize the friendship between the Dai and Zhu families. The 2 families have engaged in intermarriage for generations, a tradition that even he, as the head of the Zhu family, cannot alter, let alone an ordinary disciple. For Su Ran to be with Zhu Zhuqing, he would have to be an extraordinary genius, one of a forbidden caliber. To safeguard such talent, he would find ways to navigate the situation. Other levels of genius do not hold such privilege. The mere association of Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing could bring dire consequences if word reached the Dai family. What then? Although Su Ran's talent is commendable, his temperament still requires refinement. At the very least, he must no longer entangle himself with the second young lady. The second elder remarked, his gaze growing colder in response to the surrounding murmurs. The union of the Dai and Zhu families brings mutual benefit, while their division leads to mutual harm. Together, they possess a martial soul fusion technique that secures their standing in the continent. Despite the harshness of their intermarriage customs, which may even lead to fraternal strife, there is nothing inherently wrong. It is through such means that the most outstanding descendants can be nurtured. Only through the union of the Dai and Zhu families can they ensure eternal prosperity. This has been the guiding principle adhered to by the 2 families for a millennium. A rule that none, including the elders, can transgress. Sigh, that girl Zhu Zhuqing, the 3rd elder, could not help but lament, feeling a pang of empathy for her future. Yet, regardless of his sentiments, rules are rules. They remain immutable unless an absolute genius or formidable force emerges to shatter them. However, such prodigious talents have not graced the Zhu family in a long, long time. The ancestors of the Zhu family and the Dai family were once titled Douluo, jointly establishing the Star Luo Empire. However, since that time, the Zhu family has struggled to produce any noteworthy strong individuals. As a military and political lineage, they inevitably lag behind the purely cultivation-focused families of the Tiando Empire. Given their political engagements, it is only natural that their cultivation would suffer. Although Su Ran is a prodigy who garners their attention, he remains merely an ordinary genius, a collateral descendant who may not even possess a martial soul. How could one expect him to achieve greatness? Even the direct lineage of the Zhu family has yet to produce an unparalleled talent. What hope is there for the collateral branches? Pride, I understand that you harbor resentment. Witnessing the fratricidal strife within your own kin must weigh heavily on your heart. Yet, this is the nature of the Zhu family. We cannot escape the confines of established rules, remarked the 2nd elder, gently patting Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. Generations of Zhu family heads have confronted such challenges, yet ultimately, they come to realize that the family's interests supersede all. Yes, I am aware. Zhu Zhuqing replied with a bitter smile, and in that moment, his silhouette appeared to age significantly. Seated in this position, no one comprehends the depth of his helplessness and anguish. There are actions he wishes to avoid, yet finds himself compelled to undertake. By the way, elder, what is Su Ran's age? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly inquired. Only by knowing Su Ran's age can one evaluate his talent in relation to his cultivation and strength. Su Ran had never returned to the family before, and they were unaware of his circumstances. At this moment, the Grand Elder was perusing the family genealogy, searching for Su Ran's information. Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of confusion. The Grand Elder had been standing there for quite a while, seemingly frozen in place. His expression was peculiar, as if he had encountered something truly astonishing. The other 2 elders, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's voice, looked at the Grand Elder with equal bewilderment. With a deep sigh, the Grand Elder's aged visage flushed with a hint of excitement. From this day forth, all the Dark Guards shall be mobilized to ensure Su Ran's safety. Should he suffer even the slightest harm, we would undoubtedly feel ashamed before our ancestors. He declared with a tremor in his voice, his heart brimming with fervor. How many years had it been? How long had the Zhu family gone without the emergence of an extraordinary talent? The world recognized the 7 major sects, yet despite the Zhu family's esteemed status, their reputation in the Soul Master realm fell short of even the 4 lesser sections. However, from now on, the Zhu family would surely rise, possibly even surpassing the Dai family, for they had given birth to a true dragon, Su Ran. Dark Guards? Zhu Zhuqing and the 2 elders exclaimed in unison. The Dark Guards of the Zhu family numbered more than a dozen, each possessing the strength of a Soul Emperor or even a Soul Sage. These guards were responsible for executing various tasks for the Zhu family and covertly safeguarding the prominent figures within. The Dark Guards held a high status within the Zhu family, such that even the family head, Zhu Zhuqing, was protected by 2 formidable individuals from their ranks. But what had the Grand Elder just said? All the Dark Guards mobilized solely to protect Su Ran? Surely this could not be a jest. Grand Elder, what do you mean by this? Is Su Ran's talent truly exceptional? Zhu Zhuqing inquired respectfully, glancing at the elder beside him. The Grand Elder was the strongest in the Zhu family, boasting the formidable power of a rank 89 Soul Douluo. Such a powerful figure had witnessed countless storms throughout his life. Yet why did he now exhibit such an unusual demeanor? Could it be that Su Ran was indeed a prodigious talent? Take a look for yourselves, and then decide. The Grand Elder replied with a smile, handing the genealogy book to Zhu Zhuqing. He could not help but shed tears of joy. The Zhu family, as the second in command of the Star Luo Empire, had not even produced a title Douluo until now. But that would change. A 12-year-old Soul Master, a genius of this caliber, had been born into their family. As Zhu Zhuqing and the 2 elders examined the records, they soon wore expressions mirroring that of the Grand Elder. Reassign the Dark Guards stationed by my side. We must ensure Su Ran's safety at all costs, Zhu Zhuqing declared resolutely, inhaling deeply, without a hint of hesitation. Upon realizing Su Ran's talent, all previous thoughts in his mind dissipated. He understood that such a genius must be wholeheartedly embraced. We must never offend Su Ran again. Although he is merely a distant relative and has spent much time cultivating away from the family, his ties to us are not as deep, the 2 elders remarked, exchanging glances as they simultaneously recalled Su Ran's relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. It would not be impossible for Su Ran and Zhuqing to be together. If such a genius were to grace our Zhu family, it would surely be preferable to perpetually relying on others, the Grand Elder aptly reminded. No matter how cordial the relationship between the Dai and Zhu families, the martial soul fusion technique is ultimately dominated by the Dai lineage. The women of the Zhu family possess remarkable talent, yet upon marrying into the Dai family, they become part of the Dai household, leaving the Zhu family at a perpetual disadvantage. Only the daughters of the Zhu family are sent forth in marriage, while no royal heir from the Dai family deigns to join them. All the prodigies from the Zhu family have merely served as adornments for the Dai, resulting in a consistently unprofitable arrangement. In his youth, he harbored affections for the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, and she reciprocated his feelings. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as the crown prince embraced her, treating her with disdain. His life had already been a tragic tale, and he dreaded the thought of history repeating itself. Furthermore, with Su Ran's exceptional talent, should he ascend to the title of Title Douluo, the Zhu family's prestige on the continent would soar. Unlike the Zhu family, which shares a different standing with the Ning, Tang, and Yu families of the Tiando Empire, the Zhu and Dai families hold sway over the Star Luo Empire. They command formidable military forces and political resources that other families lack. If the Zhu family were to produce a Title Douluo, armed with their powerful army and connections with various officials, they would rise to a position of unparalleled influence, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Dai family. This is their paramount concern. Su Ran's potential to yield greater benefits for the Zhu family would naturally prompt them to court him with unwavering effort, even surpassing their long-standing focus on the alliance between the Zhu and Dai families. In familial matters, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. When the advantages Su Ran brings become more substantial, even their ties with the Dai family would be disregarded. Chapter 7. What? 100,000 skill points to take form? Alas, cultivation is so tedious, devoid of beautiful maidens. Su Ran sighed as he practiced his soul skills on the outskirts of Star Luo City. He had now mastered the application of his soul skills, His second soul skill, Star Concealment, allows him to shroud his presence, merging seamlessly with the surrounding void for a brief period. Moreover, under the Starry Night, its effects are even more pronounced. His martial soul is inherently robust, and with this concealment skill, he can strike unseen, should he activate the synergy of his second and first soul skills. Su Ran believes even a soul sect would struggle against him. After all, when your opponent suddenly vanishes, only to reappear with a ferocious strike, few would manage to react in time. His third soul skill, Sword Chi Penetration, is a wide-ranging area attack, capable of unleashing a multitude of sword energies. Su Ran thoroughly explored the intricacies of his soul technique, only to find himself engulfed in a sense of ennui. He had never been fond of violence. His purpose in this realm was to pursue numerous enchanting maidens and ultimately embrace a life of happiness. Dear host, you could commence your pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing, suggested the system. Given your exceptional talents, the Zhu family would likely go to great lengths to fulfill your requests. Indeed, they might even acquiesce to any demands you present. The system's melodious voice resonated in his mind. What sort of requests? Su Ran's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he feigned indifference. Humph, shameless host, still pretending. The system retorted playfully, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Though she was oblivious to the complexities of human emotions, she solely wished to assist her host. As a system, her primary objective was to cater to Su Ran's whims, allowing him to indulge in the activities he cherished in this alternate world. By the way, host, why did you not seize the moment and seek out Zhu Zhuqing? The system inquired, detecting a shift in her feelings toward him. Despite her beauty, she lacked an understanding of human affairs. You wouldn't understand. I need to give Zhu Zhuqing some time alone. Distance creates allure, do you comprehend? If I were to remain constantly by her side, she would not come to cherish our moments together. Prolonged absence can dull affection. A state of near and far is what keeps desire alive, Su Ran mused, a smile gracing his lips. How impressive, host, the system replied with a radiant smile. Though she did not fully grasp the concept, she sensed an air of sophistication in his reasoning. By the way, could you possibly take on a human form? Su Ran inquired with a knowing smile, curious about the system's capabilities. He mused that such an intelligent entity could indeed manifest as a stunning woman, blessed with fair skin, beauty, and long legs. That is feasible. However, it requires 10,000 skill points to reveal your visage and 100,000 skill points to assume human form. The system explained, her tone laced with a hint of temptation. My existence is dedicated to serving you. In human form, I could provide even better assistance and protect you with my formidable strength. In the system's realm, she donned a delicate blue floral gown, twirling before a full-length mirror, her feet lightly gliding, the patterned hem dancing around her, revealing her fair calves. She admired her figure, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. After all, she was a system, and in her eyes, the most beautiful of all. Yet, that is rather exorbitant. A mere glance at your face costs 10,000 skill points. How outrageous. Su Ran lamented. Suddenly realizing his impoverished state, he possessed not a single skill point. Even completing that task would yield only 100 skill points. 100,000 skill points was an exorbitant sum, rendering his desire to transform the system into human form a daunting challenge. Do not despair, dear host. As long as you focus on completing your tasks, you will soon accumulate enough skill points, the system reassured him. The system reminded him. Perhaps it was best to forego that notion and simply accumulate skill points for his soul abilities instead, prioritizing the enhancement of his soul ring's longevity. If all else fails, he could still resort to the lottery. Skill points are exceedingly hard to acquire. They should not be squandered frivolously, Su Ran said with a sly grin. At this moment, he remained unaware of what the system's female avatar looked like, as revealing her form required a daunting 10,000 skill points, which seemed rather excessive. What if she transformed into someone like Xiao? An enchanting voice does not necessarily signify anything substantial. After all, Xiao's top ranker still had to endure the burden of a train overnight. No, host brother must not be so wicked. The voice of the system's lady echoed, tinged with irritation. She was so beautiful, with a perfect figure and long legs, yet the host treated her this way. Once I have amassed more skill points, I shall allow you to transform, he thought. His current strength was inadequate. Su Ran ceased his teasing of the system, understanding that if he allowed her to take form, he would gain a formidable ally, provided he had sufficient points, of course. All right, enough of this idle chatter. It is time to seek out Zhu Zhuqing. After locating Zhu Zhuqing, he intended to visit Xiao Wu as well. Xiao Wu was also a splendid girl, and if he succeeded in courting her, It would likely cause Tang San considerable distress. By this time, dusk had settled. Zhu Zhuqing sat alone atop a flat boulder on the rear mountain, relishing the tranquility that enveloped her. The air was filled with the sounds of chirping insects, accompanied by the gentle whisper of the cool breeze. Clad in a black gauzy skirt, her lustrous, ebony hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, swaying with the breeze. She curled her legs beneath her, savoring the serene night. At some point, she had developed a fondness for sitting here alone, admiring the night sky. The darkness enveloped her, and though she was without company, she found solace in her solitude. Today, her heart felt somewhat buoyant, for she knew there were those who cared for her, and that was sufficient. However, she resolved to sever ties with Su Ran, ensuring he would not suffer any harm because of her. Su Ran possessed exceptional talent, surpassing her own, and his future was boundless. He must not be encumbered by her presence. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes gazed up at the sky, where the moon shone brightly, casting a pure, luminous glow. As she contemplated the moonlight, a sense of determination mingled with a hint of melancholy filled her heart. She longed to experience the joy of a typical girl. Yet she could not afford to be selfish. She was Zhu Zhuqing, and such desires were beyond her reach. In a few months, she would seek out Mu Bai. If he remained unchanged, she would continue her journey alone. After all, if she departed from this world, it would not disrupt anything. In this way, her sister could serve as the empress of the Star Luo Empire without concern for unforeseen calamities. The Zhu family would continue as usual, and Su Ran would inevitably find a beautiful girl to marry and start a family. Chapter 8. Do you remember Su Ran from 6 years ago by the shores of Daming Lake? Su Ran appeared silently behind Zhu Zhuqing, gazing at the girl before him. At that moment, the radiant moonlight cascaded upon her, bestowing her already fair skin with an additional sheen. Her delicate figure seemed more voluptuous under the soft, golden glow. Her lustrous black hair shimmered with an ethereal light, rendering her beauty almost otherworldly. Yet, there was an elusive quality to her allure, as if this beauty would vanish upon the slightest touch. Witnessing this scene, Su Ran felt a pang in his heart. Any impure thoughts he harbored towards Zhu Zhuqing faded away, replaced by a fervent desire to protect her from harm. Though he found her physique tempting, he was not the type to seek mere fleeting pleasures. He yearned for her heart, for only then would she be complete. A mere shell, no matter how exquisite, loses its significance without a soul. What are you pondering in solitude? Su Ran inquired as he settled beside Zhu Zhuqing. Su Ran, what brings you here? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, startled by his sudden presence. She exhaled in relief upon realizing it was him. I went to your room and found you absent. I was concerned for your safety, so I came to find you here. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing felt a warmth in her heart, realizing Su Ran's genuine concern for her well-being. Yet, she understood that their fates were destined to remain as strangers. A positive outcome between them seemed improbable, so it was best to maintain their distance. Su Ran, please do not seek me out again. You must not harbor feelings for me. Your talents are remarkable, and you will encounter many beautiful girls in the future. It is not worth your time to waste on me. Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly, her gaze lowered. Worth or not, it is not for you to decide. It is my words that hold weight, Su Ran replied, observing the girl beside him. Her dress was somewhat inadequate, leaving her fair legs exposed. A chilly breeze swept over her, making her appear slightly cold. Without hesitation, he removed his outer garment and draped it over her bare legs. From now on, you shall not wear skirts at night. If you must, only long ones. It is too cold, and you might fall ill. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed crimson, her delicate hands fidgeting together, feeling somewhat at a loss. She was not accustomed to such care from others, especially from a male, which made her feel a touch bashful. Though she wished to retort, questioning his right to dictate her actions, the words failed to escape her lips. Su Ran was deeply concerned for her, and she equally relished the sensation of being cared for. Su Ran, you treat me so well. What is it that you desire? The things you seek may be beyond my ability to provide. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her beautiful eyes, gazing directly at Su Ran. Could Su Ran truly be a lecherous person? Throughout her life, she has harbored a profound disdain for such shameless individuals. Could Su Ran possibly be one of them? Yet, if he were not, why would he treat her with such kindness? She, the second young lady of the Zhu family, is viewed by countless individuals as merely a pawn in the family's power struggles, destined to become a mere casualty in the future. How could someone of her stature possibly capture Su Ran's attention? All she possesses at present is merely her outward appearance. Perhaps Su Ran sought her out merely for the allure of her visage. He was no different from the men outside, all judging by appearances. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled self-deprecatingly, pondering if there was anyone in this world who genuinely cared for her. Perhaps there was not. I merely wish to bring you a modicum of joy. I do not desire for anyone to bully you, that is all, Su Ran stated with a hint of resolve in his gaze. Of course. He had an unspoken addendum. Only he had the right to tease her. Naturally, a husband may jest with his wife, but it would never truly cause her pain. For he could never bear to do so. Is that so? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt her eyes swell with tears, turning her head away to discreetly wipe them away while Su Ran remained oblivious. She could hardly suppress the urge to weep. For how many years had it been? Since the awakening of her martial soul at the tender age of 6, even her sister had begun to despise her. Her father, preoccupied with political affairs, and the household staff seemed to avoid her as if she were a harbinger of misfortune. Even the teacher entrusted with her training dared not form any bond with her. She was the second miss of the Zhu family, of noble standing, but what of it? No one held any hope for her. She was destined to be a pawn in the family's power struggles, devoid of any value. The reverence she commanded was merely for her lineage and status. Were it not for her birthright, she would likely be seen as a discarded remnant within her family. She had previously believed Su Ran to be nothing more than a lecher, but she was mistaken, profoundly so, to an outrageous degree. Su Ran is not the kind of person. Su Ran desired nothing more than for her to be genuinely happy, with no other requests. But I am not worthy of your affection, murmured Zhu Zhuqing, as she turned away once more to wipe the tears from her eyes. You should know, although I am a disciple of the Zhu family, I am merely a branch member. I have spent my childhood cultivating alone outside, harboring no deep feelings for the Zhu clan. With my current talent, even if I do not return to the Zhu family, I could still acquire ample resources at the Spirit Hall, perhaps even more than I would at home. Yet, I have chosen to return, for I am aware that there is someone in the Zhu family waiting for me. If I do not go back to find her, I shall never forgive myself in this lifetime. I cannot allow the one I cherish to become another's fiancée. Su Ran spoke, gazing at the moonlight on the horizon, his eyes reflecting a mix of weariness and resolve. His demeanor was so genuine that even the system's assistant was momentarily captivated. Had she not been privy to the circumstances, she would have surely believed Su Ran's words to be entirely true. Likewise, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. The realization struck her that Su Ran had returned to the Zhu family for her sake. Had he already developed feelings for her long ago? However, her mind was devoid of any memories of Su Ran from before. I still remember 6 years ago when you were bullied on the streets of Douluo City. And back then, you called me Brother Su Ran. From that moment, I found myself falling for you. At that time, I was too weak to protect you. Though my strength remains modest now, I can no longer wait. I fear that if I delay any longer, I may lose my chance. Su Ran's gaze was filled with heartfelt sincerity as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, a purity and determination emanating from him. In that instant, his eyes seemed to shimmer with a brilliant light, rendering everything else in the world dim in comparison. At that moment, only Zhu Zhuqing existed in his sight. Zhu Zhuqing was breathtakingly beautiful, with a figure that was both graceful and enchanting, her skin as fair as snow, and her legs long and elegant. To win the heart of such a girl would be the pinnacle of fulfillment in life. Moreover, after winning Zhu Qing's affection, he could showcase his success before Mu Bai. That scoundrel Mu Bai, while Zhu Qing endured her suffering alone, roamed carefree with Ma Hongjun. The grievances she had borne would be repaid in kind. Chapter 9, Brother Su Ran. Please don't go. Brother Su Ran? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, blinking her beautiful eyes in surprise. She wore a perplexed expression, tilting her head as she regarded Su Ran, questioning when this Brother Su Ran had come into existence. How could she not remember? She wondered if Su Ran was deceiving her. Oh, so you have forgotten. By the shores of Daming Lake in Douluo City, I once saved you. At that time, you referred to me as Brother Su Ran. However, given how long ago it was, it is understandable that you do not recall, Su Ran quickly replied, eager to conclude the topic. He feared that continuing this conversation would lead to revealing too much. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, still wearing a look of confusion on her charming face. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not inquire further. 6 years ago, she was merely a child, and who could possibly recall the events of that time? Moreover, she was not a woman of mere appearance. She possessed her own discerning judgment. From Su Ran's gaze, she discerned nothing but sincerity. Everything Su Ran spoke was genuine. He would not deceive her. After all, why would he return to the Zhu family for her? Contemplating this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of guilt. Su Ran had saved her, yet she had forgotten him. Was this not somewhat inappropriate? If Su Ran were to discover this, would he feel disappointed? Could I hear you call me brother Su Ran once more? It has been so long since you last addressed me in such a manner. Su Ran smiled gently, his gaze fixed on Zhu Zhuqing. He harbored a hope that she might utter those words. Even Mu Bai, as Zhu Zhuqing's fiancée, had never enjoyed such an honor. In the original narrative, the relationship between Zhu Zhuqing and Mu Bai had always been strained. He recalled that their bond truly began to improve when Tang San distributed the celestial herbs among the 7 monsters. At that time, Zhu Zhuqing had been concerned about the potential issues Mu Bai might face in absorbing the herb. It was then that their significant power enhancement instilled hope within Zhu Zhuqing. Likewise, Mu Bai emerged from his despondency, ultimately defeating Davis and beginning his path to redemption. Even a seemingly useless individual could become powerful with a treasure. Yet a waste remains a waste. In this lifetime, he would not allow Mu Bai to obtain a single celestial herb. Furthermore, once he won Zhu Qing's affection, he would ensure Mu Bai experienced the bitterness of knowing his fiancée was cherished by another. At that moment, he could also discreetly inform Davis of Mu Bai's whereabouts, allowing Davis to confront him. Though Davis was unaware of Mu Bai's presence in Soto City, Su Ran was well informed. Mu Bai had fled to the Heaven Do Empire to evade Davis. An exposure would lead to dire consequences. Brother Su Ran. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Ran's unabashed stare, lowering her head slightly, her cherry lips parting as she spoke. She was uncertain if she had ever had a brother Su Ran, but since Su Ran claimed it to be true, she accepted it as such. Su Ran was admirable. Although his gaze occasionally veered into impropriety, she could not bring herself to loathe him. Especially upon learning that he had come to the Zhu family for her, risking danger, her fondness for him deepened considerably. In a few days, I shall petition the family head to annul your engagement with Mu Bai. He is unworthy of you. I cannot stand idly by while you leap into a pit of fire. Su Ran stood, his hand gently caressing Zhu Zhuqing's long hair as he spoke with resolute determination. Su Ran, please don't. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face shifted slightly, grasping his arm. If Su Ran were to make such a request to her father, it would end disastrously. I cannot bear to watch the girl I cherish leap into a pit of flames. Even if she does not harbor feelings for me, it remains unacceptable, Su Ran declared. His arm held by Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards her. You must not look so indiscreetly. You are not permitted to seek out your father or the others. I will not allow it. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she sensed Su Ran's gaze, feeling a mix of shyness and annoyance. At her age, she was well aware of where Su Ran's attention was directed. However, she hesitated to let go of him. What if Su Ran acted foolishly and put himself in danger? Her father and the elders were quite formidable, and what would happen if they discovered Su Ran's affections for her? The thought of the punishment Su Ran might face was unimaginable, and she knew it would be severe. Worry crept into Zhu Zhuqing's heart as she held Su Ran tightly. Her soft form pressed against his arm, stirring feelings within him. Yet, Su Ran was cognizant that in the original tale, it was Xiao Wu's legs that were the most enchanting. Pursuing Xiao Wu was no simple task, especially since Zhu Qing was not particularly fond of Mu Bai, making her easier to court. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, had Tang San by her side, making it even more challenging to win her heart. Brother Su Ran, I implore you, please do not go. I do not wish for you to be harmed, Zhu Zhuqing pleaded, noticing Su Ran's silence. She was uncertain whether her feelings for him were something more profound, but she understood that she could not allow him to suffer for her sake. Very well. I shall refrain from going for now. Su Ran nodded, wrapping his arms around Zhu Zhuqing. Her softness and the delightful fragrance she exuded were intoxicating. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned crimson. How could Su Ran, while speaking, begin to take liberties and embrace her? Did he not realize that a girl could not be so casually held? It is late. I must take my leave now. Su Ran, you should return to rest as well. Zhu Zhuqing extricated herself from his embrace, her cheeks aflame as she hurried away. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She could not fathom why she felt no aversion towards Su Ran, even in his embrace. Clutching Su Ran's clothing, which he had used to cover her legs, she inhaled the scent that lingered on it, quickening her heartbeat. With long strides, she dashed towards her chamber, only feeling a sense of calm wash over her once Su Ran was out of sight. Chapter 10. No one but Su Ran, the head of the Zhu family. Zhu Zihai, along with 3 elders, arrived early at the grand hall, their minds seemingly elsewhere. The family assembly was indeed a significant affair, yet their minds were preoccupied elsewhere. The Zhu family lacked neither soul emperors nor soul saints, only those like Su Ran, who possessed the potential to transcend to the rank of title Douluo, could capture their attention. In today's gathering, Su Ran was the sole individual of note. at merely 12 years of age, boasting a soul rank of 31. Such prodigious talent had not graced the Xinglua Empire for centuries. The emergence of a genius of this caliber within the Zhu family was a clear sign of divine favor. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was also present in the grand hall, adorned in a long gown of black embellished with golden patterns, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Her long legs stood out, resembling a crane amidst a flock of chickens. Countless gazes in the hall were drawn to her, eliciting feelings of awe, mingled with resignation and sighs. Zhu Zhuqing possessed the finest talent within the Zhu clan, even surpassing that of the eldest daughter, Zhu Zhuqing. However, her betrothed was a worthless coward, a fact that had already sealed her fate. Throughout history, beautiful women have often met with tragic ends, barring unforeseen circumstances. It was likely that Zhu Zhuqing would fade into obscurity in the coming years. The looks of those around her were met with indifference after years of accustomed scrutiny. She had learned to disregard the opinions of others. She lived solely for herself, unaffected by the judgments of the multitude. Her enchanting eyes scanned the surroundings in search of Su Ran's figure. After a prolonged moment of disappointment, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of longing. Since that fateful night, she had not laid eyes on Su Ran again. It was as if he had evaporated from the world, and now even the family assembly bore no trace of him. Was Su Ran disappointed in her? Yet, given their respective statuses, how could they possibly be together? Even if she harbored feelings for him, what difference would it make? Did they possess the strength to defy the royal family? She wished to shield Su Ran from any repercussions, but the moment he departed, a pang of heartache struck her. Had Su Ran truly left? Would he ever return? A sense of unease crept into her heart. Although she and Su Ran had only exchanged fleeting glances, it was undeniable that he had etched a mark upon her soul. Zhuqing, I have arrived late. Upon entering the grand hall, Su Ran spotted Zhu Zhuqing. Today, she was undeniably radiant, clad in a flowing gown that revealed a glimpse of her fair legs, drawing the gaze of many admirers. It was the day of the family assembly, and he needed to persuade the family patriarch, Zhu Zihai, to annul the betrothal between Zhu Zhuqing and Mu Bai. Only then would he have the opportunity to voice his desires. With his exceptional talent, perhaps Zhu Zihai would consider betrothing Zhuqing to him. Su Ran, you finally made it. I thought you might skip the family gathering. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head suddenly, and upon hearing his voice, a wave of uncontainable joy surged within her. Gazing at Su Ran's visage, she exhaled deeply, realizing that her earlier concerns had been unfounded. How could someone as wonderful as Su Ran possibly harbor anger towards her? I've washed your clothes. Zhu Zhuqing approached Su Ran, presenting him with the garments she had cradled in her arms. Thank you, Zhuqing, you are truly remarkable. Whoever marries you will be most fortunate. Su Ran accepted the clothes with a smile. If he were to be with Zhuqing in the future, might she become even more accomplished? He found himself eagerly anticipating this possibility, for Zhuqing was the sort who quietly dedicated herself, embodying the virtues of a devoted wife. Do not speak nonsense. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, and she playfully punched Su Ran, though it lacked any real force. Resembling more the antics of a young girl in jest, this side of Zhuqing astonished those present. Who is this person? Why is he so close to the second miss? Moreover, she had just been holding his clothes. What was the meaning of this? Could it be? A bold speculation arose among the disciples. Was it possible that Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing had shared intimacy? Otherwise, why would he need her clothes? As their minds wandered, a sense of discontent brewed among them. Who was Su Ran? They had never even heard his name, yet here he was, enjoying such closeness with Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared to harbor a fondness for him. I am Zhu Ling, a level 28 soul master, here to seek your guidance. A youth clad in black attire strode directly to Su Ran, his tone dripping with disdain. Even if he could not win Zhu Zhuqing's heart, he could not allow her to be pursued by another man. A woman of her beauty and talent deserved better than Su Ran. Zhu Ling's voice captured the attention of those present, drawing the gaze of Zhu Zihai and the three elders, who watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. They were equally curious about Su Ran's capabilities. At just 12 years old, he had achieved the rank of Soul Master and exhibited a remarkably swift cultivation speed. However, the true measure of one's strength is not synonymous with one's cultivation level. I fear you may not suffice, Su Ran remarked nonchalantly, observing the envy of others who, despite their own fears and hesitations in pursuing romantic interests, felt a sense of jealousy when they witnessed his allure. Such individuals were undeniably shameless. Arrogant. Should you falter? Keep your distance from Miss Zhuqing, Zhu Ling declared, promptly unleashing his martial spirit, the nether spirit cat. The manifestation of his 20th level soul power elicited nods of approval from several disciples within the hall. After all, they belonged to the younger generation, and Zhu Ling, at 16, was considered quite competent with such prowess. Despite Zhu Ling's display, Su Ran remained motionless, exuding an air of effortless composure. This demeanor infuriated Zhu Ling, who detected a trace of disdain and indifference in Su Ran's gaze, igniting a furious resentment within him. How dare a mere branch family member disregard him? The surrounding Zhu clan disciples erupted in laughter at Su Ran's apparent audacity. What cultivation level did Zhu Ling possess? Did Su Ran truly believe he could maintain such bravado? He didn't even release his martial spirit. No matter how formidable Su Ran was, he could not possibly rival Zhu Ling. Su Ran was merely attempting to impress the second young miss, oblivious to Zhu Ling's strength. A cultivation level of 28 was indeed formidable among the Zhu family's youth. Many disciples exchanged comments, with one boldly declaring, "If Su Ran can defeat Zhu Ling, I shall eat my words." However, those who had previously witnessed Su Ran's prowess remained silent, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. As the chatter swelled, Zhu Ling's confidence surged, and with a contemptuous sneer, he charged towards Su Ran. In an instant, he unleashed his second soul skill, eager to demonstrate the might of a primary lineage disciple. How audacious for a branch family member to pursue the second young miss without possessing the family martial spirit. He believed that if he could vanquish Su Ran, perhaps he could attract Zhu Zhuqing's attention, although he dared not hope for a relationship with her. The mere notion of being favored by such a beautiful woman would serve as a source of pride. However, his fantasies were swiftly shattered. A resounding boom reverberated through the air, and before Zhu Ling could close the distance to Su Ran, he was sent flying back several meters. Remarkably, Su Ran had not even released his martial spirit. Su Ran's movements were reduced to two, drawing his sword and sheathing it. These actions were executed with remarkable precision, completed within a single second, devoid of any hesitation. The spectacle left the disciples present utterly astounded. Even the master of the house, Zhu Zhuqing, along with the three elders, appeared slightly dazed, gazing at Su Ran in disbelief. A formidable 28th level soul master had been defeated in an instant without Su Ran even unleashing his martial soul. Was this serious? At that moment, Zhu Ling lay on the ground, curled up in pain, his heart filled with trepidation. He had never anticipated Su Ran's overwhelming strength. The might of that single strike was terrifying. Not only could he withstand it, but none of the individuals below the sole sovereign rank within the hall would have been able to endure such power. How formidable must Su Ran's abilities be? A soul sect master? Otherwise, how could he possess such strength without revealing his martial soul? Do you yield? Su Ran turned to Zhu Ling and said coolly. This marked his inaugural combat experience, and it was evident that the martial soul bestowed upon him by the system was genuinely invincible. He sensed that, despite being merely a soul sovereign, he could barely contend with even a soul king when exerting his full effort. I yield. I truly yield, Zhu Ling fervently nodded. His gaze fixated on the obsidian longsword in Su Ran's hand, unable to suppress a shiver. Had Su Ran unleashed his martial soul, he would have likely been cleaved in two by that very strike. The other disciples surrounding the scene also seemed to shudder, their eyes now reflecting a newfound respect for Su Ran. In this world, strength commanded respect, and indeed everything else. Su Ran is remarkably powerful, far exceeding my expectations. Zhu Zhuqing remarked in astonishment, a subtle smile breaking through her usually serene countenance. Su Ran's prowess exceeded her expectations by a significant margin. With just this skill, Su Ran's true strength could at least rival that of the Soul Sect. Given Su Ran's youth, such a prodigious talent must surely be regarded as one of the continent's foremost geniuses. Su Ran's future is boundless. He may even have the opportunity to become a titled Douluo. Chapter 11. The Marriage Proposal Patriarch. Su Ran's strength surpasses our expectations by a considerable margin, the elder exclaimed, visibly excited. At such a young age, Su Ran has already achieved this level of combat prowess. It is likely that only the anomalies of the Spirit Hall could reach such heights. He recalled that within the Spirit Hall, there is a girl named Qilin, born with a natural soul power of 20. Even at 12 years old, she possesses formidable combat capabilities. Qilin, the daughter of the Pope, wields a six-winged angel martial soul and has access to all the resources of the Spirit Hall, making her achievements unsurprising. However, Su Ran has nothing. He has not even received the support of the Zhu family's resources. The fact that a soul master, lacking in resources, can attain such a level of strength is precisely what makes Su Ran truly formidable. Does this not imply that Su Ran's talent may surpass that of the legendary Qilin? If nothing unexpected occurs, His future will certainly mirror that of a sword Douluo, the second elder Muse. Once, he had considered reprimanding Su Ran for his closeness to Zhu Zhuqing, but in hindsight, that notion seems utterly ridiculous. How could a genius like Su Ran possibly be subject to their reprimand? Su Ran is merely a collateral descendant of the Zhu family. Even if he chooses to disavow his connection to them, it is entirely permissible, as he bears the surname Su. The Zhu family ought to feel fortunate that there exists a bond between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing. It is this very connection that provides the Zhu family with something capable of enticing Su Ran. Otherwise, one might question what the Zhu family could possibly offer to retain his allegiance. Were it not for Zhu Zhuqing, Su Ran could seek his fortune at the Spirit Hall, or even aspire to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, home to the sword Douluo. Why then, would he choose to remain with the Zhu family? Proudly, one might say, you have given birth to a remarkable daughter. The Grand Elder patted Zhu Zihua on the shoulder, speaking with profound significance. At this moment, their course of action became glaringly apparent. Mu Bai, an ineffectual individual, paired with Zhu Zhuqing, would likely lead to her untimely demise. Su Ran is an extraordinary genius, destined to become one of the foremost powerhouses of the future continent. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing is also a prodigy. Should they both break through to the title of Douluo, the influence of the Zhu family will ascend to even greater heights. At that time, even the Dai family will be compelled to regard them with utmost seriousness. Zhu Zihua understands what must be done. Filled with excitement, he gazes at Su Ran as if beholding a precious treasure. With Zhuqing by Su Ran's side, he, as a father, feels he has no regrets in life. Who would wish to witness the tragic scene of Zhuqing and Zhu Yun turning against one another, if not forced by circumstances? The clan meeting continued until the afternoon. The so-called family conference primarily serves to document the strengths of the younger generation within the clan, while also rewarding those who have shown exceptional abilities and notable progress. That is all it amounts to. As the clan meeting approached its conclusion, Zhu Zihua strode directly to the center of the grand hall, his gaze sweeping over the youthful faces below, ultimately resting upon Su Ran. Today's family meeting is hereby concluded. Su Ran possesses remarkable strength and extraordinary talent. From this day forth, Su Ran shall be the core disciple of the Zhu family, receiving a monthly stipend of 3,000 gold soul coins. All resources of the family will be directed towards Su Ran. Every disciple of the Zhu family is to look up to Su Ran, aspiring to become a formidable force, thereby ensuring the everlasting prosperity of our Zhu family. Zhu Zihua declared solemnly, his voice resonating with gravitas. No sooner had he spoken than all eyes in the hall turned to Su Ran, etching his name into their memories. They understood that henceforth, Su Ran would receive the full support of the Zhu family, and his future held limitless potential. Head of the family, could we perhaps consider an alternative reward? Su Ran inquired, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, the corners of her mouth curled slightly, her exquisite black gown accentuating her graceful figure in a way that made one yearn to embrace and cherish her. However, upon hearing Su Ran's words, her smile vanished abruptly. Zhu Zhuqing stood there, motionless, as her mind replayed Su Ran's words from that fateful night. Surely, he does not intend for his father to annul her engagement to Mu Bai? Su Ran, please don't, Zhu Zhuqing implored, her face paling with anxiety. She hurried to Su Ran's side, gripping his sleeve with urgency. How can Su Ran be so impatient? Is he disregarding his own life? Even if he desires her, they could elope in secrecy. Seeking out her father is akin to courting death, is it not? I cannot bear to wait any longer, if this continues. I fear someone else may whisk you away. Therefore, I wish to take a chance, even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, Su Ran declared, astonishing many who bore witness to this scene. What is happening? Could it be that Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing are indeed entangled in a romantic affair? Perhaps their relationship has already evolved to that extent. Yet, Su Ran's audacity is quite astonishing. After all, Zhu Zhuqing is destined to marry into the royal family. To think he would pursue someone like her, does this not bring dishonor to Mu Bai and the royal household? Nevertheless, one cannot help but admire Su Ran's courage. To die under the peony blossoms is to be a spirited ghost. Zhu Zhuqing, with her enviable figure and striking beauty, is a treasure beyond compare. For Su Ran to win her affection would undoubtedly be worth the risk, even if the royal family sought retribution. To spend a night with such a beauty and to experience her devoted service would be a worthy demise. They could not refrain from appraising Zhu Zhuqing's figure. Perfectly balanced in form, a radiant gem of youth. At that moment, they felt a pang of regret. Why had they not thought of this sooner? To win the heart of such a beauty, facing execution by the royal family would be a fair price to pay. feeling the scrutiny of those around her. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Su Ran had once again led others to misconstrue their relationship. Yet, she had no time to dwell on such matters. All she knew was that if Su Ran continued speaking, he would surely incur severe punishment. The union between the Zhu and Dai families had long been regarded as paramount by their clans. Su Ran's attempts to undermine it would undoubtedly provoke the ire of her father and the elders. Su Ran, come with us, and you too, Zhuqing, Zhu Zihai commanded. Looking at Su Ran with evident satisfaction, he could sense Su Ran's seriousness regarding Zhuqing. Su Ran's character far surpassed that of Mu Bai. Providing Zhuqing with a worthy partner while securing a prodigious talent for the family was undoubtedly a remarkable gain. In the study, Zhu Zihai and 3 elders stood above, observing Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing below. Su Ran, what did your earlier remark imply? What reward do you seek? With your talents? We shall do our utmost to fulfill your desires, Zhu Zihai stated, his gaze imbued with an enigmatic significance. In the Zhu family, I seek nothing for myself. All I desire is the dissolution of the betrothal between Zhuqing and Mu Bai. Mu Bai is nothing but a worthless fool, unworthy of Zhuqing. Should the family head insist on marrying her to such a waste, I shall regard the Zhu family as my lifelong enemy. If I remain alive, I will seek vengeance with all my might, Su Ran proclaimed, his chest held high, as if his sword sensed its master's call, issuing a resonant hum. Su Ran, do not utter such words. Father, Su Ran is simply overly agitated. He spoke in anger and did not mean it. I implore you, do not punish him. Zhu Zhuqing was profoundly moved by Su Ran's selfless efforts to restore her freedom, yet an overwhelming sense of fear gripped her heart. She was touched by his willingness to risk his own safety for her sake, but terrified at the thought that he might face punishment or even death because of her. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ran had carved out a significant place in her heart. She could not bear the thought of him suffering because of her. With a gentle bite of her lip, she stood there, tears shimmering in her eyes. If her father were to punish Su Ran, she would willingly share in that punishment. Regardless of life or death, she would accompany Su Ran. Zhuqing, speak honestly, what do you feel for Su Ran? Zhu Zihai inquired. A broad smile gracing his face as he perceived the affection Zhuqing held for Su Ran. Both were prodigies, and together, they were a match made in heaven. I like Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing confessed softly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Ran, a glimmer of determination shining through. If punishment was to be meted out, then they would endure it together. Should her father impose a severe penalty on Su Ran, she would claim responsibility, asserting that she had seduced him. She was unafraid of being labeled a shameless woman. All that mattered was Su Ran's safety. Very well, Zhu Zihai nodded. From this day forth, the Zhu family no longer recognizes the relationship between Mu Bai and Zhuqing. Henceforth, Zhuqing's only fiancée shall be Su Ran. He spoke without hesitation. Understanding the immense potential Su Ran represented, benefits that Mu Bai could never provide. Zhu Zhuqing stared at her father, her dark eyes wide with astonishment. When had he become so open-minded? And now, she was to be Su Ran's fiancée? What was happening? Her cheeks flushed as she struggled to comprehend the situation. Were they not meant to face punishment together? Otherwise, she would not have admitted her feelings for Su Ran. Uncle, here is the marriage contract, Su Ran said with a smile, promptly producing the prepared document and addressing Zhu Zihai as uncle. Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing watched in shock, a mix of embarrassment and irritation flooding her. At that moment, she grasped the reality of what had transpired. Her engagement to Mu Bai had been annulled, severing any ties between them. Henceforth, she would be Su Ran's fiancée. Yet, had Su Ran anticipated this moment all along, even preparing the marriage contract in advance? What is your stance, Zhuqing? If you agree, your relationship with Su Ran will be solidified, Zhu Zihai said, gazing affectionately at his beloved daughter. Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly, her chest rising and falling slightly, too shy to meet his gaze. At that moment, she dared not refuse. To decline would mean marrying Mu Bai. Upon reflection, she would much rather wed Su Ran, whose character surpassed that of Mu Bai by 100-fold. As Zhu Zihai handed the marriage contract to Su Ran, feeling the intensity of Su Ran's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing experienced a wave of embarrassment and unease. Father, I must take my leave, Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly, slightly bowing in greeting before hastily departing from the scene. Uncle, I shall take my leave as well, Su Ran remarked, observing proper etiquette. Very well. You young ones may pursue whatever endeavors you wish. However, do keep in mind that Zhuqing has been somewhat frail since childhood, Zhu Zihai cautioned, reminiscing about his own youthful escapades when he did not rely on goji berries for sustenance. Ah, enough of that, Speaking too much only brings tears. Understood. Su Ran replied with a nod, quickly exiting to pursue Zhu Zhuqing. Are you upset? Su Ran inquired, stepping forward to grasp Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Humph. Shameless Su Ran. You deceived me. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, indignantly shaking off his grasp. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at him. She suspected that Su Ran had known all along that her father would acquiesce to his request, causing her unnecessary worry. What else could be done? The marriage certificate has already been signed, Su Ran chuckled, brandishing the freshly signed document. With the marriage certificate in his possession, he felt assured that his beloved Qilin was irrevocably his, and no one could alter that fact. In the Douluo Continent, a marriage certificate serves as a vital testament. With it in hand, nothing can be changed. Even Mu Bai, who had no marriage certificate with Qilin, could not contest this. The Zhu and Dai families had a long-standing tradition of union, their relationships flourishing over many years, with marital agreements made verbally. However, the emperor's decree was unassailable, and until now, no one dared to dissent. Yet, Su Ran, a newcomer unafraid of the tiger, boldly ventured forth, for with great courage comes the promise of new beginnings. Su Ran's grand ambition upon arriving at the Douluo Continent was to court the most beautiful women, indulge in the finest wines, and stroll with the wildest dogs. How shameless! Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head and covertly glanced at the contents of the engagement, feeling too embarrassed to speak further. Was she to become Su Ran's fiancée from this moment onward? How did Su Ran manage to accomplish this? How could her father agree to her request and directly marry her off to Su Ran? She had no mental preparation whatsoever. How did you do it? Zhu Zhuqing inquired softly, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. It's a secret. Let me embrace my fiancée first, Su Ran replied with a smile, tucking away the marriage contract. With this contract in hand, he would be able to proudly flaunt it in front of Mu Bai at Shrek Academy. No way. I won't give you a hug. Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her cheeks flushed. She took a few steps back, evading him gracefully. Su Ran, with his audacity, had played tricks on her, causing her to worry for so long. She was certainly not going to comply. Wow, I'm already your fiancé, and yet you want to allow me a hug? I must be the most unfortunate fiancé in the world. With such a beautiful fiancée, and I can't even hold her. This is quite a predicament. Su Ran lamented with a hint of amusement. He understood that Zhu Zhuqing needed time to adjust once she accepted her new identity. Wouldn't she be his fiancée, who he could embrace at will? Anyway, I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow, Zhu Zhuqing said, her face still crimson. As she swiftly flew away, a trace of joy evident on her countenance. The marriage contract held far more significance than a verbal agreement. In the Douluo Continent, once a marriage contract was established, it signified that her relationship with Su Ran was irrevocable. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, even in the Douluo Continent, the importance placed on marriage contracts was unprecedented. With the contract, even in the event of his death, Zhu Zhuqing, as a woman, would not remarry. Although she did not outwardly display it, she held her chastity in high regard, and by consenting to the marriage contract, she signified her willingness to entrust everything, including her essence, to Su Ran. Chapter 12. The Qilin bloodline, transforming into a divine beast.Existing. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and unlocking the identity of Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. You have earned 100 skill points. Skill points can be used to upgrade soul rings or for lottery draws. Of course, they can also be saved for the system to take form. The sweet voice of the system chimed in. Save them? Absolutely not. I wouldn't save them even if it cost me my life. Su Ran shook his head. After much effort, he had finally earned a mere 100 skill points, yet the system demanded an exorbitant 100,000. He was not foolish. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this was akin to saving money. If he did not spend it, it would inevitably lose its value. Once his strength increased, he would be able to complete subsequent tasks, and at that juncture, wouldn't the number of skill points rise exponentially? I shall save a bit more for the system lady once my strength increases, Su Ran added. He felt compelled to utter a few kind words to the system, fearing it might conspire against him. Women are known to hold grudges, and he suspected the female system might be no different. System. How many years can 100 skill points extend the lifespan of a soul ring? Su Ran inquired with curiosity. If he could continuously complete tasks to accumulate points, wouldn't everyone eventually achieve 10,000 years? Perhaps even more? If everyone reached 1,000,000 years, wouldn't he be able to challenge the divine realm single-handedly? But how many skill points would that require? It seemed he would need to toil like an ox, undertaking tasks day in and day out. One skill point can extend the lifespan of a soul ring by 10 years. Your 200-year soul rings currently stand at 300 years and 500 years, respectively. Would you like to extend their lifespan? Perhaps not. What about the lottery? Su Ran asked, still hoping to tempt fate. The lottery was divided into 3 tiers: silver level, gold level, and diamond level, costing 10, 100, and 1,000 points per draw, respectively. Since this is your first lottery, dear host, you may use 100 points for 10 consecutive draws at the gold level, the system lady sweetly announced. To bring joy to her host, she decided to bestow some benefits. After all, the system existed solely to serve him. However, she had yet to take form and could only offer these limited services. Once she materialized, she would be able to provide a wider array of assistance. Very well, I choose to participate in the lottery. Su Ran felt a surge of excitement, hoping that the 10 consecutive gold-level draws would yield something remarkable. Congratulations, dear host. You have won a pair of autumn pants from Aunt Wong. Su Ran's expression darkened as he listened to the system's prompt, his hands pressed against his forehead, unable to bear the sight. Could it be that the system's assistant believed his physique to be lacking? He was in robust health. How could such a thing be relevant to him? Surely, this was a jest. And what was the deal with that Aunt Wong's thermal underwear? Did she think he was the sort to have peculiar reactions to clothing? Even if he were that kind of person, he would prefer celestial beings like Chang'e or Niuhua. But an elderly woman? Surely this was a joke. Su Ran felt an overwhelming sense of loss, unlike anything he had experienced before. With 100 skill points invested in his soul ring, all of them were of the millennium grade. At that moment, his strength would surge dramatically. Was this lottery not a profound misfortune? Meanwhile, Su Ran patiently awaited the results of the subsequent draws. Even with a streak of bad luck and a tenfold draw, one would expect at least a guarantee. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the supreme bloodline, the Qilin bloodline. With the Qilin bloodline, the host can embody the soul beast manifestation of the Qilin, currently limited to a century of existence. Given that this is the host's first awakening of the bloodline, you are granted a one-time usage of the 10,000-year Qilin power experience card. The Qilin is a creature of auspiciousness in its form. All soul beasts within a radius of 300 miles will benefit from its blessings, doubling their growth rate. Even soul beasts that have transformed into humans can enjoy the protection of the auspicious creature, also doubling their cultivation speed. Furthermore, the auspicious creature possesses both light and flame as its dual ultimate attributes, alongside secondary attributes of mental strength and sacredness. The sweet voice of the system's assistant echoed, leaving Su Ran momentarily stunned in place. After a considerable time, he finally emerged from the shock of this astonishing revelation. At that moment, he completely forgot his earlier grievances. To his astonishment, he had acquired the Qilin bloodline and could even transform into a Qilin. Goodness! Would he now be able to switch seamlessly between human and soul beast forms? Su Ran pondered these thoughts with astonishment. In the future, he would not merely be a human but also a soul beast, and moreover, a divine beast. The growth rate of all soul beasts would be doubled. It was needless to say that if he ventured to the extreme north or the Stardow Forest, such notions would be inevitable. He would likely be revered as a local emperor. At that time, courting the enchanting beauties of the soul beast realm would be an effortless endeavor. Su Ran seamlessly transitioned into the Qilin form, swiftly transforming under a mysterious energy into a magnificent golden soul beast, measuring over 1 meter in length. This creature was adorned with resplendent golden fur, embodying a striking amalgamation of a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, the body of a moose, and dragon scales. Its tail resembled that of a dragon, densely covered in golden fluff. It radiated an ethereal golden light, with its paws enveloped in a shimmering aura of golden clouds. As he embodied the Qilin, Su Ran was imbued with boundless power. With a gentle clawing motion, a towering tree fell before him. Despite possessing merely a century's worth of cultivation, his strength was already equivalent to that of an ordinary soul beast aged between 4,000 to 5,000 years. At the very moment Su Ran transformed, far away in the starry forest, another golden creature cast its gaze towards him. This soul beast was slightly larger than Su Ran's Qilin form, sharing a similar appearance, save for its massive head adorned with 3 eyes. It felt a peculiar tingling sensation emanating from the crimson pupil on its forehead. Awu, the golden creature joyously leaped beside a verdant lake, its head held high, calling out with exuberance. It was filled with astonishment, but predominantly excitement. In each generation, only one auspicious beast could arise, yet at that moment, it sensed the presence of another. Sister Baiji, I feel the aura of a kindred spirit. Its essence is not strong, yet it shares a destiny power identical to mine. The golden creature bounded excitedly to the side of a woman clad in a palace gown, possessing breathtaking beauty with emerald hair cascading over her shoulders. A hint of bewilderment graced her serene visage. What? Are you suggesting there exists another auspicious beast? Bai Ji's tranquil expression shifted to one of alarm. The abilities of auspicious beasts were exceedingly formidable, capable of doubling the growth rate of surrounding soul beasts. Most critically, this enhancement was cumulative, allowing only one auspicious beast to exist per era. With the emergence of one auspicious beast in the starry forest, the overall cultivation speed of soul beasts would be doubled. The thought of another one joining would be terrifying. It could potentially double the rate once more, transforming the starry forest into a sanctuary for all soul beasts. One becoming two, and two becoming four. Such an amplification was irresistible to any soul beast. I must swiftly inform Dition. The appearance of a second auspicious beast holds profound significance for the soul beast race. Bai Ji tenderly brushed her chest with her delicate hand, her form transforming into a streak of light as she darted towards the center of the lake. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, who was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in the starry forest, he merely experienced the power of the Qilin before swiftly reverting to his human form and returning to the Zhu residence. The Stellar Empire is home to numerous formidable beings. Should they uncover his peculiarities, he would likely be subjected to dissection for research purposes. In the meantime, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Main quest initiated. The host is to journey to Nodding City and disrupt the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu, inciting enmity between them. Furthermore, the host must place this green hat upon Tang San's head. This hat possesses the ability to absorb Tang San's fortune, ensuring a string of misfortunes for him henceforth. Ding. Given the profound affection between Xiao Wu and Tang San, the host may find it challenging to fulfill this task. Therefore, upon successful completion, the host will be rewarded with 500 skill points. To flirt with Xiao Wu? A trivial endeavor. Su Ran chuckled, jesting about his own capabilities. After all, how could he possibly find it difficult? If he couldn't accomplish this, what right did he have to be a host? He was well versed in various schemes, and there was no way Tang San could be his rival. Brother host, Xiao Wu has immense trust in Tang San. It would be quite challenging to disrupt their bond. The system gently reminded him. Xiao Wu's feelings for Tang San ran deep, making her far less susceptible to manipulation than Zhu Zhuqing. Mu Bai had already lost his standing in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, making him considerably easier to pursue. However, the affection shared between Tang San and Xiao Wu was profound. 6 years had forged a trust that was not easily shaken. Even if it proves difficult, I must press on. Perhaps the system could grant me a shortcut. Allowing me to muddle through this task, Su Ran mused, his eyes lighting up. Given his amicable relationship with the system, surely a favor could be arranged. Shameless host. This system upholds strong principles. Even while serving you, I cannot simply grant you a shortcut, the system retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How brazen of you. I am merely a system, yet you presume to think of such things. Yet, a twinge of fear gripped her heart at the thought of what might transpire if she ever took on a physical form and the host made such requests. Never mind. I shall devise my own strategies, Su Ran declared as he made his way toward Zhu Zhuqing's chamber. He couldn't help but shrug. Surely, the system hadn't entertained such notions about him. Was he truly that sort of person? However, if he amassed sufficient skill points in the future, transforming the system into human form could prove to be an enticing option. At that point, no matter how formidable Ning-Kai-Chen or Su Xian might be, could they rival his prowess? Chapter 13. Tang San. I am here to showcase my abilities. Outside Zhu Zhuqing's chamber, in the courtyard, she sat gracefully upon a stone chair. Her long legs extended upon the stone table, gazing vacantly at the distant sky. She had just clarified everything with her father, and only now did she truly comprehend the extent of Su Ran's genius. A 12-year-old soul master was a rarity in the history of the Star Luo Empire. With no more than a handful of such prodigies, Su Ran was indeed one of them, a talent that even the Zhu family sought to cultivate earnestly. Thus, they had effortlessly arranged her marriage to Su Ran. At this moment, memories of her time with Su Ran flooded her mind, and she found herself uncertain of her own feelings towards him. She was merely a young girl, still naive to the concept of love, and unsure if what she felt for Su Ran truly constituted love. Then there was Mu Bai, though she wished to forget that name. She could not deny that he was the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, and his marriage represented royal dignity, even if her family approved. The path to being with Su Ran would be fraught with challenges. The powerful figures of the Star Luo Empire would not tolerate any shame to the royal family. Enough of this. No matter what happens in the future, I will stand before you. Su Ran quietly approached Zhu Zhuqing from behind, enveloping her in his embrace. Feeling the softness of the girl in his arms, which brought him a wave of contentment. Do not move. I am merely holding you, and I shall do nothing else. As he sensed the emotions of the girl nestled against him, Su Ran tightened his grip, pressing Zhu Zhuqing's exquisite figure firmly against his chest. His face buried in her silky black hair, he inhaled the unique fragrance that belonged solely to her. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, at least at this moment. She was the most enchanting girl he had encountered in the Zhu family. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing was now his fiancée, bound by the testimony of a marriage contract. Entirely his. Should anyone dare to harm her, he would not hesitate to eliminate them with a single strike. Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat stiff in Su Ran's embrace, her heart racing to the point where she dared not even breathe. She initially wished to escape from his hold. Yet she could sense the profound affection and care Su Ran harbored for her. This was something she had lacked throughout her life. And thus she found herself reluctant to part from him. Su Ran, will you protect me? Will you always protect me? Zhu Zhuqing whispered, uncertain of what the future held. All she knew was that being with Su Ran would not be easy. Yes, unless I am dead, Su Ran replied without hesitation, his gaze filled with resolve. Although he was tempted by Zhu Zhuqing's form, his feelings for her transcended mere physical desire. The girl he cherished needed only to rest peacefully in his arms. If he could not safeguard his beloved, then what purpose would his existence serve? Do not speak such words, Zhu Zhuqing said, placing her delicate hand over Su Ran's lips to silence him. She wished to avoid any misfortune befalling him. All right, I shall say no more, Su Ran chuckled, his eyes inadvertently wandering to a particular area. Zhuqing, you are truly captivating. From his vantage point, following the line of her fragrant shoulders down her flawless skin, he found himself captivated. Do not look so indiscreetly. Su Ran's breath brushed against her skin, and upon turning her head, Zhu Zhuqing immediately sensed his gaze. Feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, covering her chest with her hand, she shot him an exasperated glare. Shameless Su Ran, and yet you claim not to be a lecher. Stealing glances at me. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's admiration. I'm not intentionally lecherous, it is simply my nature, one I cannot change. Besides, I only gaze upon my beloved Zhuqing, not anyone else, Su Ran replied with a chuckle, finding Zhu Zhuqing to be quite adorable. It was merely that no one in the Zhu family had taken the time to care for her, leading her to gradually close herself off and grow distant. Nevertheless, he was determined to warm her heart, no matter how cold she might be. Who is your beloved? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed crimson. She had never noticed before how shameless Su Ran could be, referring to her as his treasure. Moreover, he often cast his eyes toward inappropriate places. You are my fiancée, with the marriage contract in hand. If you are not my treasure, then who else could be? Su Ran teased lightly, his fingers gently twirling Zhuqing's long hair, savoring its silky texture. I have yet to win your heart. If you treat me poorly, I shall not marry you. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, spoke with a hint of arrogance. I shall treat you well in the future. And then you will obediently lie in my embrace, becoming my treasure. By the way, I must leave tomorrow. There are matters I must attend to outside, Su Ran remarked, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. Nodding City, located in the Heaven-Do Empire, was quite distant from here, and he needed to set off early. When will you return? Zhu Zhuqing inquired anxiously, a sense of grievance creeping into her heart. They had only recently entered into an engagement, and now Su Ran was preparing to depart. They had yet to truly converse. She was unaware of his depths, just as he was oblivious to hers. Was it necessary for him to leave so hastily? I shall return soon, and when I do, I will take you away from this place. We will journey to the Heaven-Do Empire. Here. I fear the royal family may discover our relationship and take action against us. Su Ran gently tousled Zhu Zhuqing's hair. In a few months, the enrollment period for Shrek Academy would commence, and he naturally intended to showcase his prowess to Mu Bai. All right, I will wait for your return, Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Her eyes reflecting a yearning for adventure, she too wished to explore the world beyond. Then I shall take my leave. Su Ran smiled, embraced Zhu Zhuqing once more, and then turned to depart. He was on a mission to rescue the wayward girl, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu had yet to see through Tang San's facade of righteousness. Tang San prided himself on being just, claiming to eradicate the spirit hall in the city of slaughter, yet his motives were merely personal vendettas. He had gained from the city of slaughter and the Shura field, only to obliterate the city of slaughter in the blink of an eye. And the Shura goddess legacy had seemingly vanished without a trace. His actions were akin to picking up a bowl to eat, only to set it down and curse. A testament to his hypocrisy. For thousands of years, he had reigned alone in the divine realm as the Shura god without any intention of abdicating. One could only surmise that he had likely ruined the very legacy he claimed to uphold. Despite his destruction of the Spirit Hall, he had not lifted a finger to aid soul masters in establishing a beneficial organization. Countless ordinary soul masters remained unable to awaken their martial spirits. During the era of the peerless Tang sect, Hu Hao, who possessed a main body martial spirit, had to venture alone to the extreme north to obtain soul rings. One of the 7 monsters, Jiang Nan, willingly sold herself for a mere 10 gold soul coins worth of Xian Shui Dan. Indeed, the subsidies provided to soul masters by the Spirit Hall were coerced from the 2 great empires. However, were it not for the existence of the Spirit Hall, the empires would not have been compelled to allocate such funds. As rulers, they would prefer their subjects to be incompetent, ensuring their reign remained unchallenged. Why would they allow forces beyond their control to grow stronger? If the situation were as favorable as claimed, there would be no instances of book burning and burying scholars, nor the dismissal of various schools of thought and the rigid examination system. Moreover, what noble deeds had Tang San accomplished? The continent's calamity during the era of the peerless Tang sect was inextricably linked to him. The fall of the Spirit Hall led to the destruction of countless legacies. Even the divine positions of the angel god and the Shura god were obliterated, resulting in an irrevocable loss. With the Shura god gone, the evil soul masters were left without governance. The 6-winged angel, embodying light, holiness, and flames, had its legacy severed, depriving the evil soul masters of a formidable nemesis. In his self-proclaimed righteousness, he had become the greatest villain of Douluo Star. The decree preventing the divine beings from descending to the mortal realm was utterly inconsequential in his presence. He had already sent his daughter down, followed by his grandson. And every 10,000 years, when the Douluo Star regained its vitality, he would dispatch his descendants to extract its resources. Such a person, who prides himself on righteousness, appears no different to Su Ran than the infamous Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, he feigns superiority, only intervening when his allies are in peril. When Xiao finds herself in danger, his strength surges dramatically, allowing him to intervene and win her heart. However, with his appearance, Tang San's fate is already sealed. He is destined to be a mere waste. And to face betrayal, he will attempt to steal Xiao away, teaching him the true meaning of cruelty. Naturally, after taking her, he will flaunt his conquest before Tang San, demonstrating the agony of seeing the girl he cherishes in another's embrace. Chapter 14. The Injured Divine Beast. Xiao's fury in Notting City. At the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, a breathtaking young maiden clad in a pink robe emerges from the academy. Her slender waist and stunning visage captivate all, but what draws the most attention are her long, shapely legs, elegantly encased in fitted trousers, straight and graceful, surpassing the beauty of countless other women. At this moment, although Xiao's features still bear a hint of youthfulness, they already hint at the enchanting allure she will possess in the future. Everyone knows that given time, she will undoubtedly become one of the rarest and most exquisite women in the world. At this moment, her delicate face pales as she senses the presence of the divine beast, urgency consuming her. A divine beast. How could such an essence exist in the human realm? Xiao Wu murmurs, her petite frame trembling slightly. The divine beast, the king of soul beasts, bestows blessings upon all surrounding soul beasts, doubling their growth rates and significantly enhancing their chances of transcending tribulations. The full name of the divine beast is the Emperor Divine Beast. Wielding terrifying influence in the realm of soul beasts, its existence is crucial, determining the rise and fall of their kind. Fortune, intangible and elusive, holds tremendous significance. 100,000-year soul beast receiving aid from a divine beast possesses a much stronger fortune during its tribulation, increasing its chances of success by 20 to 30%. The value of a divine beast cannot be gauged by mere strength. Even the mightiest soul beasts seek to curry favor with it, hoping for assistance during their tribulations. Yet, how could such a divine beast now appear within the domain of humanity? But the divine beast has been captured? Xiao Wu gasps, unable to fathom the implications. She cannot bear to contemplate the wrath of the powerful soul beast should any harm befall the divine beast. Humans, you not only killed my mother, but now you dare to attack the divine beast? Do you understand the significance of the divine beast? The king of soul beasts is not to be desecrated by anyone. Xiao Wu's charming face turns as cold as ice. She has transformed for the purpose of avenging her mother. Although she is considered human now, She has never forgotten her essence as a soul beast and her responsibilities therein. When encountering a sacred beast, all soul beasts must exert their utmost to protect it, a mark engraved in their very blood since their inception. Xiao Wu stood silently, enveloped by the gentle aura of the sacred beast, her body turning icy cold as the essence of the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit hidden deep within her heart began to unfurl. She sensed the aura of the sacred beast gradually weakening, igniting a profound fury within her. It was not just her. Any awakened soul beast would feel the same wrath upon sensing danger to a sacred beast. Xiao Wu, what troubles you? Tang San asked, noticing her troubled expression and feeling a surge of concern. It was the first time he had seen such a look on her face, and it filled him with worry. Brother, I'm fine. You should return. I have matters to attend to. Xiao Wu's voice softened. Though Tang San was human as well, he was unlike ordinary humans. Over the years, her trust in his character had deepened immensely. Xiao Wu, what is happening? Let us face it together, Tang San urged, still not entirely at ease. Suddenly, a sharp ache pierced his heart. He felt as if something precious was slipping away from him. This sensation was mysterious, yet strikingly real, leaving him in a state of agitation. His gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, and he inadvertently realized how stunning she had become. Her chest rose and fell gently, and her once youthful visage now bore the nascent form of an enchanting beauty. Surely, in the future, Xiao Wu would blossom into a breathtaking lady. Yet, he found solace in the fact that this flower remained close by. He could not fathom how she might escape his vigilant protection. Brother, please return. My affairs do not concern you, Xiao Wu insisted, her urgency palpable as she felt the sacred beast's essence waning. In her haste, she pushed Tang San aside and dashed towards the exit. Tang San felt a pang of sorrow. Previously, no matter the circumstances, Xiao Wu would seek his counsel before departing, never leaving him abruptly. What had changed? Did she harbor someone more significant than him in her heart? As he trudged back towards the dormitory, he was perplexed by his own feelings. A sudden tingling sensation enveloped his scalp, and an inexplicable fear gripped him, as if Xiao Wu's departure might be permanent. Such thoughts were absurd. How could she ever truly leave him? Outside Nodding City, Su Ran sat slumped beneath a grand tree, emanating an aura belonging to a sacred beast, an essence perceptible only to soul beasts or humans who had undergone soul beast reincarnation. His intention was to lure Xiao Wu out, to entice her into meeting him by revealing the sacred beast's aura, thereby gaining her trust through his guise. Host, Xiao Wu will arrive in 1 minute. The system alerted her, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity about how the host intended to ensnare Xiao Wu. Very well, Su Ran nodded. And with the assistance of the system, the golden radiance emanating from him gradually dimmed, while the unique power of destiny belonging to the auspicious beast became exceedingly unstable, flickering in and out, weak beyond measure. Su Ran bore a multitude of delicate wounds upon his body. Though shallow, they appeared profoundly distressing. The wounds oozed what resembled tomato juice, an illusion so convincing that it could easily be mistaken for blood. The spirit beast, Xiao Wu, raced desperately, her graceful form erupting with an unprecedented swiftness. Yet, within her enchanting eyes lingered a shadow of sorrow. As a soul beast, witnessing the plight of the spirit beast was a profoundly tragic experience. She was oblivious to the tribulations that the spirit beast was enduring, and had never contemplated whether her own strength could save it should calamity befall. All she understood was that every soul beast, regardless of their might, would stand resolutely to shield the spirit beast from peril, even if her mother, or Ro, were present, and despite their limited power, they would exert every effort to safeguard the spirit beast. Had humanity not wrought enough havoc upon soul beasts? Must they even target the spirit beast? If calamity were to strike the spirit beast, they should brace themselves for the wrath of the Star Do Forest, Xiao Wu murmured, her eyes brimming with a murderous intent. Having remained silent in the human realm for so long, she had nearly convinced herself that she was an ordinary being. Yet, she was a soul beast, and her presence in the human world was driven by a thirst for vengeance. The peril facing the spirit beast rekindled her long-buried purpose of retribution. 6 years had nearly caused her to forget her true identity. 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, Xiao Wu. By the time Xiao Wu arrived, Su Ran's complexion was already a ghastly white, his body trembling uncontrollably. He shimmered with a golden light. Yet that luminescence was so transparent it paled in comparison to the sun, clearly indicating a dire depletion of energy. Softbone Rabbit Clan. I pay my respects to the spirit beast. How fare you? Xiao Wu inquired as she knelt, executing a gesture befitting a subordinate addressing their superior. Her gaze filled with anxious concern. Noticing the absence of any human powerhouses nearby, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no formidable humans lingered beside the spirit beast, or she would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Yet, simultaneously, her heart brimmed with resentment. Blood continued to seep from the spirit beast's crimson wounds. 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit? You must be one of those two rabbits from the Stardoe forest, Su Ran remarked softly, his breath faint. As if he were on the brink of departing this realm. Even the system's gentle voice looked on in astonishment at Su Ran, pondering if the host could truly act. Had she not been aware of the truth, she might have been convinced. Xiao Wu's rebirth was driven by vengeance, a vendetta against those who had slain her mother. A grudge that could never be forgiven. Nevertheless, she would never forsake her identity as a soul beast. I am a soul beast, and that will never change. Xiao Wu declared with respect. I know. Today, you have saved me. Your vengeance, I shall aid you in the future, Su Ran replied, suddenly expelling a mouthful of reversed blood that cascaded toward Xiao Wu. How soft. Su Ran rested his head upon Xiao Wu's delicate legs. Spirit beast. How do you feel now? Xiao Wu, feeling both shy and anxious, opened her long legs to allow Su Ran to recline comfortably. Initially, she believed her quest for revenge to be futile, but with the spirit beast's assistance, everything changed. With the spirit beast's influence in the spirit beast realm, it could summon numerous formidable allies. I mean, spirit beast, how is your body faring? Xiao Wu's fair cheeks flushed as she sensed that the spirit beast was not gravely injured. Her mood lightened. Only then did she realize that the spirit beast had somehow settled on her lap. When had this occurred? She was completely unaware. In her earlier panic, her only concern had been for the spirit beast's safety, neglecting to notice the intimacy that had developed between them. Her delicate form trembled slightly, and a rosy hue crept across her skin. She contemplated shifting her legs, yet feared provoking the spirit beast's displeasure. The spirit beast had just pledged to assist her in her quest for revenge. She could not afford to cause it any discontent. In every gathering of spirit beasts, wherever the spirit beast appeared, it was treated with imperial reverence. It was said that even if it desired something as trivial as a mere leg to rest upon, subordinates could not refuse. Other spirit beasts, regardless of their strength, would never command genuine respect from their peers. Yet the spirit beast could, for it bestowed benefits upon all spirit beasts. This was precisely why, even when newly born and lacking in power, it would ascend to the status of the spirit beast king. Chapter 15. The underbelly. Xiao Wu's worldview shattered for a long while. Su Ran lay upon Xiao Wu's long legs, recuperating. The fragrance emanating from her was indescribably pleasant. Of course, there was also a faint salty tang, perhaps due to Xiao Wu's earlier urgency and vigorous movement. However, it certainly could not be attributed to anything else. Xiao Wu was pure and innocent, incapable of harboring any ulterior motives. Shameless host, always taking advantage of Xiao Wu, the system huffed, watching Su Ran revel in his comfort. It could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. The host is so wicked, pretending to be gravely injured when he is not. Is lying on Xiao Wu's legs in the sun truly that enjoyable? Xiao Wu is not even as beautiful as I am. How could it be so pleasant? Is it not obvious that I must feign injury? How else can I gain Xiao Wu's trust? How else can I showcase Tang San? Su Ran retorted, denying the accusations. Was he truly that kind of person? He was not a lecherous fool. Humph, just shameless, the system said, somewhat discontented. Then I shall refrain from lying down. I need to showcase Tang San now, Su Ran declared, his eyes suddenly snapping open, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. His aura surged once more, appearing as though he had regained his strength. Spirit beast, you're awake? Xiao Wu inquired, a hint of embarrassment and indignation flickering in her beautiful eyes. The divine beast had been resting on her for quite some time, causing her leg to grow numb. My strength has recovered somewhat. We should leave this place swiftly. The titled Douluo may still be searching for me. Remaining here for too long is not safe, Su Ran stated, his eyes filled with gravity. Is there a titled Douluo nearby? Little Dance was drawn in by Su Ran's words, her heart tightening with anxiety. As a 100,000-year spirit beast, she feared that a titled Douluo could see through her true identity. The strength of that titled Douluo is formidable, and I am no match for him. Moreover, he resides in a village close by. It is from there that I managed to escape, Su Ran said, revealing a serious expression. Fortunately, Tang San had a beneficial father. Otherwise, pursuing Little Dance would have proven exceedingly difficult. A titled Douluo resides nearby? Little Dance's complexion shifted dramatically, and a question arose in her mind. If such a being truly existed, why had he not killed her? The titled Douluo's spirit rings and spirit bones are already full. Killing you offers him no advantage. I suspect he has been keeping an eye on you all these years, waiting for the right moment to strike. To take your spirit rings and spirit bones, Su Ran explained. How can this be? Little Dance's face turned pale, trembling all over. She had thought that coming to a secluded place like Nodding City would keep her hidden from powerful beings. Yet it seemed even this remote location could harbor a titled Douluo. She had no doubt about Su Ran's words. As a divine beast, he had no reason to deceive her regarding such matters. Moreover, the divine beast had encountered danger here, further indicating the presence of a titled Douluo nearby. Divine beast. When will he make his move against me? Little Dance's voice quivered slightly, her eyes reddening. She was not afraid of death. Had she feared it, she would not have transformed into a human. What terrified her was the thought of dying in obscurity. How could she avenge her mother then? If she perished, there would be no one left to seek vengeance for her mother's great wrongs. Divine beast, I implore you, show me a way forward. I cannot die. If I do, I will never be able to avenge my mother, Little Dance pleaded, kneeling before Su Ran, her forehead touching the ground, her youthful yet shapely form arched high. Why are you kneeling like this? And in such a posture? This could be misconstrued, Su Ran remarked, pulling her up from the ground. He smiled, knowing he had his own means to create discord between her and Tang San. Once their bond was fractured, he could have Little Dance for himself. As a divine beast, a king among spirit beasts, what was wrong with taking a concubine? Who would dare to object? The title Douluo is named Tang Hao, a peerless powerhouse from the Haotian sect, the #1 sect in the world. After offending the spirit hall, he was expelled from his sect and has been living in seclusion in the Holy Soul village outside Nodding City these years, Su Ran said with a smile. Tang Hao? Little Dance could not help but feel a sense of shock. As a 100,000-year spirit beast, she was not completely ignorant of the world. Long ago, Haotian Douluo vanished from the continent, and his whereabouts remained a mystery. It turns out he is now hiding in this secluded place, which explains why the spirit hall has been unable to find him. However, did I not hear that Haotian Douluo was a good man? His bond with Sister Ayin was profound and deeply moving. Little Wu could not help but inquire. As a soul beast, she felt a surge of emotion upon first hearing this love story, nearly moved to tears. She held Haotian Douluo in high regard. Could such a formidable figure, with a wife as virtuous as Sister Ayin, truly pose a threat to herself and the spirit beast? Little Wu's heart was restless, as if a cherished belief within her was crumbling. Haotian Douluo is good. Su Ran smirked, exuding disdain. Is there truly such a thing as love in this world? Only naive girls would believe in such notions. Do you genuinely think that such beautiful things exist? You must be aware of the sacrifices Ayin made for Tang Hao. Even if a soul beast wishes to offer a sacrifice to a soul master, a crucial condition must be met. The soul master's cultivation must reach level 90, coinciding with the need for a soul ring. Yet, how could such fortuitous circumstances arise? Tang Hao does not possess twin martial souls. How could he have an extra soul ring to spare? If he had indeed broken through to level 90, why did he not promptly hunt for a soul ring? Su Ran scoffed at the idea of such convenient coincidences. Moreover, Tang Hao was not ignorant of a Yin's identity. Yet he allowed her to be exposed before the spirit hall. Even if it was unintentional, he must have known that Little Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast. He did not prevent her from venturing into Spirit City. After the competition, all powerful soul masters across the land became aware of a 100,000-year soul beast named Little Wu. Yet her current strength was exceedingly weak. Even without the spirit hall's interference, other formidable beings might harbor ill intentions towards her. A 100,000-year soul beast is difficult to hunt. But is it not true that a soul zome or soul king could easily take her life? Tang Hao's disguise was more convincing than anyone else's. The exposure of Ayin and Little Wu's identities was orchestrated under his watchful eye. Yet in the original narrative, his portrayal as a deeply emotional and righteous figure remained intact, with no one to unveil the truth. The powerful often wear hypocritical masks resembling ordinary people. They simply excel at showcasing their personas. Su Ran remarked, though he himself was a shameless individual, he would never harm those he cherished. His malice was reserved solely for enemies, while his goodness was bestowed upon those he valued. Is it truly so? How could it be? Little was taken aback, her spirit shaken. The revelations Su Ran shared nearly shattered her worldview. The love legends she had trusted for so many years harbored such hidden truths? Yet, Haotian Douluo had broken through during his escape with Sister Ayin, Little Wu argued, seizing upon Su Ran's words. She still held on to hope that the spirit beast had merely made an erroneous assumption. With Haotian Douluo's prowess, he could undoubtedly control his own cultivation. allowing him to break through whenever he wished. In the midst of turmoil, a breakthrough became more convincing, allowing him to exonerate himself from the suspicion of wishing to kill Ayin. Furthermore, the relentless pursuer of Tang Hao Qin Senji had perished years ago, and the others had vanished as well. Consequently, whatever Tang Hao proclaimed was accepted as truth. Su Ran declared this, shattering the last flicker of hope in Xiao Wu's heart. Tang Hao contemplated leveraging the pressure from the spirit hall to compel Ayin into his sacrificial offering, thereby achieving ascension into the rank of title Douluo. At that time, the power of Hao Yin sect would have surged, having absorbed the spirit ring of 100,000 years, leaving the spirit hall with no choice but to relent. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that Bibi Dong would eliminate the already wounded Qian Sunji and frame him for the crime. The accusation of murdering the Pope plunged the spirit hall, himself, and even Hao Yin sect into an irreconcilable conflict. All of his aspirations were buried by Bibi Dong's machinations. It is often said that wicked individuals find their own demise. Tang Hao drowned his sorrows in alcohol daily, not merely due to infatuation, but because he was the architect behind Yin's tragic fate. He was engulfed by fear, regret, despondency, and anguish. It is only upon losing something that one learns to cherish it. After Yin's departure, he found himself devoid of all he had desired, even facing the relentless pursuit from the spirit hall due to Bibi Dong's slander. This filled him with immense regret. Had he not plotted those treacherous schemes, he would have been the esteemed leader of Hao Tian sect. With a beloved wife, status, and prestige, how could he have fallen to such dire straits of seclusion and evasion? Before meeting Ayin with Tang San, Tang Hao had returned to the sect, having voluntarily crippled himself by severing an arm and a leg. This was not out of obligation to the sect, but rather as a form of self-punishment and atonement to Ayin. Such intricate truths were beyond Su Ran's deduction. He lacked the time to dwell on trivial matters. These revelations were imparted to him by the system, leaving no room for deception. Chapter 16. The Arrival of Tang San. How could there be a man in Xiao Wu's chamber? Hao Tian Douluo turned out to be this sort of person. Alas, Ayin, dear sister, misjudged him and foolishly offered her very life. Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears. As a 100,000-year soul beast, particularly of the rabbit variety, she was intimately acquainted with the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, Ayin. Though they were adversaries from an evolutionary standpoint, their bond was profound. During their time in the Stardo Forest, she often sought Yin's company. Ironically, she had naively believed that Ayin had found a worthy companion. Ultimately, Tang Hao not only claimed Yin's soul ring but also her heart. His cruelty surpassed that of other hunters who merely sought to kill soul beasts. He was far more despicable. Had Ayin known that the one she cherished had always schemed to obtain her spirit ring, calculating her feelings and her sacrifice, even her gentle nature would have likely succumbed to madness. No woman could endure the reality of being manipulated by her beloved. O divine beast! Must humans and soul beasts coexist in such a manner? Xiao Wu raised her beautiful eyes towards Su Ran, her jade-like cheeks tinged with a bittersweet expression. Upon discovering that Ayin had fallen for a human, entwined in such a tragic love story, her heart had once harbored beautiful fantasies. She even envisioned that once her deep-seated vengeance was fulfilled, she could be with her brother, living a life akin to that of the lovebirds, envied by all yet unattainable. However, someone has now revealed to her that this is a grand deception and conspiracy, and she finds herself utterly unable to refute it. Is everything merely a coincidence? Could there truly be such serendipity in this world? She feels a sense of confusion, coupled with a profound disorientation. Henceforth, you may simply call me Brother Su Ran. My name now is Su Ran. The world is fraught with peril, be it humans or soul beasts. Both possess their share of virtuous and malevolent beings. It is time for us to depart, Su Ran remarked, realizing that Xiao Wu remained too innocent. Whether by Tang San's side or his own, her naivety was ever present. Yet perhaps this is fortuitous, for it grants him the opportunity to exploit her vulnerability. Xiao Wu is so beautiful. Once he captures her heart, they could share a blissful life together. In the fragrant chamber of the Nodding Academy, Xiao Wu resides. Su Ran reclined upon the delicate pink bed of Xiao Wu, taking respite from his grievous injuries, which necessitated several days of rest for recovery. Although he was not physically harmed, the determination of his condition was not solely his to declare. Xiao Wu, ever so diligent, instinctively tended to him, understanding the necessity of his repose. Even a mere piece of wood would comprehend the need to remain in bed, let alone himself. Moreover, the subtle fragrance emanating from Xiao Wu's bed rendered him quite reluctant to rise. Of paramount importance was the thought of Tang San discovering him lounging in Xiao Wu's chamber. The ire that would ensue was unfathomable. In that moment, he could seize the opportunity to display his triumph over Tang San. Presently, Tang Hao had become the epitome of malevolence in Xiao Wu's eyes. As Tang San was Tang Hao's son, the implications were evident. Xiao Wu's previous expressions suggested her ignorance of the relationship between Tang San and Tang Hao. What would unfold when she eventually learned of their connection? Even with her unwavering trust in Tang San, she might begin to harbor doubts, fearing that Tang Hao had orchestrated Tang San's approach towards her. Such is the exquisite advantage of being a transmigrator, armed with foreknowledge of the narrative and adept at various schematics. How could Tang San ever hope to be his adversary? Even if Tang San possessed unmatched intelligence, he would likely be left dumbfounded in the face of Su Ran's intricate stratagems. "Brother Su Ran, how fares your health?" Xiao Wu inquired, delicately holding a pink handkerchief that she had dampened and folded, placing it gently upon his forehead. Concern creased her brow as she noted the sudden onset of his fever after his earlier stable condition. The innocent Xiao Wu remained oblivious to the multitude of Su Ran's machinations. She only perceived that his entire body radiated heat, beads of sweat forming upon his skin. Who could have imagined that as a spirit beast, I would become so fragile? "Xiao Wu, I fear I shall be a burden to you in the days to come," Su Ran remarked, his gaze lingering on Xiao Wu's graceful, delicate form, stirring feelings within him. "It is my duty to care for you. Each spirit beast must safeguard thee," Xiao Wu affirmed, a profound sense of responsibility swelling within her. "By the way, Xiao Wu, do you have a boyfriend? If so, I shall withdraw to avoid complicating matters," Su Ran probed, eager to discern Xiao Wu's feelings toward Tang San. At this juncture, she was unlikely to have developed any romantic inclinations towards him, especially as they had yet to embark on their journey to Shrek Academy or face trials of life and death. Their bond, at most, was a mere 6 years of companionship. "No, I could never harbor feelings for a human," Xiao Wu replied softly, her heart fluttering with unease as thoughts of Tang Hao and sister Yin's relationship surfaced. Brother, could it be the same for her? A wave of apprehension washed over her. She wished for her brother to be unlike that kind of man. Over these 6 years, she had discerned Tang San thoroughly. He could never treat her in such a manner. Furthermore, her brother was merely an ordinary person, unaware of her true identity as a spirit beast, and thus could not possibly be as despicable as Tang Hao. Only an utterly shameless individual would engage in such acts. Surely, my brother could never be that kind of person. Tang Hao's time with Sister Yin will not transpire between Tang San and her. She should not harbor suspicions towards Tang San merely because of that despicable and shameless individual, Tang Hao. There exists no connection between Tang San and Tang Hao, and that is a relief. Su Ran cast a glance at Xiao Wu, and understanding dawned upon him. The 6 years of their academic journey had forged a profound bond between Xiao Wu and Tang San. Although, as a divine beast, he had certain expectations of ordinary soul beasts like Xiao Wu, she was compelled to meet them. He could also assist Xiao Wu in seeking vengeance, thereby demanding something in return. Even if he were to act forcefully now, Xiao Wu would dare not protest. Yet, Su Ran was not the kind of base and ignoble person who would stoop to such depths. No matter how shameless one might be, such actions were beyond the pale. One should at least secure the affection first. Ding. Host, Tang San is currently making his way towards Xiao Wu's dormitory. He is somewhat concerned about her. The system's voice echoed, alerting Su Ran. Brother Su Ran, what are you pondering? Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes turned to Su Ran, aware that the divine beast in her possession might be in peril. What if Tang Hao came looking for trouble? Nothing of consequence, merely a lingering discomfort, Su Ran replied, his hand resting on his back, a pained expression crossing his face as he sought to elicit sympathy from Xiao Wu. Is it here that you feel pain? Xiao Wu inquired, sitting on the edge of the bed, her hand resting on Su Ran's chest with a look of concern. Indeed, he affirmed. Allow me to massage it for you, Xiao Wu said earnestly, her small hands gently kneading. Ah, that feels truly delightful. Whoever marries Xiao Wu in the future will indeed be fortunate, Su Ran remarked, a smile gracing his lips, just as Xiao Wu was diligently attending to his back. Tang San quietly approached the entrance of her room, his heart racing with anxiety. Something felt amiss with Xiao Wu today. She might have encountered some trouble. Regardless of the nature of her predicament, he was determined to assist her. Xiao Wu was so beautiful, her slender and exquisite form evoking emotions even within him. Throughout countless days spent together, he had overlooked these facets, but today, when he truly allowed himself to feel, he realized just how breathtaking she had become. As Tang San was about to knock, he heard an incongruous sound emanating from within. It seemed to be that of a man. Xiao Wu, how could this be? He thought incredulously. How could there be a man in Xiao Wu's room? Standing at the door, he sensed the commotion inside with disbelief, his face betraying a mixture of panic and anger. He could not fathom what he was witnessing. Xiao Wu, pure as ice and jade, could never be the type of girl to entertain such impropriety. After receiving her monthly allowance from the spirit hall, Xiao Wu had rented a room on her own. Since that time, even he, Tang San, who was so close to Xiao Wu, had hardly ever entered her boudoir. However, everything had changed now. A man he did not recognize was so intimately close to Xiao Wu. Tang San's body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by an unbearable sense of acceptance. It had been years since he had stepped into her private sanctuary, a place infused with the fragrance of Xiao Wu. Chapter 17. Tang San spits blood. Xiao Wu? Tang San's mood grew increasingly restless. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wu's significance in his heart had become immeasurably profound over the years. His eyes turned crimson. His body pressed tightly against the door, eager to catch a glimpse of the happenings within. Regardless of who it was, even if it were not Tang San himself, any man would find it impossible to remain composed in such a situation. How could one bear to find another man in the room of the girl he cherished? So comfortable, Su Ran remarked, fully aware that Tang San was eavesdropping against the wall. As long as brother Su Ran enjoys it, Xiao Wu nodded. Noticing Su Ran's pale face regain some color, prompting her to massage him with even greater care. In her heart, Su Ran was not merely a mythical beast but also her hope for avenging her mother. The moment Su Ran agreed to assist her in her quest for vengeance, his life had already eclipsed her own in her heart. Her purpose in revitalization was solely for revenge. She would gladly pay any price for it. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Wu remained oblivious to the impropriety of her words, unaware that Tang San was listening just outside. Most importantly, Su Ran had many schemes. No, Xiao Wu. How could this be? Tang San could not help but feel a surge of blood rising in his throat. What had he just heard? Comfortable? What comfort? What could be comfortable between a man and a woman in such a context? Tang San's mind went blank. Xiao Wu had developed such a relationship with another man. Had she rushed off today to seek him out? A wave of discomfort washed over Tang San, and he felt tears welling up. After so many years together, he had not even realized that his feelings for Xiao Wu had transcended the ordinary. It was only today, after this jolt, that he recognized the depth of his emotions for her. What had 6 years of mutual support brought him? Now that he understood how deeply he cherished Xiao Wu, was it still not too late? She had already embraced another man. Tang San let out a bitter smile, his heart heavy with sorrow, as memories of Xiao Wu's anxious demeanor from mere hours ago flooded his mind. She had been so eager to meet that man, even pushing him away in her desperation, solely to find him. That man must hold great significance in her heart. She must truly cherish every moment spent with him. At the very least, that man holds greater significance than he does. Tang San's eyes were reddened, his teeth biting into his own lip, allowing the crimson droplets to flow forth. Yet, he felt no semblance of pain, for his heart endured a far greater agony. Xiao Wu, I never imagined you would make such a choice. Am I truly so lacking? What significance does 6 years of affection hold? Tang San's heart lay in ruins. The events had transpired, and how could he possibly reverse them? Now, Xiao Wu is with that man, and the nature of their relationship was too painful for him to articulate. Should he confront them directly? If he were to witness such a scene, it would be equally unbearable for Xiao Wu. Perhaps, after this, they might not even be able to remain friends. What meaning would such a situation hold? Observing Tang San's turmoil from outside, Su Ran nearly erupted in laughter. He had not anticipated Tang San's ability to conjure such vivid imaginings based on mere words. Initially, he assumed Tang San would be infuriated enough to storm in, leading to an inevitable realization of his misunderstanding. Even if he noticed Xiao Wu's concern for him, any dissatisfaction would hardly reach such extremes. However, to Su Ran's surprise, Tang San simply walked away, doing so with remarkable decisiveness. Did he truly believe Xiao Wu was engaged in such activities? Impossible. Even if he were shameless, Xiao Wu was certainly not that type of person. Yet, it was understandable that Tang San, encountering such a situation for the first time, found it hard to accept. After all, in his previous life, he had been a solitary figure, faced with such a melodramatic scenario, with the woman he cherished in the company of another man. It was natural for him to lose control of his emotions, to the extent of losing his basic capacity for rational thought. Nevertheless, given Tang San's intelligence, he should soon come to his senses. However, Su Ran would not easily let Tang San off the hook. He intended to deepen the misunderstanding, ensuring that by the time Tang San realized the truth, Xiao Wu would already be his. Xiao Wu, does your school have any students with the surname Tang? Su Ran inquired. What would Xiao Wu think if she learned of Tang San's connection to Tang Hao in Nodding City? Tang Hao has likely been keeping a close watch on you. If I am not mistaken, there is indeed a student with the surname Tang at your school. A descendant of Tang Hao. Tang Hao has refrained from acting against you, probably hoping to have his descendant eliminate you to obtain your soul rings and soul bones. Su Ran explained. A surname of Tang? Xiao Wu's expression shifted, her hands that had been massaging Su Ran coming to an abrupt halt. She stood there in a daze, grappling with disbelief. Isn't Tang San the one with the surname Tang? Could he be the son of the Haotian Douluo? His martial soul is blue silver grass. Could it be inherited from Sister Ayin? Xiao Wu trembled lightly, and through Su Ran's hints, she nearly confirmed her suspicions. In a place like Nodding City, how could a person with innate full soul power possibly exist? If he were not Tang Hao's son, how could he possess blue silver grass as his martial soul while also being endowed with innate full soul power? Was he deliberately drawing closer to her? Tang Hao discerned the bloodline of her spirit beast and urged Tang San to approach her from a young age. Would he not eventually eliminate her once his strength escalated? A chill enveloped Xiao Wu, her delicate visage paling in response. She stood there, motionless, as if struck by an overwhelming shock. It cannot be. He is not that kind of person. If he truly sought my spirit ring and spirit bones, how could it feel so genuine? How could his performance be so remarkably convincing? Is he truly capable of such acting? Sitting at the edge of her bed, she murmured to herself. Her frail form seemingly as fragile as a leaf in the wind. What is wrong? Su Ran grasped Xiao Wu's hand, feeling a pang of sorrow. He wished not to witness her sorrowful countenance. Yet, this was a trial she must endure. Otherwise, in the future, De Ming and Er Ming could very well become Tang San's spirit rings. Tang San, a paragon of righteousness, much like his father, who preyed upon those closest to him. Eventually, both father and son would earn the title of hopeless romantics. In all fairness, this aspect of the neighboring Xiao is far inferior to Tang San. If Xiao were to allow Sun Er and Qilin to perish before him, only to seek vengeance thereafter, perhaps he could maintain his persona? When did one's image become reliant on the death of a beloved? What a tragic irony. However, since he had arrived in the Douluo Continent, and since he would undoubtedly showcase his prowess against Tang San, he intended to demonstrate to Tang San the extent of his own inadequacy. The auspicious beast governs the fortune of the world. Here, I possess a cap of destiny, imbued with boundless fortune. Place it upon that person's head, should this cap illuminate. It signifies that all he previously claimed and enacted towards you is not but a fade. Su Ran remarked as a green hat appeared in his hand. What fate awaits Tang San? It is needless to say, a fate tainted in green, a fate of utter uselessness. In Chapter 18, Tang San coughed up blood. Is this meant for me? The hat of destiny? Xiao Wu stared blankly at the hat in Su Ran's grasp. With her 100,000 years of experience, she could not fathom the material of this hat. Even her spiritual energy, attempting to perceive the hat, was completely blocked from entry. This hat was exceedingly enigmatic, seemingly capable of thwarting all forms of scrutiny. Xiao Wu had heard from her mother that auspicious beasts arise in accordance with the world's fortune and possess the power of destiny, which concerns the rise and fall of the Soul Beast clan. Clearly, this hat of fate was also condensed from the power of destiny by an auspicious beast. Brother Su Ran, do you already know? Xiao Wu could not help but smile wryly. How could Su Ran have known about Tang San when she had not yet disclosed anything to him? Well, it's because my little Wu's thoughts are all written on her face. So innocent, she wouldn't even realize when others deceive her emotionally. Your sister Ayin is a cautionary tale, Su Ran said, his hand gently caressing Xiao Wu's smooth hair. Xiao Wu wore a scorpion tail braid, and Su Ran knew that if she were to let her long hair down, it would be her most beautiful moment. Her legs and long hair were her greatest assets. When he finally won Xiao Wu's heart, he would let her hair cascade down and rest upon her beautiful legs, enjoying their world together. Brother Su Ran. Xiao Wu's heart tightened with apprehension. She feared to imagine how sorrowful she would be if Tang San turned out to be such a person. From the moment she set foot in Nodding City, she had been schemed against. Tang San's approach to her was merely a ploy to exploit her soul bone. His father, the Haotian Douluo, was indeed such a man, having even harmed Sister Ayin. He had taught Tang San to engage in such deceit with ease. Tang Hao effortlessly used emotions to obtain Sister Ayin's soul ring, and now he wanted his son to do the same? This speculation in her heart was nearly tantamount to a truth, yet she could not bear to entertain such thoughts. After 6 years of studying together, could Tang San truly be such a despicable person? She could not discern it. Was it really as Su Ran said, that she was simply too naive? If you still doubt your thoughts, then place the hat upon his head. In due course, all will be revealed. if that person harbors ulterior motives. The Hat of Destiny shall emit an extraordinarily brilliant green light, Su Ran said, handing the Hat of Destiny to Xiao Wu. The hat carried profound significance. If Xiao Wu were to personally crown Tang San with it, the act would imbue the moment with a sense of ceremony. Of course, the ability to discern whether Tang San had deceived Xiao Wu was merely a fabrication, intended solely to sever the bond between them. Once dawned, even the strongest of affections would develop fissures. Su Ran is currently imagining the expression that Tang San will wear at that moment. Despair or regret. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Wu ultimately takes the fate hat into her hands. She yearns to trust Tang San, yet doubts pervade her heart. His father, Tang Hao, was responsible for the death of Sister Ayin, and even sought to harm the spirit beast. As the son of Tang Hao, how can she persuade herself to place her faith in him? Moreover, being endowed with innate full soul power, as the son of Tang Hao, he is an unparalleled genius. How could he possibly be reduced to residing in the 7th dormitory alongside her? Could the son of a titled Douluo truly be lacking in funds to the point of becoming a work-study student? The myriad peculiar coincidences between Xiao Wu and Tang San seem less like mere chance and more like a grand design, seemingly orchestrated by Tang San himself. It is no wonder that Xiao Wu harbors suspicions towards him. Rather, it is a testament to Su Ran's intricate schemes. One ploy after another makes it nearly impossible for Xiao Wu to trust Tang San. Unless love has truly rendered her senseless, how could she not harbor doubts? Could the illustrious spirit beast truly engage in such deceptive antics? In her heart, Su Ran embodies the spirit beast, the sovereign of soul beasts, and would never stoop to such behavior. Su Ran, I shall take my leave now, Xiao Wu says, clutching the hat tightly as she rises to exit the room. Her mind in a state of disarray. Bah, shameless host, with too many tricks up your sleeve. The system chuckles softly, our host is indeed formidable. Manipulating Xiao Wu into delivering the hat to Tang San. How could he not be infuriated? Men are often unworthy, yet women remain enamored, Su Ran muses. After all, his purpose for coming to the Douluo Continent is to pursue numerous beautiful maidens, in addition to confronting Tang San. Tang San shrinks in the presence of formidable foes but displays arrogance when faced with the weak, marking him as a fool. As he grows stronger, he even dares to show off before the Purple Pearl, forgetting that without her pirate crew, his 7 companions would have long been devoured by soul beasts. How could he possibly have the audacity to confront her? Later, he resorts to threatening a newly birthed orange with a child of merely a full moon. Is this something any decent person would do? Does he not recall his role as a law enforcer in the divine realm? Is he enforcing his own laws? Such a worthless individual is deserving of torment. May his suffering be as profound as possible. The following day, after school, Xiao Wu and Tang San walk together in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Tang San's mind drifts back to the scene he witnessed yesterday. Upon further reflection, he realizes that there are numerous discrepancies. How could a girl like Xiao Wu, who is so principled, so easily surrender herself, even if she had genuinely developed feelings for another? This possibility is nearly inconceivable. Furthermore, Xiao Wu had been consistently by his side, attending school and returning home together. When could she have found the opportunity to meet someone else? He did not witness anything with his own eyes yesterday. Perhaps, in merely hearing a few words, he misjudged Xiao Wu. Was that not a bit unjust? That individual might be a relative of Xiao Wu, yet he is not necessarily her lover. Contemplating this, Tang San couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Xiao Wu. He began to turn around, intending to articulate his thoughts, but the words became lodged in his throat. He was rendered speechless, utterly dumbfounded, standing motionless in place. For at that moment, Xiao was holding a vibrant green hat, its hue so vivid that it seemed to radiate a glimmer of emerald light under the sun. This hat was undeniably the greenest of greens. However, how could such a green hat have appeared in Xiao Wu's possession? A jolt of alarm surged through Tang San's heart, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. An ominous premonition washed over him. Brother, how long have we known each other? Xiao Wu tilted her head, gazing at the man before her, her expression somewhat dazed. 6 years, Tang San replied, his gaze still fixed upon the hat in her hands. Indeed, 6 years. It is rather shameful to admit that I have yet to gift you anything. You have always been the one spending your golden soul coins on me. This time, I wish to present you with a gift. Xiao Wu's enchanting eyes were drawn to the fateful hat. Su Ran had mentioned that the stronger the aura of destiny, the deeper the shade of green would become. The power of destiny was unfathomable, a force shrouded in taboo. If Tang San were to don it, his fate would inevitably transform. This was precisely why she had decided to place it upon him. The fateful hat not only had the ability to discern Tang San's intentions towards her, but also possessed the power to help him avert calamity. Is this for me? Tang San trembled all over, unable to believe his ears. Xiao Wu was actually gifting him a green hat. What could this possibly signify? Did Xiao Wu intend to mock him? He staggered back a few steps, glancing at the oversized green hat and then at Xiao Wu's delicate visage, before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 19. Your father is named Tang Hao, correct? Tang San's heart ached profoundly as he clenched his fists, his elongated nails digging into his palms. Brother, this hat is called the Hat of Destiny. Wearing it will enhance your fortune, Xiao Wu explained, cradling the green hat as she observed Tang San's reaction. Instantly, her heart sank with concern. Did he comprehend that this hat could unveil his innermost thoughts? Which was why he reacted so vehemently. Was everything Su Ran had said truly accurate? Had he intentionally sought her out? If he were oblivious, how could he exhibit such a reaction upon beholding the hat? It was evident that he was aware of much, perhaps even the true significance of the hat. A myriad of doubts flooded Xiao Wu's mind, causing a chill to envelop her. Observing Tang San's response sent a wave of frost coursing through her, striking at her heart and making her shiver involuntarily. She dared not speculate. Until the ultimate outcome was revealed, she would not entertain such thoughts. The Hat of Destiny? No. This was green, a shade of green. It was a green hat. Tang San shook his head vigorously. In both his past and present lives, the green hat held a singular meaning. Was Xiao Wu now bestowing a green hat upon him, intending to humiliate him? Just yesterday, she had been in the company of another man, and now she dared to present him with a green hat, a blatant act of mockery. Even though he was somewhat inexperienced in matters of the heart, he could not escape the profound humiliation he felt. His dignity had been trampled upon. How could Xiao Wu be such a person? How had he not seen this side of her before? Behind his back, she sought the affection of another man, betrayed him, and now sought to further humiliate him. How could such a person exist in this world? This was indeed a green hat, its vibrancy reflecting the potency of fate's power. Xiao Wu spoke, her heart shattering further. Knowing the implications of green, was Tang San's reaction an attempt to evade reality? No, Xiao Wu, you must not act this way. Tang San glared at Xiao Wu, so enraged he could scarcely find the words. His gaze fixated on the green hat, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. To his terror, he realized that the closer the green hat was to him, the stronger its green radiance became. The brilliance of the green light was blinding, threatening to scorch his eyes. The more intense the green glow, the more it signified the strength of fate's influence. A languid voice resonated as Su Ran strode directly to Xiao Wu's side, his gaze fixed on Tang San, a faint smile gracing his lips. It's you? Tang San seethed, recognizing Su Ran's voice, the very same he had heard in Xiao Wu's boudoir the previous day. Did you instruct Xiao Wu to give me this? Why would you do such a thing? Tang San glared at Su Ran, trembling with rage. It was one thing for this man to have taken Xiao Wu from him, but to manipulate her into presenting him with a green hat was another matter entirely. What normal man could endure such a humiliation? Even Tang San felt the sting of deep insult. He understood Xiao Wu's character. Even if she had developed feelings for another, she would never stoop to such treachery. Clearly, Xiao Wu had been swayed by this man's influence. Why? I only wish to keep you away from Xiao Wu, to prevent her from being harmed by you, Su Ran stated, wrapping his arm around Xiao Wu's delicate waist. His gaze directed at Tang San. Harm Xiao Wu? How could I ever harm her? Tang San retorted angrily. His affection for Xiao Wu was profound. How could he ever wish her ill? He finally grasped that this man was here to claim Xiao Wu for himself. He had even led her to doubt him. Disappointment welled within him. How could Xiao Wu question his intentions? Yet, more than disappointment, there was fury. All the misunderstandings between him and Xiao Wu could be clarified in due time. However, this man clearly harbored ulterior motives towards Xiao Wu. The audacity to embrace her so shamelessly was infuriating. If he truly succeeded in taking Xiao Wu away, it would be an unparalleled disgrace. Tang San's gaze fixed upon Su Ran, his rage reaching a boiling point. Su Ran's arm was brazenly wrapped around Xiao Wu's slender waist, his palm resting on her flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. He had never even touched Xiao Wu. What kind of man dared to lay hands on her? Enveloped in Su Ran's embrace, Xiao Wu felt a surge of panic and quickly extricated herself from his grasp, still clutching the hat in her hand. Su Ran, please don't, she said, casting an apologetic glance at him. The identity of the divine beast was extraordinarily precious, and with a title de law in the vicinity, his inadvertent concealment for her sake, and his willingness to step forward on her behalf, made her anxious. If Tang San truly was such a person, it could spell danger. He would once again be exposed beneath the watchful gaze of the Haoyan Douluo. A wave of emotion washed over her. Su Ran genuinely cared for her and considered her well-being. Otherwise, why would he recklessly remain in this city of nothing? Why would he dare to appear before Tang San? Su Ran, brother? Hearing Xiao Wu address Su Ran in such a manner left Tang San utterly speechless. His body stiffened, frozen in place, while his heart felt as though a sharp blade was carving through it, inducing waves of agony. Xiao Wu had never referred to him so intimately. This man before her was called brother. The implications were abundantly clear. Tang San, there is no need for pretense anymore. It has lost its meaning. From the very beginning, your approach to Xiao Wu was driven by ulterior motives. You were aware of her identity, which is why you acted as you did. Even now, you continue to feign innocence. I must admit, your act is quite convincing, Su Ran remarked, a smile gracing his lips. At this juncture, Tang San could no longer cleanse himself of the situation. Emotions are often elusive, yet the identity of the divine beast was indisputable. Which would Xiao Wu choose to believe? Tang San stood there, bewildered, his expression one of utter confusion. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. What did it mean that he approached Xiao Wu? What ulterior motives? His gaze shifted to Xiao Wu, who appeared to have tears glistening on her cheeks. She seemed so fragile. Why was she so vulnerable? If Xiao Wu were truly heartless, she ought to be joyful at this moment. How could she display such despair? Her evident suffering was clearly tied to him. As Tang San observed this scene, an epiphany struck him. He understood. Xiao Wu had not betrayed him, nor had she wronged him. Su Ran and Xiao Wu share a profound bond, yet it is not one defined by romantic inclinations. However, the despicable and shameless Su Ran schemes behind the scenes, exploiting Xiao Wu's trust to tarnish her perception of herself, leading her to believe she is the deceiver. In truth, the real villain is none other than Su Ran, the contemptible scoundrel. Xiao Wu, allow me to explain, Tang San implores, seeking to unveil Su Ran's true nature to Xiao Wu. Yet, how could Su Ran permit Tang San to achieve his objective? Naturally, he would pursue Tang San relentlessly. Still pretending, are you, Tang San? If my memory serves me correctly, you hail from Holy Soul Village, and your father is named Tang Hao, yes? Su Ran taunts. At this moment, Tang San remains oblivious to the significance of his father. The existence of Tang Hao will only deepen Xiao Wu's misunderstanding of Tang San. Chapter 20. A web of deception. Tang San furrows his brow as he gazes at Su Ran. He has come to a clear understanding of the relationship between Su Ran and Xiao Wu. It appears that Xiao Wu may originate from a formidable power, possessing a distinguished identity, and Su Ran is also affiliated with this influential entity. This explains Xiao Wu's unwavering trust in Su Ran. Furthermore, the most critical point is that Su Ran harbors ulterior motives towards Xiao Wu. Su Ran even schemed against him, leading him to misunderstand Xiao Wu and orchestrating a situation where Xiao Wu would deliver the green hat, thereby undermining their relationship. Realizing all this, Tang San revealed a faint smile. Fortunately, he had awakened to the truth in time. Otherwise, he might have genuinely fallen into Su Ran's trap. At that point, any rift between himself and Xiao Wu would have allowed Su Ran to exploit the situation. However, now that Su Ran was inquiring about his father, Tang Hao, Tang San found himself plunged into deep contemplation once more. Su Ran's schemes were numerous. He had almost misjudged Xiao Wu on several occasions. Now, with this question about his father, was it yet another trap? Su Ran, what exactly are your intentions? Tang San's brow furrowed as he glanced at Xiao Wu. Unable to suppress his concern, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Su Ran. Their bond was so profound, yet Su Ran sought to jeopardize it. Was he even human? In a world filled with beautiful girls, must he resort to such underhanded tactics? At present, Tang San harbored no negative feelings toward Xiao Wu. If he himself had nearly fallen for Su Ran's ploy, how could Xiao Wu possibly be immune to his deceit? This was their first encounter, and he had already been ensnared by Su Ran's manipulations. Xiao Wu was well acquainted with Su Ran, making her susceptible to his persuasive words entirely understandable. Your father is a useless wretch, hiding in Holy Spirit Village for a lifetime, pounding iron. And you are even more pathetic, too cowardly to acknowledge your own origins. Su Ran remarked, clearly perceiving the fury in Tang San's eyes. Origins? Tang San paused, suddenly grasping Su Ran's intent. He aimed to make Xiao Wu aware of just how unremarkable and ordinary his background was, hoping to incite her disdain and ultimately drive her away. Contemplating this, Tang San couldn't help but smile, finding amusement in Su Ran's ignorance of Xiao Wu's true nature. Despite Su Ran's myriad of schemes and plots, what significance do they hold? He fails to comprehend Xiao Wu. Throughout these 6 years, it has always been Tang San by her side. Su Ran is utterly incapable of discerning Xiao Wu's true sentiments. How could she possibly be that sort of individual? If Xiao Wu were one to covet fame and fortune, she would not abandon the resources of a formidable power to come to a humble place like Notting Academy. Indeed, my father is Tang Hao. Although I hail from modest beginnings and a humble background, what of it? I shall exert every effort to become stronger. Once I attain strength, those things will naturally come to me. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Tang San raised his gaze towards Su Ran, his back straightening with resolve, and as he uttered the phrase, do not underestimate the youth and poverty, his eyes shone with fervent brilliance. Xiao Wu values a person's character above all else, rather than their social standing or origins, though he may be of humble birth. His remarkable demeanor is what captivates Xiao Wu's attention. For Su Ran to attempt to seize Xiao Wu from him through cunning and deceit is nothing short of a fool's errand. For Xiao Wu detests those who resort to underhanded tactics. How disgraceful such people are. How could Xiao Wu ever regard them with favor? Tang San mused to himself, a smile gracing his face, completely oblivious to the dimness that clouded Xiao Wu's eyes at that moment. Su Ran was nearly overcome with laughter, thinking Tang San fancied himself a neighboring Xiaoyan, posturing in such a manner. Though Su Ran considered himself a villain, could Tang San truly hope to defeat him? That was a fantasy. Su Ran, have you set another trap for me? Tang San found himself bewildered, suddenly noticing the shift in Xiao Wu's gaze towards him. It had transformed, no longer warm and affectionate, but rather akin to that of a stranger. His heart sank, replaced by a surge of unbridled fury. He could not fathom which aspect had gone awry. What insidious words had this shameless Su Ran spoken to Xiao Wu? Why had she changed so drastically? Tang San could not help but seize Su Ran by the sleeve, his aura pressing down upon him. A dragon has its reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death. Xiao Wu is Tang San's reverse scale. Su Ran, to beguile Xiao Wu and disrupt their bond, had crossed Tang San's threshold of tolerance. How have I ensnared you? If your conscience were clear, how could I have possibly deceived you? Su Ran replied coolly, delivering a swift kick that sent Tang San sprawling. Tang San's strength had yet to reach the level of a soul master. How could he stand against Su Ran? Especially after acquiring the Qilin bloodline, Su Ran's physique had undergone a significant enhancement. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he was already on par with a soul master. Meanwhile, Tang San's martial spirit remained merely blue-silver grass, woefully weak despite possessing the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. How can your strength be so formidable? Tang San exclaimed in shock, staring incredulously at Su Ran. Though Su Ran appeared to be of similar age, his power was unfathomably deep. Neither of them had summoned their martial spirits. However, he possessed the unparalleled skills of the Tang sect, yet he was still sent flying with a single kick. Not even a moment's reaction was afforded to him. The swiftness of that kick was evidently at its zenith. The blue-silver grass martial spirit was nothing but a waste. Could it be that I am not your match? Su Ran scoffed disdainfully, finding Tang San somewhat laughable. In this world, Tang San was no longer the most formidable contender. What significance did the Tang sect's unique skills hold? What of the twin martial spirits? Before him, they were merely a jest. Tang San felt a flicker of anger. He was, after all, a genius with twin martial spirits, and yet he faced such derision. The blue-silver grass was merely a facade. What did Su Ran truly understand? Once he broke through to the tidal Douluo level and fully attuned the rings of the Haotian hammer, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. Enough of this bickering, said Xiao Wu, unable to suppress a sense of despair within. However, when Tang San revealed that his father was Tang Hao, her heart sank once more. Previously, she had been uncertain whether Tang Hao was indeed Tang San's father, as he had never shared details about his family with her, and she had not pressed for answers. But now, with Tang San's own admission, could there be any doubt? Perhaps Tang San had come to Notting City to work as a student under the guidance of Tang Hao. With a tidal Douluo for a father, he still chose to live as a mere worker. How noble of Tang San to forsake wealth and privilege to don the guise of a destitute student, even arriving in patched clothing to lower her guard. Tang Hao and Tang San certainly plotted well. Yet, what could possibly hold more significance in this world than 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bones? Tang San was inherently a prodigy. Should he eliminate her to claim her spirit ring and bones, his future strength was unfathomable. Brother, this is the last time I shall call you that. If you truly have a clear conscience, wear this hat. Otherwise, let us sever ties here and now. Xiao Wu took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes growing cold as they met Tang San's gaze. Chapter 21. Tang San's explosive mindset. An inexplicable explanation. Xiao Wu, what troubles you? Tang San's heart ached as he beheld her exquisite visage. The golden sunlight cascaded down, illuminating Xiao Wu's delicate figure, rendering her even more enchanting. as though she had stepped forth from a painting. Yet, this stunning Xiao Wu wished to sever their bond. How could this not cause him pain? The 6 years spent with Xiao Wu at Notting Academy constituted the happiest moments of his 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, as a disciple of the Tang sect, he was solely focused on the study of hidden weapons and the sect's exceptional skills, which rendered his existence dull and monotonous. After his rebirth, he lived a meager life with his drunken father, struggling to make ends meet. At merely 3 or 4 years old, he had to wash clothes and cook for himself. Initially, he believed his life would pass in such a mundane manner. However, it was at Notting Academy that he encountered Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, at the Notting Academy, is the most beautiful girl. Her skin is radiant and white as snow, adorned with a long scorpion tail braid, and her enchanting eyes resemble exquisite jewels. From that moment, Xiao Wu invaded his heart. In 2 lifetimes, she was the first and only girl by his side. There was a time when he heard her call him brother, and an overwhelming desire to protect this girl surged within him. He even found himself nurturing a bold notion. He had heard Wang Sheng and others discuss that siblings without blood ties need not be mere siblings. Their relationship could evolve further. If Xiao were to transform her address from brother to big brother, their bond could deepen beyond its current state. At that moment, he could not help but strike Wang Sheng, his face betraying no emotion, yet his heart was filled with joy. Now, Xiao had matured, her chest gently rising and falling, her curves becoming more pronounced. At times, he found himself unable to resist stealing glances at her figure, relishing the sight. Yet, now Xiao Wu wished to sever their ties, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. Xiao Wu, what have I done wrong? I can change, Tang San said. Taking a deep breath, no matter what, he was determined to salvage his image in Xiao Wu's heart. He believed that a mere outsider's slander could not tarnish their bond. Change? Some things cannot be altered. The one who needs to change is not you, but me. From your perspective, everything you have done over the years is without fault. Xiao Wu replied, tears marking her delicate cheeks. Indeed, she was a soul beast. 100,000-year-old soul beast taking form. What wrong would it be if Tang San, despite his efforts to remain by her side, sought to kill her? It was only natural for humans to hunt soul beasts. Rue Beast was right. Such actions could not merely be labeled as right or wrong. One was a soul beast, the other a human. From Tang San's standpoint, he was justified in his actions. Yet, why did she feel such profound heartbreak? Despite knowing the outcome, she was reluctant to accept it. Why must Tang San be the son of that demon, Tang Hao? Had he not been, perhaps she would have continued to trust him unwaveringly. Xiao Wu, please don't cry. What have I done? Tell me, and I will change everything. I will do whatever you ask, Tang San implored, his anxiety palpable. Even now, he could not comprehend what he had done to cause her such sorrow. Why was Xiao Wu so heartbroken? He questioned himself, believing he had never acted to harm her. He wished to protect her, not to hurt her. Do you still refuse to acknowledge it? If you truly wish to prove your innocence, then wear the hat of fate. In that moment, everything will become clear. If I have misunderstood you, I shall apologize, Xiao Wu said, inhaling deeply as she fought back her tears. With both hands, she lifted the hat of fate, hope and reverence gracing her delicate features. She longed for Tang San to place this green hat of fate upon his head. As long as he is able to don the hat of destiny, everything will become abundantly clear. The hat of destiny possesses the ability to discern all. Su Ran once stated that if the hat of fate radiated a green light atop Tang San's head, it would signify that he had been deceitful all along. Su Ran, as a divine beast and the emperor of soul beasts, spoke with absolute authority. A divine beast could not possibly deceive her in this regard. Little Wu, this is not a hat of fate. It is a green hat, and a rather large one at that. The closer it comes to me, the greener it appears. And now it has even transformed into a dark green hue, undeniably verdant. Tang San shivered, gazing at the green hat with profound terror. He refused to believe it was a hat of fate. This was clearly a ploy orchestrated by Su Ran, compelling Little Wu to place this green hat upon him. Su Ran's intentions were truly malicious. Had Little Wu not been present, he would have drawn his hidden weapon and unleashed a volley upon Su Ran's face, leaving no trace of him behind. Tang San had never been so enraged, yet Su Ran had completely unhinged him. He vowed that if he did not eliminate Su Ran in this lifetime, he would not consider himself human. To have the one he cherished personally adorn him with a green hat was an affront to his dignity, a humiliation he could not endure. Are you still unwilling to wear it? Of course, you understand what this green signifies. You would never don it. Seeing Tang San's reluctance to accept the hat of fate, Little Wu's heart sank into despair. In her eyes, Tang San was already aware of the hat's true nature, and his continued evasion stemmed from a fear of exposure. Yet, did he truly believe she was oblivious? The signs were glaringly evident. Did he think her a fool? His father, Tang Hao, had already used a similar ruse to bring about the demise of Sister Ayin. Was he so naive as to attempt the same trick again? With Sister Ayin as a cautionary tale, would she truly be so gullible? If she were to believe Tang San, she might end up sacrificing herself just as Sister Ayin had, potentially leading to the same fate for Deming and Erming. Even if her innocence made her susceptible to Tang San's charm, she had the divine beast at her side. The divine beast would not deceive her as Tang San had done. With the divine beast's guidance, no matter how naive she might be, she would not fall for Tang San's deceit. I will wear it. Tang San's voice trembled. When he met little Wu's gaze, which now regarded him as a stranger, fear gripped him. He feared that little Wu might abandon him. He was uncertain what the green hat truly represented or what illusion Su Ran had cast upon little Wu. All he knew was that if he did not wear this green hat, little Wu would sever their bond. Chapter 22. Tang San's Frenzy. A desire to eliminate Su Ran. Tang San's heart was consumed with loathing. Why had he met such a disgraceful end? To be adorned with a green hat was an utter humiliation. Yet, if he refused to wear it, little Wu would part ways with him. Conversely, if he donned it, he would fall into Su Ran's trap, becoming the subject of his ridicule. Within him simmered a deep-seated resentment. He did not harbor hatred for little Wu, for she too was a victim of Su Ran's deception. His animosity was directed solely at Su Ran. This despicable wretch seeks to seize Xiao Wu and adorn him with the green hat of infamy. Although he is oblivious to the intricacies that have transpired between him and Xiao Wu, he is acutely aware that this entire scheme is orchestrated by the vile Su Ran. Tang San, cease your perpetual grimace and allow a smile to grace your countenance. This hat, verdant in hue, embodies an abundance of fateful energy. The greener it is, the more potent the forces of destiny it encapsulates. Su Ran proclaimed as he approached Tang San and patted him on the shoulder. He could not fathom why Tang San appeared so despondent. Had he truly bullied him? To navigate life's tribulations, one must don a touch of green. Such a treasure, imbued with rich, fateful power, is not easily acquired by the average soul. In the days to come, this hat shall serve to ward off calamity. Su Ran continued. His intentions clear. Should the hat find its way onto Tang San's head, his mission would be deemed complete. At that moment, he would be rewarded with 500 skill points. Yet, above all, it would signify Tang San's disgrace. Once the hat of fate is placed upon Tang San, it becomes an indelible mark. Crafted from a unique energy produced by the system, it is resistant to external forces. Su Ran, your treachery knows no bounds. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me today shall be repaid, piece by piece, Tang San declared. His complexion pale as he gazed at the approaching hat in Xiao Wu's hands, a flicker of dread igniting within him. Suddenly, he was gripped by fear. He sensed that this green hat was no ordinary object. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of anxiety, holding her breath. She wished fervently that the hat of fate bore no luminescence, that all previous occurrences were mere coincidences. If so, she could reconcile with Tang San, allowing her to bury today's events in forgetfulness. The atmosphere around them descended into an eerie silence. Xiao Wu inhaled deeply, cradling the hat of fate, and decisively placed it upon Tang San's head. A resounding click echoed as if an unseen clasp had locked into place, and simultaneously, a brilliant green light erupted from Tang San's crown. This light was so intense that even in the broad daylight, it enveloped the surrounding area in its glow. How intensely green! The radiance persisted. Tang San trembled at the sight of this overwhelming green light, never before having encountered such a vivid spectacle. What did this green hat signify? What words had Su Ran whispered to Xiao Wu? Now that he bore the hat, surely Xiao Wu would come to trust him. Tang San inhaled once more. If only he could dispel the misunderstandings between them. What did his humiliation matter? For Xiao Wu, he would endure anything. Xiao Wu, the hat of fate now rests upon my head. You must believe me, he implored, gazing at her through the luminous green. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the true implications of the green light in Xiao Wu's heart. It glowed. The hat of fate shone brightly. It is glowing, Xiao Wu murmured, her face paling, her delicate form trembling slightly as she instinctively took a few steps back, overwhelmed by her emotions. Even though she had known the answer from the very beginning, witnessing the scene before her shattered her heart. She never anticipated that Tang San truly harbored intentions to harm her. Over the course of 6 years, he had concealed his true motives, plotting to seize her soul ring and soul bone. One must admit, Tang San had hidden his schemes exceptionally well, to the extent that she remained entirely oblivious. Had it not been for the appearance of the divine beast that roused her from her stupor, she might still be naively following Tang San. When the time came for him to emulate his father, Tang Hao, and take her soul ring and soul bone, she would be utterly unaware that it was Tang San who had orchestrated her demise from the shadows, if her fate were to mirror that of Sister Aine. To die without understanding, unaware that it was the one she loved who had betrayed her, how tragically poignant would that be? Tang San, henceforth, there shall be no connection between us. You may continue on your path of sunlight while I traverse my narrow bridge. The voice of Xiao Wu seemed devoid of emotion as she gently closed her eyes, tears glistening as they traced down her cheeks. At this moment, she found Tang San somewhat laughable. He was fully aware of what the hat of fate signified, yet, upon being exposed, he still chose to feign ignorance. Tang San truly excelled at the art of performance. Yet, if his acting had not been so convincing, she would not have been deceived to such an extent over these years. Xiao Wu, have I not already donned this hat of fate? What is amiss with you? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's increasingly callous words, Tang San shouted at her with desperation. His composure had frayed. He was truly unraveling. Xiao Wu's disdain for him had reached a point where he had donned the green hat, believing that complying with her wishes would quell her anger. Yet now, her heart seemed even more hardened. What did this green hat symbolize? What was wrong with him? 6 years, you deceived me for 6 long years. And you dare ask what is wrong with me? Xiao Wu retorted vehemently, her voice cold and unyielding. She had never encountered such a side of Tang San before. For 6 years, he had lingered by her side as if she were a sibling. What did he perceive her as? A domesticated animal? Would he wait until his power was sufficient to bear 100,000-year soul ring before extinguishing her life? Xiao Wu, I did not. Su ran, despicable and shameless. What have you said to her? Did you feed her some enchanted potion? Tang San shouted frantically, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He charged towards Su Ran, unleashing his martial soul as the thick vines of blue-silver grass lunged towards Su Ran's neck. Xiao Wu's heartless demeanor had completely stripped him of his rationality. A profound agony twisted within him, and he now understood that to reclaim the obedient and exquisite Xiao Wu, he must first eliminate Su Ran. Su Ran has been manipulating Xiao Wu all along. No matter how well he presents himself, she will never trust him. The overwhelming intent to kill blinded Tang San to the point that he forgot to utilize his soul skills. Instead, he charged at Su Ran with a primal instinct between men. Before Tang San could reach Su Ran, Xiao Wu struck first. Her long scorpion-tailed braid tightly ensnared Tang San's neck, while her elegant legs forcefully kicked into his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Tang San, are you so infuriated by shame? Upon realizing the inevitable outcome, Xiao Wu relinquished any remaining illusions about him. The truth spoke for itself, and Tang San had nothing to defend. A haunting crimson glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes as the dormant bloodline within her began to stir. She was a soul beast of 100,000 years. No matter how innocent she might seem, she was still a rabbit that had lived for a millennium. Deceived by Tang San for so long, her emotions misplaced, how could she not feel rage? Xiao Wu, you dare to strike me? Tang San lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, the searing pain twisting his expression. Yet, the deeper agony resided within his heart. Xiao Wu, all of this has been orchestrated by Su Ran. He has been manipulating us. Before Su Ran approached you, how harmonious were our feelings. We studied and trained together. But the moment Su Ran appeared, everything changed. Su Ran is a demon. He is a devil. Do not believe a single word he says. Tang San spoke in a frantic rush, his words tumbling over one another. Within just a day or two, Xiao Wu had been ensnared by Su Ran's deceit. What would become of her in the future? He shuddered at the thought. Would Xiao Wu come to see him as an enemy? The image of that once innocent and beautiful Xiao Wu, now so indifferent towards him, pierced his heart. He even discerned a profound hostility in her gaze. Xiao Wu, do you now regard him as your foe? Tang San, how fitting for you to turn the tables. Xiao Wu trembled with rage upon hearing his words. She could scarcely comprehend how such a shameless individual could exist in the world. Tang San understood the significance of the fate hat. Its green glow spoke volumes. Yet now, he dared to shift the blame onto the auspicious beast. What stature does the auspicious beast hold? It is a being of innate fortune, a treasure of the soul beast realm. Even if Su Ran possesses only a year of cultivation, he remains an exalted figure within the soul beast hierarchy. The auspicious beast can accelerate the growth of soul beasts, and its power can assist in overcoming tribulations. Such abilities compel all formidable soul beasts to curry favor with the auspicious beast, fearing even a hint of disrespect. With such a revered status, would the auspicious beast deceive her? What could it possibly covet from her? Even if it desired her beauty, could she ever resist? If the auspicious beast wished to harm her, would it not be a simple matter? When a sovereign commands, a subject must comply. As long as the auspicious beast raises its arm and calls out, news will spread among the soul beasts, and countless of them will come to slay her in an attempt to please the auspicious beast. Ironically, Tang San remains oblivious to Su Ran's true identity, still attempting to tarnish his reputation. Yet, even Tang Hao might not be aware of the auspicious beast's identity, so how could Tang San know? Su Ran, let us depart. Xiao Wu disregarded Tang San, taking Su Ran's hand and swiftly walking away. The mere sight of Tang San now filled her with disgust. However, she could not act against him, for behind Tang San stood the formidable Hao in Douluo, whose power they could not hope to contend with. Even the auspicious beast was no match for Hao in Douluo at this moment. Xiao Wu, don't go. Don't follow him. Tang San felt a wave of desperation, racing frantically towards Su Ran and Xiao Wu. In that moment, he harbored no hatred for Xiao Wu. Instead, he felt a twinge of pity for her. His ire was solely directed at Su Ran, whom he deemed despicable. How much suffering would Xiao Wu endure if she remained by his side? Leave. Su Ran replied with a faint smile, effortlessly sending the already agitated Tang San flying with a single kick. He regarded Tang San with a sense of mockery. No matter how unscrupulous he might be, he would never allow Xiao Wu to be sacrificed, nor would he permit her only friends, De Ming and Er Ming, to meet such a fate. What could Tang San truly offer Xiao Wu? By staying with him, she would only encounter endless grievances. Su Ran regarded Tang San's verdant crown with a hint of amusement. How would Tang San react upon discovering that the green hat atop his head was utterly inescapable? From that moment onward, bearing the gift of this green hat would surely usher in a lifetime of misfortune for him. As for the exact effects of the green hat presented by the system's lovely assistant, even he remained uncertain. However, Su Ran was aware that the intensity of its color deepened in accordance with his growing bond with Xiao Wu. Most notably, it would radiate light during moments of intimacy shared between him and Xiao Wu, a constant reminder of his identity. What identity, you ask? Undoubtedly, the identity of one who has been greened. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 500 skill points, came the voice of the system's assistant. She was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how swiftly Su Ran managed to fulfill the task. The bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu was so robust, yet the host had forcibly turned them into adversaries. Yet, one could hardly blame him. After all, Tang San's father was Tang Hao. Despite his extraordinary lineage, he had chosen to be a labor student and forge a friendship with her. A normal person would naturally harbor suspicions. Moreover, Tang Hao's previous reputation had long since crumbled before Xiao Wu. Ain, the 10,000-year soul beast, had befriended Tang Hao, ultimately becoming a soul ring tethered to him. How strikingly similar this was to her relationship with Tang San. The sheer coincidence of it all was overwhelming. Even Tang San, with his silver tongue, could not unravel this web of circumstance. Ah, how simple it was. Xiao Wu no longer trusted Tang San. Henceforth, winning over the precious Xiao Wu would be significantly easier. Su Ran mused silently, his gaze fixed upon the radiant girl before him, exuding the charm of youthful exuberance. Her long, graceful legs moved with elegance, while her lengthy scorpion-tail braids swayed playfully against her fair skin, embodying a unique allure. Xiao Wu, Tang San looked ahead, witnessing the sight of Xiao Wu and Su Ran hand in hand, resembling a couple in love. Upon seeing this scene, sorrowful tears streamed down his cheeks. A man may shed tears, but only when the heart is truly pained. The events of the day had nearly shattered his composure. Su Ran, that despicable rogue, kept casting furtive glances at Xiao Wu's long legs and bosom. It required no great intellect to deduce Su Ran's intentions towards her. It was precisely because Su Ran perceived the bond between Xiao Wu and himself that he contrived to sever it. Now, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wu harbored animosity towards Tang San, all due to Su Ran's insidious meddling. Chapter 24. The despicable and shameless Xiao Gang Su Ran. You are truly insidious. You are indeed cunning. Most ordinary individuals would find themselves at a loss against you. Yet, there is one thing you may never anticipate. I am not a native of the Douluo Continent. I am a traveler from another world, and my strength cannot merely be gauged by cultivation alone. When my hidden weapons are unleashed, your demise is inevitable. Tang San clenched his fists and rose from the ground. In his hand, he clutched a black concealed weapon sheath, measuring a foot in length. Should he resort to using this weapon, what would Su Ran amount to? Moreover, in his previous fury, he had not even released his martial soul. Under full exertion, how could Su Ran possibly stand against him? No matter how formidable Su Ran was, he could not surpass him. Tang San rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this street was rather desolate, sparing him the embarrassment of having his recent disgrace witnessed. Had he been on a bustling thoroughfare, the news of his humiliation would have spread like wildfire throughout Notting City. In such a case, he would truly have no face left to show in that city, regardless of the context. For a man to be cuckolded is a profound source of shame. Even as a level 99 title Douluo, being subjected to such an insult would invite scorn from all. Humph, Su ran. Once Xiao's spirits are lifted, I shall seek you out again. Then, you shall learn the true meaning of cruelty. Some individuals are simply beyond your reckoning. Tang San inhaled deeply, raising his hand to grasp the green hat atop his head, yearning to rip it off and shatter it to pieces. Yet, no matter how he strained, the hat seemed affixed to him, refusing to budge. This is disastrous. A pang of dread surged within Tang San. Being cuckolded was bearable as long as no one else witnessed it. However, if he could not remove the hat, it would indeed spell his ruin. Would he have to endure this humiliation for a lifetime? The thought sent shivers down his spine, draining the color from his face. He could scarcely fathom such a fate. If he were to don this green hat in public, it would draw countless gazes, and everyone would know of his disgrace. No, it cannot be. This is merely an ordinary hat. How could it possibly be so impossible to remove? Tang San trembled violently. In desperation, he unleashed his martial soul, employing every ounce of strength to dislodge the hat. Thick blue-silver vines sprouted from his hands, surging toward the green hat, pulling with all their might. Yet, as before, there was no reaction, only a profound pain. After what felt like an eternity, he sensed that his scalp might be torn away. Yet, the hat remained stubbornly affixed to his head as if it had melded with him. Unless he were to tear off his own scalp, it would remain intractable. Why can I not remove it? It feels as though it is glued to my head. Su ran, what have you done to me? The humiliation I have endured today shall be repaid 100-fold. Tang San's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground as he bellowed in rage. His expression was one of despair, as he envisioned the grim future that awaited him. In his eyes burned an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Su ran had not only shattered his relationship with Xiao, but had also sought to take away his beloved. He was forced to wear a green hat. A permanent one at that, impossible to remove. This was utterly humiliating. Indeed, he thought, the teacher should be able to assist me. Tang San spoke with a trembling voice. Realizing that the only recourse he had left was his teacher. If the teacher could not help him, he truly did not know what he would do. He stripped off his undergarments, tightly wrapping his head to conceal any trace of green from the outside world. Then, he dashed frantically towards the dormitory of Xiao Gang. At this moment, Xiao Gang was engrossed in a tome, carefully savoring its contents. The text was adorned with delicate characters, elaborating on the treatise. As he examined the script, a striking figure emerged in his mind, a woman of unparalleled beauty. She wore an opulent black robe embroidered with golden patterns, a 9-curved purple-gold crown atop her head, and held a staff about 2 meters long, encrusted with countless gemstones. The woman possessed an almost flawless visage, and the noble, sacred aura she exuded evoked a sense of reverence, compelling one to kneel before her flowing gown. Recalling this visage, Xiao Gang displayed a trace of infatuation. Such a woman, resplendent in her grace, with a physique as ripe as a peach, made him long to embrace her tenderly. Moreover, she held the esteemed title of Pope, a status even loftier than that of the emperors of the 2 great empires. To cradle such a woman in his arms would bestow upon him an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Donger, do not blame me for my cold-heartedness. You see, upon hearing the news of Qian Xuanji's demise, I hastily orchestrated a separation from Lu Erlong. Did I not? I have not laid eyes on her for years. All to convey my true feelings to you. If Qian Dalu, that old wretch, were to perish, I would seek you out, Xiao Gang murmured, a smile gracing his face. He once believed that he had lost his chance with Bibian, having become involved with his cousin Lu Erlong in a bid to vie for control of the Golden Iron Triangle. However, the unexpected news of Qian Xuanji's swift demise rekindled his hopes, and naturally, he would no longer remain with Lu Erlong. Although Lu Erlong was also beautiful, her appearance paled in comparison to Bibidan's, who was, after all, the Pope. A man who had embraced the Pope would command respect across the land. Who could dare label him as worthless? At that time, everyone would revere him. Yet, as of now, Qian Dalu still lived. Seeking out Bibidan would be akin to courting disaster. He resolved to wait until Bibidan reached the pinnacle of level 99, at which point he could safely approach her. The image of Lu Erlong resurfaced in his mind. He had not seen her for years. Surely, the once breathtaking beauty had matured into an even more alluring figure. Regrettably, her status was far inferior to that of Bibi Don. Nevertheless, such matters could be contemplated later. If Xiao San's talents proved exceptional, becoming the strongest in the continent, I, as his teacher, could finally rid myself of the title of a waste. Tang San had grievances with Bibi Don. Perhaps, in due time, she would meet her end. In that case, I shall join forces with Erlong to nurture Tang San, Yu Xiaojing murmured, feeling a sense of quiet pride. Tang San, with his dual martial souls, harbors the potential to become the mightiest in the future. This prospect fills him with anticipation, for nurturing a formidable individual signifies his rightful place as the foremost theorist. Yet, it is regrettable that the exquisite Bibi Dong may ultimately fall victim to Tang San, despite never having truly possessed Bibi Dong. The thought of her demise stirs a twinge of sorrow within him. Bibi Dong, also a wielder of dual martial souls and the Pope of the Spirit Hall, would undoubtedly turn her wrath upon Tang Hao and Tang San in the times to come. However, regardless of the victor, he remains unscathed. After all, neither Bibi Dong nor Erlong has openly declared their intentions toward him. Whatever transpires in the future, he stands to emerge as the winner. Your future mistress, whether Erlong or Bibi Dong, lies in your hands, dear San, Yu Xiaojing mused, hoping for Tang San's growth, as it would grant him a greater sense of accomplishment. Merely being the husband of the Pope could lead to whispers of him living off her success, a title he would rather not bear. Chapter 25. This hat. An invaluable treasure. Knock. 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 The urgent rapping at the door interrupted Yu Xiaojang's reverie. Abruptly jolted from his daydream, a frown crossed his face. He had been lost in thought, envisioning playful moments with Donger and Erlong, only to have his musings shattered, igniting a flicker of irritation within him. Taking a deep breath, he closed the tome, banishing the gloom from his expression and restoring his countenance to normalcy before calling out, "Who is it?" "Teacher, it is I, Tang San," he replied anxiously, pounding on the door in a frenzy. The prospect of enduring a permanent humiliation loomed over him, shattering his usually composed demeanor. He now placed all his hopes upon his teacher, Yu Xiaojing. Should his mentor be unable to assist him in shedding this green hat, he would be left with no face to show to the world henceforth. "Tang San, what troubles you?" Yu Xiaojing inquired, opening the door to reveal Tang San, his head wrapped in a cloth reminiscent of an elderly woman's headscarf. At that moment, Tang San stood bare-chested, hands clutching the fabric atop his head, his peculiar demeanor leaving Yu Xiaojing astonished. "What is this, San? Why are you wearing that cloth?" Yu Xiaojing could not help but question, his gaze mixing concern with confusion. He understood Tang San's character. He would never exhibit such distress unless faced with an extraordinarily challenging predicament. Typically, Tang San endeavored to resolve his issues independently, seeking help only when utterly stumped. Clearly, Tang San had encountered a particularly troublesome dilemma, one that pertained to his very head. The wise Yu Xiaojing perceived much in that moment. "Teacher, I have been wronged. I am truly wronged," Tang San stammered, trembling as he revealed the garment atop his head, exposing the green hat for Yu Xiaojing to behold. "What has transpired, San?" Yu Xiaojing blinked in confusion, somewhat at a loss. He merely recognized that the hat was quite attractive, and for the moment, he did not contemplate any other implications. "Teacher, listen to me. This is a hat of destiny." "No, it is simply a green hat. Regardless of whether it is indeed called a hat of destiny or possesses any formidable powers, it remains fundamentally a green hat," Tang San stated earnestly. He cared not for the hat's potential benefits or its ability to ward off calamities. He only knew that the sight of it stirred a sense of agitation within him. This was Su Ran's humiliation directed at him. If he were to wear such a humiliating object atop his head, even if no one else saw it, he himself would surely go mad, for he would instantly recognize his own reflection and see the green hue. Thus, Yu Xiaojing remained somewhat perplexed. He could not help but touch the soft fabric of the hat resting on Tang San's head, noting that it was crafted from remarkably fine material. It was no wonder he was oblivious to such things. His singular focus on theoretical study had rendered him deaf to the world outside. He was also unaware of the implications associated with the color green. "Teacher, do you not perceive what is before you?" Tang San inhaled deeply, gazing intently at Yu Xiaojing. Could it be that even a mind as astute as the teacher's could not discern the significance of this hat? "I see it, indeed. The fabric is quite fine, and the style is rather pleasing. Do remember to procure one for me next time," Yu Xiaojing replied, stroking the top of Tang San's head. Feeling that the material of the hat was of an extraordinary quality, it seemed far superior to any fabric he had encountered, even surpassing the finest pelts of soul beasts. It is not merely the style. The hat cannot be removed. Tang San felt a sense of despair welling within him. While he understood that his teacher was not jesting at his expense, his pride had nonetheless sustained a blow. Cannot be removed? Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang's expression turned genuinely grave as he scrutinized the hat atop Tang San's head. He grasped the brim forcefully, attempting to pry it off. To his astonishment, the hat would not budge, no matter his efforts. After a prolonged struggle employing various methods, even resorting to scissors, he found the hat utterly unyielding. This peculiar hat, even for Xiao Gang, proved to be an insurmountable challenge. There are no records of such a hat in the classics. What shall we do? He murmured softly. Despite his extensive knowledge of soul masters gleaned from ancient texts, he felt utterly lost when faced with the unknown. What did you say, teacher? Tang San could not help but inquire, having missed Xiao Gang's previous words. This hat is exceedingly strange. It seems to be firmly affixed to your head, and conventional methods will likely prove ineffective in removing it. Scissors cannot sever it. Our only recourse now is to employ that technique. Xiao Gang shook his head, turning to retrieve a large hammer from the inner room. The hammer, forged from fine iron, appeared modest in size, yet weighed at least several dozen pounds. Teacher, what do you intend to do? Tang San gasped at the sight of the hammer, unable to suppress his unease. The teacher surely cannot intend to shatter the hat with a hammer, can he? This may be the only feasible approach, Xiao Gang solemnly declared while grasping the hefty mallet. He had just observed that the hat, though supple to the touch, would harden upon impact, which was precisely why he had been unable to cut it with scissors moments ago. In light of this, it is your turn, teacher. Tang San gritted his teeth and resolutely stated. Xiao San, endure the pain. Concentrate all your soul power in your head to mitigate the hammer's impact, Xiao Gang advised. Tang San then unleashed his martial spirit, channeling his entire soul power to his head. His face was etched with determination, even if he were to suffer a concussion. Breaking this hat would be worth the risk. He had no desire to wear this hat for even a moment longer. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck Tang San's head with Xiao Gang employing the strength of an ordinary person, while Tang San, empowered by his martial spirit, was shielded from severe injury. However, both Xiao Gang and Tang San were taken aback when, just as the hammer was about to make contact with Tang San's crown, an unexpected event unfolded. The originally soft hat instantaneously transformed into an indestructible barrier, with the hammer's impact leaving it utterly unscathed. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang's arm trembled violently from the recoil. Indeed, there is something amiss. Xiao Gang took a deep breath and struck again with renewed force. With a loud clang, the hat remained unblemished. After a flurry of strikes, his eyes began to shimmer with intrigue, and a tempest of emotion surged within him. This is indeed a treasure. Xiao San has stumbled upon something remarkable. He had observed closely. The formidable hammer, despite its might, failed to mar the hat, while iron shavings scattered from the hammer's head. This was clear evidence of the hat's extraordinary defensive capabilities, surpassing even that of refined iron. Such a treasure, if Tang San could wear it consistently, would undoubtedly open myriad possibilities for his future. The head is a particularly vulnerable area. Possessing such formidable protective gear would significantly enhance Tang San's prospects in battle. Prior to harnessing the Haotian hammer martial spirit, blue silvergrass was his primary means of attack. As a control-type soul master, the demands on mental acuity are immense. The mind is crucial for a control-type soul master to lead their team to victory. Now, with this at shielding his head, it would naturally bolster his strength. Xiao Gang pondered these thoughts, dismissing any notion of whether the hat held special significance for Tang San. As Tang San's mentor, all he needed to know was that the hat was extraordinarily powerful, unquestionably so. If Tang San successfully navigated his developmental phase and emerged as a formidable figure, he would bask in unparalleled glory. As for whether this powerful individual wore a green hat, it was of no consequence to Xiao Gang. After all, it was not he who would be donning it. Teacher, what are you contemplating? Tang San inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity, sensing that the teacher's gaze was peculiar, almost as if he were beholding a priceless artifact. This is no treasured relic, merely a hat imbued with symbolic significance. Since this ordinary hammer cannot shatter the hat, you should attempt to wield your second spirit. Your second spirit is indomitable, possessing destructive power beyond that of any commonplace object. Xiao Gang remarked, his gaze filled with anticipation. If even the Haotian hammer cannot break this hat, it would indeed signify that it is an invaluable treasure. Chapter 26. Tang San's despair, Xiao Gang's excitement indeed. I possess a second spirit. Tang San's eyes sparkled anew. Although he was unaware of the name of his second spirit, he recognized its extraordinary nature. At this moment, Tang San was oblivious to the fact that his father was the Haotian Douluo and that his second spirit was the Haotian hammer. However, he could gauge the speed and power of his spirit energy consumption through the two spirits he possessed. His second spirit was undoubtedly a formidable one. At least at Notting Academy, he had yet to encounter anyone whose spirit surpassed his. With such a powerful spirit at his disposal, he was determined to strike it. He could not fathom that the hammer would fail to break it. Tang San withdrew his blue-silver grass spirit into his body, and with a slight surge of energy, a hammer materialized in his grasp. It was a hammer entirely black in hue, with a handle approximately half a foot long, its cylindrical head resembling a miniature forging hammer. Yet, upon its dark surface lay a unique radiance, with faint patterns winding around the cylindrical head. This was Tang San's spirit, the Haotian hammer. As he infused his Grandmaster-level spirit energy into the Haotian hammer, it immediately emanated a deep black glow, casting a heavy atmosphere throughout the room. Truly, the Haotian hammer deserved its title as the world's foremost weapon spirit, exhibiting such formidable power even without additional spirit rings. One could only imagine the terror it would unleash once Tang San broke through to the spirit sage rank and began to attach spirit rings to it. Though beast.Existing also possessed twin spirits, both were of the Spider Queen, and thus could not complement each other. Meanwhile, Tang San's spirits offered both offense and control, enabling him to steadily suppress beast.Existing even at the same level. Xiao Gang murmured softly, regarding Tang San as one would a priceless treasure. Should Tang San defeat beast.Existing? Given her fierce disposition, she might engage in a relentless struggle against him, ultimately leading to her demise. The thought of beast.Existing being vanquished by Tang San stirred a mix of sympathy and anticipation within Xiao Gang. After all, he had a vested interest in both. Ultimately, it would depend on their performances. Regardless, he stood in between. Should Tang San prove slightly more formidable, he would seek to nurture him alongside Erlong. For Erlong was equally enchanting. Moreover, if Tang San were to strip beast.Existing of her powers, how delightful it would be to have the noble Pope by his side as an ordinary being. Her own prowess would be rendered futile, and perhaps they would share an even deeper bond. The mere thought of the noble, serene, and stunning beast.Existing nestled in his embrace, at his mercy, stirred an excitement within him. At that moment, she would be but a mere mortal, free for him to command as he wished. The thought of the once exalted beast.Existing descending to the mundane realm, rendered a mere shadow of her former self, serving him with unwavering devotion, filled his heart with a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Yet, during that time, beast.Existing possessed no cultivation, akin to a mere mortal, and although she was breathtakingly beautiful, she could only occupy the position of his favored concubine. If the moment truly arrived when he could establish a harem, both beast.Existing and Lu Erlong would be counted among his women. After all, Lu Erlong loved him so deeply. Despite knowing he was her cousin, her affection remained undiminished. Thus, finding a reason to embrace a harem seemed hardly objectionable. Love, after all, necessitates selflessness. If she could not accept his desire for a harem, what right did she have to claim love for him? For many years, he had endured humiliation, abstaining from indulgence, waiting for Tang San to mature. He too wished to relish the pleasures of manhood. "Teacher, what are you murmuring about?" Tang San suddenly inquired, sensing that perhaps the teacher held knowledge regarding the origin of his martial soul, which might explain the expression on his face. "Nothing, just try unleashing your second martial soul," Xiao Gang replied, regaining his focus and eagerly watching Tang San. "All right," Tang San nodded, dismissing all else. Removing the hat was his foremost concern. With a resounding crash, Tang San channeled all his soul power towards the hat perched atop his head, yet it remained entirely unscathed, inflicting upon him an agonizing pain at his crown. "Ouch! That hurts," he exclaimed, cradling his head and involuntarily gasping as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. The force of the Haotian hammer was not something an ordinary hammer could rival. The impact nearly left him dazed. Nevertheless, the hat endured, displaying no signs of the assault. Gazing into the mirror, Tang San beheld his verdant crown, feeling his psyche fray. What manner of material was this? So impervious? It hardened upon impact, yet remained soft when not struck. Was this truly an ordinary hat? It seemed almost sentient. Surely, this was no jest. With his legs giving way, he collapsed to the ground. He had exhausted every possible method to remove this hat. Surely, there were no further options. It was an unbearable affront. Tang San could no longer contain the humiliation. A man of his unyielding spirit was forced to endure such indignity. Why? He was Tang San, born with memories of a previous life, Endowed with the Tang sect's unparalleled skills, mastery of hidden weapons, the Xiantian treasure record, and dual martial souls. With such remarkable gifts, why did he still suffer so profoundly? Su Ran, despite his youth, possesses formidable strength. The ordinary methods are insufficient to remove it. This merely indicates that your own strength is inadequate to dislodge it. Once your cultivation ascends to the level of a title Douluo, you will surely be able to remove it, Xiao Gang remarked, though he was unaware of why Tang San was in such anguish. If it could transform his sorrow into strength, compelling him to train even more diligently, it would indeed be a tremendous blessing. Enhancing one's power? Tang San clenched his fists, the veins in his arms bulging. He was resolute in his commitment to arduous training. He must become the strongest in the world and ensure Su Ran is thoroughly trampled underfoot. He also yearned to reclaim Xiao Wu, making Su Ran realize that her true affections lay with him. Furthermore, one must consider the duality of issues. Though the hat could not be removed, might this not also be regarded as a fortuitous circumstance? Such an indomitable treasure, if we cannot breach its defenses, surely others cannot either. In future battles, this will serve as your defensive gem, Xiao Gang stated, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. As a master of theory with exceptional intellect, he could clearly perceive the truth behind the hat. Beneath the soul sect, none could hope to penetrate its defenses. Teacher, you are correct. If I cannot breach its defenses, neither can anyone else, Tang San replied, his gaze turning cold and merciless. He had already devised a plan to confront Su Ran. Su Ran's strength was formidable, perhaps even surpassing his own. However, he was aware that Su Ran's martial spirit was likely sword-based. No matter how powerful Su Ran's sword may be, it could not penetrate the hat's defenses. At that moment, he would not need to concern himself with the vulnerability atop his head, but rather protect his physical weaknesses. The battle would thus become significantly easier. Teacher, I shall take my leave. Tang San respectfully bowed to Xiao Gang before turning to depart. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. At this moment, all he desired was to eliminate Su Ran. Su Ran had taken his woman and manipulated him into wearing this hat, thereby subjecting him to humiliation. Such a grudge must be avenged. He could not bear the shame of being wronged. Chapter 27. Comforting Xiao Wu. Tang San. So you have always been this kind of person? Lurking by my side merely to obtain my soul ring? The illustrious son of a titled Douluo, adorned with a prestigious identity, yet you feign such pitiable circumstances. Even wearing patched clothing. What a remarkable performance. However, it makes sense. Without such an act, how would you become a work-study student? You must have anticipated that I would arrive in the human world with nothing, waiting for me in the dormitory for work-study students. It has all been a deception. Your father used the same method to bring about the demise of Sister Aine, and now you seek to employ this tactic against me, Xiao Wu murmured, expressing the grievances within her heart as she ran off into the distance alone, her heart gradually shattering at this moment. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. At this instant, her feelings for Tang San had perished. As a girl, even if she were 100,000-year soul beast, she remained an inherently fragile being when it came to emotions. There is no girl who could withstand such a blow. Tang San, the one who has accompanied her for 6 years, has only shown her kindness to bind her to his side, intending to exploit her for her soul rings and soul bones once he has grown powerful. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, as if resonating with Xiao Wu's troubled heart. Dark clouds converged, and the entire world was shrouded in gloom. In mere moments, torrential rain cascaded down, drenching Xiao Wu's garments with its relentless downpour. The chilly gusts of wind were biting. Yet at that moment, Xiao Wu remained oblivious to the cold. The anguish in her heart overshadowed all else. She wandered aimlessly, unaware of her destination, only conscious of the profound pain that rendered her life unbearable. Memories of her 6 years with Tang San flooded her mind. Those once warm scenes now felt painfully glaring. Every moment, every coincidence, was a deliberate fade orchestrated by Tang San to impress her. The contrived warmth only elicited feelings of revulsion. She could not fathom why Tang San would resort to such deception. Were the soul rings and soul bones, accumulated over 100,000 years, truly that significant? Must he go to such lengths to bolster his own strength? Even if he had harbored such intentions initially. After 6 years in such deep affection, how could he still harbor thoughts of harming her? Was his heart forged of iron, so unyielding? Could he truly remain unmoved by 6 years of shared emotions? With her head bowed, she continued her aimless trek, the rain soaking her clothes, clinging tightly to her form, accentuating her youthful curves. She gazed at the overcast sky, feeling as if she were the only soul in the vast expanse of the world. Upon arriving in the human realm, she had fancied she found friends akin to the likes of Deming and Erming. How laughable, for in this human world, Could she ever find Qin? Even if such a connection existed, would they remain unfazed upon discovering her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast? Would greed not take root within them, placing her in peril? Do not venture further. Return with me. A voice interrupted her thoughts. Su ran. Clad in a black robe and holding a single umbrella, stood before her, halting her retreat into the depths of despair. Su ran. You have come, Xiao replied. Tears she could no longer suppress streaming down her cheeks. A sense of grievance welled within her. Were it not for Su ran. She shuddered to think how much longer she might have been duped by the despicable Tang San, having been sold out by him while counting his ill-gotten gains. Yet, she found solace in the fact that Su ran would not deceive her. In this vast world, anyone might betray her, but the auspicious beast would not. As the emperor of the auspicious beasts, Su ran would never relinquish his pride for such base desires. Do not weep. He is not worth your tears, Su ran said, shedding his coat and draping it over her delicate shoulders. However, Su ran was no unscrupulous wretch. He would never allow Xiao Wu to suffer harm to satisfy his own desires. Amidst the torrential downpour, how could the delicate frame of Xiao Wu endure such relentless rain? She is no longer the formidable 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit. Her constitution has reverted to that of an ordinary human girl, following her rebirth. She bears no distinction from humanity. Yet why must she, as a soul beast in her reincarnation, carry such burdens? The moment her identity is unveiled, countless powerful beings will set their sights upon her. A 10,000-year soul beast is a treasure, and a transformed 10,000-year soul beast could incite uproar across the continent. Why in the past did Ain, as a 10,000-year soul beast in her rebirth, attract the relentless pursuit of Qian Senji and numerous formidable warriors? Even the Pope would find it challenging to possess a 10,000-year soul beast. Their cultivation is immensely strong, and their combat prowess formidable. Most notably, such soul beasts possess their own life-preserving soul skills. When faced with certain death, they would rather self-destruct than allow their soul bones to fall into human hands. Thus, hunting a 10,000-year soul beast poses an immense challenge. Even the most powerful title Douluo cannot guarantee absolute success. However, after their reincarnation, 10,000-year soul beasts become indistinguishable from humans, making their extermination alarmingly simple. Consequently, every one of them in the human realm incites envy among all. Xiao Wu, in essence, is akin to a treasure. If other powerful soul masters were to discover her true identity, they would relentlessly seek her demise. Yet, Tang Hao, fully aware of this reality, does nothing to deter Xiao Wu from heading to the spirit hall. Perhaps Tang San harbors no murderous intent, but Tang Hao undoubtedly desires to stage a scene where Xiao Wu sacrifices herself for Tang San. He employed the same tactics on Ain. If he could bring harm to his own beloved, how could he hesitate to do so to Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes shimmered with crimson, her gaze glistening with tears, the rain dampening her long hair as droplets cascaded down her strands. In that moment, the mingling of rain and tears rendered her so fragile, so wronged, and so fearful. Even as a 10,000-year soul beast, protected by her mother and Deming and Air Ming within the Stardow forest, she lived a life free from worry. Little did she know of the intricate schemes woven within the human world. Witnessing Xiao Wu's profound sorrow stirred a pang of empathy within Su Ran's heart. He could not bear to see her in such distress. Yet, if they did not confront this, would they ever truly part ways? When one hesitates to sever ties, chaos ensues. How much suffering has Xiao Wu endured while following Tang San? In her own sacrifice, Deming and Air Ming had also made their offerings. Nevertheless, he would ensure her protection in the future. As a divine beast, with his current status, commanding a 10,000-year soul beast to safeguard Xiao Wu would pose no difficulty. Su Ran gazed at Xiao Wu, letting out a sigh as he gently caressed her long hair, dampened by the rain. He tenderly cradled her slender and exquisite form in his embrace. Chapter 28, Uncontrollable Fury. Releasing beloved Xiao Wu as Su Ran held her close, a delightful masculine scent enveloped Xiao Wu, causing her delicate frame to tremble slightly. Yet, she made no attempt to push him away. Su Ran is now the only person she can trust. If he were to disappear, she would be at a loss as to whom she could confide in. Amidst the vast world, only Su Ran would never deceive her. The others, everyone from Nodding Academy, instilled in her a profound sense of distrust. Tang San, after 6 years of what she believed to be genuine feelings, had proven to be a facade. How could she dare to hope that anything else was sincere? The wind howled fiercely, and the rain poured down relentlessly, drenching the two of them. Su Ran decided to fold the umbrella in his hand, freeing both arms to embrace Xiao Wu tightly, striving to envelop her in warmth. If she felt overwhelmed, She could simply cry it out. From now on, with me by your side, no one will dare to bully you, Su Ran murmured softly, gently patting Xiaowu's back as one would comfort a child. Xiaowu remained silent, burying her head in Su Ran's embrace, her soft sobs resonating in the air. For reasons unknown, she found Su Ran's presence to be incredibly warm, and as she inhaled his essence, her feelings of grievance became even harder to suppress. The betrayal by Tang San, who had lived with her for 6 years, weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, the kindness Su Ran showed her, despite their brief acquaintance, highlighted the stark contrast between them. In her mind, 2 figures emerged. One was Tang San, the other Su Ran. Tang San's deceitful words were laughably absurd, resembling an actor playing his part. In contrast, Su Ran, as a noble beast, exuded righteousness and humility, devoid of any arrogance. This dichotomy formed a vivid distinction in her heart. Without comparison, there could be no pain. It was through this juxtaposition that she recognized Tang San's hypocrisy and the true goodness of Su Ran. Now that Su Ran's injuries had nearly healed, he chose not to abandon her to flee alone, but instead sought to help her awaken to her reality so they could escape together. How could she betray someone who would risk his own life for her? Su Ran, I am sorry. Not only have I failed in my duty as a spirit beast to protect the noble beast, but I have also put you in harm's way by exposing you to so many eyes. I even missed the best opportunity to escape, Xiaowu confessed, overwhelmed with guilt and remorse. Her heart ached painfully, recognizing that her involvement with the despicable Tang San had led both her and Su Ran into a dire situation. What if Tang San informed Tang Hao about her and Su Ran? What would happen if Tang Hao learned that she had seen through their scheme? They would both find themselves in peril. It's all right. As long as you recognize the villain, that's all that matters. Tang San has been deceiving you. Now that you understand, everything will be fine. As for the rest, I am here. My strength is not insignificant, Su Ran replied, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Sensing Tang San's presence, he tightened his embrace around Xiaowu. He could not pursue her directly, so he needed to create misunderstandings. Xiaowu, my Xiaowu. Tang San, aware of Xiaowu's character, had come searching for her under the heavy rain with an umbrella, only to unexpectedly witness this scene. At that moment, Xiaowu's clothes clung tightly to her fair skin, draped in a black men's overcoat. Yet the alluring figure of the young girl remained inescapably delineated in perfection. This petite dancer, even more delicate than the vivacious beauty she once was, possessed an enchanting grace that seemed capable of captivating countless gazes. However, this exquisite young woman was now ensconced in Su Ran's embrace. Be Su Ran, release Xiaowu. Let her go, Tang San bellowed, standing on the street. He had yet to even touch Xiaowu. How could Su Ran presume to possess her? Su Ran, a despicable and shameless wretch, had employed ignoble means to claim Xiaowu. What right did he have to hold such a beautiful girl in his arms? Tang San felt as if he might vomit blood from fury. At that moment, Su Ran's hands were glaringly conspicuous in his eyes. Xiaowu was breathtakingly beautiful, her delicate form gently undulating. Though still a girl, she resembled a flower poised to bloom. This air of budding potential intertwined with her stunningly tender visage rendered her extraordinarily exceptional. Ding! The system detected that the host was subjected to insults. And to safeguard the host's impeccable image, Tang San's utterances were promptly silenced by the system. Given the delicately nuanced emotional state between the host and the main female character of Douluo Continent, Xiaowu would also be oblivious to Tang San's derogatory remarks. The sweet voice of the system's assistant chimed in, nearly provoking a laugh from Su Ran. He mused on how peculiar Tang San was, flailing about as if in a dance, unaware that his words had been muted by the system. The system's assistant operated with remarkable finesse. Tang San, go ahead and scold me. In any case, you cannot be heard. Su Ran could not help but ponder in this vast world. Who could rival the capabilities of the system's fair lady? Not only was the system remarkably efficient in its services, but it also had the potential to assume human form to better assist its host in the future. He recalled the system's fair lady mentioning that by transforming into a human, she could provide enhanced support to her host. Although he did not fully grasp the implications of her words, he was certain that should she take on a corporeal form, her powers would be formidable. Beastly Su Ran, I command you to release Xiaowu. Can you not hear me? A person like you, who has just seized Xiaowu, dares to reveal such intentions. What will become of her in your presence? It is hard to believe. You are nothing but a fiend. Xiaowu will inevitably encounter peril at your hands. Xiaowu, do you hear me? Su Ran is not a good person. He has been deceiving you all along. Tang San yelled with fervor, casting a furious glance at Su Ran, who seemed to be taking advantage of Xiaowu. In reality, Su Ran's hand was still a mere centimeter away from her delicate form, never having touched her. However, It was a rainy night, the darkness was profound, and Tang San was positioned at a distance, rendering his view unclear. Moreover, in Tang San's mind, Su Ran had become an irredeemable devil. To him, Su Ran's methods were despicable. How could someone like him treat a young woman in such a manner? If he was so brazen now, what more dreadful tactics would he employ once he fully pursued her? He had heard tales of young women who, ensnared by unscrupulous men, were coerced into doing things they detested. Clearly, Su Ran epitomized such a character. Chapter 29. The Deceptive Depths of the City. Tang San again outmatched. Tang San leaned against the wall, bending slightly as he gasped for fresh air. After such a prolonged outburst, he found himself fatigued. At this moment, he was somewhat bewildered. Why did neither Xiao Wu nor Su Ran react to his loud cries? This was abnormal. Perhaps Su Ran, that despicable fellow, had such a thick skin that nothing mattered to him. Yet, Xiao Wu was not the type to endure such treatment. She was certainly not someone who could remain unfazed under provocation. Given her current attitude towards Su Ran, had she realized he was being scolded, she would undoubtedly be infuriated and would not remain so composed. What had gone awry in this situation? Had Su Ran employed some sort of nefarious magic to render Xiao Wu incapable of hearing his words? The thought left Tang San speechless with rage. How vile Su Ran was. If Xiao Wu could not hear him now, it would make future explanations exceedingly difficult. Should he wish to meet with Xiao Wu privately to clarify, Su Ran would undoubtedly thwart any opportunity. Su Ran, you are truly despicable for preventing my voice from reaching Xiao Wu's ears. Blood boiling, Tang San suddenly raised his head and noticed Su Ran's scornful gaze directed at him, as if mocking him. Look, your woman is now in my arms, and in the days to come, she will turn against you, becoming your adversary. Su Ran, I shall end your life. Tang San was thoroughly incensed by Su Ran's gaze, no matter how composed he might appear. The series of events he had encountered within just a couple of days was overwhelming. His cherished partner Xiao Wu had severed ties with him. He was unjustly branded. And Su Ran was flaunting his closeness to Xiao Wu. Each of these incidents fueled his fury beyond measure. However, amidst all this turmoil, he bore no resentment towards Xiao Wu. His ire was solely directed at Su Ran, questioning why he would seize Xiao Wu from him and behave in such a manner thereafter. Once you are gone, everything will come to an end, Tang San coldly declared, his eyes ablaze with a crimson intent to kill. No man could remain indifferent while witnessing the woman he adored in the embrace of another, especially when that man was the nefarious Su Ran. In Tang San's hand, a 1-foot-long dark weapon box materialized. This was an intricate contraption he had crafted just days prior. Although he was but a great soul master, this weapon could even claim the life of a soul sect member. Ding. No derogatory remarks towards the host have been detected in the vicinity. The shielding status has been lifted. The system's voice echoed. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu's delicate form trembled violently. She had heard every word Tang San had uttered. When had he arrived? Did he intend to ambush Su Ran? Her complexion paled as she was cradled in Su Ran's arms, and she abruptly lifted her gaze towards Tang San. Upon a mere glance, her expression swiftly morphed into one of distress. Was Tang San now consumed by rage and humiliation? Su Ran had exposed his shameful deeds, and now he seemed poised to strike Su Ran clandestinely. Su Ran merely unveiled his true self without provoking Tang San. Yet now Tang San harbors intentions of employing lethal force against him. Be cautious, Xiao Wu hastily warned, her heart racing at the sight of Tang San drawing his concealed weapon. She had previously witnessed the lethality of his hidden armaments, which could easily surpass even the soul sect in prowess. Perish. As Xiao Wu cautioned Su Ran, Tang San bellowed fiercely, abruptly triggering the mechanism of his weapon. Instantly, a barrage of 12 razor-sharp projectiles surged towards Su Ran, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of shattering space, their velocity reaching an extraordinary peak. Tang San, are you delivering your tricks to me once again? Su Ran smiled, appreciating Tang San's thoughtfulness. Just when his own strategies were nearing depletion, Tang San arrived to offer him yet another set of tactics. Without hesitation, Su Ran unleashed his martial soul, revealing 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, upon his hands. Simultaneously, a sword as dark as ink materialized in his grasp. As he observed the projectiles hurtling towards him, he resolutely activated his 3rd soul skill. The blade's energy surged forth. Su Ran gripped the hilt tightly, deftly maneuvering the sword in the air. In but a fleeting moment, a dozen arcs of sword energy emerged, striking unerringly at the incoming projectiles. Bang, bang, bang. The sword energy effortlessly deflected all the arrows. However, Su Ran deliberately allowed 1 arrow to remain, intending to impress Tang San while simultaneously garnering a touch of affection from Xiao Wu. As Su Ran employed his 3rd soul skill, He subtly shifted his stance while holding Xiaowu, leading her unknowingly back to his previous position. At that very moment, an arrow was hurtling towards Xiaowu. She, too, had sensed the impending danger, and just as she prepared to summon her martial soul, Su Ran abruptly tightened his embrace, pivoting a full 180 degrees to shield her with his back, securing her safely in his arms. Concurrently, he wielded the sword once more, releasing a gentle wave of sword energy that slowed the arrow's flight considerably. When the projectile finally reached Su Ran's back, his body, nourished by the bloodline of the Qilin, sustained only minor injuries. Exercise caution. With a thunderous shout, Su Ran's body convulsed violently, becoming rigid as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, cascading onto Xiao's exquisite visage. Su Ran, what has happened to you? Xiao inquired, her voice trembling. Held in Su Ran's embrace, she could distinctly sense his form growing increasingly stiff. She abruptly raised her head to gaze into Su Ran's face, and then she beheld the scene before her. Su Ran's lips were stained with a vivid crimson, blood incessantly dripping down and splattering onto her visage. The droplets that adorned her face still exuded a hint of warmth. Numerous drops of blood also trickled onto her lips, allowing her to taste its briny yet subtly sweet essence. Xiao inhaled deeply, her delicate form trembling gently. 2 streams of glistening tears cascaded down her tender cheeks, mingling with the rainwater pooled on the ground. Thunder rumbled as the sky suddenly illuminated, and those 2 teardrops sparkled like exquisite gemstones, radiating an unparalleled beauty. Xiao lay in Su Ran's embrace, her enchanting eyes unwaveringly fixed upon him. While Su Ran gazed back at her, his expression somewhat one yet undeniably bright. Su Ran ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, his hand no longer able to grasp the umbrella's handle. The shelter that had shielded both from the tempestuous rain fell to the ground, as torrents cascaded upon them. Blood, trickling from Su Ran's back and lips, mingled with the rain, transforming his garments into a vivid crimson, a sight both harrowing and arresting. Beneath their feet, the earth swiftly transformed into a pool of sanguine water. At this moment, Su Ran's injuries appeared grave, yet he steadfastly held the girl in his arms. From now on, with me by your side, no one shall harm you in the slightest. Remember, I will always stand behind you, supporting you. Su Ran rasped, his mouth opening as rainwater filled his mouth, causing more crimson blood to flow forth. Chapter 30. Little Wu wept. Tang San fumed. Su Ran played his role throughout. But you're hurt. If anything were to happen to you, how could you protect me? Tears cascaded down Little Wu's cheeks relentlessly, her beautiful eyes gazing at Su Ran with a sorrowful smile. Her smile was so enchanting that it nearly melted Su Ran's heart. This was indeed Little Wu, the heroine of the Douluo Continent. Even as a mere girl, her beauty was already striking. How radiant would she be when her hair, shimmering like the stars in the heavens, cascaded down her shoulders as she matured. Yet, by then, Little Wu would belong to him. He would accompany her as she grew, cultivating together and sharing all that couples do. In that future, he would even join her in confronting Tang San. Currently, Tang San was perceived by Little Wu as a malicious, repugnant figure who acted. 6 years of feigned affections meant that whatever Tang San said henceforth would be deemed an act in her eyes. Dining, resting, flirting with Little Wu, showing off and confronting Tang San, he mused. Naturally, it wouldn't be just him confronting Tang San. Little Wu would assist as well. After all, Tang San coveted Little Wu's soul rings and bones. Regardless of his intentions, she had already concluded that Tang San sought her soul rings and bones. Don't cry. I cannot bear to see a girl weep before me, Su Ran said, his hand gently caressing the delicate curve of Little Wu's cheek. He could distinctly feel the softness of her skin, a description that would not be an exaggeration. The faint trails of tears on her cheeks evoked a profound sense of tenderness within him. All right, I won't cry, Little Wu replied, her voice quivering as she wiped away her tears, striving to appear strong before Su Ran. Just moments ago, that hidden weapon had nearly struck her, given its speed. Evading it could have been impossible. Were it not for Su Ran, she might have perished. Her heart was filled with gratitude. She understood that from this day forth, aside from her mother and her brothers, she had gained another person whom she could genuinely trust. That person was Su Ran. He had unflinchingly exposed Tang San's true nature, even risking his own safety to shield her from the hidden weapon. She recalled her mother's words, if she ever encountered a man willing to fight for her, she must cherish him dearly, for such men were the rarest treasures in the world. Was her mother referring to someone like Su Ran? Su Ran, the imperial beast, possessed the virtues of a gentleman. Su Ran, how are you now? Don't move, let me check your back. Xiao took a deep breath, gazing at Su Ran's back, now stained crimson with blood. In that moment, the spot where the hidden weapon had pierced his skin had turned a dark shade. Poison. The word flashed through Xiao Wu's mind. Su Ran's current demeanor unmistakably indicates that he has succumbed to a potent toxin, one of exceptionally fierce nature. Otherwise, given Su Ran's physique as a divine beast, it would be utterly inconceivable for him to be harmed. The divine beast is shielded by an aura of auspiciousness, rendering ordinary poisons ineffective against him. This toxin is likely concocted by Tang Hao himself. One can only imagine the formidable potency of a poison devised by a titled Douluo. At that moment, Xiao Wu felt her heart sink into despair, uncertain whether the divine beast could withstand such a terrifying venom. Meanwhile, Tang San was utterly bewildered. Observing Su Ran's condition, he was drenched in cold sweat. He had just comprehended the sheer might of Su Ran, who effortlessly deflected his hidden weapons. Not a single one of the 12 projectiles found its mark, leaving Tang San in a state of astonishment. Su Ran's strength was beyond anything he could contend with. Yet, Su Ran's performance was astonishingly theatrical. He discerned that Su Ran had deliberately positioned himself to invite the hidden weapons into his body, even utilizing sword energy to diminish their velocity. This was an extraordinary display, one that seemed beyond what Su Ran could endure. Su Ran was clearly putting on an act. Seeing the pool of blood on the ground that seemed capable of forming a river, Tang San couldn't help but feel it was exaggerated. Are you serious? How could a human possibly have this much blood? This is utterly ridiculous. Moreover, the poison. How could a mere working student like him obtain such potent venom? And that vast expanse of dark, venomous stains on his back. At this sight, Tang San finally realized Su Ran was acting again. Su Ran, damn you. You're playing me. Enraged, Tang San understood exactly what Su Ran was trying to accomplish. He was fabricating a scenario where Tang San appeared to be attempting to kill Xiao Wu, while Su Ran swooped in as the heroic savior. Worse still, Su Ran had even framed him for using poison. If Xiao Wu believed this, her favorability towards Su Ran would skyrocket, while Tang San's image in her heart would plummet into oblivion. His hidden weapons had all been aimed at Su Ran. Never had he intended to harm Xiao Wu. Yet, through Su Ran's manipulations, it now seemed as though he had been the one attacking her. This was beyond unjust. Initially, he had even considered mocking Su Ran for the absurdity of the blood on the ground, such a poor performance. But now, with Su Ran's scheme laid bare before him, he couldn't muster even a shred of amusement. Only bewilderment remained. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Tang San's mind swirled with confusion. The only thing he knew for certain was that he had to expose Su Ran's deception immediately. If this act succeeded, his tarnished image in Xiao Wu's eyes might never recover. Xiao Wu lifted her gaze, casting a frigid, emotionless glance toward Tang San before swiftly looking away. Whatever lingering affection she might have held for him had withered into nothingness. All she knew was that Tang San had just tried to kill her, and Su Ran had been injured precisely because he hadn't anticipated such treachery. And now, what was Tang San trying to say? He had attacked her, yet here he was, feigning victimhood as if Su Ran were the villain. How laughable. Tang San had been the one to strike first. Tang San was the one pretending to be wronged. Tang San was the one accusing others of acting. Now, all she felt for him was seething hatred. 6 years of deception, and now he sought to murder both her and Su Ran. Su Ran, how are you holding up? Can you expel the poison? Xiao Wu whispered, her fingers trembling as they traced the wound on his back. Though shallow, the venom was potent. After all, it had been given to Tang San by the titled Douluo, Tang Hao, back when Tang San had crafted hidden weapons at the age of 6. She had found it unbelievable. But now, knowing his father was Tang Hao, everything made sense. Those weapons had been prepared for her, so that if she ever uncovered their true intentions, she could be swiftly eliminated. Even if they couldn't claim her spirit ring, her spirit bone would suffice. Otherwise, why would a 6-year-old child possess such skills? There was no other explanation. Chapter 31. Su Ran. You're playing me. Beasts of fortune are shielded by auspicious energy. Ordinary toxins cannot harm me. However, this poison proves to be rather troublesome for me. It is immensely potent. Likely a gift from Tang Hao. Fortunately, my strength is formidable enough to expel this toxin. Su Ran spoke softly, his voice barely audible, shared only with Xiao Wu. For the time being, he wished to keep from Tang San the knowledge that his father is a titled Douluo. What shall we do now? Xiao Wu, relieved by Su Ran's assurance, nonetheless expressed her anxiety. I will first attempt to expel the poison, Su Ran replied, seeking refuge from the rain. He sat cross-legged, feigning the motion of cultivating. Soon, Xiao Wu noticed steam rising from his body, as dark gas seemed to be expelled from within him. Tang San, are you still lingering? What do you intend to do? Do you still wish to confront us? Xiao Wu asked warily, her gaze fixed apprehensively upon Tang San. Moments ago, He had stealthily employed hidden weapons, nearly leading to their demise. She dared not underestimate him, for ignorance could cost her dearly. Xiao Wu. Su Ran is not injured at all. He has been acting all along. I have never intended to harm you. It is Su Ran who is orchestrating this ruse to fracture our bond, Tang San declared, observing the wary expression on Xiao Wu's face, his heart breaking. The once inseparable Xiao Wu now regarded him as a potential adversary, a thought that pained him deeply. Acting? Ha! Tang San. Do you believe I would still fall for your deceit? Were those hidden weapons also a ploy from Su Ran? I suspected as much. How is it that you are so extraordinarily talented, even to the point of being abnormal? Creating such intricate mechanisms at the age of 6, do you think I would naively trust you? Those instruments in your possession are meant to slay me, Xiao Wu retorted, her voice turning cold and merciless. These hidden weapons were a gift from Tang Hao, intended for Tang San to wield in dire circumstances, enabling him to eliminate her if necessary. Should he fail to claim her soul ring, he could still seize her soul bones. Today, Su Ran unveiled Tang San's true nature. Tang San feared they would escape, leaving him with nothing. Thus, he contemplated eliminating her and the spirit beast to acquire 2 soul bones. Tang San's plan appeared flawless. Yet to Xiao Wu, every detail was starkly apparent. Kill you? No, no, Xiao Wu, you must recognize my feelings for you. I have always treated you well, nurturing you. How could I ever wish to harm you? I only desire to rid myself of Su Ran. Ever since his arrival, our relationship has been relentlessly undermined. My affection for you has always been genuine. It is Su Ran who has been playing us. He is a despicable and shameless scoundrel, Tang San exclaimed hastily, approaching Xiao Wu. As rain began to fall, he wished to escort Xiao Wu home. You must not speak of Su Ran in such a manner. You, who are truly despicable, dared to cast aspersions upon him. Having been unmasked, you still persist in your charade. How can such a person exist in this world? Xiao Wu replied, her voice filled with indignation, anger surging within her at Tang San's slander against Su Ran. Su Ran is a man who would risk everything for her. He is the person she cherishes most at present. How could Tang San even be compared to Su Ran? Her eyes reddened with fury as she instantaneously unleashed her martial spirit, 2 yellow soul rings swirling around her. In an instant, her body darted forward, charging towards Tang San's position. She lifted her slender leg and aimed a kick at his head. Ah! Tang San cried out in pain, caught off guard as he was sent flying by Xiao Wu's strike. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? How dare you attack me? Tang San lay on the ground, covering his cheek where her leg had struck, feeling a searing pain. Xiao Wu showed him no mercy. Attack you? Oomph, if it weren't for my reservations, I would have relished the chance to end your life right here, Xiao Wu said coldly, her gaze filled with a deep-seated hatred as she confronted the familiar figure before her. Had it not been for her concerns regarding Tang Hao, she would have slain Tang San the moment she learned the truth. Why would she have allowed him to remain alive until now? Xiao Wu, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Tang San, in a state of panic, sought to explain, but Xiao Wu placed her foot on his face, silencing him. Tang San's eyes widened, his face flushed with humiliation as he struggled in vain. Xiao Wu held his hands down firmly with her foot, looking at the familiar figure. Her icy gaze radiated an intent to kill. He felt heartbroken. The gentle and charming Xiao Wu from days past had transformed into this merciless version of herself. She showed no compassion, her toes pressing down harshly on his cheek. Was Xiao Wu beginning to harbor hatred for him, merely because he had harmed Su Ran? Did she now despise him? Enduring such treatment from Xiao Wu, Tang San could bear it no longer, tears streaming down his cheeks. Nothing in this world could be more painful than this, his beloved turning against him, leaving his heart shattered. He longed to reveal the truth to Xiao Wu, yet he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to begin. What had caused her to change? What was her true identity? Why did she adamantly assert that he had come to harm her? For about an hour, Tang San remained beneath Xiao Wu's foot, his body growing stiff against the cold ground. He stared blankly at her, his eyes devoid of color, resembling a cat that had just undergone sterilization. He possessed the strength to rise. His capabilities were not inferior to hers. Yet at this moment, he felt utterly despondent, the rain soaking him, offering a momentary sense of solace. At that moment, Su Ran had expelled the toxins from his body and approached Xiao Wu, looking down at Tang San. Tang San, I anticipated that upon having your vulnerabilities exposed, you would resort to violence against us. I have always remained cautious of you. However, I never expected you would dare lay a hand on Xiao Wu. If I had not intervened in time, she might have met her end at your hands. You truly possess a heart of cruelty, Su Ran remarked disdainfully as he gazed at Tang San. Upon seeing Su Ran approach, Tang San's face, which had grown increasingly despondent. Instantly flushed with a vibrant red, his body began to thrash violently, desperately attempting to rise from the ground and retaliate against Su Ran. Su Ran's actions were utterly despicable. He crafted a fade intended to deceive, aiming to create the illusion that he sought to harm Xiao Wu. The hidden weapon was originally aimed at Su Ran. But as he shifted his position while embracing Xiao Wu, the projectile was ultimately directed towards her. Chapter 32. Departure. Tang San, what is it? Are you once again consumed by rage, contemplating the use of a concealed weapon against Xiao Wu and me? Observing as Tang San nearly broke free from Xiao Wu's grasp, Su Ran decisively pressed his foot firmly against Tang San's neck. The neck is one of the most vulnerable areas of the human body, housing vital organs such as the trachea. With such pressure applied, Tang San dared not move. His eyes, however, radiated an icy coldness, filled with a fierce, crimson intent to kill. Tang San, do not presume that we will refrain from acting against you simply because we are mindful of those who stand behind you. Should you dare to employ hidden weapons against Xiao Wu and me again, I will not hesitate to end your life, Xiao Wu stated coldly, sensing the intensity of Tang San's murderous intent directed at Su Ran. Yet, for the moment, she refrained from taking his life. If Tang San were to perish, the Haotian Douluo would undoubtedly be enraged, and even if they were not located, the news of their identities as transformed soul beasts would spread throughout the human realm. Such a scenario would surely attract the covetous gaze of the spirit hall, placing them in grave danger. If Tang San were to live, the Haotian Douluo would likely refrain from disseminating their information widely should he seek to retrieve their soul rings and soul bones for Tang San's sake. Enough, Xiao Wu. It is time to bring this to a close. It is not worth wasting time on someone like Tang San. My injuries have healed sufficiently. Let us depart. Nodding City is perilously dangerous, Su Ran declared, wrapping his arms around Xiao Wu, flaunting their affection before Tang San. Xiao Wu was taken aback by Su Ran's sudden gesture, her cheeks flushing with warmth. However, recalling how he had just stood up for her, shielding her from the hidden weapon, her beautiful eyes softened with tenderness. Her mother had once advised her to cherish the boy who would risk his life for her. Now, having encountered such a person, who also happened to be the imperial beast, she couldn't help but feel that this meeting was perhaps predestined by fate. If her mother could witness this moment from the afterlife, she would surely feel a sense of comfort. Their encounter, a soul beast and a human, might just be a divine arrangement. Su Ran might just be the destined one for her. Otherwise, how could they possibly meet in this vast human world? Tang San, trampled beneath the feet of Xiao Wu and Su Ran, watched as they embraced each other, exchanging glances laden with affection. Unable to suppress his fury, he spat a mouthful of blood. However, with Xiao Wu's foot pressing firmly against his lips, the blood could only trickle down from the corner of his mouth. Observing this scene, Tang San felt his heart grow icy and devoid of compassion. He gazed up at the sky, his expression pale. A deep-seated hatred welled up within him. After spending so much time with Xiao Wu, he could discern the budding affection she now harbored for Su Ran, though it was not yet overwhelming in the future. With Su Ran's cunning ways, would he not have her completely under his control? Su Ran was despicable and shameless. His honeyed words could easily fill Xiao Wu's heart to the brim. What would Su Ran do with her then? Su Ran was a lecherous scoundrel, as evident from the way he looked at Xiao Wu. At that level of desire, he might even keep her by his side day and night. And Xiao Wu might end up bearing his child. All of this was meant to be his. Xiao Wu was so breathtakingly beautiful, although he seldom voiced it. He was still a normal man. How could he possibly harbor no thoughts at all, seeing such beauty beside him every day? Once upon a time, he had fantasized that when Xiao Wu grew up, they could be together. Having been together since childhood, he thought he had the advantage. Besides, Xiao Wu called him brother, and there was no blood relation between them. If that were the case, their bond could deepen swiftly. Yet, all of this shattered like a fragile illusion, easily broken upon contact. In the future, the lovely Xiao Wu would no longer have any connection with him. She would become Su Ran's woman. By the way, system, can I directly kill Tang San now? Su Ran could not help but inquire of the system. While he relished the feeling of outshining Tang San, he sensed that eliminating him outright would be a more prudent course of action. After all, Tang San possessed formidable talent and strength, along with hidden weapons and the unique techniques of the Tang sect, which would make him a formidable opponent if he were to grow stronger. Although he was not particularly afraid of any threat Tang San posed to him, there was no telling when Tang San might target those close to him. A cornered dog might bite, let alone Tang San. Negative. Tang San is connected to many of the host's subsequent tasks. It is advisable for the host to complete these tasks before eliminating Tang San. Should the primary antagonist perish, the host will encounter numerous challenging tasks and earning skill points. The system advised, dispelling Su Ran's thoughts of resolving Tang San directly. Then let it be. Su Ran shook his head. If Tang San could continue to provide him with skill points, why not benefit from it? Furthermore, in the future, when he and Xiao Wu displayed their affection, it would be even more fulfilling with Tang San watching from the sidelines. Xiao Wu, let us go, Su Ran said, forcefully kicking Tang San on the neck, rendering him unconscious. Xiao Wu and Tang San have had a falling out. If she does not escape now, Tang Hao will not spare her. Initially, he had intended to visit Xiao Gang, but upon reflection, he realized that time is on his side, having endured such great grievances. And with Xiao Wu still by his side, remaining in Notting City would be tantamount to courting disaster. Though he possesses a 10,000-year Qilin experience card that renders him fearless in the face of Tang Hao, Xiao Wu does not share the same fortitude. Where shall we go? Xiao Wu could not help but glance at Su Ran. Ever since she disowned Tang San's true nature, an unsettling fear has taken root within her. If even Tang San, who has always been by her side, harbors ulterior motives, she finds herself questioning whom she can trust among humanity. In this vast world, within the realm of humans, it seems that Su Ran is the only one she dares to place her faith in. Su Ran, a mythical beast, would undoubtedly never deceive her. Nor would he ever bring her harm. Even if there came a day when Su Ran did mislead her, it would surely be for her own benefit, to lead her to a place more suited to their needs. You are on the verge of graduating from Notting Academy, and it is the perfect time for you to transition to a higher-level Soul Master Academy, Su Ran remarked, naturally intending to accompany Xiao Wu to Shrek Academy. Besides Shrek Academy, he could find no other advanced Soul Master institution where Xiao Wu could remain concealed. The renowned academies such as Tianshui and Chihua, along with the Tiando Royal Academy, were situated in overly bustling regions, making it impossible for Su Ran to guarantee her safety from powerful adversaries. After much contemplation, he concluded that Shrek Academy was the most suitable choice. Situated in a village on the outskirts of Soto City, Shrek Academy was devoid of a hodgepodge of students. Unlike the other advanced institutions where the student body was a chaotic mix. For instance, at the Tiando Royal Academy, the granddaughter of the title Douluo Bo Dugian could easily attract unwanted attention. If those formidable figures came to visit their grandchildren and stumbled upon Xiao Wu, it would spell disaster. Chapter 33. The Taste of the Ocean in Advanced Soul Master Academy? However, if we attend such an institution, it is highly likely that our identities will be exposed. Xiao Wu expressed her concerns. Encountering a descendant of a title Douluo at a mere Notting Soul Master Academy was already perilous enough. Attending a higher-level academy would only heighten the danger. Rest assured, I am well aware of the circumstances, Su Ran reassured her. The Advanced Soul Master Academy we plan to attend currently has only 3 students, and its location is exceedingly remote. If you study there, no one will notice you. Su Ran explained. Of course, in the future, Tang San and Xiao Gang would also arrive at Shrek Academy. How would Xiao Wu perceive that? She might even suspect that Tang San had discovered their whereabouts and intentionally sought them out. Tang Hao presented a bit of a complication. Nevertheless, he possessed a 10,000-year Qilin strength experience card. If utilized, it would render him no weaker than Tang Hao. At the very least, he would be able to protect himself. The Qilin, akin to the three-eyed golden lion, was a mythical beast endowed with the attributes of light, divinity, and flame, 2 of which were of the utmost level. Even in its 10,000-year form, it possessed combat prowess comparable to an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. Moreover, the Qilin was protected by auspicious energy, making it exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Death was a daunting task even for typical 100,000-year soul beasts. Otherwise, 10,000-year soul rings and bones would not be so scarce. In the past, when Ayin and Tang Hao were pursued, Ayin even summoned her realm of immortality. Wildfire cannot be extinguished. The spring breeze brings new life. Had she not been concerned for Tang Hao's safety, it would have been feasible for Ayin to pay a small price and escape. However, with Ayin fleeing, Tang Hao had no such luxury and was left with no choice but to sacrifice himself. In retrospect, Tang Hao's actions were indeed rather despicable. At the pinnacle of his strength, he sought a way to expose Ayin, thereby obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring. For a soul master, this was a significant temptation. Yet, to betray a woman capable of bearing your children was an act of utter madness. For several days, Su Ran and Xiao Wu traveled tirelessly. After swiftly departing from Notting City, Su Ran and Xiao Wu made their way to a nearby town where they procured a carriage. They navigated cautiously through the streets. making several circles before finally leaving. Even if Tang Hao were to discover their absence and attempt to pursue them, the uncertainty of direction would render it quite difficult. As for the aura of the 100,000-year soul beast emanating from Xiao, if they maintained a sufficient distance, Tang Hao would be unable to sense it. The fact that Tang Hao did not pursue them brought a sense of relief to Su Ran. After all, with Xiao in tow, even if he could transform into a 1,000-year Qilin, safeguarding her would be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he was aware that in a few days, Tang San and Xiao Gang would arrive at Shrek Academy, which would inevitably bring Tang Hao back as well. However, if Su Ran were granted a few months for development, allowing him the time to strategize, he might not have to fear Tang Hao when the time came. At this moment, a quaint carriage traversed the path towards Soto City. Inside the carriage, Xiao donned a delicate powder blue gown, complemented by shimmering silver liquid stockings, while her petite feet were adorned with a pair of crystal high heels. Knowing that Tang Hao would not be pursuing them, Su Ran accompanied Xiao on a shopping expedition in the nearby town, where they acquired an array of trinkets that delighted her feminine sensibilities. Naturally, Su Ran also indulged in a few personal preferences, such as the ethereal liquid stockings and crystal shoes that he had chosen for Xiao. Previously, Xiao had merely relied on the monthly stipends from the spirit hall to sustain herself, leaving little room for personal adornment. However, with Su Ran by her side, she no longer had to worry about such matters. Su Ran now enjoys a monthly allowance of 3,000 from the Zhu family, along with various miscellaneous family benefits. It is evident that he is far from lacking in financial resources. The Zhu family, being a prominent military and political lineage, may not have an abundance of formidable figures, yet they are certainly not deprived of wealth. After several rounds of dressing up, the exquisite beauty of Xiao truly emerged. At this moment, Su Ran sat closely beside her, the high-quality fabric of her liquid stockings stirring a sense of allure within him. He couldn't help but admire how stunning Xiao looked in stockings. Such beautiful legs could only radiate their brilliance when adorned in such fashion. Although Zhu Qing's legs may not be as long as Xiao's, they too were quite appealing, possessing a fuller, more voluptuous quality, while Xiao embodied a delicate softness. "Brother Su Ran, what are you doing? Are you up to no good?" Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly. She had an inkling that Su Ran was harboring impure thoughts, though she could not ascertain what precisely occupied his mind. "I'm just a bit tired and want to take a nap," Su Ran replied, stifling a yawn. He had been resting on Xiao's long legs for the past few days, and it was undeniably comfortable. With her gentle and considerate nature, who could resist such charm? "No sleeping allowed. You are shameless, brother Su Ran." Xiao tilted her head, a rosy hue gracing her porcelain-like face. Unable to suppress a playful pout, she feigned anger. She had never realized before that Su Ran could also be quite the lecher. "Humph, pretending to be sleepy in front of me. I truly am exhausted. I've been on constant alert, keeping an eye out for Tang Hao, and Haven T had a proper rest," Su Ran shamelessly responded, saying no more as he reclined onto Xiao Wu's long legs. To wield power over the world and to be intoxicated in the embrace of beauty, this was Su Ran's singular desire upon traversing the Douluo Continent. As a man, he believed it was time to be a bit more proactive. The three essentials for finding a partner: boldness, meticulousness, and a thick skin. In that instant, Su Ran simply collapsed onto her legs. "Su Ran, your shamelessness knows no bounds," constantly bullying her. Chapter 34, New Avenues for Acquiring Skill Points. "Xiao Wu, what troubles you?" Su Ran yawned, casting a puzzled glance at Xiao Wu. At that moment, her eyes were glazed, and her delicate cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. "Su Ran, could you perhaps change your position?" As Su Ran succumbed to slumber, the hours stretched on, an eternity in its own right. "All right," he nodded, turning away with his back to Xiao Wu. Known for his playful teasing, he now exercised a gentlemanly restraint. Su Ran was no mere simpleton. Any ill-timed remarks could jeopardize their closeness, potentially straining their relationship. While light-hearted banter could foster intimacy, excess could lead to rifts. Noticing Su Ran's averted gaze, Xiao Wu felt a lingering blush that refused to fade. "Hey, brother Su Ran, did you just learn something?" she inquired, poking his back with her slender finger. Her concern palpable. "Learn what? I'm on the brink of sleep. Remember to wake me when we reach Soto City," Su Ran feigned ignorance, stifling a yawn before drifting into slumber. "Uh-huh," Xiao Wu pouted, her expression a blend of disappointment and understanding. No longer a child, she recognized Su Ran's consideration for her feelings. Gently caressing his face, she gazed at his serene countenance resting on her lap, her thoughts wandering. Meanwhile, Su Ran accessed the system panel. Host: Su Ran age, 12 martial spirit, God-slaying sword skill points, 500 cultivation level, 31 bloodline. Qilin, 100 years, harem, none, to be established in the future, tasks, none system. How can I enhance the lifespan of my soul beast? How many years can one skill point increase? Su Ran inquired. One skill point can extend a year. Once a fierce beast reaches 10,000 years, one skill point can augment 10 years, the system replied. Soul beasts differ from humans. A Qilin with 10,000 years of cultivation can rival an ordinary soul beast of 100,000 years, comparable to a 95th level title Douluo. However, even at 999,000 years, its strength remains between title Douluo and divine level. Hence, increasing the lifespan of soul beasts below 10,000 years requires more skill points, the system elucidated. Then, to become a million-year soul beast, would it not necessitate nearly 100,000 skill points? Su Ran mused, swallowing hard. His current 500 skill points were trivial compared to the daunting figure. Not even a fraction. How long must I toil for these skill points? I need 100,000 to enable system manifestation, not to mention upgrading my soul ring lifespan. Goodness, will I be utterly exhausted? Host need not worry. As your strength increases, the number of skill points earned through tasks will gradually rise. Moreover, there are alternative avenues for acquiring skill points. Each time you possess a goddess-level member in your harem, the system will reward you with between 1,000 to 10,000 skill points, the system confirmed. Goodness, this seems to be compelling me towards establishing a harem. Su Ran's eyes lit up with excitement, unable to contain his enthusiasm. He remarked that toiling away on tasks was less appealing than pursuing romantic interests. After all, one could simultaneously indulge in both courtship and personal advancement. What a delightful prospect. A goddess-level harem could yield several thousand skill points, and perhaps even as many as 10,000. However, Su Ran couldn't help but inquire about the meaning of goddess level. The system explained that this designation is a special classification derived from a woman's beauty, physique, intellect, and prowess, designed to prevent hosts from indiscriminately seeking out unsavory individuals to acquire skill points. Thus, girls like Zuehua would offer no rewards, while someone of Zhu Zhuqing's caliber would indeed provide benefits. Su Ran quickly grasped the system's intent. The goddess level served as a safeguard against Su Ran exploiting the system's generosity. Then why is my harem still empty? I am already Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. Isn't she part of my harem? Su Ran pondered, soon realizing the answer as he examined the system panel's prompts. Please allocate those 500 skill points to enhance the age of my soul rings, Su Ran instructed. Increase the first soul ring by 3,000 years, the second by 1,000, and the third by 1,000. Ding. The system responded, the current ages of your first, second, and third soul rings are 300 years, 600 years, and 2,000 years, respectively. After applying the skill points, they will transform into 3,300 years, 1,600 years, and 3,000 years. As the system's voice echoed, Su Ran felt a subtle shift deep within his soul, and his spiritual power noticeably intensified, confirming the successful enhancement of his soul rings. He mused that if he unleashed 3,000-year soul rings, it would surely astonish onlookers. He smiled at the thought of the day when he could elevate all his soul rings to 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 at that time. None would be able to thwart his progress. Chapter 35. Xiaowu's thoughts that night. Su Ran and Xiaowu arrived in Suatua City. They secured a hotel for the night and then exited the city through the southern gate, heading southward. Suatua City is situated in the Kingdom of Balak, which lies adjacent to the Star Luo Empire and the Heavendo Empire. Whenever conflict arose between the two nations, Balak became the front line for the Heavendo Empire. As the second largest city in the Kingdom of Balak, Suatua is neither overly large nor particularly small. For Su Ran, the most critical aspect was its proximity to Xinglua City, Tiando City, and the Stardo Forest. In this area, traversing 3 routes would be quite advantageous. After all, he was now affiliated with the Zhu family, and it would be essential for him to make frequent visits there. Furthermore, the bustling Tiando City would become a regular haunt for him. Once the true nature of his beast was revealed, he would undoubtedly venture into the Stardo Forest, most importantly, under the guise of a divine beast. The challenge of establishing a harem in Stardo would be significantly less daunting. Gyuna, Bai Ji, Ziji, and the three-eyed golden lion. They are all living embodiments of skill points. Moreover, if Gyuna were to be pursued, it would undoubtedly yield a staggering 10,000 skill points. As for the three-eyed golden lion, being a rare beast as well, the challenge to capture her is not insurmountable. Brother Su Ran, where exactly is the Shrek Academy we are heading to? Isn't it located in Soto City? Xiao lamented, having walked for quite some time after departing from Soto City. only to find vast expanses of farmland surrounding them, devoid of any buildings. She found it hard to believe that a prestigious Soul Master Academy could possibly exist in such a rural area. Surely, no academy of high standing would be established in the countryside. You are mistaken. The Shrek Academy is indeed in the countryside. It is precisely because it is situated here that I dared to bring you along. In a bustling city, the safety concerns would be considerable. If we were to encounter a formidable opponent, it could spell trouble for you. However, this area surrounding the Shrek Academy is undoubtedly secure, Su Ran replied with a smile. Moreover, the temperament of the instructors at Shrek Academy is quite amiable. Anyone who can abandon their esteemed titles as Soul Sage or Soul Emperor to establish an academy in the countryside must possess commendable character. What do you mean by bringing me here? Brother Su Ran, are you not coming to study at Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu inquired, her heart filled with a mix of confusion and unease. What if Su Ran left her here at the academy and departed on his own? I will also attend Shrek Academy, but I shall arrive a little later. There are some matters I must attend to first. In truth, you should understand that I, like you, have my own human identity. Furthermore, I have a fiancée. She is around your age and currently resides in the Star Luo Empire. Her name is Zhu Zhuqing, Su Ran stated directly, revealing the nature of his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. Fiancée? Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Ran in shock. She had never anticipated that he would already be engaged. Brother Su Ran, you are too cruel, Xiao exclaimed. Pouting as she regarded him, tears of grievance welling in her eyes, the discontent evident upon her face. Over the course of these days spent with Su Ran, she had come to regard him as her closest companion. Yet now, the very person she felt closest to already had a fiancé, which angered her deeply. She had tacitly accepted certain behaviors from Su Ran, essentially acknowledging his status. Why are you crying? Su Ran tenderly wiped away the tears at the corners of Xiao Wu's eyes. What do you think? Is it not because you are bullying me? You already have a fiancé outside. Why must you treat me so well? Xiao Wu retorted, her frustration directed at Su Ran as she playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Only when she saw the expression of pain on his face did she feel a sense of relief. I am so wronged. Is it a fault to treat you well? Su Ran protested, feeling unjustly accused. He had been quite well behaved during this period, having done nothing inappropriate toward Xiao Wu. No more excuses. Xiao Wu declared with a stern face, still harboring a hint of unhappiness. Brother Su Ran, you are truly shameless. How can you be so lecherous when you already have a fiancée? Having touched her, he feigned an expression of complete innocence. Now, having brought her to such a state, he showed no desire to take responsibility. I am weary and wish to remain here. Carry me, she declared with a hint of petulance, stamping her foot. Very well, Su Ran replied, nodding his head as he slightly bent forward, allowing her to leap onto his back. Her form was delicate and light, posing no burden to him. Su Ran, do not entertain any impure thoughts, she admonished, feeling a twinge of regret as she settled upon his back. Their intimacy had not yet reached such a level, and her earlier actions could easily be mistaken for playful affection. Yet, upon recalling that Su Ran was already betrothed, a surge of indignation welled within her, prompting her to lightly pound her fist against his back in frustration. Su Ran walked southward with Xiao Wu trailing behind him. Xiao Wu, her cheeks flushed, said nothing, tacitly acquiescing to Su Ran's actions. It was unclear whether this sense of urgency stemmed from the knowledge of Su Ran's engagement or from other matters. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ran had already attained a significant place in her heart. Su Ran assisted her in unveiling Tang San's true nature. He is a divine beast and will aid her in seeking vengeance in the future, in both emotional and rational terms. Su Ran is currently the most significant person in Xiao Wu's life. After her relationship with Tang San crumbled, Su Ran emerged as the sole person to fill the emotional void left by Tang San in her heart. Moreover, Su Ran is far more perfect in Xiao Wu's eyes than Tang San. Being a soul beast himself, he can also help her avenge her mother. Thus, under the influence of numerous factors, Su Ran has undeniably become the only person Xiao Wu trusts and relies upon in the human world. It is precisely due to these circumstances that the bond between Xiao Wu and Su Ran is evolving at an astonishing pace. Although there have yet to be any substantial changes, how long has it been since they met? When Tang San returns to Shrek Academy, everything will likely be settled. At that time, Xiao will wholeheartedly cherish Su Ran. By then, it will be too late for Tang San to attempt to win Xiao Wu back. Under Su Ran's influence, Xiao Wu has developed a shadow of doubt regarding Tang San. When Tang San arrives at Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu might remain wary, believing that he has deliberately come to monitor them and may strike at any moment to seize their soul rings and bones. This is the tragic predicament Tang San finds himself in. No matter what he does, Xiao will perceive it negatively. Chapter 36, Mu Bai's shameless thoughts finally. We have arrived. Su Ran gazed at the small village ahead, unable to suppress his exclamation. Over the past few days, he had traveled from Luo City to Notting City and then to Soto City. Although it was all spent in a carriage, he could not help but feel somewhat weary. After delivering Xiao to Soto City, he would have to return to Luo City to meet Zhu Zhuqing. Sigh. Being a man is exhausting. It is not only in such moments that one feels drained, at other times, it is equally tiring. Who said that the burdens on men's shoulders are light? Most of the time, it is men who bear the load while women rest, making it no surprise that they feel fatigued. Here? Brother Su Ran, you must be joking. Clinging to Su Ran's back, Xiao followed his guidance to lift her gaze towards the distance, where she spotted a small village. This village seemed to consist of only about 100 households, a scale that hardly qualifies as large. Could there possibly be a prestigious Soul Master Academy here? Shrek Academy is indeed rather dilapidated. However, the teachers within possess formidable strength. The weakest among them is a Soul Emperor, in addition to 3 Soul Saints. Su Ran explained to Xiao Wu. So strong? If they are that powerful, why establish an academy in such a remote location? Xiao Wu, taken aback, asked curiously. In such a desolate place, no sensible person would choose to enroll here. To be honest, had it not been for Su Ran, she would never have considered even glancing at such an academy. The admission standards of Shrek Academy are exceedingly stringent. Even in a bustling market, it would hold little significance. Furthermore, to become a student at Shrek Academy, one must be under 13 years of age and possess a strength exceeding level 20. Few possess such qualifications. So stringent? Are they seeking to nurture monsters? Even prodigies of such caliber would likely opt for the esteemed halls of the Spirit Hall, remarked Xiao Wu, begrudgingly acknowledging the institution's supremacy over all other Soul Master sects and academies. It stands as the sacred sanctuary for Soul Masters, though harboring enmity towards the Spirit Hall. She couldn't deny this truth. The Shrek Academy upholds a creed, rather go without than lower standards. Its mentors aspire to cultivate an institution that breeds extraordinary beings. Su Ran explained as he strolled toward the village. The settlement lay hushed, its inhabitants engrossed in the season's toil. Su Ran and Xiao Wu, adorned in luxurious attire, presented an extraordinary sight. The young man, with his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, gripped a 3-foot-long sword, exuding an air of remarkable elegance. The young woman, with her exquisite features, donned a powder blue embroidered gown, her beauty akin to that of a blooming flower. Their presence captivated the attention of many onlookers. Some farmers shook their heads, lamenting the fate of 2 naive youths who had fallen prey to this dubious academy. However, they refrained from voicing their concerns, as the faculty and students of Shrek Academy relied on them for sustenance. The more students enrolled, the greater their profit. Such a stunning girl, exclaimed a voice from behind. Tuyus appeared behind Su Ran and Xiao Wu. The boy on the left was plump and sturdy, with short hair and small eyes. His chubby cheeks bore 2 faint mustache-like hairs, reminiscent of a rat's whiskers. To his right stood a golden-haired youth, whose eyes were particularly mesmerizing, each possessing a dual pupil that glimmered with a predatory intensity as he gazed at Xiao Wu, akin to a hunter surveying his prey. Xiao Wu, already breathtakingly beautiful, showcased her innate charm further enhanced by Su Ran's meticulous grooming. Her silky black hair was styled into a neat scorpion braid that cascaded past her calves, while she wore a powder blue gown cinched at the waist with a pink belt, accentuating her developing figure. Although her bosom was not yet full, her slender waist, delicate enough to be grasped with one hand, would surely evoke envy in countless women. The 2 youths were Ma Hongjun and Mu Bai, who had just returned from the Soul Arena in Soto City. Hello, beautiful. I presume you are here to enroll in Shrek Academy? Mu Bai inquired, captivated by Xiao Wu's beauty. Despite her figure being not fully developed, his seasoned eye recognized the allure of such a woman, especially with her vibrant and lively demeanor that was utterly irresistible. Mu Bai mused that her beauty rivaled that of his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, who, while stunning, often treated him with disdain, as if he owed her something. He felt justified in his feelings toward Zhu Zhuqing, as his fiancée. She should understand the dynamics of their relationship, yet she seemed oblivious, failing to follow her fiancé and serve him, instead attempting to display her displeasure. Though he bore some resentment, he would never dare express such thoughts if Zhu Zhuqing were present. After all, with her admirable figure and breathtaking beauty, he had no desire to jeopardize their relationship. Regardless of her attitude, she remained his fiancée, and he believed that one day she would willingly rest in his embrace. becoming his beloved. Yet, he could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. Zhu Zhuqing's perfect form and beauty were undeniable, captivating from every angle. How wonderful it would be if she were willing to be with him. Then he would no longer seek the company of other women. Although the twin beauties are alluring, his interest in them is merely superficial, a fleeting dalliance. They pale in comparison to the exquisite Zhu Zhuqing. However, that day cannot be far off. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancée, she will inevitably become his in due time. Oh, Xiao gazed coldly at Mu Bai. A flicker of frost in her eyes as she suppressed her discontent and gently nodded. Allow me to escort you to the academy now. Although today is not the enrollment day for Shrek Academy, with our influence, as long as you meet the criteria, you can gain entry. As Mu Bai spoke, he reached for Xiao Wu's hand, unable to suppress a wicked grin. Is it truly so easy to enter Shrek Academy? The Academy's motto of only accepting monsters may draw scorn from many, yet this prestigious institution annually attracts a plethora of rebellious young heirs from prominent families. Though few ever pass the rigorous evaluations, the beautiful girl before him appears to be no exception. He has already devised a plan to win her heart. First, by leveraging his ability to facilitate her admission, then by sharing a few dinners together, he is certain she will be his. Such naive young ladies are the easiest to deceive. As for her eventual failure in the assessments, that would be most convenient, after all. There exists a term for such fleeting encounters. One can savor the experience and part ways amicably. Should she succeed, he would be burdened with responsibility. Chapter 37. Mu Bai's pretentiousness. Ouch, that hurts. Soon, a surge of pain in his hand jolted Mu Bai from his reverie, and he involuntarily gasped. At that moment, Su Ran was gripping his hand tightly, causing Mu Bai's face to twitch in agony. Ever since Su Ran obtained the Qilin bloodline, although his human form did not possess the same monstrous traits as his beast form, his physique had been significantly enhanced. It could be said that in terms of physical prowess, Su Ran's strength rivaled that of a Soul Emperor. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Teach Mu Bai a lesson. Based on the shadow area you cast upon Mu Bai, you will earn skill points ranging from 100 to 200. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Ran couldn't help but smile. He had intended to discipline Mu Bai, and the opportunity had now presented itself. Innate divine strength? Is it truly innate divine strength? Release me at once. Mu Bai felt a tingling pain coursing through his scalp. He attempted to wrench his hand free, but Su Ran's grip exceeded his wildest imagination. His hand remained firmly ensnared, utterly incapable of escape. Could this youth possess such formidable strength? It was inconceivable. This person appeared even younger than he. How could he possibly be stronger? After all, he was a peerless genius endowed with the white tiger martial soul. The most gifted disciple in the Dai family, surpassing even Davis in talent. Even among the students of Shrek Academy, which exclusively admits monsters, he stands as the strongest. Oscar and Ma Hongjun pale in comparison. One is a food-type soul master lacking offensive capability despite possessing innate full soul power, while the other, with inferior talent, resorts to dubious methods to expel his evil flame. Once his life essence is depleted, he will meet his end. How could they possibly rival Mu Bai? If they are considered geniuses, mere monsters, then he is the monster among monsters. Moreover, his prodigious talent is matched only by his noble lineage. A prince of a nation is in a league of his own. Yet, despite his strength, he does not delude himself into thinking he is invincible. Many peers are capable of challenging him. However, the individual before him is clearly not one of them. In a contest of pure strength, he surpasses Mu Bai by an unfathomable margin. Such a person must possess innate divine strength and nothing more. Release me at once, Mu Bai exclaimed, his muscles twitching in pain. Should this individual persist in his ignorance, he would have no choice but to unleash his martial soul and teach him a lesson. What does innate divine strength amount to? This world is not governed by rural folk. If he were to release his martial soul, he would have to concede defeat. As Su Ran loosened his grip during Mu Bai's vigorous struggle, Mu Bai stumbled backward, landing unceremoniously. With a chuckle, Xiao Wu observed the scene. Her gaze toward Mu Bai tinged with disdain. He had aspirations of wooing others, yet with such meager prowess, he only succeeded in embarrassing himself. Do you dare to mock me? Mu Bai retorted, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust, his eyes blazing with indignation. For many years since his arrival at Shrek Academy, he had never faced such humiliation. With his remarkable talent, he wielded considerable influence there, and in Soto City. Numerous exquisite beauties were enamored with him. As the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had never endured such mockery before. It was evident that Su Ran had intentionally released him at that moment to witness his embarrassment. Mock you? What of it? My woman is beyond your reach. Su Ran replied coolly, regarding Mu Bai with indifference. Mu Bai's audacity was astonishing. He sought to flirt with Xiao Wu, oblivious to Su Ran's presence. He could not even protect his fiancée, yet still wished to pursue Xiao Wu? What a farce! Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Xiao Wu felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, secretly delighted. Did this mean she held a special place in Su Ran's heart? Yet, he was already betrothed. Was he intent on having both? How mischievous! Xiao Wu pouted, glancing at Su Ran, her irritation surfacing at the thought of his fiancée. Despite his engagement, he boldly claimed her as his woman, all while being so lecherous. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. In the realm of soul beasts, it was commonplace for men to have multiple wives. In truth, she was merely feeling a touch of jealousy. Your woman? Humph. What does that matter? Since time immemorial, beauty has always been paired with heroes. A weakling, how could he possibly be worthy of a beauty? Mu Bai remarked. Having now firmly concluded that Su Ran possessed innate strength, despite his own lack of formidable prowess, he disdainfully declared, even the strongest brute force counts for naught. Oh. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, surprised as he regarded Mu Bai. He had never encountered someone with such audacity. Just moments ago, he had suffered a setback at Su Ran's hands, yet now he dared to boast with such arrogance. Innate strength, indeed. Did he truly believe he was the only genius in this world? If he were truly a genius, why not confront Davis directly? What a fool he was. Mu Bai had even lost his fiancée to him. He was nothing in comparison. Nevertheless, Su Ran had no intention of revealing his connection with Zhu Zhuqing to Mu Bai just yet. He would wait until he and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at Shrek Academy to showcase his triumph. Humph, the unseasoned calf fears not the tiger. Upon noticing the contempt in Su Ran's gaze, Mu Bai was immediately incensed. He glared at Su Ran, unleashing his martial spirit. White tiger, manifest! With a powerful shout, a dazzling pale light erupted from his form. His arms spread wide, chest thrust forward, and his bones crackled as they adjusted, muscles rapidly swelling, causing his garments to billow. Beneath him, 3 soul rings of yellow and purple ascended, clearly revealing the strength of a soul master at level 37. Mu Bai, what are you doing? They are here to join Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun interjected, unable to contain himself as the situation escalated. Mu Bai's power was formidable, a soul master of 37 with the white tiger martial spirit, renowned for its combat prowess. If trouble were to arise, it would be disastrous. Humph, here to apply for Shrek Academy? Every year, countless individuals come to our academy. How many successfully pass? Today, I shall first assess their strength on behalf of the teachers. If they lack the necessary power, they ought to return whence they came. Moreover, even if they are fortunate enough to join Shrek Academy, they must adhere to the rules. Upon encountering seniors, they must show respect. A shadow flickered in Mu Bai's gaze. Having lost face before Su Ran, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Otherwise, others might perceive him as easy prey. Was Mu Bai truly a pushover? Ma Hongjun glanced at Mu Bai, and then at Su Ran and Xiao Wu, choosing silence as he made his way into the academy. Though he had his vices, he was not foolish enough to provoke the wrath of the teachers by obstructing aspiring students. If it came to light that he and Mu Bai had hindered newcomers, he would face dire consequences. Ma Hongjun, come back. Mu Bai called out, momentarily stunned as he attempted to stop him. Ma Hongjun, however, feigned ignorance to Mu Bai's words and hastily proceeded toward the academy. He was no fool. Why should he bear the brunt of punishment for Mu Bai's provocations? Fortunately for Mu Bai, it seemed that the teachers were somewhat lenient towards him for reasons unknown. His frequent indulgence and revelry in Soto City is met with a knowing eye, but he is held to a different standard. Flanders, his mentor, while benevolent, is known to exact a severe toll for any misstep. Most importantly, he senses that the prowess of these 2 individuals is formidable, harboring an intuition that they will surpass the assessment set forth by the academy. As the adage goes, those embroiled in the matter often lack clarity, while observers see the truth. He perceives distinctly that the youth, in the midst of a hand-grip contest with Mu Bai, wore an expression of utter nonchalance, appearing as if he were untouched by the world. In stark contrast, Mu Bai exerted all his strength, unable to withdraw his hand. Moreover, that individual took pleasure in humiliating Mu Bai, suggesting he is no ordinary foe. Clearly, as they sought entrance into Shrek Academy, they are well aware that it only admits the exceptionally gifted. Mu Bai, a student of Shrek Academy, possesses undeniable talent and strength. Thus, to challenge him under these circumstances demonstrates a brazen audacity. It is entirely plausible that their identities and capabilities surpass those of Mu Bai. Therefore, he would naturally refrain from aligning himself with Mu Bai. Inciting the ire of the wrong individuals could render his days at the academy quite unbearable. Ma Hongjun, as Flanders' disciple, has absorbed much wisdom over the years. Although he may appear simple-minded, he is shrewd beneath the surface. Scoundrel, Mu Bai muttered under his breath. Having just escorted Ma Hongjun to seek out the twin sisters, only for this fool to raise his trousers and refuse to relent. Humph. Do not think that the arrival of the principal will save you. I shall deal with you before he arrives. Mu Bai turned to Su Ran, his gaze haughty. In this desolate locale, he harbored doubts about the emergence of any prodigies. He is a prince of the Star Luo Empire, albeit currently evading capture, seeking refuge at Shrek Academy. Nevertheless, a prince remains a prince, imbued with the pride of royalty. In you, he addressed Xiaowu, his tone icy, as a woman. Aligning with the wrong company will lead to a lifetime of regret. Though this girl is undeniably beautiful, she is utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, she mocked him, which bruised his pride and inflicted a deep sense of humiliation. He possesses both exterior beauty and inner strength, talent that commands the admiration of countless women wherever he roams. Yet this girl displays such a lack of awareness. He is determined to teach her the consequences of offending a genius. Once he defeats her boyfriend, she may find herself lamenting her misjudgment in crossing a prodigy. In that moment, she might even plead for his mercy, seeking his protection. He has witnessed this scenario unfold too many times before. It is evidently repeating itself now. Fight or not, you certainly talk too much, Xiaowu remarked, smirking at Mu Bai as if she were witnessing a farce. She had never encountered anyone quite like him. Even before the battle commenced, he was predicting the outcome. What significance does a soul power of 37 hold in the presence of Su Ran? As a divine beast, even though she is taken on a human form, her power remains extraordinarily formidable. The soft-boned rabbit, while not regarded as a formidable spirit beast among its kind, possesses more than mere fortune. A 10,000-year auspicious beast strength rivals that of an ordinary 100,000-year spirit beast. How could Su Ran's prowess be deemed weak? Very well. I shall defeat him to demonstrate. Mu Bai, with the martial spirit of the white tiger, stands as a 37th level battle spirit sovereign. I humbly seek your guidance. Mu Bai confidently declared his martial spirit and rank, signifying a formal challenge. After stating his level, he gazed at Su Ran with keen interest. Upon witnessing this, Su Ran no longer hesitated, tightening his grip on the god-slaying sword. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped his eyes as 3 violet soul rings gracefully ascended beneath him. In that fleeting moment of unleashing his martial soul, an immense surge of soul power flowed forth, enhancing the ferocity of the god-slaying sword. While ordinarily, Su Ran could wield the sword as if it were a mere object, without the release of his martial soul, he could not truly unleash its formidable power or employ any soul skills. Without the martial soul's activation, the god-slaying sword remained merely an extraordinarily sharp blade. Nevertheless, Su Ran chose to carry it with him, for he sensed an almost sentient bond between himself and the sword, an affinity that was steadily growing. Su Ran, martial soul, god-slaying sword, level 32 soul master. Please advise, Su Ran stated, having recently achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching level 32. Su Ran unleashed his martial spirit, and upon witnessing it, Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Su Ran's soul ring configuration was merely the standard 2 yellow and 1 purple. However, it had now astonishingly transformed into an array of Millennium soul rings. Moreover, the ages of these soul rings were notably significant. The purple ring, while not exceedingly deep in hue, was certainly far from shallow. Is Su Ran a monster? Is this the terrifying essence of the auspicious beast? Xiaowu thought in astonishment. She had only heard of auspicious beasts in legends and was unaware of their other capabilities. However, she understood that being revered as the Soul Beast Emperor indicated Su Ran's terrifying strength, which was undoubtedly far more complex than merely possessing auspicious traits. Mu Bai was equally struck dumb with shock. He had assumed Su Ran was merely endowed with innate strength, never anticipating that he was a true prodigy. 3 purple soul rings, such a configuration was profoundly astonishing. Throughout history, a soul master who could achieve a standard soul ring configuration was already considered a genius. Those possessing a configuration that surpassed the standard were deemed monsters. Yet, even a prodigy could not possibly achieve this. The first soul ring being a millennium old was utterly terrifying. Could it be that Su Ran absorbed a 1,000-year soul beast ring at the mere level of 10? How is this possible? How did you accomplish this? Mu Bai exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment, his gaze towards Su Ran now laced with immense wariness. I possess not only innate strength but also a naturally robust physique. A mere 1,000-year soul ring is inconsequential, Su Ran replied. Upon hearing this, a shadow of gloom crossed Dai Mu Bai's face. He recognized that Su Ran was mocking his earlier claim of having innate strength. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. What if you're a prodigy? My soul power is 2 levels higher than yours. I can still crush you. Dai Mu Bai coldly retorted, his eyes shimmering with malice as he unleashed a torrent of soul power towards Su Ran. Chapter 39. Dai Mu Bai's plea for mercy. Dai Mu Bai was acutely aware of Su Ran's formidable prowess, prompting him to directly release his third soul skill. A radiant purple halo emanated from beneath him, amplifying his already potent aura. Feeling the surge of soul power coursing through him, Dai Mu Bai's confidence was reignited. As a prince, he had always carried a strong sense of self-assurance. He dashed towards Su Ran, his hands morphing into powerful tiger claws adorned with gleaming silver blades. Dai Mu Bai roared, lunging at Su Ran's head with his lethal claws. In stark contrast to Dai Mu Bai's flamboyant assault, Su Ran remained composed. With his left hand grasping the obsidian sword sheath and his right hand slowly encircling the hilt, a smirk of derision graced his face. Bloodslaughter, Su Ran uttered softly as he drew the god-slaying sword from its inky sheath. The first soul ring beneath Su Ran flickered, and a palpable scent of blood emanated from him, while the dark blade of the god-slaying sword transformed into a deep crimson hue the moment the soul ring illuminated. At the instant Su Ran drew the sword, both Dai Mu Bai and Xiao Wu felt an unsettling tingle run down their spines. Xiao Wu, taken aback, turned her gaze towards Su Ran, who, with his striking features and piercing eyes, appeared exceptionally handsome. Yet, at that moment, his eyes had morphed into a blood-red shade, radiating a ferocious, bloodthirsty gleam. In that fleeting instant, Su Ran resembled a deity of death, emerging from the depths of hell. The overwhelming aura of bloodlust surrounding him instilled a fear akin to facing a venomous serpent. If Xiao Wu felt this trepidation, Dai Mu Bai, standing directly opposite him, was engulfed by an inexplicable chill that made him shudder involuntarily, even as he lunged towards Su Ran. Before Dai Mu Bai could react, a crimson beam of sword light, imbued with a strong scent of blood, surged towards his transformed tiger claw. The speed of that sword light was astonishing, carrying with it a sinister intent. With a swift motion, the sword light struck the silver-white claws of Dai Mu Bai's tiger form, severing them cleanly as if they were mere butter. A pain cry escaped Dai Mu Bai's lips as an overwhelming agony washed over him. He gazed in horror at his hand. The formidable blades granted by his white tiger spirit had been effortlessly severed, although his white tiger martial spirit relied on the power of his palms. Those blades had always bolstered his strength significantly, yet now they lay broken. Dai Mu Bai could not help but scrutinize his hand. Aside from the tips of his claws, a substantial portion of flesh had been sheared away. The cut was smooth, and a trace of bloody sword energy relentlessly ravaged the flesh and tissue surrounding the wound, akin to salt being poured onto an open sore, intensifying his suffering. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he stared at the gash, the reality of it sending shivers down his spine. The fact that this strike could so easily sever the 5 strongest blades of his hand instilled in him the fear that losing an entire arm would be a trivial matter for Su Ran. I concede. Consider this my defeat, Dai Mu Bai declared without hesitation. In his white tiger form, he had reached his peak, yet even that could not withstand Su Ran's blade. He regarded Su Ran with a frigid stare. As a senior from Shrek Academy, he understood that should Su Ran wish to mingle within its halls, he would have no choice but to relent. It was ill-advised for a newcomer to assault a senior on their very first day, in the world of rivalries. Debts must ultimately be repaid. My woman is not someone you can covet, Su Ran retorted coldly, disdainfully noting Dai Mu Bai's lecherous nature, which had led him to abandon Zhu Zhuqing. When encountering the strong, one quickly retreats. When faced with the weak, one puts on airs and strikes back. Just moments ago, he was preoccupied with Xiao Wu. Had it not been for him and Xiao Wu, this beautiful girl would likely have fallen prey to Dai Mu Bai's deceit. Su Ran disregarded Dai Mu Bai, continuing to wield his sword with a single, decisive stroke. The crimson blade sliced perilously close to Dai Mu Bai's arm, instantly severing the fabric and leaving a gaping wound that revealed raw flesh and a hint of blood. Ah, it hurts. Dai Mu Bai could not suppress a pain scream, his gaze fixed in shock upon Su Ran. He had not anticipated such a blatant display of disrespect. Even after conceding defeat, Su Ran persisted in his assault, wielding his weapon with a cruel intensity. Accustomed to wielding power and influence, Dai Mu Bai remained oblivious to the fact that he had initiated the provocation by attempting to seduce Su Ran's beloved, and had been the first to unleash his martial spirit in an attempt to teach Su Ran a lesson. Now, He believed that a mere admission of defeat would suffice for him to retreat, unaware that Su Ran would never allow him to escape so easily. Had he offended someone other than Su Ran today, perhaps others might have chosen to relent. For it is ill-advised to provoke a genius soul master endowed with a top-tier assault martial spirit. Yet, Su Ran harbored no reservations. Mu Bai's status held little weight in Su Ran's eyes. In fact, should he divulge Mu Bai's position to Davis, the latter would undoubtedly intervene to eliminate him. In the empire of Tiando, the demise of Mu Bai could transpire unnoticed, and Davis would likely be overjoyed to discover that such an obscure figure had met his end in a secluded ravine. After all, what consequence is there in the death of an unidentified individual in such a remote location? However, had Mu Bai been in Tiando City, the situation would have been far more complicated, as it would be easy to trace the assassination back to him. Su Ran, must I beg for mercy? I shall never again provoke your beloved. I won't even dare to cast a glance in her direction, Mu Bai pleaded desperately. As he beheld the frigid gaze Su Ran directed at him, one that seemed to regard him as nothing more than a lifeless corpse, fear enveloped him. Su Ran's prowess far surpassed his own. If the battle continued, he might even face death. Thus, disregarding his dignity as a prince, he directly pleaded for mercy. It was too late. Su Ran stated coldly, devoid of any sympathy for Mu Bai, and with another swift stroke of his sword, a portion of his intact arm was severed, blood spilling forth. Su Ran harbored an intense disdain for those who coveted his woman. Although he and Xiao had yet to formalize their relationship, in his heart, she was already regarded as his. The one he desired would exclusively belong to him. His heart was not so expansive. The thought of his beloved being embraced by another, and potentially bearing another's child, was insufferable to him. His philosophy of love was one of selfish possession. If he could not possess, then what was there to discuss regarding love? It was all nonsense. Chapter 40. Who is your precious Xiao? Mu Bai's first and third soul rings shimmered simultaneously, initiating the transformation into the white tiger Vidra form. Concurrently, a white light shield enveloped him, providing protection. Almost immediately, his second soul ring illuminated, and a massive surge of white light coalesced. Accompanied by a fierce tiger roar from Mu Bai, a milky white sphere of light erupted from his mouth. Within a brief span, the three soul skills, White Tiger Shield, White Tiger Radiant Wave, and White Tiger Vidra Transformation, were unleashed. It must be said that Mu Bai was not without merit. His talent was commendable. To release three soul skills in one breath was a feat not easily accomplished even among those of the Soul Sovereign realm. Although Su Ran held a low opinion of Mu Bai's character, he nonetheless acknowledged his talent. However, Mu Bai's abilities were remarkable only in comparison to ordinary individuals. In Su Ran's eyes, he could only conclude that he was woefully inadequate, indeed pitiably weak. With a resolute step, Su Ran advanced without any hesitation, drawing his sword and charging directly at Mu Bai. Faced with the formidable strength of Mu Bai, Su Ran possessed the instinct to employ a more agile strategy to easily vanquish him. However, he scoffed at such tactics. He yearned to demonstrate the vast chasm that lay between them. Slash! Su Ran exclaimed. And a brilliant beam of sword light cleaved through the white tiger's radiant wave unleashed by Mu Bai. Boom! Boom! The terrifying sound of an explosion reverberated as the white tiger's radiant wave was severed, and Su Ran swiftly approached Mu Bai. Upon seeing Su Ran's figure, Mu Bai felt a chill run down his spine. He caught sight of an incredibly fearsome sword light, and before he could react, it engulfed his consciousness. Thud! Mu Bai collapsed, a shallow sword mark etched across his face, extending from the center of his forehead down to his legs. A fine line of blood swiftly oozed out, staining his body in crimson. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have earned 200 skill points. Brother Su Ran. Upon witnessing Mu Bai's downfall, Xiao Wu hurriedly rushed to Su Ran's side, gripping his sleeve with concern etched on her small face. Do not worry. I have exercised restraint and spared his life. Su Ran replied calmly, sheathing the god-slaying sword and retracting his martial spirit, allowing his expression to return to normal. Brother Su Ran, your aura was terrifying just now. Akin to a demon emerging from hell, Xiao Wu remarked, her grip on his sleeve tightening. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. But upon seeing the familiar Su Ran, she sighed in relief. That is merely because of you. Who dares to harbor ill intentions towards my precious Xiao Wu? Had it been anyone else, I would have undoubtedly slain them on the spot, Su Ran stated, acknowledging that his soul ring, bestowed by the system, bore formidable power. The intense killing intent of his first soul skill, Blood Kill, had even affected him. However, in the state of a slayer, the power of Blood Kill would amplify significantly. Brother Su Ran, you speak nonsense. Who is your precious Xiao Wu? Xiao's cheeks flushed as other thoughts dissipated. Her mind fixated on Su Ran's earlier words to Mu Bai. Su Ran had audaciously declared her to be his woman. It was utterly shameless, especially since she had not yet consented. Moreover, he forbade others from harboring feelings for her. How could she ever hope to marry if that were the case? What can be done? I am a divine beast. I decree that you shall not marry anyone else, Su Ran teased, playfully bantering with her. Brother Su Ran, you are too wicked. If you do not allow me to marry, what am I to do in the future? Xiao could not help but exclaim, her face turning crimson as she lowered her gaze, fixated on her crystalline shoes shimmering in the sunlight. Her small feet, clad in stockings, trembled restlessly as her heart raced uncontrollably. Su Ran spoke truthfully. Whenever auspicious beast desires to procreate, it causes a considerable stir throughout the entire spirit beast realm. His mother once informed him that should an auspicious beast seek a consort, all female spirit beasts of 10,000 years would be exceedingly willing to comply. Even those who might harbor reluctance would have no choice but to acquiesce, provided the auspicious beast took a liking to them. This is due to the profound significance of auspicious beasts for the spirit beast lineage. Their abilities to enhance growth rates and improve the chances of transcending tribulations drive all spirit beasts to frenzy. Given the rarity of auspicious beasts, the death of one implies a lengthy wait for another to emerge, as they are born in accordance with the celestial fortune of the world. However, if an auspicious beast were to reproduce, the likelihood of producing another auspicious beast would be considerably heightened, especially if two auspicious beasts were to unite. This is a scientifically sound premise, substantiated by the rigorous testing of powerful spirit beasts over countless years. The status of auspicious beasts is exceedingly elevated, and their reproduction is thus of paramount importance to the spirit beast tribe. Regrettably, auspicious beasts hold themselves in high esteem and exhibit little interest even in the most venerable of 10,000-year spirit beast females. They are particularly indifferent to matters of procreation. Even the ferocious beast would find it futile to intervene, for auspicious beasts are the sovereigns of the spirit beast realm, and none would dare compel them to undertake such actions. As harbingers of good fortune, any disrespect shown toward an auspicious beast is likely to invite dire omens. Hence, if Su Ran desires her, even if she were to refuse, the entire spirit beast tribe would compel her consent. After all, it is a rare occurrence to have an auspicious beast show interest in such matters. The continuity of auspicious beast lineage must be safeguarded without any unforeseen complications. Rest assured, even if you do eventually find someone you wish to be with, as long as they possess admirable qualities, I shall not oppose your union, Su Ran reassured, his hand instinctively encircling the delicate waist of Xiao, inhaling the fragrant aroma that enveloped her. Of course, despite his words, should such a scenario arise, he would undoubtedly resort to drastic measures against that individual. Brother Su Ran, I shall not fall for anyone else. However, I require a bit more time, Xiao replied. Her gaze lowered as she felt Su Ran's gentle touch upon her, surprisingly offering no resistance. In her heart, she harbored a burgeoning fondness for Su Ran. Setting aside other considerations, both she and Su Ran were spirit beasts who had undergone the process of reformation, instilling in her a distinctive affection for him. After all, the sentiments she had once concealed could now be freely expressed to Su Ran. Furthermore, as an auspicious beast, his influence within the spirit beast realm is profound. Should Su Ran truly harbor feelings for her, her eventual union with him and the bearing of offspring would also fulfill her responsibilities as a spirit beast. Yet, she acknowledged that she needed time to process these thoughts. Regardless of her growing fondness for Su Ran, it was implausible for her to agree so swiftly. Particularly as the one to take the initiative, this was a matter she found difficult to articulate. Mu Bai awakened from a state of hazy unconsciousness, only to be met with overwhelming pain coursing through his body and a disorienting fog clouding his mind. He yearned to cry out for help, yet was devoid of any strength, even the energy to utter a word. As he opened his eyes, he could only witness Su Ran and Xiao basking in their affection for one another, and in an instant, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Despite his grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death, the sight of their carefree display of love overwhelmed him with fury, causing him to faint again. Chapter 41. The confrontation with Flander. When Ma Hongjun arrived once more, he was accompanied by a middle-aged man. The man appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique. His distinct facial features included a slightly protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a flat visage, and a pronounced aquiline nose. Adorning his face were a pair of black-framed, square crystal glasses that imparted a cunning impression. This man was none other than Flander, the head of Shrek Academy, and also Ma Hongjun's mentor. At that moment, Flander and Ma Hongjun, an elder and a youth, stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their shock. The sight before them was nothing short of alarming. They were well aware of Mu Bai's talents and strength, ranked as a soul master at level 37. And wielding the formidable white tiger martial spirit, his prowess was not to be underestimated among his peers. Yet, to see him in such a dire state, bloodied and with patches of flesh seemingly stripped away, was beyond their comprehension. Realizing the extent of Mu Bai's injuries, they could no longer remain composed. It was important to note that Mu Bai possessed substantial combat experience. Having participated in numerous battles at the Great Soul Arena, he was certainly no novice. The individual capable of inflicting such harm on him was undoubtedly terrifying. Flander cast a profound glance towards Su Ran. The wounds on Mu Bai were clearly inflicted by an exceptionally sharp weapon. Su Ran was precisely wielding a pitch-black longsword. Piecing together the information Ma Hongjun had relayed, Flander began to grasp the sequence of events. Take Mu Bai to Zhao Wujie for treatment, Flander instructed, his gaze lingering on Mu Bai. Although the injuries appeared grievous, they were not deeply inflicted, and he held no concerns for Mu Bai's safety. Understood, teacher, Ma Hongjun replied, eyeing Mu Bai's wounds before casting a deep, apprehensive glance at Su Ran. He couldn't help but shudder. Fortuitously, he had displayed wisdom and refrained from joining Mu Bai in bullying newcomers. Otherwise, he might have suffered an even worse fate. If Mu Bai was in such a state, and he was merely a great soul master, offending Su Ran would leave him utterly defenseless. Contemplating these thoughts, Ma Hongjun could not help but elevate the status of Su Ran and Xiao Wu in his mind. He understood that these two were not to be trifled with, especially the woman. Despite his notorious proclivity, he dared not entertain any thoughts towards her. It was Mu Bai's flippant demeanor that had incited this calamity. With urgency, Ma Hongjun hoisted Mu Bai onto his back and hurried away, intent on ensuring Mu Bai's safety before returning to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Flander's gaze remained fixed on Su Ran and Xiao Wu, ultimately settling on Su Ran. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, evoking a sense of wonder. He could sense that Su Ran possessed a cultivation level of 32, yet he appeared remarkably youthful. However, how could someone at the 32 level defeat Mu Bai, who was at 37 and had considerable combat experience? Flander murmured to himself. Suddenly, a potent aura erupted from him, enveloping Su Ran. For yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings spiraled around him, signifying his status as a soul sage. Flander, with a cultivation level of 78, proclaimed, "Conquer me with your strength, and you shall gain entry to Shrek Academy." His gaze fixed intently on Su Ran, revealing an unmistakable fervor. He realized he had stumbled upon a treasure, perhaps even an unparalleled genius. A 32-level individual overpowering a 37-level like Mu Bai was an extraordinary feat that could only be achieved by a true prodigy. He had observed meticulously. The sword wounds on Mu Bai were direct and smooth, without a hint of deviation. If Mu Bai had even a modicum of resistance, such injuries could never have been inflicted. This could only imply that Mu Bai was utterly defenseless before him, akin to a plaything. As Flander unleashed his martial spirit, his gaze remained fixed upon Su Ran. He was in no rush to strike, for his intention was merely to assess Su Ran's strength, not to defeat him. As a soul sage, why would he harbor the desire to compete with a soul honor? Strength? Su Ran nodded, gripping the hilt of his sword once more. He recalled from the original text that the Shrek 7 monsters were required to endure a stick of incense's worth of time under Zhao Wujie's scrutiny upon entering the academy. Thus, the recruitment standards of Shrek Academy were considerably more stringent compared to other institutions. He understood that defeating Flander was not a necessity for admission. He merely needed to showcase his utmost strength before him. That, indeed, would suffice. Su Ran stood firmly, gripping the hilt of his sword, while Flander waited with bated breath for Su Ran to make his move. His curiosity piqued. Flander mused that Su Ran's sword martial spirit must be extraordinary, with proper cultivation. He might very well emerge as a figure akin to the sword Douluo from their Shrek Academy. A gust of wind swept through, rustling their garments. It was at that moment that Su Ran took action. Su Ran directly unleashed his martial soul, and 3 radiant purple soul rings spiraled upwards. Simultaneously, the first and second soul rings beneath Su Ran shimmered brightly, causing him to vanish from his original position in an instant. Utilizing star concealment, he temporarily rendered himself invisible, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment while significantly enhancing his speed. Blood Kill represented Su Ran's most formidable single-target attack soul skill. The combination of these 2 soul skills might yield an unexpectedly powerful effect. 3,000-year soul rings, such a prodigy exists in this world. Flender murmured to himself. But the moment Su Ran released his martial soul, he had already recognized Su Ran's extraordinary talent. If such a genius could not be admitted to the academy, there would be no point in continuing the existence of Shrek Academy. Renowned for accepting only monsters, Shrek Academy had, in truth, only welcomed students with slightly superior talents. Like Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mu Bai, they could hardly be deemed monsters, but today he had truly witnessed one. The first soul ring was indeed 1,000 years old. Was this not the very definition of a monster? A soul master at the age of 6 or 7, capable of absorbing 1,000-year soul ring? Flender observed closely, realizing that this first soul ring was, in fact, over 3,000 years old. A soul ring of just over 1,000 years old would not exhibit such a deep shade of purple. Flender found himself momentarily dazed. A sudden chill jolting him back to reality as Su Ran launched an attack. His heart skipped a beat as he scanned the surroundings for Su Ran's figure, only to be struck with fear as he realized he could not sense Su Ran's presence. Understanding that Su Ran must have employed some form of invisibility soul skill, Flender dared not be negligent. He unleashed waves of soul power, radiating outward in circles to discern Su Ran's location. Chapter 42. Wounding Flender. Power approaches Soul Emperor too late. A languid voice resonated from behind Flender, causing him to startle. Before he could react, a crimson sword light slashed towards his back. So fast, Flender gasped in astonishment. He had merely been momentarily distracted by the peculiar nature of Su Ran's soul rings, never anticipating that in such a brief moment, Su Ran would have positioned himself directly behind him. Moreover, the might of that strike exceeded his expectations, leaving him utterly astounded. Su Ran's strength far exceeded his own expectations. With such prowess and a cunning approach to combat, even an average soul emperor in this vicinity could potentially meet a tragic end. Such combat capability was not something typically attributed to a soul master of his rank. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, his abilities surpassed the mere Soul King level he had estimated. His true combat power was not much inferior to that of a recently ascended soul emperor, having only just arrived in the continent. Su Ran was unfamiliar with the combat potential expected at various ranks. He underestimated his own capabilities while overestimating those of the Soul King. His most formidable single-target attack, the Blood Slaughter, had escalated significantly after his soul ring reached over 3,000 years in age. The destructive power of Blood Slaughter was undoubtedly sufficient to rival that of a soul emperor. Such a ferocious offensive capability manifested suddenly, leaving Flender wary and unyielding. Flander's second soul skill, Flicker, transformed his arms into a pair of wings, propelling his speed to astonishing heights. His martial spirit, the four-eyed cat eagle, was a powerful agility-based martial spirit, making him exceptionally swift as a soul sage. However, over a short distance, the flash of crimson sword light inevitably grazed his arm. A fine line of blood emerged, quickly concealed by Flender. The moment he glanced at Su Ran, his expression shifted dramatically. He comprehended the immense talent standing before him. A 32-rank soul master had managed to injure him, who had activated his martial spirit. How could he not be astonished? If this were to be relayed to Xiao Wujie and the others, they would surely be incredulous. A soul master possessed such terrifying strength. Although there were many reasons for Su Ran's ability to wound him, such as the less than 10-meter distance between them and Flander's momentary daze from Su Ran's 3 purple soul rings, Su Ran's true combat prowess was sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Soul Emperor. Without formidable strength, no matter how distracted he was or how close they stood, Su Ran would not have been able to inflict injury upon him. Given Su Ran's prodigious talent, it is likely that his future accomplishments will far surpass those of Jian Douluo, barring any unforeseen circumstances. In his youth, Jian Douluo did not possess such formidable strength. During his time as a soul master, he could only defeat a few fortunate opponents among the soul sect. How could he possibly compare to the terrifying prowess of Su Ran? Su Ran now possesses combat capabilities almost on par with a soul emperor. The future generations are indeed formidable, Flander remarked, struggling to find words that could adequately describe Su Ran. His talent is unparalleled in this world. Even the prodigies of the Spirit Hall cannot compare to Su Ran's exceptional abilities. The first soul ring being a millennium old. Who could achieve such a feat? It is likely that no one can. At least, he had never witnessed anyone other than Su Ran whose first soul ring was a millennium old. President Flander, have we passed? Su Ran smiled, sheathing the god-slaying sword. At this moment, he gained a deeper understanding of his own strength. You have surpassed expectations. Your current power is comparable to that of a soul emperor. If you cannot pass, then our Shrek Academy might as well cease to exist. However, we still have some formalities to attend to, Flanders stated, his gaze once again igniting with fervor as he grasped Su Ran's arm, assessing his bone age. 12 years old. The physical strength is astonishing, nearly on par with an ordinary Soul Emperor's physique, Flanders murmured, unable to suppress his astonishment. He had assumed Su Ran possessed such power at an age similar to Mu Bai, only to discover he was merely 12. At such a tender age. Possessing such formidable strength, the term prodigy hardly suffices. Upon finishing his thoughts, Flanders turned his attention to Xiao Wu, who instinctively extended her arm for Flanders to assess. 12 years old. Level 28 Great Soul Master, Flanders concluded, then added, you need not undergo any further assessments. You are now direct students of Shrek Academy. By the way, please state your martial souls so I can register you. Flanders exclaimed excitedly, viewing Su Ran's worth as surpassing that of all the faculty and students combined at Shrek Academy. Under such circumstances, why would he impose unnecessary tests? A genius of this caliber, regardless of where they go, will always attract global attention. That Su Ran chose to come to Shrek Academy was already a remarkable achievement. If he faced further difficulties and chose to leave in frustration, what then? In the presence of a genius, one must naturally extend the utmost respect. Su Ran. 12 years old, level 32 Soul Master, Martial Soul God-Slaying Sword. Xiao Wu, 12 years old, level 28 Great Soul Master, Beast Martial Soul Soft Bone Rabbit. The two provided their information for Flanders to register. At that moment, Ma Hongjun approached with a broad smile, saying, Brother Ran, Sister Xiao Wu, welcome to Shrek Academy. If you encounter any troubles here, feel free to seek me out. Though my strength may be lacking, I am quite familiar with the surroundings. He had just tossed Mu Bai to Zhao Wujie and hurried back, eager to witness the earlier scene. His teacher, Flanders, a formidable soul sage, had found himself at a disadvantage before Su Ran. His hand was injured, and although he concealed it well, Ma Hongjun still noticed. Furthermore, the teacher mentioned that Su Ran's combat prowess was comparable to that of a Soul Emperor. Such strength was indeed on par with that of the teachers. Moreover, given Su Ran's youth, achieving the rank of title Douluo in the future would undoubtedly be a mere formality. It would be foolish not to secure such a promising ally in advance. Who is your sister, Xiao Wu? You certainly did not act this way just moments ago. Xiao Wu said coyly, recalling how Ma Hongjun had just allied himself with Mu Bai and had referred to her as girl. This was utterly intolerable. Sister Xiao Wu, I may appear older, yet I am merely 12 years of age. I might be slightly older than you, but in the realm of soul masters, strength is paramount. It is only fitting that I address you in Rangu with such respect, as you both are unparalleled geniuses, Ma Hongjun stated earnestly, his gaze towards Xiao Wu devoid of any ulterior motives. Though he had his share of desires, he certainly would not dare to provoke someone like Xiao Wu. Angering Su Ran would lead to dire consequences. Some women, no matter how beautiful, are best left untouched. Otherwise, one would not only fail to gain their affection, but also invite a host of troubles. Xiao Wu was evidently such a woman. Chapter 43. Su Ran's Family Happy New Year. I extend my warmest greetings to the readers. The God-Slaying Sword? As Flanders jotted down notes. He searched his mind for any information regarding this martial soul, but to his dismay, he found no records pertaining to it. However, merely hearing the name of this martial soul allowed him to discern its exceptional nature. Su Ran's God-Slaying Sword was at least of the same caliber as the 7 Killing Sword, if not superior. Su Ran. It seems there is no prominent family by the name of Su in the Douluo Continent, Flanders mused. There are countless incredibilities in this world, and my martial soul is hardly noteworthy. Moreover, I am a disciple of the Zhu family. Although I have entered Shrek Academy, I must request a 2-month leave from you. Dean Flanders, Su Ran declared, clearly revealing his identity. The Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? Flanders was momentarily taken aback. The Zhu family was indeed a powerful lineage, holding considerable influence in both the military and political spheres of the Star Luo Empire. With their control over a formidable army, their overall strength was not inferior to that of the top 3 sections. What astonished him, however, was not this fact but rather the realization that Mu Bai was a prince of the Star Luo Empire, with his white tiger martial soul and the surname Dai. Flanders had learned of Mu Bai's identity upon his arrival at Shrek Academy, as Su Ran hailed from the Zhu family. It was implausible that he was unaware of Mu Bai. This implied that there was a pre-existing enmity between them. The severe injuries that Mu Bai sustained at the hands of Su Ran were undoubtedly intentional. Flanders began to formulate a plan. Should there truly be animosity between Su Ran and Mu Bai, he would undoubtedly protect Su Ran, for there was no one but Su Ran who could assist Shrek Academy in its rise. Although Mu Bai possessed exceptional talent, His character was deeply flawed, indulging in a life of debauchery. In the past, he had refrained from making any comments, hoping to win over this genius. However, should he further affect Su Ran, he would undoubtedly cease to extend such benevolence. Su Ran is a true marvel. In his presence, the talents of Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Mu Bai appear rather mundane. I can grant you a 2-month leave. You may return to school once you have completed your tasks. Flander nodded. Aware of the numerous trivial matters that burden the offspring of prominent families, particularly a genius like Su Ran, who is undoubtedly regarded as a treasure within the Zhu family. Beside them, Xiao Wu listened intently to their conversation, her heart constricting with unease. Su Ran held a significant place in her heart, and the thought of his impending departure for such an extended period left her feeling reluctant. Must you be away for so long? She pouted, wrapping her arms around Su Ran's, her voice soft and tinged with concern. I cannot say how long it will be. Perhaps I will return swiftly. I merely sought extra time from the dean, just to be prepared for any eventualities, Su Ran replied with a smile, gently ruffling Xiao Wu's lustrous hair, which carried a subtle fragrance. I shall only allow you 1 month, Xiao Wu declared, scrunching her delicate nose and pinching Su Ran's waist. Clearly, she had recalled Su Ran's fiancé from the Xinglua Empire, and a flicker of anger crossed her features. She certainly would not grant Su Ran an extended period that might afford him the opportunity to be close with his betrothed. What might transpire during 2 months? A man and a woman together? It was hard to fathom. By then, anything could happen. Very well. I shall depart tomorrow, today. I wish to spend the day with you, lest you miss me too much during my absence, Su Ran stated. Who wants your company? Besides, I shan't miss you at all, Xiao Wu retorted, though her grip on Su Ran's arm remained steadfast, betraying her true feelings. Rest assured, Brother Ran. I will take good care of sister-in-law, Ma Hongjun interjected hastily, eager to win Su Ran's favor. Su Ran furrowed his brow, though the words were spoken. He sensed an underlying ambiguity in Ma Hongjun's statement. Realizing he may have misspoken, Ma Hongjun quickly amended, Brother Ran, that was not my intention. What I meant is that I will attend to any needs Sister Wu may have. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Su Ran's expression darkened further, while Flander looked on incredulously at Ma Hongjun. This lad was usually quite clever, yet faltered at crucial moments. Brother Ran, I assure you, I am very familiar with Shrek Academy in Soto City. Should sister-in-law encounter any difficulties, she can always come to me. I will do my utmost to assist her. Ma Hongjun declared earnestly, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. Xiao Wu, hearing Ma Hongjun refer to her as sister-in-law, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her complexion warming with a rosy hue. Su Ran, on the other hand, wore a grim expression. Entrusting Xiao Wu to him was out of the question. Although Ma Hongjun's character was relatively decent, he would never allow Xiao Wu to be under his care. That troublesome fellow frequented places of ill repute whenever he had leisure time. Xiao Wu would surely be led astray. No need for that. Xiao Wu can take care of herself. Su Ran outright declined, stating, Dean, I shall take Xiao Wu and depart now. Surely, there are no classes today. He gently wrapped his arm around Xiao Wu's delicate waist. Indeed, there are no classes today. You young people should go and enjoy yourselves. Just remember to exercise moderation, Flander remarked earnestly. He was well aware that many talented individuals in the continent had squandered their prime cultivation time due to their indulgence in romantic pursuits, ultimately fading into mediocrity. The realm of gentle affection often becomes a grave for heroes. He hoped Su Ran would grasp this wisdom. Little did he know that Su Ran's negligence in cultivation stemmed not solely from romantic distractions, but also from the lucrative skill points he earned through maintaining a harem. Had he been privy to this, Flander would have transformed into a matchmaker, seeking beautiful women from various factions. However, the existence of the system was the cornerstone of Su Ran's standing in the Douluo Continent, a secret he would never divulge. Flander and the others would remain oblivious forever. When they witnessed Su Ran's soul rings transition from purple to black, then to red, they would attribute it solely to his exceptional talent, grumbling. Su Ran is truly a prodigy. Oh, worry not, Dean, Su Ran replied, nearly stumbling as he heard Flander's voice while holding Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, felt so embarrassed that she wished to faint. Their relationship had yet to develop into anything complex. They were merely ordinary friends, or perhaps a superior and subordinate, without crossing into the realm of romance. That insufferable Dean! How utterly vexatious! There is nothing between us, Xiao Wu murmured, her beautiful eyes darting anxiously towards Su Ran as she patted her slightly heaving chest. Who says there is nothing between us? Perhaps a connection may blossom at any moment. Su Ran chuckled, savoring the softness in his embrace as he walked forward. Though Shrek Academy was situated in a remote area, it exuded a serene ambience, capable of calming one's soul. Su Ran and Xiao Wu strolled along the rustic country path, observing the farmers harvesting their crops. Su Ran harbored a grand vision. Once he conquered the world and achieved success, he would retreat into seclusion with his beloved wives. Embracing a life as simple and fulfilling as this. Sometimes, tilling the land is the most miraculous and noble endeavor in the world. For diligent cultivation soon yields the breath of life taking root, much like this golden expanse of rice fields. Moreover, he understood deeply that as long as one sows with effort, the harvest will inevitably follow. Chapter 44. A new mission, intercepting Ayin. Well, it's time for me to go. Su Ran murmured, gently patting the fragrant shoulder of the girl nestled in his arms, rousing her from slumber. So soon? Xiao Wu blinked open her drowsy eyes. Her voice soft. In truth, she had awakened long ago but feigned sleep, knowing that once she stirred, Su Ran would depart. Yes, the sooner I leave. The sooner I return, Su Ran replied. There were still many tasks awaiting him, and he needed to return to Shrek Academy before Tang San and Xiao Gang arrived. He knew that once Tang San appeared, Tang Hao would follow, and by then, he must possess something capable of restraining Tang Hao. Otherwise, Xiao Wu would be in grave danger. Xiran, in his own right, remained unharmed. Although he possessed the form of a Qilin, as long as he refrained from transforming into one himself. No one in the human realm, save for the soul beasts that had taken human shape, would perceive any anomaly in him. The distinction between him and the 10,000-year soul beast in human form, Xiao Wu, was indeed significant. Remember to come back early. If you don't return, I shall truly resent you, Xiao Wu asserted emphatically, her fear of Xiran's departure lingering in the air. Rest assured, I shall seek you out within a month or two. But you, after I leave, must refrain from dressing too elegantly. Only I am permitted to behold your beauty in a dress, Xiran replied with a subtle smile. His tone slightly possessive. His beloved girl was not meant for the eyes of others. He was rather selfish in that regard. Xiao bit her lip. Initially finding Xiran's demand rather shameless, especially since they were not yet in a romantic relationship. Yet, the thought of his imminent departure overshadowed her concerns. And she merely nodded in acquiescence. I shall take my leave now. With a smile, Xiran planted a firm kiss on Xiao Wu's forehead before turning away and departing. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new task. Venture into the depths of the forest to unearth the blue-silver grass seedlings transformed from the 10,000-year soul beast, Ayin. Note, after a yin sacrifice, a seed was left behind, which has now taken root and sprouted, indistinguishable from common blue-silver grass. Given the relative simplicity of this task, yet acknowledging a yin significance in the Douluo Continent, a reward of 400 skill points was bestowed upon the host. Additionally, the host would receive a plant cultivation liquid produced by the system, along with various tomes on plant nurturing. As long as the host held Ayin in hand and diligently nurtured it with the essence of the system S awarded plant seedling cultivation liquid day and night, Ayin would flourish at an astonishing rate, the system advised. How long will it take for Ayin to regain its strength and transform back into a 10,000-year soul beast? Xiran inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Approximately 10 years. The system responded. The quality of the System S products was assured. A decade for Ayin to transform was a remarkable boon. One that would incite envy in all plant-type beings. Particularly the immensely powerful plant-type soul beast, the king of 10,000 demons, residing in the Douluo forest, would undoubtedly go mad upon discovering such a treasure existed, seeking to curry favor with Xiran. However, human greed knows no bounds, and Xiran was unwilling to wait that long. 10 years felt excessively distant. If the duration seems too protracted, there exists an enhanced version of the plant cultivation liquid, now included in the golden and diamond tier lottery pools. Utilizing the enhanced liquid would enable Ayin to restore its 10,000-year prowess in merely 1 year. The probability of winning the golden lottery stands at 1 in 10,000, while the diamond lottery boasts a 1% chance. The system's voice, playful and melodic, echoed in his mind. Of course, should the host truly wish to attain these rewards, the odds may not be as dismal as they seem. After all, I am the cherished system of my dear host. It would not do to deprive him of fortune, lest my services be rendered moot. Yet, the odds appear daunting. It would likely require a considerable number of skill points, and should misfortune strike, the outcome could be even more disheartening. Su Ran could not help but exclaim, his expression darkening instantly. Damn it, never mind that for now. let's find Ayin first. Su Ran restrained himself, deciding that matters of the future could wait. At present, he possessed hardly any skill points, rendering further contemplation futile. Oh, by the way, system, what are Tang Hao's feelings towards Ayin at this moment? Su Ran inquired abruptly, realizing he might have discovered Tang Hao's Achilles heel, though uncertainty still lingered. After all, Tang Hao had once been responsible for Ayin's demise. Who could truly fathom his thoughts about her? Tang Hao was deeply remorseful for his past actions. Although no one knew he had orchestrated Ayin's death, the anguish within him was palpable. For years, he had drowned his sorrows in alcohol, attempting to numb himself and erase the memory of his culpability. Thus, should the host choose to leverage Ayin as a means of coercion against him, it would indeed be viable. Human emotions are perpetually in flux. Tang Hao's affection for Ayin was marred by his sinister intent, which had led him to devise her murder in pursuit of a soulbone. However, subsequent events saw the Haoyan clan disavow him, while the spirit hall relentlessly pursued him. The experiences following Ayin's death had afforded him a profound understanding of strength. Even I, as the system, am oblivious to the true nature of Tang Hao's feelings for Ayin. On one hand, he adored her and yearned for her revival. On the other, he had relegated her to a damp cave with scarce sunlight, allowing her to fend for herself. Ayin had become his mental torment, and he dared not wish for her return to life. Consequently, Tang Hao's emotions towards Ayin remained exceedingly convoluted. He loathed his own actions, yet was reluctant to seek redemption. The very thought of caring for Ayin brought forth memories of his sins, enveloping him in nightmares. By placing her in the cave, he hoped to witness her transformation into blue-silver grass, thereby relegating his past misdeeds to oblivion. Ayin had perpetually haunted Tang Hao's psyche, invoking a tumultuous blend of love, fear, and regret that distorted his heart. Nonetheless, the host could indeed use Ayin as leverage against Tang Hao. That is well. If that is the case, then Tang Hao poses little threat, Su Ran remarked, his expression turning frigid. As the saying goes, one day is husband and wife, 100 days of grace. Tang Hao's actions could only be described as monstrous. After Ayin's death, he had callously entombed her in a dark, damp cave. What were his intentions? Did he wish for fate to dictate Ayin's existence? Such a man is utterly detestable. No matter how Su Ran tormented him, it could never atone for the suffering he inflicted upon Ayin. Once he unearthed Ayin, he would contrive a scheme to compel Tang Hao to reveal the truth of that fateful day. What would Ayin think then? After such egregious acts, would she ever find it in her heart to forgive Tang Hao? Even if he were to genuinely repent, his words would likely fall on deaf ears. Having been deceived once, Ayin would not easily fall into another trap. Tang Hao, the illustrious Douluo of the Haoyan clan, wielding the secret technique of explosive rings, possesses a formidable reputation throughout the Douluo Continent. Yet, in my hands, he cannot stir any tempest. At this moment, Su Ran has already devised a comprehensive plan to ensnare Tang Hao in a clear and undeniable manner. Ayin is under his control. And even if Tang Hao is aware of the trap, he is likely to walk straight into it. Tang Hao is Ayin a life, and Su Ran is determined to reclaim that life on her behalf. Chapter 45. Mu Bai chuckled, realizing that Su Ran was a disciple of the Zhu family from Shrek Academy's student dormitory area. Are you implying that Su Ran hails from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? Mu Bai, his body wrapped in bandages, could hardly pay attention to his own pain as he struggled to sit up in bed, astonished as he turned to Ma Hongjun for confirmation. He never anticipated that Su Ran was indeed a member of the Zhu family. Since Su Ran hails from the Zhu family, he must undoubtedly be aware of Mu Bai's true identity. The severity of Su Ran's actions against him stems from a long-standing dissatisfaction, primarily due to his feelings for Zhu Zhuqing. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancée, Mu Bai naturally becomes the target of Su Ran's resentment upon their encounter. Su Ran harbors affection for Zhu Zhuqing as well, for she is undeniably beautiful, with a perfectly alluring figure that captivates anyone. It is entirely reasonable for Su Ran to be infatuated with her. Indeed, this is precisely what the teacher conveyed. The Zhu family of the Xingluo Empire. I heard it quite clearly, Ma Hongjun remarked, nodding in agreement. He could not fathom why Mu Bai reacted so emotionally upon learning Su Ran's lineage. Could it be that Mu Bai is also aware of the Zhu family's prominence? Aha, that explains why Su Ran was so vicious towards me. So that is the case. Mu Bai chuckled softly, despite being wrapped in bandages and racked with intense pain throughout his body. Yet, he found it impossible to suppress his laughter. What does it matter if Su Ran is a prodigy? Even if his cultivation is 5 levels lower, he can still inflict suffering upon him. The reason he has been subjected to such torment is that the woman he desires is none other than Mu Bai's fiancée. Contemplating this, a peculiar sense of satisfaction welled up within Mu Bai's heart. He now comprehended why Su Ran regarded him with such frigid disdain. It stemmed from his deep-seated dissatisfaction towards him. Their unexpected encounter at Shrek Academy prompted Su Ran to take action against him. Su Ran, despite being an unparalleled genius, is merely a younger brother when it comes to matters of the heart. Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancée. What connection do you have with her? Once my beloved Zhu Zhuqing arrives, I shall ensure you grasp the true meaning of suffering. It is only natural for me to embrace and cherish my fiancée, surely. This is not objectionable. However, these seemingly innocuous gestures will undoubtedly strike a deep blow to your pride, Mu Bai remarked, unable to suppress a smile within. He had already devised a plan. Upon Su Ran's return to Shrek Academy, he would bring Zhu Zhuqing along. At that moment, he would make Su Ran truly understand the essence of humiliation. Su Ran harbored a fondness for Zhu Zhuqing, and the sight of her in affectionate embraces with Mu Bai would surely incite a fury in Su Ran that could lead him to the brink of despair. Moreover, as a distant relative of the Zhu family, Su Ran's status paled in comparison to that of Zhu Zhuqing, the second young lady of the Zhu clan, and her betrothed, who held a rank slightly superior to Su Ran's. Even if Su Ran harbored resentment towards Mu Bai, he would inevitably heed the words of Zhu Zhuqing, the second young lady of the Zhu family. At that juncture, he planned to have Zhu Zhuqing herself reject him, perhaps even humiliate him, thereby striking a significant blow to Su Ran's pride. Although his strength was no match for Su Ran's, in matters of the heart, he had already triumphed. Zhu Zhuqing, regardless of her personal feelings, was bound to acknowledge her status as his fiancée. In these respects, she would undoubtedly side with him. For Su Ran was merely an outsider. Mu Bai, Su Ran is exceptionally powerful and currently enjoys the favor of our instructors. He is not someone we can afford to provoke. Ma Hongjun stated solemnly, though he did not fully grasp the implications of Mu Bai's words. He merely wished to caution him. Su Ran's might was comparable to that of a soul emperor, a prodigious talent destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. He had no intention of inciting Su Ran's wrath. Rather, he aspired to align himself with Su Ran's strength. Naturally, Ma Hongjun refrained from divulging the true extent of Su Ran's powers, nor did he mention that Su Ran had even injured Flander. He had already issued a warning to Mu Bai, and any further entanglements with Su Ran would be of his own making, irrelevant to Ma Hongjun. There are matters you may not comprehend, Mu Bai replied, shaking his head with a smile, choosing silence. The visage of Zhu Zhuqing lingered in his mind. In a few days, he would journey to escort her to Shrek Academy. Though Xiao Wu possessed beauty, her figure was incomparable to that of his fiancée. In his heart, Qilin was the most exquisite girl in the world. Following the path indicated by the system's map, Su Ran made his way towards a mountain range. This very range concealed the location where Tang Hao had hidden the seed left for Ayin, marking Su Ran's destination. Is this truly the location of Ayin? Su Ran mused, casting a glance around and unable to suppress a sigh. According to the map, Ayin was situated behind the waterfall before him. Had he not possessed the map, he might never have suspected the hidden wonders that lay beyond the waterfall. Su Ran skillfully diverted the flowing water with his soul power and swiftly entered a damp cavern. The cave was profound and exuded a sense of moisture. It was evident that this secluded spot had been meticulously carved out by Tang Hao for the sake of Ayin. Su Ran entered the cave and immediately beheld a slender blue-silver grass. With utmost care, Su Ran extracted the blue-silver grass. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 400 skill points and a quantity of plant cultivation liquid. Su Ran carefully transplanted the blue-silver grass into the flower pot he had meticulously prepared. He then extracted a few drops of the plant cultivation liquid rewarded by the system and applied it to the grass. Instantly, the delicate stems and leaves of the blue-silver grass quivered slightly, and the foliage became noticeably more vibrant. Witnessing this transformation, Su Ran could not suppress a smile. With Ayin now in his possession, he felt no apprehension regarding Tang Hao's potential to stir up any trouble. Most importantly, Ayin was breathtakingly beautiful. As the saying goes, 100,000 years of female soul beast transformation must yield a stunning beauty. Ayin, as a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, was certainly no ordinary flower. Her beauty was hardly inferior to that of Xiao Wu. Moreover, Ayin possessed a gentle disposition, embodying the grace of a refined woman. When he unveiled Tang Hao's true nature before Ayin, would it not be an opportunity to expand his harem? He pondered how many skill points would be required to acquire that enhanced plant cultivation liquid. If he failed to win a Yin's heart, it would indeed be a significant loss. Host brother, could you refrain from constantly contemplating the expansion of your harem? It is not advisable to have too many. Have you not heard the old adage? A heart devoid of women allows for swift swordplay. Women can impede your speed in drawing your sword, the system girl interjected, somewhat concerned for Su Ran's well-being. Who said that? I have only heard that embracing a sister doubles the damage. What you speak of is merely the misguided ramblings of some old swordsman, devoid of value, Su Ran retorted, outright dismissing the system girl's suggestion. What purpose is there in traversing realms if not to pursue romance? Shall I become a eunuch instead? Chapter 46. A new task. The grass reveals its divine nature. Ding. Task issued. The grass reveals its divine nature. Compel Tang Hao to disclose the truth of the past and bring disappointment to Ayin. Note, this task can be assisted by the system. Task reward, 1,000 skill points, and a foundational sword technique manual. Foundational sword technique manual. Originating from a powerful sword path dimension, this foundational sword technique serves as the cornerstone of all swordsmanship, encompassing countless profound insights. Numerous sword masters revere this foundational technique as a classic, with formidable practitioners deriving unparalleled sword moves from it, thus embarking on the path of invincibility. The principle is remarkably simple. The manual provides the most straightforward interpretations of various sword actions such as chopping, thrusting, and slashing, making it exceptionally suitable for the protagonist. Well, 1,000 skill points along with other rewards. This time, the rewards are astonishingly generous. Su Ran gasped in awe, realizing that upon completion of this task, he would amass a total of 1,600 skill points, equivalent to extending his soul ring's lifespan by 16,000 years. Of course, he could also opt for a lottery draw, where even with bad luck, he would still have a guaranteed 10 draws. Of course, who could resist a host brother as wonderful as you? The system girl chuckled, openly bestowing advantages upon the host without any qualms. She merely enhanced the rewards for him. After all, if the host could not accumulate enough skill points, how could she transform? How could she continue to serve him better in the future? Moreover, with the ability to transform, she could experience life like a normal person, shopping, dining, and spending time with her host brother. In this world, she is acquainted solely with her host brother. She neither knows nor pays attention to anyone else. After taking form, she can don beautiful little dresses for her host brother's delight. Within the confines of the system space, her attire, or lack thereof, goes unnoticed. However, after transformation, she can wear outfits exclusively for her host brother. She possesses numerous short skirts, all meant for his eyes alone. The darling system is truly magnificent. Once I accumulate enough skill points, I shall ensure the darling system undergoes transformation, at which point I shall ascertain the system sister's beauty. Su Ran chuckled. His curiosity piqued. How many skill points might he earn by incorporating the system sister into his harem? Would it not be an inexhaustible source? Host brother, you must not entertain such thoughts. Even if this system takes form, it shall adhere to the rules and not grant any advantages to you, the system sister asserted. In the system space, she wore a black mini-skirt, her perfect legs enveloped in black stockings, as she sat gracefully on a fragrant bed, gently swaying her feet encased in silk. Sensing Su Ran's thoughts, she couldn't help but smile coyly. How challenging this is for me, Su Ran mused, dispelling his unrealistic notion. Initially, he had hoped to win over the system after its transformation, envisioning not only the privilege of the system sister but also an abundance of skill points. At that moment, he would be invincible. Yet, this notion proved impractical. Should the system sister grant him such advantages, the system itself might incur some form of retribution, a scenario he wished to avoid. Thus, he resolved to earn skill points through diligent effort. A little hardship and labor is not a bad thing after all. As the saying goes, workers are the soul of labor. Working is the pinnacle of humanity. I shall toil quietly, astonishing all in due course. If I develop subtly and accumulate skill points steadily, it will not be long before I ascend to the zenith of life, conquering the entire continent and winning the admiration of countless beauties. Following the guidance of the system, Su Ran discovered the restriction placed by Tang Hao on the blue-silver grass transformed by Ayin. Given that Ayin was in the wild, she was susceptible to encounters with herbivorous soul beasts such as the soft-boned rabbit. Thus, Tang Hao's restriction would assist her in evading the threats posed by ordinary soul beasts. With focused soul power, Su Ran pressed forcefully on a blade of grass belonging to Ayin, and immediately, the restriction set by Tang Hao was shattered. Simultaneously, He located a patch of blue-silver grass that had been ravaged by insects, leaving only the roots behind, and proceeded to transplant it there. He then aged the environment to ensure that even if Tang Hao came, he would notice nothing amiss. With everything in place, all that remained was to await Tang Hao's arrival. When he does arrive, a fierce battle may ensue. However, with my 10,000-year Qilin experience card in hand, there is no need for excessive concern. After Su Ran completed all of this, he departed directly, seeking a concealed spot to hide. Without further ado, he began to arrange how to showcase Tang Hao to the system assistant later on. After all, this mission could benefit from the system's assistance. At this moment in Saint Spirit Village, Tang Hao lay on his bed, clad in tattered garments, his attire disheveled, his hair a chaotic mess, and dark circles prominently shadowing his eyes. No one could fathom that this was once the legendary powerhouse, the Haotian Douluo, who had once stirred the continent. Upon attaining the title of a Douluo, he had single-handedly repelled several others of the same rank. It was rumored that the former pope, Qian met his demise at Tang Hao's hands. However, Tang Hao could only curse under his breath, bearing this blame alone. Only he understood that he had merely injured Qian. The latter's strength was formidable, wielding the six-winged angel martial soul. How could he possibly possess the capability to slay Qian? His display of power was merely a consequence of the explosive ring. Such strength could not be sustained. Merely injuring Qian was a significant feat in itself. In his heart, he was acutely aware that it must have been Bibi Dong who had slain Qian and then framed him for the act. Yet now, he was at a loss for words, as Qian had perished while pursuing him and Ayin. What defense could he possibly offer? Bibi Dong was now the pope, and the others who had participated in the hunt alongside Qian, such as Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, had long since pledged their allegiance to her. The rest had met their demise, with nothing but his words, claiming that Bibi Dong had killed Qian. Who would believe him? Alas, the once great Haotian Douluo had fallen to such depths. Was this what they called karmic retribution? Tang Hao murmured to himself, his heart heavy with regret. He thought of Ayin, who in his mind was a vision of beauty, with eyes like a celestial being and a temperament as gentle as jade. Any man fortunate enough to win her affection would consider himself incredibly blessed. Yet, he had committed an unforgivable transgression against her. As his cultivation approached that of a titled Douluo, the notion crept into his mind only a titled Douluo adorned with a 100,000-year spirit ring could truly be deemed powerful and possess the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of a 99th level spirit master. However, hunting such ancient soul beasts was exceedingly arduous. Even if he could defeat one, killing it was another matter entirely. Thus, the only choice to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring and enter the realm of titled Douluo in the most splendid manner was Ayin. When Ayin perished, he was engulfed by regret, realizing too late how significant her presence had been in his heart. Strength was meant to protect those one cherished when the beloved was gone. Possessing immense power became meaningless. Regrettably, he grasped this truth far too late. Ayin was no longer present, and any attempt at recompense was futile. If given the chance to return to the past, he would never choose to harm Ayin. All he desired was to live a peaceful life with her. Chapter 47. Tang Hao's dual personality. Ayin's thoughts. Ayin, I am truly sorry for you. In this lifetime, I shall never repay the debt I owe you. Tang Hao declared, abruptly pouring the entirety of the potent liquor into his mouth. Only the fierce alcohol could blur his senses, allowing him to temporarily forget the grievous mistakes he had committed. The errors he had made were unforgivable, even in his own eyes. How then could he dare to hope for forgiveness from others? He was destined to dwell in a state of remorse for the entirety of his existence. A fate he truly deserved. Suddenly, Tang Hao rose abruptly, casting aside the despondency that had clouded his gaze. A fierce, scarlet intent to kill radiated from his face as he sensed that the seal he had placed upon Ayin had been shattered. This was dire. Ayin was in peril. Tang Hao instinctively retrieved an ancient black box from his person, which trembled in response to the surging vitality emanating from Ayin. At the moment the box was unveiled, a translucent, blue-gold soul bone shimmered with a brilliant azure light. Witnessing this transformation, Tang Hao's heart raced with urgency. He did not comprehend whether this anomaly in a Yin soul bone signified good or ill, but he knew with certainty that Ayin was in trouble. The blue-silver grass Ayin had transformed into bore no distinction from ordinary blue-silver grass. Only a soul beast of a millennium or a formidable individual from a higher soul sect could have breached his seal. In the presence of such a powerful entity, Ayin had no means of resistance. At that moment, The soul beast or human could do as they pleased with Ain. If it were a human, there might still be hope, but what if a plant-type soul beast consumed Ain? Contemplating this, a terrifying aura erupted from Tang Hao, his emotions surging as fear gripped his heart. Ain had dwindled to but a seed. As long as that blue-silver grass continued to grow, there was a chance for Ain to survive. Yet, if even this final sprout were to fall into misfortune, all hope would be lost for Ain. Ain, wait for me, just a little longer. I will be there shortly, Tang Hao uttered, his voice trembling as he summoned all his soul power and raced towards the distance. A flicker of hatred ignited within him, not directed at others, but at himself. He loathed that he had not only brought about a Yin's demise but had also reduced himself, the rightful leader of the Haotian sect, to this state. He despised himself for being unable to protect even the last fragile seedling of blue-silver grass that Ain had become. His self-hatred was profound. Ain was so beautiful, so gentle, how could he harbor such despicable thoughts? Why had he not planted the seed Ain left behind close to him? Why had he not safeguarded Ain with unwavering vigilance? At this moment, as he sensed Ain in danger, he realized just how laughable and powerless he truly was. In truth, the esteemed Tang Hao, known as the Haotian Douluo, was nothing more than a beast that had brought about the demise of his beloved. He could not suppress the urge to clutch his chest, pondering the implications should the seedling born of Ain meet with misfortune. It was unfathomable to him how he could harbor such self-loathing. Yet, concurrently, a strange sense of liberation coursed through his heart. Years prior, he had planted Ain in a cave, a place damp, dark, and devoid of light, surrounded by stone walls, with the intention of allowing her to flourish or perish on her own. Should Ain truly perish, he would find solace in the release from his burdens, as all remnants of the past would dissipate like mist. The conflicting desires to see Ain completely vanish alongside the anxiety of her potential peril tormented him, leaving him with a splitting headache. Throughout the 12 years since a Yin's tragic demise, two distinct voices had echoed within his mind. One voice incessantly chastised him, declaring, "You are a demon. You have killed your wife. You are no longer human." This voice perpetuated his existence in a state of remorse, fueling his self-contempt and deepening his appreciation for the memories of Ain. Conversely, the other voice urged him on, suggesting, since the deed is done and cannot be undone, why not see it through to the end? Eradicate the very seed that embodies Ain. Once she has departed entirely, all will revert to the past, and no one shall ever know of your transgressions. You need not bear the weight of guilt any longer. Death can resolve all issues, and her complete passing would free you from this anguish. These two opposing voices reverberated within him, instigating a profound agony. His indecision led him to plant Ain in a secluded spot, withholding nourishment, allowing her to thrive or wither as fate decreed. In doing so, he could evade the torment of choice, surrendering all to the whims of destiny. Ain, I am so very sorry, Tang Hao murmured. Should you survive this ordeal, I vow to cherish you. However, if you fall to the soul beasts, then please do not haunt me any longer. Let both of us find peace. He once again entrusted fate with the decision. If Ain emerged unscathed, he would earnestly bring her back, accepting the weight of his past mistakes, dedicating himself to atonement. Conversely, if she were to perish, he would embrace the depths of his errors, ensuring that no soul would ever discover his culpability in her suffering. With urgency, Tang Hao hastened towards Ain's location. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ran had meticulously orchestrated everything, with the assistance of the system as companion, erasing all traces of their actions. Moreover, Su Ran had repeatedly nourished Ain with the botanical solution gifted by the system. To the naked eye, the blue-silver grass that represented Ain began to thrive, its leaves appearing more vibrant and lush. Xiran learned from the system that Ain still retained a flicker of consciousness. Though the wildfires may ravage, the spring breeze brings forth new life. The seed of life that Ain left behind, albeit lacking in strength, encapsulated all her memories and awareness. Thus, while Ain is unable to exhibit any overt reactions, she is nonetheless capable of genuinely perceiving the happenings of the outside world. She can sense that Xiran is an auspicious beast, for since his arrival, her rate of growth has significantly accelerated, a unique ability possessed solely by such celestial creatures. Su Ran's concoction of this nutrient solution left her utterly astounded. The elixir had astonishingly accelerated her growth rate by several hundredfold. How could this be possible? Even without a profound understanding, she instinctively recognized that this liquid was undoubtedly a treasure, perhaps even the essence of life itself, for only such a miraculous substance could wield such terrifying effects. Yet, this precious elixir was lavishly bestowed upon her, evoking a mixture of delight and profound guilt. From a racial perspective, her transformation into a human constituted a betrayal of her kind. How could she not feel remorse in the presence of the imperial beast? Chapter 48. A Yin's Doubts. A Yin's fraying composure nevertheless. She was beset by numerous questions. Why had the imperial beast appeared here? Why did it take on a human form? Had the celestial beast also undergone a transformation into humanity? Her mind was clouded with uncertainties, yet she found herself unable to articulate them. Instead, she gently wrapped the leaves of the blue silvergrass around Su Ran's fingers, a gesture that signified her affection and submission. Even if a soul beast were to be reborn, it would still be under the auspices of the imperial beast, compelled to serve it as its master. I know you possess your own consciousness now and are aware of my presence. If you can comprehend my words, give me a nod with your leaves, Su Ran said. Attempting to communicate with Ayin. This blue silvergrass contained the complete consciousness of Ayin, undoubtedly capable of understanding his words. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to showcase Tang Hao before her. If Tang Hao were to reveal the truth of that fateful day, his image in a Yin's eyes would be irrevocably shattered. The betrayal of a lover, Tang Hao's deliberate scheming against her, all for her naive sacrifice to ensure his survival. Should Ayin come to know these truths, Tang Hao would become her adversary, not her beloved. As expected, upon Su Ran's words, the leaves of Ayin quivered slightly, indicating that she still retained her complete consciousness. What penalty should befall a soul beast of 100,000 years who foolishly falls in love with a human? Su Ran stated decisively, showing no concern for a Yin's current state. Hearing his words only deepened a Yin's guilt, leaving her feeling more than a little lost. What could she say in response to such a profound inquiry from the imperial beast? Yet, the aspirations she sought were simply non-existent within the realm of soul beasts. Moreover, her love for Tang Hao remained untainted by regret. Their love was so pure, so perfect, so uniquely exceptional. It transcended species and gender. How magnificent it was. They were even the first couple to demonstrate that genuine love could flourish between humans and soul beasts. To this day, she harbored no remorse. In fact, she was moved even when she willingly offered her sacrifice. Uncertain of how Tang Hao and others felt, she could only reflect on her own emotions. Noticing a Yin's sudden silence, Su Ran couldn't help but smile. Poor child, sold by others yet counting their riches. Such grand love, it seemed, was a rarity in this world. At least in Su Ran's eyes, only the notion of love blossoming over time holds any semblance of reliability. The so-called love at first sight, to put it bluntly, is merely a manifestation of desire, an attraction to one's physical form. One remains oblivious to whether the person's stockings have gone unwashed for days or if they carry an unpleasant odor, yet they find themselves enamored. Is this truly realistic? Love at first sight often devolves into mere flings, whereas enduring affection is what fosters lasting bonds. Moreover, even love that develops over time is not impervious to trials. Such pure and untainted love can only be found in Su Ran himself, for he possesses that rare quality. He would never betray his wife. Do you believe your feelings are poetic and worthy of reverence? Su Ran chuckled, preparing to enlighten the grass before him. Why choose to love anyone at all? Even if he had chosen Tang Xiao back then, his fate would not have been any different. After all, Tang Xiao is a man of integrity. If you hold Tang Hao in such high regard, why did he choose to plant you in this dismal place? Su Ran inquired, lifting his gaze. Within this cavern, only a small aperture, carved by Tang Hao, allows sunlight to filter through. Anyone with a modicum of geographical knowledge understands that the sun's position is perpetually shifting. Consequently, the sunlight streaming through this aperture also varies in its angle. It is only at noon, when the sun is directly overhead, that its rays can illuminate Ayin fully. At other times, the light is askew, meaning Ayin has hardly more than an hour each day to engage in photosynthesis. For a plant-type spirit beast like Ayin, this must be a form of torment. Furthermore, the cave is damp, and the soil is hard. Su Ran observed that upon retrieving Ayin, her roots had already begun to whiten from the moisture. If this blue silvergrass were not Ayin, with her formidable vitality, she would have surely withered away by now. He could hardly believe that the illustrious Hao Yin Douluo is unaware of such fundamental knowledge. Moreover, given that his wife is a plant spirit beast, he should have some understanding of her needs. Even if you believe Tang Hao is unable to take you with him during his flight, you are currently just an ordinary blue silvergrass. Carrying you would pose no issue. After all, blue silvergrass is the most ubiquitous plant, and no one would pay you any heed. Su Ran incisively remarked once more. When Ayin transformed after 100,000 years, Tang Hao had the audacity to take her on his travels. Now that Ayin is merely an ordinary blue silver grass, she would hardly attract the attention of formidable foes. Would he truly plant her in such a place out of concern? Moreover, I must inform you that for years, Tang Hao has been living incognito in a sacred soul village, concealing his identity. If this is the case, why would he not choose to plant you there, personally tending to you, which would surely be preferable to your survival in this desolate environment? Su Ran continued to question, observing Ayin's reactions. With each inquiry from Su Ran, Ayin's emotions began to shift, the leaves of the blue-silver grass trembling wildly. Deep within her heart, she too harbored doubts. Why had Tang Hao chosen to plant her here? She had imparted a wealth of horticultural knowledge to him while she was alive. How could he have committed such a grave error? All she could attribute this to was Tang Hao's lack of earnestness and listening. A man who did not comprehend the care required for flowers and plants. Yet, why had he seldom visited her over the years? In fact, he had hardly ever come at all. What could be the reason for this? If Tang Hao truly loved her, would he not spare a glance in her direction? What was his true intent? She had always believed that he was on the run, too fearful of exposure to visit her. But now that he had secluded himself and settled into a stable life, why had he not come to see her? Could it be that Tang Hao was indeed that kind of person? Ayin felt a flicker of doubt, accompanied by a tinge of fear. She dreaded the possibility that Su Ran's words bore truth, for that would indeed be a tragic circumstance. However, Ayin's spirits were momentarily swayed by Su Ran's rhetoric. Before she regained her composure, she had faith in Tang Hao, and even more so in the love they shared. He must have his own reasons for this. I know you won't believe me. Once I bring Tang Hao here, everything will become clear. You'll understand what kind of person he truly is. Su Ran shook his head, declaring that a woman who believes in love possesses an intelligence of zero. They often fail to trust what they see or feel, clinging instead to an ethereal notion of love. Such women left Su Ran at a loss for words. Those who believe in love are treasures, yet regrettably, they often love the wrong person. Tang San, Tang Hao, Xiao Gang, each one a hypocrite, masters of pretense. When the facade crafted by their hypocrisy is stripped away, one discovers Tang San to be a shameless scoundrel who raises his bowl to eat, then shatters it to curse. Tang Hao is a brute who exploits his wife and daughter-in-law. Xiao Gang plays both sides, a duplicitous individual caught between Bai Dong, Tang San, and Lu Erlong. In this world, depravity serves as the passport for the despicable, while nobility is merely the epitaph for the virtuous. The absurdity of this world has long been established. Chapter 49. Ayin's tragic death. Tang Hao's reaction at this moment. Upon arriving at the forest where he had planted Ayin, Tang Hao cast aside all reservations. He unleashed his martial soul and raced forward with great speed. His heart was fraught with anxiety. For 6 years, he had remained by Tang San's side, never leaving the Holy Soul village. This was his first visit to her since Ayin's sacrifice. He felt a mix of shame, fear, and a subtle sense of illicit joy. How he longed to free himself from that emotional bind. He could no longer endure the nightmarish days filled with dread and apprehension. Those days were unbearably exhausting. Each day felt like an agonizing ordeal for him. This time, regardless of whether Ayin was alive or dead, he resolved to bring an end to it all. Whether he sought repentance or chose to persist in his errors, he left it to fate. Ayin, let us reach a conclusion, regardless of whether the circumstances are favorable or dire. Tang Hao spoke softly. After enduring so much over the years, he was utterly fatigued and no longer wished to expend energy on these matters. With that, he stepped into the cave. Upon entering the stone chamber he had carved out, Tang Hao was immediately struck dumb. In the center of the chamber lay a small mound of earth, atop which rested a single blue-silver grass. It was only called blue-silver grass because Tang Hao recognized it as Ayin. To an ordinary person, it would be impossible to discern its species. At that moment, the grass had lost all its leaves, leaving only a 3-centimeter-long stem, riddled with numerous insect holes. Surrounding this mound were countless small ant holes, and swarms of ants were voraciously gnawing at the remaining stem. Witnessing this sight left Tang Hao in a state of complete shock, his heart burdened with an indescribable pain. Regardless of what thoughts had previously occupied his mind, he now found it unbearable to accept. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of affection. How could he bear to see his beloved wife being devoured by swarms of ants? Reduced to nothing more than a short stem? His love for Ayin had always been profound, and it was precisely this love that rendered him tormented after her demise. It was this anguish that compelled him to wish for an end, leading him to entertain the thought of allowing Yin to perish on her own. It could be said that despite any thoughts he entertained, his love for Yin remained constant. Yet, for various reasons, that love had transformed into something that caused her harm. With a sudden thud, Tang Hao fell to his knees. "Yin, I am so sorry. I truly am," he murmured, kneeling before her. The small mound that cradled Yin resembled a grave, entombing her within. Gazing upon this mound, Tang Hao found it painfully glaring, his heart aching unbearably. Regardless of his past actions or harmful thoughts toward Yin, at that moment, all that remained was profound love and deep regret. Why had he not kept Yin close to him? Why had he not tended to her by weeding, fertilizing, or combating pests? Did he not understand the struggles an ordinary plant faced to survive? Why had he not visited Yin over the years? Was it to care for the other woman? Yet, the other woman had always been so understanding. Did she truly require his care? The mistress cared for him. But he was burdened with trepidation at the thought of encountering Yin, who had become his tormentor. The weight of guilt kept him from facing her, as he was the cause of her current plight. Initially, he had not foreseen the consequences. His intention in placing restrictions upon Yin was merely to shield her from the ravages of insects. He wished for her to wither away on her own, never imagining such a dire outcome. Now, she was ravaged, reduced to nothing but remnants, devoid of a complete form. With her demise, he felt liberated from the psychological burdens he had carried, believing he could let go of the past. Yet, why did his heart ache so profoundly? Memories flooded back, and he lamented his greed. If only he had been less avaricious. Waiting for Yin to become a titled Douluo, her aura would have remained undetectable. Why did he allow such desires to rise within him? Was it truly so vital to ascend to this realm, powered by the absorption of a 100,000-year spirit ring? To claim the title of a formidable Douluo? Tang Hao pulled from the remnants of Yin, now nothing more than a fragile stem, gazing mournfully at her ravaged form. A sigh escaping his lips. Her perfect figure danced in his mind, stirring deep emotions within him. Had it not been for that fateful incident, she might have been expecting their second child by now. Gently caressing the stem riddled with insect holes, he recalled Yin's slender abdomen, devoid of excess flesh. A flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. According to the principle of correspondence between plant and human, this stem was a reflection of Yin's serpentine waist. Yin, regardless of the transgressions of my past, let this be the end of it all. I shall remain your husband, the Haotian Douluo, and I will not take another. In my heart, you shall forever be my wife. As he spoke, the tears in his eyes had long since dried. Before the small mound, he bowed deeply, his forehead striking the ground with force until the skin broke and bled. Only then did he rise, his heart turning cold with the finality of Yin's tragic end. He gazed at the mound, casting aside the last remnant of the stem, which was immediately swarmed by countless ants, frantically devouring the remnants of Yin's body. As he witnessed the final vestige vanish completely, a hollow sensation enveloped him, yet a profound sense of relief washed over him. Sometimes, once one has erred, there is no turning back. Knowing that continuing down the wrong path is futile, one must still tread onward step by step. Yin, our child, Tang San, is a prodigious talent, having inherited both of our martial spirits, the blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer. Once he absorbs the spirit bones you left behind, he may transform entirely into the blue-silver emperor martial spirit. Most importantly, he is accompanied by a 100,000-year transformed soul beast. Although it seems to have sensed my presence, the outcome remains inevitable. After absorbing her soul ring and soul bone, Xiao San could transform into an unparalleled powerhouse. Tang Hao spoke with indifference, noting that once a certain occurrence takes place, it often leads to another. He had no real connection with Xiao Wu, and orchestrating a sacrifice from her for Xiao San was indeed feasible. However, it seemed that this 100,000-year-old rabbit had caught on to something, which could pose complications in the future. As Tang Hao turned to leave, his expression abruptly shifted. His face turned an ashen white. Chapter 50. Yin's soul frightens Tang Hao. Before him stood a breathtaking figure. The woman possessed an exquisite visage, her demeanor gentle, clad in a blue and gold gown that exuded an air of regal elegance. Her celestial beauty was complemented by a pair of azure eyes, resembling flawless blue crystals. She floated gracefully in the air, a delicate fragrance wafting around her. Her jade-like cheeks bore a rosy hue, epitomizing beauty. Her feet, pale and tender, touched the air without the need for shoes. Upon witnessing the simulated visage of Yin, Su Ran felt a stir within his heart. Even Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing paled in comparison to Yin. They were still too young to rival the fully matured Yin. Her perfect figure, exquisite features, and skin akin to the finest jade left Su Ran utterly captivated. No wonder both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were infatuated with her. She was indeed a vision of unparalleled beauty. In the realm of 100,000-year soul beasts, none were deemed unattractive. Although Su Ran was unaware of the trials they endured to take form, he could surmise from the transformation of the three-eyed golden lion into Wang Chou'er during the era of the peerless Tang sect that they had the ability to sculpt their own appearances, naturally opting not to present themselves as unattractive. Moreover, as 100,000-year soul beasts, their bodies were refined due to their immense power, resulting in superior physique and skin compared to ordinary humans. If Su Ran felt astonished by Yin's appearance, Tang Hao was seized by terror. Yin, what brings you here? How can you still be alive? Tang Hao stumbled back 2 steps, falling to the ground, his heart racing with dread. The sight of Yin's stunning face instilled a profound fear within him. Wasn't she supposed to have been consumed completely by the insect swarms? Who then? Was this person before him? Could she be an imposter? Yet, the unique air of nobility and elegance exuding from Yin was unmistakably genuine. As the saying goes, one who has done no wrong has nothing to fear from ghosts knocking at the door. Were it anyone else standing before him in such a manner, he would have remained composed, perhaps even dismissing it as a mere prank. However, facing Yin, he could not maintain his calm. Reflecting on the wrongs he had committed against her, a wave of guilt and fear washed over him. Although he possessed great strength, how could he dare to act against Yin in her presence? Brother Hao, what are you saying? Do you not wish to see me? Yin's gentle voice floated through the air. No, of course not. I have thought of you all these years, Tang Hao replied, shaking his head. After a brief moment of reflection, his frenzied heart began to calm slightly. He turned his gaze towards Yin, only to discover that her form appeared somewhat ethereal, not of this physical realm, as she floated weightlessly in the air. Could this be Yin's spirit? The thought tightened his chest once more. He could not help but lower his head, and when he lifted it again, he was taken aback. Yin had donned a flowing gown of ghostly white. Her lower body having vanished, her exquisite face pale as death, devoid of any color. Brother Hao, is my death somehow connected to you? Yin suddenly widened her eyes, advancing towards Tang Hao until they were scarcely a centimeter apart, her gaze piercing and filled with fury, resentment, and unyielding sorrow. No, Yin. You were the one who made the sacrifice back then. I have wronged you. I failed to protect you, Tang Hao stammered, his heart racing with fear as he beheld the pallid Yin, his thoughts grinding to a halt. Yin was the embodiment of his deepest regrets, his haunting nightmare. Before her, he dared not entertain any other thoughts. Especially as Yin laid bare the guilt he had long concealed, his fear intensified. But why did the spirit hall suddenly learn of my existence when you were about to break through? Why did you not allow me to hide in the Douluo forest when the spirit hall pursued me? Had I taken refuge there, I could have activated the undying domain, transforming into a vast sea of blue-silver grass, rendering myself undetectable to those titled Douluo, thus escaping their lethal grasp. Why did you prevent me from entering? Yin continued to press, her eyes brimming with bitterness. Her gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, threatened to shatter Tang Hao's very soul. How did Yin know? How could she possess knowledge of events from the past? Tang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. The buried guilt had been unearthed, leaving anyone shaken to their core. Strength mattered little. Even the mightiest soul master becomes exquisitely vulnerable when confronting their own demons. Oh Yin, I feared that if you ventured there, you would face punishment. The Douluo forest is rife with fierce beasts, and they would be displeased by your transformation. I was worried for you, Tang Hao confessed, averting his gaze from Yin's piercing eyes. Worried? Then why did you not allow me to escape alone? That would have given me a glimmer of hope for survival. Was it you who, while fleeing together with me, deliberately left a trace of your aura, luring the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall? Yin's voice grew louder, tinged with a chilling intensity. Was it you who sought to claim the soul rings from me? Was it you, on the cusp of breaking through to titled Douluo, who plotted my demise? Is it you who intentionally placed me in this dark, desolate place, wishing for me to perish on my own? Is it true? As Yin approached Tang Hao step by step, her eyes widened, revealing bloodshot veins that sent chills down his spine. In fear, Tang Hao gradually retreated until there was nowhere left to escape. His back pressed against the stone wall as he gazed at Yin, summoning the courage to bite down hard. It was all my doing. Are you satisfied now? Tang Hao shouted, unable to bear the sight of Yin's ghostly apparition any longer. Indeed, I was responsible for everything that transpired back then. I have wronged you, and the pain I caused you is irreparable. Collapsing to the ground, he looked at Yin, and as he uttered these words, He felt an immense relief wash over him. The burdens of his heart finally lightened. For the past 12 years, he had been engulfed in guilt, remorse, and fear, finding solace only in drunkenness to escape sleep. Such matters were too heavy to share with others. He had endured them alone in silence. Now, speaking to Ain, he felt an unexpected lightness of spirit. After confessing the words he had buried deep within, he looked at Ain again, the terror he once felt dissipating. In chapter 51, Tang Hao severed his own limbs. With his words laid bare, his gaze grew resolute. All the torment that had haunted him, the nightmares that had clung to his heart, were now exposed, bringing him both guilt and relief. Having reached this point of confession, he acknowledged his transgressions against Ain. If given a second chance, he would never have made that decision. Yet, what was done was done. I cannot believe this is all true. You truly did this, Ain said, her eyes reddening, witnessing this transformation in his once beautiful wife. Now resembling a bitter adversary due to his mistakes, left Tang Hao with a profound sense of unease. Ain, I am truly sorry. I owe you everything. If you can find it in your heart to forgive me, I would pay any price. His eyes were vacant, his face dimmed, as if he had aged years in an instant. Very well, then go die. Come join me in the underworld, Ain replied, her gaze turning fierce. Ain, I cannot die yet. Our child has not yet grown. I must protect him, Tang Hao insisted, shaking his head. Then you shall sever one of your arms and one of your legs to repay me, Ain demanded, her voice laced with malice. A sense of trepidation filled Tang Hao's heart as he realized Ain sought to eliminate him, hoping he would foolishly bring about his own demise. However, compelling him to mutilate himself seemed feasible. In the original tale, when Tang Hao and Tang San visited Ain, he had indeed sacrificed an arm and a leg. Now, with Ain pressing him, he would likely do the same. To unleash the full power of the Haotian hammer, he needed the strength of his arms. If an arm were to be severed, his strength would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Very well, this is all I owe you. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, fiercely grasped his left arm with his right hand, and twisted with great force, resulting in his left arm being wrenched off. Scarlet blood gushed forth from the wound. Tang Hao could not suppress a scream, as the agony of self-inflicted harm was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Even he, Tang Hao, could not help but convulse in pain. At that moment, the true Ain was planted in a flower pot, witnessing this horrific scene alongside Su Ran. The blue silver grass, transformed from Ain, quivered incessantly, and upon realizing the grim truth, a sharp blade seemed to carve into her heart, sending waves of excruciating anguish coursing through her. Is this the truth? The one who had long wished for her demise was not only the spirit hall, but also the man who had accompanied her for so many years. He had always sought to obtain the soul rings from her. During their flight, no matter where they fled, the spirit hall's pursuers always arrived in time. It was not that the spirit hall was overwhelmingly powerful, but rather that there was a traitor among them, guiding their path. He had accompanied her in her escape, not to protect her, but to leave a trail for the spirit hall as formidable forces to follow. The dark, damp cave he had confined her to was not due to negligence, but because he wished for her to perish in solitude. Ah, love, how ironic. For such a despicable individual, she had foolishly made sacrifices. She might very well be the most foolish woman in the world. Ain was engulfed in profound regret, questioning why she had been so naive. Why had she placed her trust in a human? Those not of our kind will have different hearts. How could she not grasp such a simple truth? 100,000 years of soul beasts are treasures to humanity. Why had she steadfastly believed that Tang Hao genuinely cared for her? Do not mourn any longer. It is enough to have seen Tang Hao's true face. Su Ran gently stroked the blue-silver grass in the flower pot, speaking with a hint of compassion. Tang Hao, who had caused a Yin's demise, later watched without intervention as Xiao Wu, in her transformed state as a 100,000-year soul beast, offered herself to the spirit city. Fortunately, Xiao Wu had already severed her ties with Tang San in advance, thus avoiding a situation where she, along with De Ming, Er Ming, and San Beast, would be lined up for sacrifice. Yet, Ain had already succumbed to this fate. Without him, Ain would require thousands or even tens of thousands of years to restore herself. For Ain, who had once transformed into a human and lived among them, 100,000 years was an appalling prospect. Being confined here, unable to move, would undoubtedly be a profoundly torturous experience for Ain, who still retained consciousness. Other weaker plant-type soul beasts may also be immobile, but lacking awareness and thought, they do not suffer in the same manner. Yet when Ain yearned to gaze upon the world beyond, she found herself unable to move. What a tragedy it is. Su Ran felt a pang of sorrow. In the Douluo Continent, Ain is undoubtedly the most pitiable woman. She selflessly dedicates her love, willingly transforming into the weakest of plants, nurturing her growth slowly. Such a woman, who could not feel compassion for her? Who could resist her charm? However, now that Ain has come to recognize Tang Hao's true nature, their future will be marked solely by animosity, devoid of love. They are destined to become adversaries. As the imperial divine beast, he can thus win a Yin's heart. Su Ran's fingers were adorned with a brilliant golden hue, which, when brushed against Ain, soothed her tumultuous and sorrowful emotions considerably. All soul beasts possess an innate ability to sense a trace of familiarity with the aura of the auspicious beast, and Ain was no exception. The blue silver grass gently coiled around Su Ran's fingers, prompting her to indulge in self-mockery. In this vast world, the one who truly cared for her was not the man who feigned affection for over a decade, but rather the imperial auspicious beast she had known for only a few days. Despite the imperial auspicious beast's noble status, he sought her out directly and bestowed upon her the immensely precious liquid, accelerating her growth by several hundredfold. This left her momentarily dazed. Recalling the old adage, it is easy to paint a person's visage, but challenging to depict their essence. One may know a person's face but not their heart. Tang Hao epitomized such a fade of man with the heart of a beast. Ding. Congratulations, host, for enabling Ain to discern Tang Hao's true nature and successfully completing the task. Congratulations, host, for receiving the task reward, 1,000 skill points and a comprehensive volume on basic swordsmanship. A reminder to the host, as the task has been completed. The system will no longer assist the host and will not provide any protective measures. The voice of the system's assistant resonated, and she felt a pang of grievance. She yearned to continue aiding the host in concealing their presence, facilitating a swift escape. However, according to regulations, she could not intervene unless a transformation had occurred. Her recent assistance was permissible only because the task allowed for system support. With the task now accomplished, it was only natural that she could no longer assist the host. Goodness, so soon? Tang Hao's leg had yet to be torn away. Without that leg gone, victory was not guaranteed. Su Ran could not help but change his expression. Glancing towards Tang Hao's position, realizing that the system's simulated Ain had vanished with the completion of the task, Su Ran could not suppress his disappointment. If only he had been granted a little more time, allowing Tang Hao to sever his own thigh, he would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to eliminate him. However, with the leg still intact, complications arose. Should he fail to vanquish Tang Hao, an abundance of uncertainties awaited him in the future. Chapter 52. Hammering Tang Hao. At that moment, Tang Hao, consumed by guilt, had already severed his left arm. He forcefully bound the wound at his left shoulder with his discarded outer garment, striving to prevent his life from ebbing away due to excessive blood loss. Once he had secured the bandage on his shoulder, he prepared to cut off his left leg, intending to repay Ain with his left arm and right leg. Suddenly, a jolt of unease coursed through him. He sensed something amiss. He abruptly lifted his head, scanning the surroundings, only to find that Ain had vanished without a trace. The stone chamber was utterly deserted. Where could Ain possibly be? With a Yin's disappearance, his mind, which had previously been in a daze, regained clarity. Gazing at his severed arm, the waves of pain radiating from the amputation rendered his expression grim. He felt an unsettling sense of wrongness. He recalled that he had sensed a Yin's predicament when the restriction he had placed upon her was broken. Such a breach could hardly be the work of mere ants. Even if someone had dismantled the restriction and departed, how could Ain have been so swiftly devoured by insects? Was it possible that everything that had just transpired was orchestrated by someone with the intent of using Ain to ensnare him? Yet, how could anyone have known the intricacies of his relationship with Ain, which was so meticulously concealed? Moreover, given a Yin's secluded location, how could anyone have discovered her? A chilling dread enveloped Tang Hao, a frigid wave sweeping over him from the depths of his heart. The thought that someone was aware of his treachery against Ain, and that this individual had nearly used her to end his life, filled him with fury. Though he had refrained from the foolish act of self-destruction, should he incapacitate his own leg and arm, he would become akin to a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. Now, with one arm severed, his strength would significantly diminish. Who could be responsible for this? Tang Hao seethed with anger. The notion of being toyed with in such a manner as the Haotian Douluo ignited an inferno of rage within him. As the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, he possessed his own pride. Just moments ago, he had revealed a vulnerable side and had been humiliated into submission. How could he endure such disgrace? His spiritual energy extended outward, probing the vicinity until he sensed Su Ran's presence. Upon noticing this, Su Ran stepped forward, directly confronting Tang Hao. Despite Tang Hao's loss of an arm, Su Ran felt no particular concern for his own safety. "Who are you? Why do you wish to harm me?" Tang Hao exclaimed in anger, scrutinizing Su Ran. His fury intensified upon realizing that Su Ran's strength amounted to merely a soul master. How could he, a Haotian Douluo, be so thoroughly bullied by a mere soul master? "I harm you? A person who can heartlessly take the life of his own wife possesses no right to speak to me in such a manner." The illustrious Tang Hao. Renowned as the Haotian Douluo, yet behind this grand facade lies the disgraceful act of betraying his wife. It is truly shameful. Su Ran coldly smiled, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Hao's severed arm lying on the ground, and remarked with contempt, should Tang Hao's deeds come to light, he would undoubtedly face the scorn of the entire world. In the Douluo Continent, anyone may covet the soul rings of Ain, yet only Tang Hao is beyond reproach. What kind of virtuous individual is capable of such atrocities against their own kin? Furthermore, Su Ran was aware that Tang Hao's father, the previous leader of the Haotian clan, met his demise at the hands of the Wuhuan Hall due to Tang Hao's affair with Ain, ultimately leading to his untimely death from sheer rage. Tang Hao single-handedly caused his father's death, his wife's demise, and his son was left to be cared for by Tang San, never having had a proper meal. His sect, oppressed by the Wuhuan Hall, was forced to sever ties with all affiliated clans and retreat into seclusion. Su Ran was baffled as to why such a man could still manage to redeem himself. He drove his father to madness, caused the death of his wife, neglected his child, and brought near catastrophic ruin to his sect. Were I in your position, Tang Hao, I would have long succumbed to shame and sought solace in a noose hanging from a crooked tree. To his astonishment, the Haotian Douluo still scurried about like a rat. Clinging to life, Su Ran stated coldly, fixating his gaze upon Tang Hao. "You lie. I did not bring about his death. It was not my doing." Tang Hao exclaimed in fury, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He had never considered that his actions could lead to his father's demise. He had never contemplated such depths. Tang Hao's body trembled incessantly. The pain of snapping his own arm only barely registered, yet every word from Su Ran felt like a sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing his heart. Everything Su Ran spoke of is a stark reality, and it has long burdened him with profound guilt. His insatiable greed, driven by the desire to obtain a yin soul ring, has unleashed a cascade of consequences that far exceed his emotional capacity to bear. The roots of his turmoil lie in his wife, his father, his children, and his sect, all of which stem from his actions. How could a mere soul master possess such extensive knowledge? Today, I shall rend your body to pieces, subjecting you to unimaginable torment. Once you are gone, no one shall ever learn of these truths." Tang Hao bellowed, charging towards Su Ran with a speed that left Su Ran both astonished and alarmed. The Qilin form. Activation of the 10,000-year Qilin experience card. In his heart, Su Ran silently uttered a phrase, and in an instant, his body transformed into a magnificent Qilin, measuring 5 meters in length and 3 meters in height, radiating an overwhelming surge of formidable power. Su Ran cast a cold glance at Tang Hao, heedlessly charging towards him. The imposing presence of the ancient Qilin was comparable to that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. As he surged forward, the entire cavern trembled, with numerous fragments of stone cascading down. Remarkably, the trajectory of these falling stones seemed to miraculously shift, as if deliberately avoiding Su Ran. This was the effect of Su Ran's destiny power, capable of subtly altering the descent of the stones. "Are you a soul beast?" Tang Hao's expression changed dramatically, halting abruptly in his advance towards Su Ran. A sense of dread enveloped him. He could not fathom how Su Ran, who had just moments ago been a mere soul master of soul sovereign rank, had transformed into such a terrifying soul beast. The overwhelming might he radiated was nearly on par with that of a 100,000-year soul beast. How could your aura be so potent? Tang Hao had no time for further contemplation as he swiftly unleashed his martial spirit. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ran erupted with terrifying speed, aiming a colossal paw directly at Tang Hao before he could release his soul skills. Chapter 53. Tang Hao's Fury. Su Ran's shameless intentions. This is bad. Tang Hao's countenance shifted slightly as his fourth soul ring illuminated, transforming the Haotian hammer in his grasp into a deep obsidian hue, positioning it defensively before him. Bang! Su Ran's Qilin beast slammed against the Haotian hammer, producing a resounding roar. The Haotian hammer, which Tang Hao held defensively against his chest, trembled violently, blood seeping from the wounds on his body, waves of agony engulfing his heart. At that moment, cracks radiated outward from their position, fracturing the ground around them. As the shock waves reverberated, debris fell from the cavern's ceiling, and the entire mountain began to tremble. What a formidable soul beast! Tang Hao was overwhelmed with dread as he sensed the terrifying power of the golden soul beast before him. Although this creature was not particularly large, measuring only 5 meters in length, its strength was astonishing. Such power could easily rival that of a 100,000-year soul beast. When had he inadvertently provoked such a powerful entity? His only prior interaction with soul beasts had been with Ayin. He was unfamiliar with any others. This soul beast clearly possessed an extraordinary lineage, likely ranking among the most formidable beings within the soul beast realm. What on earth was happening? Moreover, how had the soul beast, which had just taken on a human form, suddenly transformed into its true beastly self? He began to form a hypothesis. Ayin and the human he had just encountered were manifestations of this enigmatic soul beast, and this was its true form. Perhaps the soul beast shared a profound connection with Ayin, which explained its hostility towards him. As Tang Hao evaded Su Ran's onslaught, he calmly inquired, "What is your relationship with Ayin? Are both you and Ayin 100,000-year soul beasts?" He suspected that the soul beast before him had a significant bond with Ayin. Otherwise, how could an outsider possess such extensive knowledge? Our relationship? I was unaware before. But now, Ayin is my woman, Su Ran replied with a hint of a smile. After this incident, Ayin would harbor no feelings for Tang Hao, and as a divine beast, he would have the opportunity to pursue her. He eagerly anticipated the expression on Tang Hao's face at that moment. "You speak nonsense." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Tang Hao was consumed by fury, swinging the Haotian hammer relentlessly towards him. Even with one arm severed, Tang Hao's strength remained formidable. After all, he was a man capable of confronting the Spirit Hall and challenging the likes of Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo, and Zhu Zhuqing. His power was indeed extraordinary. Su Ran was acutely aware that he could not eliminate Tang Hao today. After all, Tang Hao wielded the formidable techniques of the exploding ring and the chaotic wind hammer. And even if Su Ran were to sever an arm, it would not suffice to bring about Tang Hao's demise. This was merely a newly acquired experience card. Barely a decade old, and Su Ran had yet to attain the strength to challenge him. The mythical beasts that lived for millennia could rival those that had existed for 100,000 years, owing to the inherent dominance of higher bloodline soul beasts over their lower counterparts. However, this bloodline suppression did not extend to human soul masters. "Huh. Do you believe that Ayin will ever trust you again?" Su Ran said, unable to restrain himself as he observed the fury etched upon Tang Hao's face. "To be frank, Ayin witnessed everything that transpired today. All your actions were laid bare before her." "What do you mean?" Tang Hao retorted, bewildered. "Isn't Ayin dead? Even if she were alive, it wouldn't matter. Ayin not only lives, but she thrives. Furthermore, you may be unaware that within the blue silver grass that Ayin has transformed into lies the essence of her consciousness and wisdom. Ayin can perceive the happenings of the outside world. However, as a plant, she is unable to articulate her thoughts," Su Ran declared, revealing a flower pot in his hand, within which resided a vibrant blue-silver grass. This was the true Ayin. "Ayin, this is truly Ayin." Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically, a profound chill enveloping his heart. The realization that Ayin possessed awareness meant she comprehended that he was the one responsible for her demise. "You beast! How dare you toy with me like this?" Tang Hao seethed, his body trembling with rage. What was once a trivial matter had escalated into a torment of his own making. How could there possibly be ghosts in this world? This soul beast had exploited his vulnerabilities, compelling him to divulge the entire story. And he had been so frightened by the illusion of Ayin that he had inadvertently harmed himself. In his lifetime, he had never endured such a humiliation. Now, he found himself the subject of mockery by a mere soul beast. Moreover, after several millennia, Ayin would regain her strength and become a 100,000-year soul beast once more. At that time, I shall guard her. Ayin is so exquisite, yet you have inflicted such harm upon her. Unlike you, I will cherish and nurture Ayin," Su Ran asserted, retracting Ayin into the unique storage space of his system. A glint of derision flickered in his gaze. Tang Hao, who failed to appreciate the beauty of Ayin, had brought her to such a state. Henceforth, she would be under his protection. After all, as an imperial mythical beast, what was the harm in expanding his harem? Furthermore, utilizing the nurturing liquid from the system's lady would allow Ayin to once again blossom into a 100,000-year soul beast. This transformation would be akin to a complete rejuvenation of her body. Qilin would remain untainted, untouched by corruption. Su Ran felt a strange sense of gratitude towards Tang Hao. Though he had harmed Qilin, he would ultimately return her in a state of unparalleled purity. Moreover, this Qilin would harbor animosity towards Tang Hao, regarding him as her lifelong adversary. I shall end your life, you beast. Tang Hao's fury ignited further at Su Ran's words, truly incensed in that moment. No man could endure such an affront. Despite his past transgressions against Qilin, for which he sincerely apologized, he still regarded her as his beloved. Yet now, she was ensnared by this soul beast before him, which had the audacity to declare that in several millennia, when Qilin was restored, it would claim her as its own. Who could accept such humiliation? Certainly not Tang Hao. Regardless of the issues between him and Qilin, they were merely domestic affairs. However, the soul beast before him was evidently intent on harming Qilin. In thousands of years, as Qilin emerged in her soul beast form, she would undoubtedly still be alive, while he would have become naught but dust. What fate awaited Qilin at the hands of this wretched creature? He dared not contemplate it. The mere thought ignited an inferno of rage within him. Even if Qilin were to consort with this soul beast, he would be unable to witness it. Yet it was precisely this reason that fueled his fury. He was acutely aware that the soul beast harbored such intentions towards Qilin. Otherwise, it would not exert itself to confront him or unmask its true nature before her. Given its proclamations, it was certainly capable of such actions. The thought of his stunningly beautiful wife, the impeccably perfect Qilin, lying in the embrace of this vile soul beast made his heart churn with unease. Chapter 54. Tang Hao, are you incompetent? Although Su Ran spoke of events that were to unfold tens of thousands of years hence, the prospect was intolerable to him. The betrayal, even if it lay in the future, was unbearable. Unbeknownst to Tang Hao, however, was the fact that, with Su Ran's prowess, Qilin would once again emerge in her soul beast form within a decade. Of course, by the time he encountered Qilin again, she would have already become Su Ran's beloved. At that moment, no amount of regret would suffice. He would watch helplessly as Qilin lay in Su Ran's arms, regarding him as her most detested adversary. It was then that he would truly comprehend the magnitude of his loss. To be viewed by Qilin as a lifelong enemy, the most loathed individual, while the entire world mocked his actions towards her, would force him to scurry like a rat, hiding from the scorn. Tang Hao, your strength is commendable. In your prime, I might not have been your match. However, in your current condition, you possess less than half your peak power. To think you could vanquish me with such diminished strength is exceedingly naive, Su Ran remarked, unreservedly colliding with Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. Engaging in a direct confrontation would only spell disaster for Tang Hao. With each clash, the wounds on Tang Hao's body would bleed profusely from the severed arm on his shoulder. Su Ran wished fervently that Tang Hao would engage with him a few more times. Perhaps, in such an instance, Tang Hao might succumb to his excessive blood loss. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's expression darkened significantly. The soul beast before him possessed an exceptional level of intelligence, far surpassing that of a typical 100,000-year soul beast. Its audacity to target his severed arm was nothing short of shameless. Could it not allow his wound to scab over before launching its attacks? Your prowess is formidable. Yet I am no mere novice. I, the Haotian Douluo, am not to be compared with an ordinary title Douluo. With a resounding cry, Tang Hao activated all 9 of his soul rings, unleashing an overwhelming aura of terror. The exploding ring technique, a closely guarded secret of the Haotian sect, had once propelled Tang Hao's strength to astonishing heights, inflicting injuries upon the ghost Douluo, the chrysanthemum Douluo, and Qian Xuanji before he made his escape. After employing this explosive technique, Tang Hao's power surged beyond measure. Once he unleashed the secret of the exploding ring, Su Ran would be powerless to restrain him. If Tang Hao chose to flee, there would be no stopping him. Though the spirit beast was formidable, it was merely at the 10,000-year level. The notion of directly vanquishing Tang Hao was an unattainable fantasy. In fact, Su Ran himself might find peril in that confrontation. After all, the experience card had a time limit. When would he revert to being an ordinary person? What a calamity that would be. Had he not been pinned down by Tang Chen? Today, I shall ensure your obliteration, making you acutely aware of the consequences of your reckless words. With a fierce determination, Tang Hao caused all 5 of his soul rings to explode, channeling their combined power into the Haotian hammer. The magnitude of this display was so great that even Su Ran could not help but feel a chill of fear. Fate's guardianship. The protection of light. Su Ran directly unleashed the 2 most formidable defensive skills unique to the mythical beast, manifesting radiant golden and pure white energy shields that represented distinct attributes before him. With a thunderous impact, Tang Hao's colossal Haotian hammer struck the dual-layered energy shields, producing a resounding roar. The shields trembled momentarily before shattering spectacularly. Tang Hao, overwhelmed by pain, felt the reverberations from the hammer jolt through his muscles and organs, causing further tearing at the sight of his severed arm, eliciting an involuntary scream of agony. Tang Hao inhaled sharply, his gaze fixated on the increasingly severe wound at the end of his dismembered arm, sending shivers down his spine. Tang Hao, you are faltering, Su Ran remarked, equally dazed from the blow, his body swaying unsteadily yet maintaining an appearance of nonchalance. Since you are struggling, allow me to care for Ayin in the future, he added. Tang Hao, consumed by rage, felt as if his lungs might burst. His entire body trembled, his face paling with fury. What does a man truly care about? It is his own strength. To be doubted by a soul beast in such a manner was infuriating. You are too weak, Su Ran could not help but scoff. How dare you insult me, you damned soul beast? I shall fight you, Tang Hao bellowed, unleashing the remaining 4 soul rings, 3 black and 1 red, each erupting with terrifying power, surpassing his previous might by a considerable margin. After all, these 4 soul rings were over 40,000 years old, with the last one being a 100,000-year soul ring gifted by Ayin. Is that all you've got? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, swiftly retreating, preparing to flee. He was not foolish enough to confront the explosive Tang Hao. It was clear that today, he could not vanquish Tang Hao. Ayin would surely handle him later. However, before departing, he decided to bestow a parting gift. Su Ran's massive form surged forward. An immense hand imbued with terrifying might struck the mountainside, causing the entire peak to tremble ominously as if on the verge of collapse. In an instant, Su Ran transformed into a streak of golden light, racing down the lengthy passageway. Upon exiting, he unleashed an even more ferocious punch against the mountainside, resulting in the complete collapse of the peak. Cursed soul beast, I shall not let you escape. Once I regain my strength, I will hunt you down, flaying your skin and pulling your tendons, so you may know true cruelty. A chilling voice echoed, soon muffled by the fallen debris. System, is Tang Hao gravely injured? Su Ran inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Not severely. Due to the recent explosion of the soul rings, Tang Hao's power is exceedingly concentrated. So even the collapsing mountain poses minimal threat to him. Moreover, it is crucial to inform you, dear host, that your experience card is nearing expiration. You have merely 2 minutes remaining, the system's voice reminded him. By the heavens, that was swift. Su Ran, in a state of bewilderment, glanced at the system and noticed the countdown for the experience card, which allowed for a total of merely 10 minutes of use. The purpose of this experience card was solely to grant the host a glimpse of the ancient Qilin's formidable power. Naturally, it could not be wielded for an extended duration. The experience card was akin to trying on clothing. It was meant for a brief trial, not for the host to possess such extraordinary strength indefinitely. The system's charming voice chimed in, accompanied by a delightful smile. Feeling a sense of urgency, Su Ran swiftly decided to make his escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed away with utmost speed, pushing himself to the limits as he raced toward the exit. Simultaneously, he summoned his fortune to entice the nearby soul beasts to converge upon him. This forest was devoid of particularly powerful soul beasts, the strongest among them being merely a millennium old. However, it was sufficient for these creatures to provide him with a modicum of cover. Chapter 55. Su Ran's Intentions. Shortly after Su Ran departed, Tang Hao emerged from the collapsed heap of stones. At that moment, his attire was in tatters, and his body was riddled with wounds of varying sizes, each pang of pain igniting a fierce anger within him. As the esteemed Haotian Douluo, to be so cruelly mistreated was intolerable. Moreover, Ayin had been abducted, and given the treacherous nature of that soul beast, one could only dread what fate awaited her. At this very instant, the after effects of the detonation began to manifest, with excruciating pain coursing through his meridians. Following the explosion, the soul rings would require several months to reconstitute. This meant that for the next 2 months, he would be deprived of utilizing his soul skills. Although he could still wield secret techniques like the chaotic cloak hammer method and possess strength on par with the title Douluo, he found himself unwilling to pursue any further. The soul beast was exceedingly powerful, and in his current condition, he stood no chance against it. You may be formidable, but once I regain my strength, even if you hide within the Stardo forest, I shall seek you out. The thought of Ayin being held captive by someone with ulterior motives filled him with ire. Regardless of the enmity or discord between them, He could not tolerate anyone else having any claim over his woman. This was a matter of a man's dignity. As his wife, Ain belonged to him. In life and in death. After leaving the forest, Su Ran sought nearby accommodation. Tang Hao likely still believed him to be a soul beast, incapable of perceiving him as human or pursuing him. However, should their paths cross, it would lead to an awkward confrontation. Therefore, Su Ran resolved to linger for a few days until Tang Hao had moved on before returning to the Star Luo Empire. What a magnificent figure he was. After taking a warm shower at the hotel, dressed in a pristine white bathrobe, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror and could not help but indulge in a moment of vanity. Surprisingly, he had not paid much attention to it before. The body bestowed upon him by the system was indeed remarkable, with sword-like brows, starry eyes, and an extraordinary aura, complemented by a chiseled physique adorned with 8 abdominal muscles. Regardless of gender, one could immediately discern that he was an individual of exceptional character, a true gentleman. "Host brother, how narcissistic you are," the system's feminine voice chimed in. Her cheeks flushing at the sight of Su Ran's exposed form, hesitant to gaze any longer. As a system, she had only ever interacted with her host and had only ever seen his body, which caused her to feel a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she was still a girl. "What does it mean to be narcissistic? Do you not appreciate it, system sister?" he teased. "Not at all. Under your stunning visage. Perhaps today you may not stir my heart, and tomorrow you might resist temptation. Yet, I doubt you can suppress yourself indefinitely," Su Ran replied with a grin, lifting his bathrobe to admire his flawless physique in greater detail. "Ah, host brother, you're being ridiculous. I shan't pay you any mind." Within the confines of the system, as Su Ran inadvertently lifted the bathrobe, the system's lady could not help but react with a startled shriek. Instinctively, she covered her eyes with her hands, unwilling to gaze further. Suddenly, a wave of embarrassment washed over me. It struck me that perhaps the system lady had witnessed my recent bath, and in moments of intimacy, she undoubtedly had seen it all. Su Ran remarked, only to realize the gravity of his own words. "Rest assured, host," the system assured him. "I am a system of integrity. I shall not gaze upon what is inappropriate. Such matters do not pique my interest." The system lady took a moment to compose herself, the blush on her cheeks gradually subsiding. Then, with a slight pout, she reiterated her principles, emphasizing her adherence to the codes of conduct inherent to her role. Su Ran then opened the system panel. Host, Su Ran age, 12 years martial soul, god-slaying sword skill points, 1600 cultivation level, 32 bloodline. Qilin, 100 years harem, none, will develop over time. Tasks, none. Let's execute a 10 consecutive draws at the gold level, Su Ran declared, gazing at the plethora of skill points. He initially contemplated enhancing his Qilin form's age to over 1,000 years, which would likely grant him power equivalent to that of an ordinary soul beast aged between 20 to 30,000 years. However, for now, he felt no need to flaunt his prowess at the soul beast habitat, even if he ventured into the Star Doe forest. The distinction between 100 and 1,000 years would be negligible. After all, no one dared to challenge him. The gold level 10 consecutive draws would consume 1,000 skill points, and upon completion, his skill points would dwindle to 600. The system stated solemnly, "Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 skill points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unparalleled pot, which enhances appetite when used for cooking. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the accessory, part of the illusory sea, a mysterious necklace designated for women, which not only beautifies but also elevates soul power cultivation speed by 30%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring age enhancement card. Utilizing this card allows the host to elevate the age of any soul ring by 10,000 years. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Su Ran exhaled in relief, albeit without significant astonishment. Nonetheless, it was preferable to using the skill points directly on soul rings. Moreover, the necklace that could enhance cultivation speed would serve as a splendid gift for Zhu Zhuqing. Quite a worthwhile endeavor. An increase of 30% in cultivation speed is indeed a premier treasure. After all, such items that amplify cultivation speed are rare on the continent. I will apply this soul ring age enhancement card to the third soul ring. Ding. Enhancement successful. The age of the third soul ring is now 13,000 years. With the system's announcement, Su Ran felt a surge of power coursing through his body. Beneath him, 2 purple and 1 black soul rings radiated dazzling light within the room. On the Douluo Continent, possessing a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings marks one as a genius. Su Ran's configuration of 2 purple and 1 black soul ring would likely astonish even the Pope, Bibi Dong. Should he appear at the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong would probably take him as her disciple, elevating him to the status of a holy son of the Spirit Hall. However, he had no intention of visiting the Spirit Hall, otherwise he might find himself trapped in a small dark room. Moreover, there, he could achieve nothing. Should he dare to express any romantic interest in Bibi Dong, he would likely receive a severe beating. Being beaten by one's wife is quite humiliating, is it not? It would be far better to charm Qianrenxue first. Currently, Qianrenxue has transformed into Xue Qinghe, a figure of great prestige as the emperor of the Tiando Empire. He, being a core disciple of the Zhu family, an influential family within the Xinghua Empire, could leverage this identity to forge a favorable relationship with Qianrenxue. Wouldn't that be delightful? Even the diplomatic ties between the two nations could be leveraged, allowing for a profound exchange with Qianrenxue. In those moments, they could engage in brotherly banter, and I could take advantage of the situation. After all, Qianrenxue would still swallow her pride, even if it meant breaking her own teeth. Currently, my identity is male, and interactions between 2 men are hardly inappropriate. The system's young lady, sensing Su Ran's thoughts, could not help but scold her host for his shamelessness. It is quite audacious for the current host, without even a harem, to contemplate such matters. Truly, he is indulging in what he has while coveting what lies beyond. How utterly brazen. Chapter 56. Returning to the Zhu family. A reunion with Zhu Qing in the starry Luo Empire. At the Zhu family estate, Zhu Zhuqing donned a snug black leather outfit that clung to her flawless physique. She stood quietly by the window, gazing out at the scenery, unable to suppress a sense of melancholy. Su Ran had been gone for 2 weeks, and a wave of concern washed over her. Was he in danger? Although Su Ran possessed formidable strength, it was primarily effective against their younger generation. Even if Su Ran were an unparalleled genius, he still paled in comparison to the older generation of formidable warriors. These seasoned fighters, being significantly older, had accumulated their prowess over time, rendering them formidable despite any lack of innate talent. Su Ran possesses remarkable talent, yet it is likely that many formidable individuals may seek to challenge him. After all, a genius emerging from one's own family could pose a potential threat to others if he grows in strength. Particularly, if the Dai family were to learn of Su Ran's brilliance, they might resort to hiring assassins to eliminate him. How shameless, Su Ran. If you do not return soon, I shall ignore you, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, her typically icy demeanor betraying a hint of concern. Resting her chin on her hands atop the windowsill, she gazed into the distance, her mind filled with thoughts of Su Ran. His arrival had significantly transformed her life. Not only had she become Su Ran's fiancée, but more importantly, her relationship with her family had begun to improve. Over the past few days, she had come to understand from her father that her sister did not intend to isolate her deliberately. Rather, it was a protective measure. Her sister wished for her to leave the Star Luo Empire with Mu Bai, thereby preventing potential conflict between the sisters in the future. Ironically, she had always believed her sister harbored dislike for her. It was precisely because she had entered into an engagement with Su Ran that her ties with Mu Bai had diminished, allowing her relationship with her sister to return to the warmth of their childhood. No longer did they need to maintain a facade of indifference. Even sisters could now share their hearts openly. From now on, they would no longer be rivals. All of this was due to Su Ran. Su Ran, do you realize how happy I am now? I have not felt such joy in the past 6 years. My sister and I have rekindled our bond, and the family has started to value me, Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly. Yet, you are exceedingly shameless, having just signed an engagement and then disappearing. I, too, wish to spend more time with my beloved Zhuqing. Did I not say I would seek you out once I had concluded my affairs? A gentle voice resonated from behind Zhu Zhuqing as Su Ran enveloped her in his embrace. Having been apart for so long, his heart ached for her. After all, Zhu Zhuqing alone was his fiancée. His connections with Xiao and Yin remained rather tenuous. Ah, Zhu Zhuqing gasped, startled by Su Ran's sudden appearance. Upon recognizing him, she felt a mix of shyness and joy. Embarrassment washed over her as she realized how intimately he held her, while elation surged at his long-awaited return. Her feminine modesty urged her to break free from his grasp, yet the days apart made her reluctant to let go. Seizing the moment while Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily dazed, Su Ran settled into a reclining chair by the window, pulling Zhu Zhuqing onto his lap. Su Ran, what are you doing? She inquired, her cheeks flushed, gazing up at him with wide eyes. I'm merely embracing my fiancé. What else could it be? Su Ran replied, unable to suppress a chuckle at the sight of Zhu Zhuqing's blushing cheeks. Zhu Zhuqing was remarkably reserved in such matters, while she appeared cold on the surface. It was merely a protective veneer. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing nodded softly, responding gently. At that moment, she recalled her engagement to Su Ran, realizing that their intimacy was not inappropriate. However, having spent so many years alone, she lacked experience in social interactions and was utterly inexperienced in matters of the heart. She was uncertain about the expectations of a fiancé. If Su Ran were to make certain demands, should she acquiesce? Yet, would such matters be too hasty? Their relationship had not yet reached that level, had it? But Su Ran was rather forward. What if her refusal displeased him? Zhu Zhuqing's mind began to swirl with conflicting thoughts. The budding emotions of a young maiden often lead to whimsical musings. What was she contemplating? Su Ran wrapped his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's slender yet curvaceous waist, burying his nose deep in her lustrous black hair, inhaling the fragrant aroma that emanated from her. Nothing much. By the way, I have good news to share. My sister doesn't actually dislike me. She merely wished to avoid conflict between us, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, her heart lifting at the thought of her relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. Since childhood, she and her sister had shared a bond, and now that affection was rekindling. That's wonderful. Speaking of which, I've been at the Zhu residence for quite some time and have yet to meet Sister Zhuyun, Su Ran replied, his mind wandering to Zhu Zhuqing. In the original narrative, Zhu Zhuqing possessed a physique that surpassed even Zhu Zhuqing's. If Zhuqing's figure was remarkable, surely Zhuyun would require both hands to encompass her form. Such a perfect physique could render all other girls in the world envious. She is studying at the Star Luo Advanced Soul Master Academy. During the last clan meeting, she went on an expedition with the Academy's faculty and students. Upon her return, she was eager to see you, but since you were away, she had to forego the visit. Now that you are back, I will inform her of your return tomorrow, Zhu Zhuqing said, a tender glimmer in her eyes. Were it not for Su Ran, the misunderstanding between her and her sister might have lingered unresolved for a lifetime. It is indeed fortunate that the misunderstanding can be cleared. You both shall no longer misinterpret each other as before, Su Ran remarked with a smile. Chapter 57, Zhuqing's touching moment and the 3 million treasure. Enough of that. Where have you been these days? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, sitting gracefully on Su Ran's lap, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Her feminine intuition hinted that he might have been in the company of other girls. I have been attending to some trivial matters, Su Ran replied. Noticing her suddenly skeptical gaze. How could you doubt me, Zhuqing? Am I that kind of person? I have been busy rescuing wayward girls and have committed no wrongs. Humph. I don't believe you. Tell me, were you with other girls? Zhu Zhuqing, with her keen perception, spoke in a delicate tone, inadvertently applying pressure with her fingers against Su Ran's waist. It hurts, it truly hurts, Su Ran feigned pain, tightening his embrace around Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist. He could sense a subtle shift in Zhu Zhuqing's attitude towards him. Especially after his absence of half a month, it appeared that she had begun to open her heart. Previously, if he wished to embrace her, she would refuse, yet now, she allowed him this intimate closeness. Indeed, the art of wooing lies in the dance of advance and retreat. Sometimes, stepping back at a crucial moment can intensify the flames of affection. Did I hurt you? Upon noticing Su Ran's pained expression, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand immediately halted, her face etched with concern. No, I was merely teasing you. My dear Zhuqing did not exert any force. It doesn't hurt at all. Su Ran then swept Zhu Zhuqing into his arms, both of them collapsing onto the lounge chair. Ah, Zhu Zhuqing gasped, her cheeks flushing as she felt the closeness between herself and Su Ran. He held her tightly, with one leg resting upon her. Their bodies reclined on the chair, tilted at a mere 30 degrees. They resembled a loving couple lost in their affection for one another. As Zhu Zhuqing felt the contrasting aura of masculinity radiating from his body, her face blossomed with a deep crimson hue, and a wave of warmth washed over her. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Su Ran was utterly shameless. Upon returning home after such a long absence, he had the audacity to embrace her. Noting that Zhu Zhuqing lay obediently beside him, too timid to move, Su Ran realized that the moment had come. In Su Ran's hand appeared a delicate pink necklace. Known as the Heart of the Illusory Sea, this exquisite piece of jewelry promised to enhance the wearer's cultivation speed by 30%. And it was intended as a gift for Zhu Zhuqing. The moment the necklace was unveiled, the entire room transformed into a pink ocean. The pure white walls seemingly alive with the graceful movement of pink whales, creating a striking visual spectacle. Even Su Ran was momentarily taken aback. This, indeed, was an essential tool for wooing women. If one could acquire several of these, could one not lead a life of bliss? Day after day of mundane battles held little allure. The pursuit of romance was of utmost importance. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing stood entranced, her beautiful eyes fixated on the necklace in Su Ran's hand. As it continually radiated a soft pink glow, a spark of wonder ignited within her gaze. As the second young mistress of the Zhu family, she was not unaccustomed to the finer things in life, yet this was her first encounter with such a stunning ornament. The instant she laid eyes on it, she found herself captivated. Could this be the gift Su Ran had prepared for her? Her heart raced. Her look towards Su Ran softened considerably. So, during his absence, he had been preparing a gift for her. How foolish she had been to suspect he was seeking the company of other women. It was indeed a laughable misconception. She had been mistaken, profoundly so. Su Ran was certainly not the type of person one might expect. At that moment, he caught sight of Zhu Zhuqing's eager gaze and took the initiative to speak, delivering a revelation that struck like thunder. A few days ago, I learned that the royal auction house of Tiando was hosting an extraordinary auction. Among the many treasures on display, my eyes were immediately drawn to a particular necklace. Su Ran expressed, his voice infused with emotion. For over half a month, he had traveled back and forth from Tiando City, yet he felt no weariness. For love resided in his heart. What could weariness matter? Su Ran, thank you. Zhu Zhuqing felt a profound sense of gratitude, momentarily at a loss for words. It turned out that Su Ran had been away for so long solely for her sake. There was a story behind this necklace. Once, there was a man surrounded by many women, yet his heart belonged solely to his wife. Unbeknownst to her, she believed her husband had betrayed her. She disappeared one day, swept away by the tempest at sea, while her husband remained steadfast by the shore, day after day, clinging to the necklace his beloved had cherished, waiting for her return. Such love is both tragic and magnificent, Su Ran declared, unable to contain his own deep emotion. How beautiful love can be. In the depths of the forest, one sees deer. In the blue of the sea, one sees whales. In dreams, one sees you. Zhuqing, I gift you this necklace, hoping that you will always be the first I see, both in my dreams and in reality. Su Ran spoke, his gaze tender as he gently placed the necklace around Zhu Zhuqing's fair neck. As he followed the curve of her delicate neck, Su Ran's eyes inadvertently wandered downward, captivated. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes shimmering like gentle ripples of water. She was overwhelmed with emotion. The journey from Douluo City to Tiando City was a considerable distance, the capitals of two great empires separated by vast expanses. Yet, Su Ran had resolutely made the trip and returned in just over half a month. Surely, he had endured arduous travels during these days. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that the story bore a peculiar significance, though she couldn't quite articulate why. In her current state, she was consumed by her feelings, too moved to ponder anything else. All she could think was how beautiful the necklace was and how touched she was by Su Ran's gesture. How much is this necklace? Zhu Zhuqing inquired softly. Not expensive, 300 gold soul coins, Su Ran replied, shaking his head. Really? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Just when she thought it was merely an ordinary yet lovely necklace, she was mistaken once again, in an outrageous way. She began to channel her soul power, visibly drawing in the elemental energies of the world around her at an astonishing rate, far surpassing her usual pace. At least, her cultivation speed had increased by 30%. Could this necklace truly enhance her training speed by such a degree? Was it genuinely obtainable for just 300 gold soul coins? I'm afraid that 30,000 is unlikely to be sufficient. Su Ran was once again deceiving her, fearing that she might worry. However, deep down, she was well aware of the immense worth of this treasure. It could be procured for no less than 30 million gold soul coins. Chapter 58. Zhu Zhuqing's inner thoughts. Be honest with me. Does this necklace possess any other functions? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with a voice that was both questioning and endearing. At that moment, she felt a twinge of anxiety. If the enhancement to her cultivation speed could be sustained, it would undoubtedly be worth 30 million gold soul coins, if not more, as it could never be valued at a lesser price. An increase of 30% in cultivation speed was of paramount importance to those elite geniuses. They could attain higher realms in a shorter time, thus opening up more possibilities for their future. The powerful factions backing these affluent geniuses would spare no expense for their futures. In the eyes of such grand forces, gold soul coins were merely numbers. It was the geniuses and the strong who determined whether a faction could thrive. The wearer enjoys a permanent increase of 30% in cultivation speed, and additionally, It enhances beauty, Su Ran stated plainly, knowing that Zhu Zhuqing could sense these benefits herself. Speaking of which, the most extraordinary treasure he had drawn during his last 10 consecutive pulls was indeed this necklace. Yet, it seemed that this necklace was more suited for women and held little use for Su Ran himself. However, it would make a splendid gift for his wife. After all, only when his wife was in high spirits could he himself find joy. Indeed. Then why did you mislead me into believing this necklace was worth merely 300 gold soul coins? Zhu Zhuqing said, her heart brimming with delight as she played with the necklace around her neck. After a while, she expressed with a hint of melancholy. I was just trying to spare you from pressure. I actually purchased this necklace for 30,000 gold soul coins, Su Ran admitted candidly, no longer daring to conceal the truth. The atmosphere grew tense once more as Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Su Ran, hoping for his honesty. All right, I won't pretend any longer. I'll lay it all out. 300,000 gold soul coins, Su Ran replied, somewhat exasperated, wondering why he had to reveal the truth. The tension persisted as Zhu Zhuqing continued to stare at him intently. She felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Su Ran was still deceiving her even now, truly believing she was an ignorant girl. How could a priceless treasure be so casually dismissed? Then name your price, Su Ran shrugged. 30 million? Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly. She was uncertain where Su Ran had acquired such wealth, but the necklace was indeed worth that amount. At the auction house, it would attract fierce competition from numerous powerful factions, and its price could only rise, never fall. Even if this necklace were taken to the Douluo auction house, it would fetch no less than 30 million gold soul coins. In a place like Heaven Do City, brimming with geniuses and strong individuals, its value would only soar higher. I intended to keep it a secret, but it appears you've seen right through me. Su Ran was taken aback by the figure that Zhu Zhuqing had just uttered. But he quickly regained his composure. He gently caressed Zhu Zhuqing's delicate back and sighed, 30 million gold soul coins, that's a substantial sum indeed. However, spending a little for my beloved wife. If it brings a smile to her face, I wouldn't hesitate to part with 30 million or even 300 million. Thank you. Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her body quivering slightly at his words, unable to suppress her emotions. 30 million gold soul coins, such an amount would certainly be a fortune that even her father would be reluctant to spend on her. As the head of the family, he could not afford to squander wealth. Even if he were to buy something, it would be prioritized for her elder sister, Zhu Zhuqing. For she was destined to be the future queen. Her enhanced strength would undoubtedly bring greater benefits to the Zhu family. Let us never speak of gratitude between us. In my heart, you are a priceless treasure. Not just 30 million, but even 3 billion would be inconsequential, as long as you are happy, Su Ran said, wrapping his arms around Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist, holding her tightly in his embrace. Feeling the warmth of her presence, akin to a precious gem, Su Ran experienced a profound sense of contentment and tranquility. He could not help but reflect on how, not long ago, he was living a mundane life on Earth. Confined to a 9-to-5 routine, surrounded by countless gigabytes of data, leading a bleak existence. Who would have thought that he would now be cradling such a beautiful woman? Such is the design of fate. Since he had arrived in this world, he was determined to live without a trace of regret. He would achieve all those dreams he had once aspired to but could not fulfill. Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly, her petite figure curling up like a little cat in Su Ran's embrace. Her heart swelled with emotion, knowing that her life would now also include a boy whom she would cherish deeply. Honestly, I do not oppose your relationships with other girls. I merely hope they are not of questionable character, Zhu Zhuqing said in a soft voice. Coming from a prominent family and being destined to marry into royalty, she understood that powerful men often had multiple wives. Even her father, Zhu Zihua, had several consorts, all for the sake of expanding the family lineage. The royal family was even more daunting, where competition necessitated the presence of numerous legitimate heirs. As a refined lady, Zhu Zhuqing could not be overly disdainful of such customs, having been accustomed to them from her upbringing. What she truly detested was her fiancé frequenting brothels and degrading himself by seeking out unwholesome women. If he were to indulge in such indiscretions, how would he regard her? Moreover, such pursuits could lead to diseases. Many families had been torn apart due to contagions, resulting in tragic fates. In this land, every woman held her chastity in high regard, naturally looking down upon those who did not. Rest assured, I shall not. Su Ran assured her, his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing filled with even more tenderness. Despite his lecherous nature, he would never seek out women from such places. He is already engaged, so how could he possibly be attracted to such women? He is certainly not a fool like Mu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing can now embrace him intimately, and he is free to indulge in his desires. Although he does not know when he will establish a harem, it surely cannot be too far off. However, he did not anticipate that Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts were so open-minded. He had imagined that once they arrived at Shrek Academy, there might be chaos in his romantic pursuits. But it appears that Zhu Zhuqing is not that way inclined. In her heart, what matters most is whether he has betrayed her or sought out dubious women. Fortunately, Su Ran is not that kind of person. Even regarding Xiao, Su Ran intends to be forthright. After all, given Zhu Zhuqing's delicate sensibilities, concealing the truth could lead to greater complications later. At present, he holds the reins of the situation. If Zhu Zhuqing discovers anything in the future, it would be disastrous. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing, I spent 12 years living outside before returning to the Zhu family. During that time, I met a girl. Su Ran still feels a bit uneasy. He cannot be too reckless. Knowing Xiao Wu before solidifying his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing should be acceptable, right? However, the system's assistant harbors some concerns, believing that the host will inevitably find himself in a predicament one day. Chapter 59. Su Ran, do you have time tonight? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her delicate brows. Unable to suppress a pout, yet she refrained from saying anything further. She knows well that with Su Ran's shameless character, how could he possibly have only her as a companion? Su Ran, a paragon of excellence and a prodigy, would undoubtedly attract the admiration of numerous young women, even if he did not actively pursue them. Moreover, his unabashed and flirtatious nature only adds to his allure. What is her name? Xiao, as in the dance. Su Ran stated directly. In a few days, he and Zhu Qing would be heading to Shrek Academy. There was no point in keeping it a secret. Doing so would only breed discontent in Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, it was better to be forthright. After all, in any relationship, honesty is paramount. One must shed all pretense and reveal their sincerity to their beloved. Only then can a bond endure. I knew it, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, casting Su Ran an exasperated glance, her delicate fingers pinching his waist once more. This time, Su Ran's cries of pain fell on deaf ears. Hiss. He inhaled sharply, feigning discomfort. Zhu Zhuqing, sensing his act, let out a playful huff, though the pressure of her grip lessened considerably. She was not genuinely angry, merely wishing to express her stance. Otherwise, with Su Ran's flirtatious disposition, who knew how many women he would attract in the future? She didn't mind if he had a few close female friends, understanding his nature would inevitably draw many to him. However, she could not let him run wild. Her age, strength, and martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Su Ran with a scrutinizing gaze. 12 years old, level 28, softbone rabbit. She's a few months older than you. Su Ran chuckled awkwardly, aware that women often speak in riddles. Just moments ago, she had mentioned the possibility of a harem, yet upon hearing of another woman, she erupted in indignation. Being a man is exhausting, especially for someone like Su Ran, who believes that only through a harem can one gain strength. It is truly a challenging path. Level 28 already, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her delicate brows, feeling a tinge of discontent. Although she understood that Su Ran sought a different kind of woman, the fact that her talent was so formidable, even surpassing her own, stirred her unease. You should leave. Don't linger in my room too long, or others might misunderstand. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing met Su Ran's gaze, resolutely freeing herself from his embrace and attempting to usher him away. What of it? I am merely visiting my fiancée. Who would dare misunderstand? Su Ran replied with a smile, reluctant to depart, as being close to Zhu Qing was undeniably comforting. That is not permissible. I will not grant you such liberties, Zhu Qing declared, pouting her crimson lips. She knew well what Su Ran was thinking. Initially, she had considered his efforts to please her, having spent a considerable sum on a precious necklace, and contemplated how to further elevate his spirits. Yet, it seemed he could forget such thoughts for now, at least until she assessed his future conduct. Very well then, I shall take my leave. Su Ran sighed, realizing that women often speak in contradictions. Just moments ago, she had appeared gentle and amiable, and now she sought to expel him. If I had known earlier, I would have waited until I had gathered sufficient courage before discussing matters concerning Xiao with her. Soon, I shall visit the Douluo Academy to seek out my sister. Should she discover that you have bullied me, I can only imagine how she would deal with you. Zhu Zhuqing waved her delicate fist and spoke in a soft voice, before firmly closing the door behind her. Su Ran gazed at the firmly closed door of Zhu Zhuqing and smiled softly. The relationship between him and Zhu Qing had progressed swiftly. More importantly, he had discerned her tolerance regarding his pursuit of multiple partners, which alleviated some of his concerns. In the original narrative, Mu Bai had callously abandoned her, indulging instead in frivolous escapades, even expressing interest in Xiao Wu and Ning Rongro. Such behavior was indeed repugnant to her. In contrast, Su Ran's intentions were earnest. His pursuit of multiple partners was not akin to Mu Bai's exploitative tendencies, where he toyed with young women's affections only to discard them afterward. Like the twins, who were left unattended once Mu Bai grew bored. Such irresponsibility, treating a woman's body as a mere plaything, was precisely what Zhu Zhuqing found utterly abhorrent. It was not just Zhu Zhuqing. Any noble lady would share an aversion to such conduct. Bai Qinxiang, upon first encountering Ma Hongjun, had felt nothing but disdain. Historically, in ancient China, noble women were not particularly opposed to their husbands taking concubines, yet they were highly concerned about their spouses frequenting unsavory establishments. In the unique realm of Douluo Continent, where families served as sects, which family did not expand its influence through multiple wives and concubines. Having pondered these matters, Su Ran's spirits lifted. As he made his way towards the Zhu family training grounds, countless young maidens of the Zhu clan greeted him, while several young men gazed at him with reverence. Su Ran's gaze wandered around, taking in the multitude of beautiful young maidens. It is quite remarkable. Perhaps due to genetic inheritance, the women of the Zhu family possess exceptionally alluring figures. This is not merely an observation of Zhu Qing. There are several youthful maidens whose physiques are equally captivating. The shameless host merely revels in the beauty of women. The system's voice expressed a hint of discontent. What do you understand? This is solely for my own amusement. Besides, I am merely observing. I have no intention of acting upon it. Su Ran shook his head. Despite his esteemed reputation within the Zhu family, should he reveal his intentions, a multitude of young women would readily succumb to his allure. However, Su Ran was not the type to indulge in such frivolities. Capturing the hearts of the two most exquisite blossoms of the Zhu family would suffice for him. As for the others, they could be left to the various brothers within the clan. As the saying goes, a rabbit does not consume the grass near its burrow. One should not solely exploit the resources of their own family. Otherwise, the brothers would indeed be left in a dire predicament. If the Dai family were to pursue Zhu family maidens, Su Ran would also do the same. That would be rather unfortunate. Nevertheless, Su Ran was not of that ilk. He merely sought to win over those maidens who were at risk of being courted by the Dai family. He would savor the feast, yet ensure that his brothers had a bit of broth to enjoy, unbeknownst to Su Ran, as his fame spread across the continent. All the beautiful maidens would rather embrace solitude than relinquish their virtue, for Su Ran had already carved a profound impression upon their hearts, even in their dreams. The mere thought of Su Ran would fill them with immense joy. Su Ran, may I inquire if you have a moment? I have some questions regarding my cultivation. A young maiden approached Su Ran, clad in a black short skirt and black stockings, her beauty striking. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the bashful demeanor of the young girl. What is this? With the arrival of the girl clad in black stockings, many young women from the Zhu family, who prided themselves on their beauty, gathered around. Brother Su Ran, I also have a question I wish to pose to you. May I have your insight into the depths of my abilities? Brother Su Ran, do you have any free time this evening? A chorus of youthful maidens surrounded Su Ran, chattering excitedly. Their faces were flushed with shyness, and their hearts fluttered with trepidation, yet they understood the necessity of pursuing their own happiness. Su Ran, a prodigy destined for greatness, would undoubtedly leave his mark across the continent. Naturally, they yearned to vie for the opportunity to become his partner. Meanwhile, Su Ran was utterly bewildered. In the world of Douluo, family and sect were synonymous, so their calling him brother was not unusual. However, he was not well acquainted with them. And what was this soft sensation? Please do not crowd around me. I find it quite disconcerting. Chapter 60, A Lesson for Zhu Zhuqing. Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. Su Ran cleared his throat lightly, surrounded by a throng of young women, inhaling the delicate fragrance emanating from them, yet he remained composed and undistracted. Su Ran is not an ordinary individual, although he possesses a certain allure. It is accompanied by a refined aesthetic sensibility. It is inconceivable that he would take an interest in a random passerby. If anyone has queries, please present them one by one, and I shall do my utmost to provide answers, though my time has been limited these days, and I can only resolve your issues here. Su Ran stated this directly, without the slightest hesitation. Though the group of young ladies surrounding him were strikingly beautiful and seemed fierce, upon hearing Su Ran's words, their expressions dimmed considerably. Yet, their gazes towards him grew more fervent, for they recognized that Su Ran was not a lecherous scoundrel. In this world, men of such integrity are indeed rare. Coming from prominent families, they had witnessed women being auctioned off as mere playthings in the marketplace. It was precisely because of their experiences that Su Ran's demeanor stood out so vividly to them. Initially, they had approached him due to his status as a prodigy. However, they were now profoundly drawn to his exceptional noble qualities. After a considerable amount of time, Su Ran managed to address each of their inquiries. "All right, everyone may disperse now. I shall return to assist you whenever I find the time," he said kindly, and with the reluctant gazes of the young women upon him, he exited the square. Su Ran exited the Zhu family residence and leisurely roamed around Xingluo City. As evening fell, he gradually made his way back to his room. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have received a mission to teach Zhu Zhuqing a lesson and leave a profound impact on her. Mission reward, 500 skill points." A hint followed. "Zhu Zhuqing is currently hiding in your room. She is aware that you have other women outside of Zhu Zhuqing and is poised to catch you off guard for a lesson. She dares to come and teach me a lesson?" Su Ran paused, glancing toward the darkened confines of his room. At that very moment, Zhu Zhuqing lay concealed within, waiting for him. He extended his mental energy to probe the surroundings and, as expected, detected a hidden presence, one that possessed the strength of a 38th level soul master. Zhu Zhuqing was seemingly 6 or 7 years older than Zhu Zhuqing, yet her innate talent was somewhat inferior to that of her younger sister. In the original narrative, Zhu Zhuqing's strength had reached a similar level after consuming a divine herb. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing's talents were not to be dismissed. She remained quite impressive by the standards of the continent, though her circumstances had been less than favorable. "How audacious to confront me at level 38, Su Ran mused, a smile creeping upon his lips. It was night, shrouded in darkness. Should anything occur, it would hardly raise suspicion. After all, the room was void of illumination, and his vision was obscured. Any hasty actions in a moment of urgency would appear quite natural. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had just returned from Xingluo Academy, her heart aflame with indignation upon learning that her sister had been wronged by Su Ran. The bond between her and her sister had only recently begun to mend, and recalling the injustices Zhu Zhuqing had faced at home filled her with compassion. She had once hoped Zhu Zhuqing would lead a blissful life after marrying a paragon of the family, only to discover that beneath Su Ran's facade of brilliance lay a reckless and unrestrained spirit. Thus, upon learning of his mistreatment of Zhu Zhuqing, she had hastily returned from the academy, hiding in Su Ran's abode, ready to deliver an unexpected blow. Su Ran is an unparalleled genius. Although his cultivation level is merely that of a soul master, his strength surpasses that of many in the soul sect. Hence, she dares not confront Su Ran directly. However, in this moment of ambush, she is convinced that he cannot evade her. Su Ran is indeed that kind of person, out so late. One wonders what shameless deeds he might be engaging in. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but stamp her foot in frustration, exclaiming in a delicate reprimand. Having just returned from the academy, she was clad in a flowing black gown paired with black tights, her feet adorned with tall, sleek boots. Her figure was exceptionally alluring. Even in the relatively loose attire, it presented a striking visual impact. Her curves were more voluptuous than Zhu Zhuqing's, yet her slender waist was remarkably delicate, capable of being grasped by a single hand. Her long legs, tightly encased in the black tights, bore a unique allure, combining both slenderness and a hint of softness, far more enticing than those of the other young women outside. At this moment, the chill in her beautiful eyes deepened. To her, men who lingered out late were seldom of good character. She had heard that Su Ran had spent much time cultivating outside before recently returning to his family, indicating that he had few friends in Xingluo City. What could possibly keep him out so late? As the night grew darker, Zhu Zhuqing's expression became increasingly grim. Even if Su Ran was a prodigious talent, holding significant value for the Zhu family, she would not permit him to act recklessly, especially as he was her brother-in-law. She felt an even greater responsibility to keep him in check. She understood her sister's disposition, though she appeared aloof and wary of all matters. She possessed a soft and gentle nature. Zhu Qing was particularly susceptible to persuasion. If Su Ran were to say something, she would likely acquiesce. Nevertheless, as the elder sister, it was her duty to guide Su Ran properly. Creak. As footsteps echoed, the door swung open, bathed in the silvery moonlight streaming through the doorway. Zhu Zhuqing instantly caught sight of Su Ran's silhouette. Su Ran's abrupt appearance took Zhu Zhuqing by surprise. When had he returned? She had not sensed his presence at all. However, At that moment, she set aside her bewilderment and unleashed her martial spirit, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rising around her. She swiftly assumed a poised stance and charged towards Su Ran. Her slender fingers transformed into sharp claws, fiercely slashing in his direction. Yet, Su Ran, having anticipated this, was not so easily caught off guard. Without uttering a word, he swiftly closed the door with a kick, plunging the room into darkness once more, leaving only a faint silhouette visible. Su Ran slightly tilted his body, skillfully evading Zhu Zhuqing's attack, and swiftly maneuvered to her rear, grasping her delicate shoulder firmly while entwining his legs around her shapely limbs, effectively immobilizing her. With a powerful twist, they both tumbled backward, landing heavily upon the nearby bed. Chapter 61. Seizing the initiative, the thief cries Thifa. Her pure and pristine form ensnared by Su Ran's vice-like grip, feeling the formidable male physique pressed against her. Zhu Zhuqing could not suppress a soft gasp. She had never anticipated that Su Ran possessed such immense strength. In her attempt to ambush him, she found herself utterly outmatched. Unable to break free from his hold, Zhu Zhuqing writhed beneath Su Ran, her voluptuous figure brushing against him, leaving him in a state of overwhelming sensation. Yet, given the circumstances, he knew he must extricate himself from this predicament and turn the tables on Zhu Zhuqing to salvage his reputation. Otherwise, the rumor of him being a lecher would surely reach Zhu Qing's ears, and that would be disastrous. The shameless thief dares to wreak havoc in my room. Now that I've caught her red-handed, she has the audacity to scream, summoning my family to witness her predicament. Su Ran's eyes glinted with cunning as he devised his retort. In tandem, his hand rose, delivering a resounding slap to Zhu Zhuqing's pert backside. The sound echoed, and as his palm lingered there, it could not help but ripple with the curves of her form. Su Ran felt the sensation in his hands and was momentarily lost in thought, questioning whether his actions were perhaps a tad excessive. If he bullied Zhu Zhuqing on their very first encounter, would she not hold a grudge against him in the future? Moreover, what if Davis found out? Yet, Davis was a mere stranger to him. Let him be, daring to show disrespect. He had usurped the throne. After all, how long could he maintain his arrogance? Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was taken aback by the tingling sensation coursing through her body. She lay there, her figure rigid, her gaze vacant. She had never anticipated that her flawless and pristine form would fall into Su Ran's grasp. However, she bore a silent anguish. Su Ran had mistaken her for a thief, and it was not intentional on his part. At least, from what she could see, Su Ran was completely unaware of her true identity. Otherwise, would he dare to act in such a manner? Su Ran, you are in deep trouble. Regardless of whether Su Ran knew her identity, his shameless actions were utterly unacceptable. She had always valued her purity, maintaining a respectful distance even from Davis. Up until now, there had been no intimate gestures exchanged between her and Davis. Yet here was Su Ran, audaciously tarnishing her unblemished form. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth in frustration, regretting her choices. If only she had made her move during the day, though her surprise attack might have failed, it would have spared her the current awkward predicament. You dare shout so boldly, thief? It appears you have quite the audacity, Su Ran proclaimed, tightening his grip around Zhu Zhuqing's body. Feeling the soft texture and the unique fragrance that belonged solely to her. Upon hearing Su Ran's voice, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of panic. If her family, especially Zhu Zhuqing, were to arrive, it would spell disaster. Not only would her reputation be tarnished, but the nature of her relationship with Su Ran would also be misconstrued. Let me go, Zhu Zhuqing softly scolded, unable to restrain herself from biting her silver teeth. She had never encountered someone as shameless as Su Ran. Even a thief should not treat a girl in such a manner, especially with such an invasion of her privacy. It was the epitome of disgrace. Furthermore, she harbored a nagging suspicion that Su Ran was fully aware of her identity and was deliberately attempting to take advantage of her. However, she quickly dismissed this thought. She had concealed herself so well in the darkness of the room. How could he possibly recognize her? Moreover, Su Ran had only recently returned to the family and likely had no knowledge of her. Why should I let you go? What business does a female thief have in my room? Are you after wealth or something more? Su Ran retorted, his hand unconsciously caressing Zhu Zhuqing. To pass up such an opportunity would be foolish, especially since Zhu Zhuqing had practically delivered herself to him. He feigned ignorance while relishing the situation, knowing she would have to swallow this humiliation in silence. Su Ran, with tears in his eyes, had once again taken advantage of the situation. My chest heaved in anger, and my entire being trembled with indignation. How could Su Ran possibly be the type to toy with emotions and seek my affection? How absurd. It was I who found myself ensnared by his actions, rendered vulnerable. truly shameless, to benefit and then feign innocence. What's wrong? Am I speaking the truth? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, continuing to gaze at me. Zhu Zhuqing. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, a flicker of heat ignited within him, but he quickly suppressed it. Speaking nonsense, release me at once. I am Zhu Zhuqing. I refuse to let this tantalizing scenario persist, declaring my identity outright. If this continued, a lone man and woman. Amidst the fervor and within this dimly lit room, I could scarcely bear to imagine what might transpire. Zhu Zhuqing, is that true? Su Ran pretended disbelief, maintaining his facade of ignorance. Indeed, witness my prowess for yourself. You can sense my martial spirit, the nether spirit cat. I spoke through gritted teeth, my voice trembling with exasperation. So, it is truly Sister Zhu Yun. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Upon confirming my identity, Su Ran hastily withdrew his hands and flicked on the wall lamp. As the light illuminated the room, a stark brightness enveloped us. At that moment, I, Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a black gown now disheveled from our recent skirmish, revealed a significant tear in my stockings, an oval-shaped gash near my left thigh, exposing a generous expanse of fair skin. This sight caused Su Ran to swallow hard. In the previous darkness, he could only discern my general outline, unable to see my features clearly. But now, he was left in awe. No wonder she is one of the Zhu family's renowned beauties. Zhu Zhuqing had a figure that surpassed even Zhu Zhuqing's, slender yet curvaceous. Both her form and visage were exquisite, exuding an aura reminiscent of ripening fruit, ready to be plucked. Shameless. Do not stare so indiscriminately. Lying on the bed, I felt flustered under his gaze. Following his line of sight, I caught sight of my disheveled attire, and my cheeks flushed with embarrassment as I hastily attempted to rearrange my dress. I stood up, the hem of my gown slipping to my thighs, yet still failing to conceal the large tear in my stockings. Chapter 62. Zhu Qing arrives. Su Ran and Zhu Yun in a fluster. In my heart, I mused, System, have I completed my task? The system responded, commenting on my dubious methods of dealing with the young lady, yet acknowledged the task's completion, crediting me with 500 points. The system blushed, taken aback by my unconventional approach to teach Zhu Zhuqing a lesson. After all, she was still the fiancée of Davis. Due to Zhu Zhuqing's impeccable character, Davis scarcely had the opportunity to even touch her, let alone venture into more intimate territories. Yet, the host displayed a brazen audacity by ambushing Zhu Zhuqing. Sister Zhu Yun, what brings you to my room? I thought a thief had entered my home. Su Ran interjected before Zhu Zhuqing could utter a word, effectively silencing her and shifting the blame entirely onto her. Zhu Zhuqing, seething with indignation, pointed her delicate finger at Su Ran, yet found herself at a loss for words. Could such beauty truly resemble that of a thief? And could a real thief possess such formidable strength? It was a case of taking advantage while feigning innocence. Were it not for Su Ran being the most exceptional genius in their family and the fiancée of Zhu Qing, she would have certainly shown him that she was not to be trifled with. Although her combat abilities were lacking, her endurance would undoubtedly surpass Su Ran's. I came to assess your prowess. The family speaks highly of your extraordinary talents, and I found myself somewhat curious, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, resolutely withholding her true intent of seeking trouble with Su Ran. After all, she would rather not find herself in a predicament that could lead to embarrassment. Oh, is that so? Su Ran nodded, choosing not to expose Zhu Zhuqing's pretense. Then I shall take my leave. Tomorrow, let us gather at Xinghua Academy, along with Weiss and you, as well as Zhu Qing. Zhu Zhuqing felt the atmosphere becoming increasingly charged and, fearing further complications, decided to make her exit. However, just as she was about to open the door, a melodious voice halted her in her tracks. Su Ran, are you asleep? In the stillness of the night, Zhu Qing's voice rang out with clarity, causing both Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran to exchange startled glances. At this moment, Su Ran was utterly bewildered. How had Zhu Qing suddenly appeared? Under different circumstances, he would have welcomed her presence wholeheartedly. However, Zhu Zhuqing was here at this very moment. While this might not pose an immediate problem, the sight of Zhu Zhuqing was concerning. Her hair was disheveled, her black dress was wrinkled, and there were holes in her stockings. How on earth could this be explained? If Zhu Qing were to witness this scene, it would surely lead to wild conjectures. This could spell trouble. Su Ran felt a pang of regret. Why had he provoked his sister-in-law during his idle moments? There would surely be future opportunities. If Zhu Zhuqing were to witness this scene, the rapid progression of their budding romance would undoubtedly come to a jarring halt. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing stood in a state of bewilderment, frozen in place. She could not have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Her heart raced with anxiety, even more so than Su Ran's. As a young woman, her current predicament, alone with a man in the depths of night, was rife with implications that could easily lead to misunderstandings. While Zhu Zhuqing might not necessarily misconstrue the situation, one could never be too cautious. Perhaps it would be best to trust that Zhu Zhuqing would not misinterpret their circumstances. After some thought, Su Ran resolved to be forthright. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhu Zhuqing anxiously stamped her foot, a faint blush creeping up her neck. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "How do we explain this? A man and a woman alone in a room, and given my disheveled appearance. It would be strange if Zhu Zhuqing did not harbor suspicions. Even if she believes there is nothing amiss, as your fiancée, she would still feel a sense of discontent." Zhu Zhuqing's urgency was palpable. Her relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had only recently begun to thaw, and a misunderstanding of this nature could plunge them back into tension. She understood the complexities of a woman's jealousy. Even if unspoken, there would be underlying resentment. "Then you must hide quickly," Su Ran said in a barely audible whisper, glancing around the sparsely furnished room with an air of embarrassment. It was not entirely his fault. Previously, as a distant relative of the Zhu family, having a place to stay at the main estate was fortunate enough, and he had not expected any lavish decor. By the time he had become a core disciple and garnered attention, he had already departed from Xinglua City to seek out Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing searched for a suitable hiding place but found none. "Forget it," she said, her face flushing as she gritted her teeth and lay down on Su Ran's bed, pulling the quilt around her body. Strangely enough, Su Ran's mattress was of a material that conformed to one's shape upon lying down, making her presence less noticeable. However, her alluring figure caused the quilt to create prominent contours, which were rather conspicuous. Su Ran was utterly bewildered. His sister-in-law seemed intent on pushing him into a predicament. Given such a blatant scenario, it would have been far more prudent to simply step outside. Had he known, he would not have flirted with her. This was undeniably awkward. However, time was of the essence as Zhu Zhuqing's voice resonated once more. "Su Ran, what are you doing? You've been silent for so long. Surely you are not up to no good." Zhu Zhuqing's voice echoed from outside. She had heard tales that single men often engaged in peculiar activities before sleep, as a means to unwind. Could it be that Su Ran was indulging in such behavior? Otherwise, why would he remain so quiet? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. Although she had only heard of such matters, she was aware they could be detrimental to one's health. While Su Ran was not technically single, their relationship had yet to reach any substantial level of intimacy. Thus, it was not entirely surprising that he might partake in odd activities during sleepless nights. Contemplating this, she bit her lip, a pang of guilt washing over her. Was she perhaps being overly conservative? Although they could not engage in that kind of relationship just yet, there were other avenues to explore. At that moment, Su Ran had already opened the door, clad in a comfortable robe, his hair damp from a recent shower. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he said. Su Ran displayed a radiant smile. "Really?" Zhu Zhuqing blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Su Ran with suspicion. As she spoke, she walked into the room. She couldn't shake the feeling that Su Ran was deceiving her. Observing Su Ran's somewhat unnatural expression only reinforced her suspicions, leaving her with an even deeper sense of self-reproach. Su Ran felt unwell and pondered whether to confide in her. After all, despite her reserved nature, she was still his fiancée. Why should he inflict harm upon his own body? Indeed, Su Ran nodded and quickened his pace, positioning himself in front of Zhu Zhuqing to shield her from the sight of the undulating bed. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing dared not utter a sound. Her cheeks flushed from holding her breath, and her heart was plagued with anxiety. She thought that perhaps explaining her situation to Zhu Zhuqing might not pose much of a problem. But if Zhu Zhuqing were to discover her nestled beneath Su Ran's covers, with her gown disheveled and her stockings torn, there would be no way to clarify the situation. Su Ran felt a surge of frustration. Initially, there was nothing amiss, as he had been candidly discussing matters with Zhu Yun in front of Zhu Zhuqing, oblivious to any complications. However, should Zhu Zhuqing detect any irregularities now, it would indeed spell trouble. How could he possibly explain their current predicament? Although Zhu Zhuqing was also an objective of his pursuit, he knew he could not be too reckless. It had taken considerable effort for Zhu Zhuqing to accept the presence of Xiao Wu. If she were to learn of his feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, chaos would surely ensue in his harem. Chapter 63. The Provocation, Zhu Zhuqing's Kiss. Su Ran, you aren't hiding in here to engage in mischief, are you? Zhu Zhuqing's suspicions about Su Ran intensified, leaving her feeling increasingly guilty. Despite him having a fiancée, he seemed to lead a lifestyle akin to that of those solitary men outside. Although she did not comprehend what such an experience entailed, she was aware it was detrimental to one's health. As she spoke, she stepped further into the room. Su Ran's gaze darted toward the bed, where a considerable mound was conspicuously present. It was evident that something was amiss. Good heavens! If Zhu Zhuqing were to lift the covers and discover Zhu Yun lying on his bed, oh, what a predicament! The prospect of establishing a harem with Zhu Zhuqing would be indefinitely postponed. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun was paralyzed with fear, her heart racing uncontrollably, causing her chest to heave violently. In that moment, she found herself feeling an unfamiliar discontent and helplessness regarding her figure. Perspiration glistened on her skin as she concealed herself beneath Su Ran's quilt, enveloped in his distinctive masculine scent that stirred her emotions into a tumult. Regardless of whether Zhu Zhuqing sensed anything amiss, her innocence was irrevocably compromised. She had never anticipated that her previously unblemished reputation would lead her to such a tangled situation with Su Ran. Just as Zhu Yun's mind spiraled into chaos, a large masculine form suddenly lunged onto her, diving into the same quilt. A more potent wave of male essence enveloped her, and she felt utterly doomed. It was as though a heavy stone pressed down upon her, making her breath shallow and labored, compounded by the overwhelming scent that invaded her nostrils. Zhu Yun felt an urge to utter expletives, as she had never before encountered such indignity. Unable to contain herself, she reached out and pinched Su Ran's thigh with fervor, hoping to alleviate her distress. Su Ran, on the other hand, felt equally helpless, had he not leapt in. The pronounced elevation of the covers would have instantly revealed their secret to Zhu Zhuqing. What could he do then? Su Ran gradually leaned back, gently concealing Zhu Zhiyun's exquisite visage beneath him. His back pressed firmly against her nose, and the unique scent that belonged solely to him heightened Zhu Zhiyun's unease. As a woman of modesty, she felt an overwhelming urge to push Su Ran away. This position was undeniably suggestive. However, she was acutely aware that if Zhu Zhuqing were to discover them sharing a bed, any words would be futile. Once they were found together, all explanations would be rendered powerless. Thus, she could only hope fervently that Zhu Zhuqing would remain oblivious to their peculiar situation. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was scrutinizing Su Ran's room, observing his slightly anxious expression, which further confirmed her suspicions. Guilt washed over her. She felt like an irresponsible fiancée. Ahem, Zhuqing. Could you please turn off the light? I've been traveling for the past half-month and I'm rather fatigued. My eyes are weary and cannot bear the light. Su Ran awkwardly rubbed his nose. With the lights extinguished, the room plunged into darkness, hoping that nothing would be discovered. Yet, amidst the awkwardness, a peculiar thrill surged within him as he savored the warmth and softness beneath him, stimulating his senses. All right, Zhu Zhuqing, biting her lip, drew the curtains and closed the door. The room was now illuminated only by a faint moonlight, casting a dim ambience. Tears welled in her eyes. She had heard that when boys engaged in mischief at night, their eyes often appeared somewhat dazed. Zhu Zhuqing, what's wrong? Su Ran could not help but inquire, noticing her tearful demeanor. Nothing, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, understanding that men are often prideful. If she were to voice her concerns, it would wound his self-esteem. Is there something you wish to discuss today? Su Ran attempted to adopt a relaxed tone, his gaze locked onto Zhu Zhuqing, filled with sincerity, as if the presence of the sister beneath him had vanished entirely. In such moments, a man must remain composed and unflustered. I visited my sister today. She has invited us to meet her tomorrow to get acquainted, Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly. Okay, I've noted that, Su Ran nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Zhu Zhuqing. And here, this is a sachet I embroidered for you over the past few days. Zhu Zhuqing approached Su Ran's bedside, her delicate visage tinged with a subtle blush beneath the moonlight as she extended a fragrant sachet into his hand. Just as Su Ran accepted the pouch from her, Zhu Zhuqing's palm suddenly pressed against his shoulder, drawing her enchanting face closer to him. In an unexpected moment, her crimson lips pressed firmly against his. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. As Su Ran savored the kiss, a unique fragrance, unmistakably hers, filled his senses, compelling him to disregard all else. One arm encircled Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist, while the other tenderly caressed her silken hair at the nape of her neck. In that moment, his heart was devoid of any other thoughts, consumed solely by the desire to cherish the woman in his embrace. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. With Su Ran already resting atop her, the added weight of Zhu Zhuqing's presence became a burden too great to bear. Her heart ached with unspoken anguish. Feeling on the verge of collapse, she turned her head slightly, catching a glimpse of Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran lost in a fervent kiss. This sight overwhelmed her, rendering her limbs weak and feeble. Though she was betrothed to Davis, she had never crossed any boundaries. Witnessing this scene inflicted a profound shock upon her, an unprecedented wave of emotions causing her to lie there, feeling utterly vulnerable. Within the hearts of all individuals lies a desire for excitement, often buried deep within. At that moment, hidden beneath Zhu Zhuqing observed the intimate exchange between him and Zhu Zhuqing. Feeling a tumultuous mix of strange emotions and apprehension that stirred her heart into disarray. The presence of Zhu Zhuqing intensified Zhu Ran's physical closeness, flooding her consciousness with his masculine essence. She clenched her teeth, closing her eyes tightly, anxiously awaiting Zhu Zhuqing's departure. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. The connection severed. Zhu Zhuqing gazed into Zhu Ran's eyes, shimmering with sincerity. "Promise me, will you? Please do not harm yourself any longer," she implored softly, reflecting on the pain he had inflicted upon himself, all the while never demanding anything from her. Her heart swelled with deep emotion at this realization. Zhu Ran is indeed such a person. Though he may possess a certain lecherousness, it does not overshadow his virtues, for he still embodies the grace of a refined gentleman. While some indulge in mere carnal desires, he, despite his appreciation for beauty, maintains a character akin to that of a noble man. The latter is a fitting description of Zhu Ran, although Zhu Ran is quite shameless. He nonetheless traveled thousands of miles to Heavendoe City to spend a substantial sum of 30 million gold soul coins on a precious treasure for her. While she was unaware of how Zhu Ran acquired such wealth, she could envision that this must constitute the entirety of his savings. Zhu Ran devoted everything for her, spending over half a month on a round trip from Xinglua City to Tiandou City. It is likely that Zhu Ran has been on the road throughout this time. Indeed, he may have traveled day and night, all to ensure that the gift reached her hands swiftly. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Zhu Ran to return so promptly. Zhu Ran stared blankly at Zhu Zhuqing, noticing the profound emotion and a tinge of guilt in her eyes. His mind was in a whirl. Had something inappropriate occurred? What mischief could he possibly have committed? Surely, Zhu Zhuqing did not believe he was engaging in activities typically associated with a lifelong bachelor in solitude. Was he truly that kind of person? After all, he had a fiancée and friends like Xiao Wu. Such indulgences were unnecessary. Nevertheless, Zhu Ran felt compelled to acquiesce to Zhu Zhuqing's sentiments. It was perhaps better for her to misconstrue the situation than to discover the truth about Zhu Yun, whom he had pinned beneath him. If his sister-in-law were to be uncovered, their day would undoubtedly be ruined. All right, I shall refrain from such actions in the future. Should a similar circumstance arise, I will seek you out, Zhu Ran declared with sudden clarity. Indeed, from now on, we shall be lovers. And any issues must be addressed together, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her fair cheeks tinged with crimson. Yes, I pondered upon it. We are destined to be eternal lovers. It is only fitting that we confront our challenges together within the confines of the same room, Zhu Ran said, a smile gracing his lips as he admired the exquisite figure of his beautiful wife, unable to suppress a fluttering sensation in his heart. Very well. As Zhu Zhuqing absorbed Zhu Ran's words, she felt an inkling of disquiet, yet she also recognized the wisdom in his reasoning. Transparency was essential in their relationship, devoid of any secrets. Whatever difficulties Zhu Ran faced, she would offer her assistance wholeheartedly. I shall take my leave now. Tomorrow we shall visit my sister and the others, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, casting a glance at Zhu Ran before exiting, closing the door behind her. She sensed an unusual expression on Zhu Ran's face, almost tinged with embarrassment, a testament to his pride. Boys often yearn to project their strongest selves, and being caught in a compromising position would naturally evoke discomfort. At that moment, Zhu Ran's emotions were a complex tapestry. Though he felt awkward being perceived in such a light by Zhu Zhuqing, he was also unexpectedly elated. As the saying goes, one man's misfortune may lead to another's fortune. Zhu Zhuqing's willingness to assist him in such matters hinted at promising possibilities for the future. Once Zhu Zhuqing had departed, Zhu Ran, realizing she had truly leapt from the bed to allow Zhu Yun some much-needed air. Phew. Zhu Yun suddenly threw off the covers that had concealed her, her flawless form emerging. At that moment, she was drenched in perspiration, her black dress clinging to her body, accentuating her perfect physique and igniting desire. Gasping for fresh air, her chest heaved dramatically as she lay on Zhu Ran's bed, her rounded legs bent. She had nearly suffocated moments earlier, as the proximity of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Ran's kiss had rendered her breathless. With Zhu Ran's weight pressing down on her, she struggled to inhale deeply. Cough, cough. Zhu Yun exclaimed, patting her ample bosom as waves of discomfort washed over her, causing her brows to furrow in distress. Nonsense. Just moments ago, Zhu Ran was seated, when Zhu Zhuqing suddenly leaped upon him. Such weight, how could she possibly endure it? My apologies. I was merely concerned about Zhu Zhuqing discovering the situation. As you are well aware of your own physique, the quilt, propped so high, was clearly suspicious. Su Ran smiled sheepishly, rubbing his nose. Frankly speaking, were it not for Zhu Zhiyun's reservations, he would have honestly confessed to Zhu Qing, and there would have been no issue at all. Nonetheless, that scene was indeed exhilarating. Beneath him lay Zhu Yun, while Zhu Qing was engaged in a kiss with him. The thrilling and pleasurable sensations truly left Su Ran feeling somewhat unable to withdraw. Alas, Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun are the most beautiful yet perilous blossoms of the Zhu family, intricately linked to the royal family. Zhu Qing, in particular, is fortunate. Mu Bai is an ineffectual individual, far removed at Shrek Academy, still oblivious to his connection with Zhu Qing. However, Davis is quite the character. In the original narrative, had Tang San and his companions not been excessively audacious, Mu Bai would undoubtedly have been utterly subdued by Davis, unable to even stir. Furthermore, nearly everyone within the Star Luo Empire regards Davis as the future emperor. His power within the empire is formidable. Attempting to seize his wife seems rather challenging. Yet, life and death are trivial matters. If one is unwilling, then confront them. Su Ran certainly would not be intimidated. With the system by his side, he harbors no fears. At worst, he could request the system's assistance for a revival. Host brother, this system does not provide such a service, the system's voice chimed, having sensed Su Ran's thoughts. Her enchanting eyes fluttering as she spoke. Cough, cough. If that is the case, then so be it. I fear not for a single life. Su Ran pouted, dismissively, pondering the futility of his endeavors. Just as he was taking advantage of Zhu Zhiyun, what could Davis possibly say? Ahem, mind your manners. At this moment, Zhu Zhiyun stood to adjust her attire, prompting Su Ran to steal a glance at her bosom, exclaiming, Zhu Zhiyun's figure does not conform to symmetrical beauty. The white cloth peeking from the neckline of her gown reveals the reality of the situation. After all, Zhiyun possesses a figure that is splendid, indeed. While this is a source of admiration for Su Ran, it is a source of distress for Zhu Zhiyun. Thus, she wraps her figure tightly in a band. Alas, not every man cherishes and protects delicate beauty. Some might use vile words to wound her self-esteem upon witnessing her form. Su Ran had encountered such occurrences frequently. Chapter 65, The Shameless Su Ran, uttering bold claims what is out of line? Zhu Zhiyun furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes gazing at Su Ran in confusion. However, following his gaze, she swiftly recognized her own predicament. Her cheeks flushed crimson. The revelation of her secret by another was utterly mortifying. Turn around, Zhu Zhiyun scolded playfully. Su Ran was terribly shameless. Even at this moment, he still dared to gawk. Oh, Su Ran shrugged, closing his eyes and turning away to cease his indiscreet glances. I believe it is unnecessary to constrain oneself. It serves neither you nor it well. Su Ran kindly reminded her, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Even her bound figure was so exquisite, let alone if it were to be liberated. Such a physique, once revealed, would undoubtedly captivate countless hearts. Why should it concern you? Zhu Zhiyun couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance as she adjusted her binding cloth, casting a complex glance towards Su Ran. The sharp pangs in her chest, a result of the strain, reminded her of the intimate moments shared with Su Ran just moments ago. That scene, even between lovers, would be quite rare. Once Zhu Zhiyun had tidied her attire, she turned to face Su Ran, observing the young man ahead with a mix of exasperation and amusement. She hadn't anticipated Su Ran's earnestness. He didn't even steal a glance her way. Her beauty and figure were renowned throughout the Xingluo Empire. As one of the most gifted talents in the Zhu family and the future crown princess, she was naturally the center of much attention, and her physical allure justifiably matched her reputation. At present, she could be deemed the most beautiful woman in the Xingluo Empire, especially considering that Zhu Qing, though lovely, lacked the mature charm that Zhu Yun possessed. Given time, Zhu Qing's beauty would likely surpass Zhu Yun's, as her skin would eventually become exquisitely smooth. However, her figure may not rival Zhu Yun's. In Su Ran's eyes, Zhu Yun epitomized a perfect voluptuousness. Any further fullness would not be deemed advantageous. Zhu Yun's current form was ideally poised, evoking admiration. Even Su Ran found it perplexing how she maintained such a figure while constantly bound. Look. Zhu Yun shot Su Ran an exasperated glance. She had just praised his character, yet within a minute, he revealed his true nature. Being that beautiful is meant to be admired, I assent it? Su Ran murmured. Is it a crime to appreciate beauty? How can one enjoy life without it? This was Su Ran. If he didn't see beautiful women daily, his spirits would plummet. Where did you learn such nonsense? Zhu Yun's cheeks flushed, her breath quickening. Yet, a flicker of delight danced within her heart. After all, no girl dislikes being complimented on her beauty. Su Ran's words eased her initial resistance to his gaze. All right, Sister Zhu, let us consider today a misunderstanding. Shall we pretend nothing ever happened? A misunderstanding? You've taken advantage of me, and with a mere word, you dismiss it? Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her delicate features darkening with irritation. Su Ran was utterly shameless, and she harbored a suspicion deep within her heart. From the very beginning, she believed Su Ran was aware of her true identity, and thus had seized the opportunity to take advantage of her. Although she could not comprehend the origin of such thoughts, her intuition whispered that perhaps the reality was indeed as she perceived. Then, Sister Zhu, what do you propose we do? Of course, one must take responsibility, Zhu Zhuqing replied through clenched teeth, striding directly before Su Ran. And how shall one take responsibility? Is it to be like this? Su Ran gazed at the disheveled beauty before her, her hand involuntarily caressing Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist as she drew her into an embrace. Indeed, one could not deny that despite Zhu Zhuqing's ample figure, her proportions were just right. Her delicate waist could be encompassed with a mere grasp. You are shameless. Do you not know my identity? Zhu Zhuqing forcefully pushed Su Ran's hand away, taking a few steps back in shock. She had not anticipated Su Ran's audacity. While she might have tolerated the previous encounters, Su Ran's blatant teasing now bordered on intolerable. Didn't Sister Zhu say, I must take responsibility? Spare me. What I mean is, regardless of how this day unfolds, I am at a disadvantage. In the future, you must grant me a request. Although, I have yet to determine what that request will be. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Su Ran, contemplating a swift exit. Yet she realized that leaving now would be a significant loss. Her body had already been subjected to Su Ran's various cunning maneuvers. And Su Ran was privy to her secret regarding her binding attire. No matter how she viewed it, she was the one at a loss. This? Rest assured. The request will be entirely within your capability, and it shall not place you in an uncomfortable position, Zhu Zhuqing explained. Very well. I trust that Zhu Yun will not betray me, Su Ran replied, her gaze still appraising Zhu Zhuqing's figure. Then I shall take my leave for today. Until tomorrow. All right. But do remember my advice. Binding your chest is detrimental to your health and will adversely affect its form, Su Ran called after Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure. Shameless. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed indignantly, nearly stumbling in her haste. She dared not linger, hastening toward the exit, her demeanor resembling one fleeing in disarray. The events of the day had profoundly altered Zhu Zhuqing's state of mind. Although she was Davis's fiancée, it was her first time experiencing such intimate contact with a man. Su Ran had pressed her body so closely, the thrill and embarrassment lingered, leaving her heart in turmoil. She understood that the occurrences of today would likely be etched in her memory for years to come. Simultaneously, she sensed that Su Ran's feelings for her might not be so simple. Su Ran's shamelessness was unparalleled, surpassing even the most despicable men she had encountered. Others merely dared to steal glances at her, yet Su Ran had the audacity to act in such a manner. As Zhu Zhuqing pondered these thoughts, her heart raced with an inexplicable sensation. Surprisingly, she felt no trace of disdain towards Su Ran's actions. Instead, an unfamiliar feeling stirred within her, causing Su Ran's image to repeatedly surface in her mind. Her enchanting eyes fixated on her own ample bosom, and she found herself momentarily lost in reverie. Su Ran's words continued to echo in her ears. In the past, she often felt that her figure was excessively voluptuous, a quality that brought her considerable shame and distress. Since the onset of her physical development, she had consistently constrained her body, yet Su Ran's remarks had begun to instill doubt within her. Su Ran found himself contemplating whether he truly appreciated such a physique. In Chapter 66, The Draw Again, Su Ran's shortcomings. He awoke to discover that his cultivation had remarkably advanced by yet another level. This was clearly attributed to the doubled training speed derived from holding a younger sister in his arms. Now, he mused, he possessed a total of 1,100 skill points. After the last draw, he still had 600 skill points remaining, and having acquired an additional 500 yesterday, his total had reached 1,100 once more. Let us begin the draw, a golden tier 10 consecutive pulls, Su Ran declared, as he had never been adept at conserving skill points. Although he yearned to experience the wonders of the diamond tier draw, which promised even more remarkable rewards, the cost of 10,000 skill points was exorbitant. He pondered when he might establish a harem, and if the rewards for skill points were substantial, he might muster the determination to save for a diamond 10 consecutive pulls. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Yet again. The routine operation left Su Ran's face darkened with frustration. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Why was it that despite being a mythical beast, protected by auspicious energy, he still failed to draw anything of worth? Host brother, your fortune has no effect on the system. The system's voice chimed innocently, as the system's sister blinked her bright, sparkling eyes. Very well, I shall simply invoke the guaranteed draw, Su Ran replied. All right, congratulations, host. You have mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Upon hearing this, Su Ran immediately sensed a wealth of new knowledge flooding his mind. Various chess strategies, musical scores, and techniques for writing and painting all surfaced within his consciousness. What use are these skills? Su Ran lamented, his expression darkening. He deemed anything that did not enhance his strength as superficial. In the world of Douluo, strength was paramount, and artistic pursuits held little value. Host brother, have you lost your mind? Mastering the art of flirting is essential for successfully establishing a harem, the system explained, emphasizing the significance of such skills. Oh, I see now. Yet I still feel cheated. Can I not return it and try again? Su Ran nodded, still feeling a sense of loss, and contemplated how to negotiate compensation from the system. That is not permissible. Once a draw is made, returns are not allowed, the system's sister replied innocently. Then will the system's sister not offer me some form of compensation? Perhaps allow me to see a photo of you, even if your face is not visible. Su Ran suggested. To reveal my face would cost 10,000 skill points. You need not worry about appearances, she responded playfully. Very well. Within the confines of the system's space, the system's sister mischievously blinked before sending Su Ran a photo of herself clad in a thick cotton coat, her face obscured by a mosaic. What can I discern from this? Do you have a cooler photo? Su Ran was bewildered. In response to his request, the system's sister sent him another image, this time of her back, standing by the seaside in a short-sleeved shirt. Although her face remains hidden, one can discern from her silhouette and the faintly visible delicate, snow-white arms that the figure of the system lady is quite admirable. It remains uncertain, however, whether she possesses the allure of a silhouette killer. Su Ran felt a sense of helplessness. After all, a mere photograph of a silhouette revealed little. Moreover, his legs were obscured by rocks, rendering them invisible. By the way, could the system still venture to the seaside? Su Ran pondered, somewhat perplexed. Although he was unaware of the system's current state, it ought to reside within the confines of the system's space. Indeed, it was capable of conjuring various scenes, including magma, volcanoes, forests, and an array of other landscapes. However, these manifestations differed from their real-world counterparts. The system, a feminine presence, spoke with a hint of melancholy. Do not worry. I shall strive to accumulate skill points swiftly, enabling you to transform at the earliest opportunity, Su Ran promised, sensing the system's current sentiment. All right. I shall await your efforts, the system replied, her beautiful eyes softening as they regarded Su Ran. After finishing the lottery draw and engaging in light conversation with the system, Su Ran proceeded to freshen up. Upon emerging, he found Zhu Zhuqing waiting for him just outside the door. Today, she donned a black knee-length dress paired with black stockings and tall, thigh-high-heeled boots. With the heels accentuating her stature, Zhu Zhuqing stood nearly as tall as Su Ran. Although Su Ran was merely 12 years old, his physique belied his age, rivaling that of a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Do I look good? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as Su Ran's gaze fell upon her, igniting a spark of shyness within her. Yet, with the one she admired scrutinizing her, she instinctively arched her back and accentuated her curves, desiring to appear even more alluring. Despite her confidence in her beauty and physique, she could not help but feel a twinge of self-doubt in the presence of her beloved. Today, she was to meet her sister and Davis. And given that her sister's figure surpassed her own, she was determined not to be outshone, even by her sibling. Thus, she had risen early, indulging in a floral petal bath before applying a subtle touch of makeup and selecting a well-fitted outfit, embodying a sense of readiness to undergo the scrutiny of the one she cherished. How stunning you are, and you smell delightful, Su Ran remarked with a smile, stepping closer to embrace Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist, inhaling a fragrance that mingled the essence of flowers with her natural scent. Zhu Zhuqing had grown accustomed to Su Ran's playful gestures. Since discovering Su Ran's friendship with a girl named Xiao Wu, and having witnessed his actions the previous day, she felt less resistant to his advances. After returning home, she had suddenly realized a crucial distinction. The physiological needs of boys and girls were not the same. Due to their heightened vitality, boys often experience significantly greater demands in that regard. If she remained overly reserved, was it not rather cruel to let Su Ran suffer each night? Su Ran was willing to do so much for her. Could she not reciprocate in kind? Moreover, she was already his fiancée, bound by their engagement, and she had no intention of marrying anyone but him. Given this, why persist in her coyness? If Su Ran were to inflict harm upon herself again, by the time she truly opens her heart and prepares to be with Su Ran, it is possible that his health may have already deteriorated beyond repair. Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing walked hand in hand along the bustling streets of Xinglua City. A striking pair that elicited admiration from countless onlookers. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, he was oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts. Otherwise, he would be at a loss to determine whether to feel joy or confusion. It was undoubtedly a delight that Zhu Zhuqing was willing to open her heart to him and would continue to be candid in his presence. However, the misunderstanding that tarnished his noble and virtuous image was something he would prefer to avoid. Little did Su Ran realize that this very misunderstanding would serve to deepen the bond between him and Zhu Zhuqing, fostering a sense of intimacy that had previously been absent. In the past, Su Ran had exuded an air of superiority, his unparalleled talent rendering him almost otherworldly, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to perceive him as a figure of dreams, fragile and easily shattered. However, this misunderstanding illuminated the fact that Su Ran was not without flaws. He was no different from an ordinary person. This revelation naturally made Zhu Zhuqing feel more at ease and grow fonder of him. No one is perfect, and gold is not without blemish. A flawlessly perfect person can instill fear, whereas one who appears impeccable yet possesses minor shortcomings is often the most endearing. In the eyes of a beloved, these imperfections may even enhance their charm and allure. At present, Su Ran's sole flaw was his lasciviousness. Chapter 67. Davis laughed. Poor Dai Mu Bai, the Xinglua Advanced Soul Master Academy, much like the Tiando Royal Academy, is bolstered by the influence of royal power. This prestigious institution is also renowned as a noble academy. However, it is somewhat more progressive than its Tiando counterpart. Even commoners with exceptional talent are granted admission to this academy. Unfortunately, the soul master resources of the Xinglua Empire are considerably inferior to those of the Tiando Empire. The most formidable soul masters hail from illustrious families, such as the Tang, Ning, and Yu clans, among others, all of which are based in the Tiando Empire. The Xinglua Empire does boast powerful families, including the Dai and Zhu clans, alongside the reclusive Su family. The Su family's inherited martial soul, the Star Crown, is a potent auxiliary martial soul that not only aids in battle but also possesses formidable combat capabilities. In the original narrative, following the battle initiated by the Spirit Hall to unify the continent, control of the Xinglua Empire fell directly into the hands of the Su family. Since then, the Su family has dominated the Xinglua Empire for millennia, maintaining their rule even during the era of the illustrious Tang sect. At this moment, in a private chamber outside Xinglua Academy, Davis, Zhu Zhuqing, and Su Zhan, a prodigious talent from the Su family, sat together. Davis and Zhu Zhuqing occupied the higher seats, maintaining a respectful distance that indicated their continued courteous relationship. Su Zhan was seated to the left. Zhuqing, how well do you know Su Ran? You must have encountered him when you returned to the family yesterday, Davis inquired, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Today, Zhu Zhuqing appeared particularly radiant, adorned in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her figure, making her even more alluring than before, a sight that made Davis's gaze linger. That Su Ran fellow is nothing more than a shameless lecher, she replied. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but feel a surge of anger upon hearing Davis mention Su Ran. Even now, her chest ached subtly. The previous day, Su Ran had unceremoniously plopped down beside her, causing her considerable discomfort. Consequently, she had refrained from binding her chest today. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, she sensed the palpable awkwardness enveloping the room, as if the air had thickened. Davis, with a bewildered expression, was mulling over Zhu Zhuqing's statement, feeling that something was amiss. Did Su Ran do something to Zhuqing? The thought sent a wave of unease across Davis's face as his gaze fixated on the strikingly beautiful Zhu Zhuqing. Today, she appeared even more enchanting, her figure more alluring than before. Could it be that Su Ran had contributed to this transformation? What a shameless lecher! Meanwhile, Su Zhan, sitting nearby, wore a pallid expression, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face as he listened to the dialogue between the crown prince and his fiancée, his heart racing with trepidation. If the crown prince were to discover infidelity, he would surely silence him. He cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, this paragon of beauty, a rare gem of the Xinglua Empire. Surely, she wouldn't stoop to such depths. Where are your thoughts wandering? Do you truly believe me capable of such actions? Zhu Zhuqing realized her words were ill-chosen, yet she remained composed, her voice icy as she regarded Davis. Su Ran, that shameless scoundrel, had abandoned his betrothed, Zhu Zhuqing. After entering into a betrothal agreement, only to cavort with other women outside. How could one not deem him a lecherous cat? Not only was he shameless, but he was also utterly irresponsible, she declared sweetly, having prepared her retort. Upon hearing her words, both Davis and Su Zhan felt a weight lift from their hearts. Davis exhaled in relief, momentarily suspecting he had been betrayed. But upon further reflection, how could that be? Zhu Zhuqing was known for her virtue, keeping a respectful distance even from her own fiancé. He had not even shared any intimate moments with her. What chance did Su Ran have? It was simply inconceivable. Men, after all, are often like this. Davis chuckled softly, gaining insight into Su Ran's character. Amusement mingled with admiration filled his heart. Su Ran, with his formidable talents, managed to steal away his brother's fiancée while simultaneously courting other women in secret. Such audacity was indeed worthy of respect. If Su Ran could be won over, not only could he cast Mu Bai into the depths of despair, but once he ascended to power, he would possess an additional trump card. After all, with Su Ran's remarkable talent, it would not be difficult for him to eventually break through to the rank of title Douluo. As for Su Ran's acquisition of Mu Bai's fiancée, what concern is that of his? It is Mu Bai who has been wronged, not Su Ran. Mu Bai's misfortune only brings Su Ran joy. A prince who has been betrayed cannot possibly inherit the throne, as it would tarnish the royal family's reputation. Of course, there exists another possibility. If all the esteemed princes of the royal family were similarly betrayed, then one must be chosen from among them. However, such a scenario is highly improbable. Davis is not a coward like Mu Bai. Mu Bai himself has abandoned his fiancée and turned a blind eye. Who can be blamed for that? The bond between Zhu Yun and Su Ran is profound. Such a betrayal could never occur. Is there anything extraordinary about Su Ran? Davis continued to inquire. His strength seems to surpass the information we previously obtained. He may have already exceeded the Soul Sect and reached the level of Soul King, Zhu Zhuqing recalled. Oh, Davis expressed surprise. Yesterday, I intended to teach him a lesson to vent my frustrations on behalf of Zhu Zhuqing, but he didn't even reveal his martial soul and effortlessly defeated me, despite my martial soul being unleashed. What? Zhu Yun? Is that truly the case? Davis looked at Zhu Zhuqing with astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing is already at level 38. How could she be defeated by Su Ran, who did not even release his martial soul? 12 years old, possessing a top-tier sword martial soul. And with the combat prowess of a Soul King, Davis murmured. At just 12 years old, Su Ran can already rival a Soul King? This is utterly terrifying. Such an alarming talent feels almost unreal, even to him. This extraordinary gift is so formidable that it is no wonder the Duke intends to betroth Miss Zhu Zhuqing to him. The potential benefits this genius could bring to his family, once fully developed, are beyond imagination. Beside them, Su Zhan spoke up, a glimmer of battle intent in his eyes. He had accompanied Davis with the intention of familiarizing himself with this prodigy. At 20 years of age, he is now at level 51 as a Soul King. And Su Ran, merely 12, already possesses combat capabilities that can match his own. Brother Su, when Su Ran arrives, you should challenge him to gauge his strength, Davis suggested. Agreed, Su Zhan nodded, settling into a chair to calm his mind and prepare himself. Before long, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, arm in arm, entered the elegant room. Upon witnessing their intimate demeanor, a smile of delight remained etched on Davis's face. Mu Bai's situation is indeed dire. He has fled to the Heavendo Empire. Unaware that his fiancée has been taken from him, it appears that Zhu Zhuqing has genuinely developed feelings for Su Ran. If it were merely due to a marriage contract, she would certainly not be so intimate with him. It can be said that Mu Bai is exceedingly naive in this context. He is now somewhat eager to inform Mu Bai of this news. If he were to accidentally discover that his fiancée has become another's betrothed, it would likely infuriate him. Chapter 68. Instant defeat of Su Zhan. The astonishment of the crowd sister, His Highness the First Prince. Zhu Yun, brother Dai. As Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing entered the room, they greeted one another immediately. Su Ran, known for his sociable nature, felt no sense of unfamiliarity despite meeting Davis for the first time. After all, he had already had the privilege of touching Davis's wife. What could possibly feel strange? Men are inherently alike, drawn to the wives of others while cherishing their own offspring. Su Xiandi, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for quite some time, Davis exclaimed. The fact that Su Ran addressed him as Brother Dai sparked a flicker of joy within him, indicating Su Ran's willingness to forge a closer bond. And it suggested that Su Ran would likely become a significant presence by his side in the future. How could he not feel elated by this prospect? With a prodigious talent like Su Ran joining him, Wouldn't T. Davis's pursuit of the throne become a mere formality? The talent of Su Ran warrants the attention of anyone, including his imperial father. Should Su Ran choose to assist the royal family, the marriage of Zhu Zhuqing to him would pose no issue. Clinging stubbornly to conventions will only lead to ruin. In this age, the spirit hall exerts considerable power, dominating 2 great empires and 3 major sections. While the situation may appear stable on the surface, turbulent undercurrents are at play. If a woman could be exchanged for an unparalleled genius, a future guardian of the empire, it would be an unequivocal gain. Moreover, this exchange would involve the wife of a rival, a most lucrative bargain indeed. In truth, the royal family has long been aware of the relationship between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing through various clandestine channels. Their primary interest lies in discerning Su Ran's disposition towards them. A prodigious talent could serve as a deterrent against opposing forces in the current unstable state of the continent. The royal family would be loath to eliminate such a figure. However, should Su Ran decline to foster relations with the royal family, the Dai clan would show no hesitation in their actions. It can be said that in this world, all actions are driven by self-interest. Brother Dai, you are too courteous, arriving so early to await me and Zhuqing. This gesture is beyond my means to reciprocate, Su Ran remarked with a smile, turning his gaze to Davis, who had recently broken through to the sole sovereign realm and exhibited commendable cultivation. Simultaneously, Su Ran noticed another individual in the room, clad in black with dark hair and a handsome visage. This person rose upon Su Ran's entrance, his gaze betraying a hint of combativeness. Brother Dai, who is this? Su Ran inquired. Oh, this is Su Zhan, the current young master of the Su family from the Star-Crowned sect. Ever since he heard us speak of your talent, he has been eager to meet you. Today, he has taken the opportunity to join us as the young geniuses of our Star Luo Empire gather, Davis replied. His words tactful, yet clearly indicating Su Zhan's intention to spar with Su Ran. I am Su Zhan, a Soul King at level 51. I have heard of your unparalleled talent, Su Ran, and astonishing combat prowess. Thus I wish to witness it firsthand, Su Zhan stated, stepping forward and respectfully performing the customary greeting of a challenge between soul masters. The Su family? Su Ran raised an eyebrow. The current standing of the Su family pales in comparison to the Zhu family, yet their martial souls are on par with those of the Zhu and Dai families. I am Su Ran, a soul master of level 33, with the martial soul, God-slaying sword. Please, Su Zhan, feel free to make the first move. Very well. I shall not hold back. Su Zhan nodded, showing no hesitation as he unleashed his martial soul. 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, radiating with brilliance. 3rd soul skill, Star Radiance. 5th soul skill, Ray of the Stars. As he spoke, numerous rays emanated from his azure crystalline star crown martial soul. 1 blue ray enhanced himself, while the others, marked in red, surged forth towards Su Ran. The rays from the Star Crown Martial Soul serve to amplify allies with the blue hue, while the red signifies lethal intent. The Star Crown Martial Soul primarily enhances combat prowess, yet it pales in comparison to the all-encompassing amplification provided by the 7 treasure glaze tile. Nevertheless, this supportive soul master possesses an inherently formidable fighting capability. Upon unleashing his soul skills, Su Zhan fixed his gaze entirely upon Su Ran, who simultaneously manifested his martial soul. 2 purple and 1 black soul rings spiraled upwards, radiating an astonishing brilliance that rendered the 4 onlookers, including Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing, utterly transfixed. Under their watchful eyes, Su Ran's 3rd soul ring erupted with boundless black light. In that instant, Su Ran drew his sword with a sudden flourish, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that obliterated all rays directed at him. You've conceded. Su Ran's voice resonated in Su Zhan's ears, signaling the conclusion of the duel. As a combat-oriented support soul master, one must not err in such a manner. On the battlefield, regardless of the circumstances, maintaining focus is imperative. Today may be a friendly spar, but the true battlefield entails life and death stakes. Su Zhan's consciousness was jolted back by Su Ran's words, and he was alarmed to discover that Su Ran's sword now rested against his throat. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the blade with a chilling radiance. A wave of foreboding cold surged within Su Zhan's heart. When did Su Ran rush over? His speed was astonishingly swift, even more fearsome than that of an agility-based soul master. He merely lost focus for a brief moment, and in that fleeting instant, he was defeated. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing and Davis were so shocked they could hardly find their voices. Su Zhan, a prodigy at Star Luo Academy, possessed a talent that subtly surpassed theirs, yet such brilliance crumbled before Su Ran in less than a second. Su Zhan, a rank 51 Soul King, was vanquished in an instant. Moreover, how could Su Ran's soul ring configuration be so remarkable? 2,000-year rings and one 10,000-year ring. Was this truly not a jest? Davis felt a surge of frustration. Su Ran's talent once again opened his eyes to new horizons. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a surge of excitement. If he could bring such a talent under his wing, his renown in the Star Luo Empire would ascend to unimaginable heights. To have a genius follow him would surely affirm his status as a capable prince. With Su Ran by his side, not only could he inherit the throne, but he might also elevate the Star Luo Empire to unprecedented prosperity. What an honor that would be! At that moment, he could even aspire to become the most esteemed emperor since the founding monarch. Upon witnessing Su Ran's extraordinary talent, Davis made a silent resolution. Should Su Ran be willing to forge a bond with him, he would undoubtedly persuade the royal family to refrain from any actions against him. Although Su Ran had bolstered the Zhu family's strength, he posed no threat to the standing of the Davis royal line, which had risen to prominence due to its dominance in martial soul fusion techniques. The union of the Davis and Zhu families would yield mutual benefits. Discord was not an option. However, should they truly execute Su Ran, retaliation from the Zhu family would be inevitable. Davis had made his decision. He would even advocate to his father for Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing to be together. After all, what did it matter if Mu Bai, a useless pawn, was cuckolded? It was not his loss. At this moment, all of Davis's attention was fixated on Su Ran, oblivious to the peculiar glint in the beautiful eyes of his betrothed. Zhu Zhuqing. That glint conveyed a hint of tenderness. Historically, beautiful women have always been drawn to the strong, a timeless truth. Due to their unique physiological traits, women often appear more vulnerable and lack a sense of security. After all, they exist in a world where their defenses can be breached. Even the fiercest of women harbor a softer side. The absence of security can only find solace in the presence of the strong. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing was not a materialistic person, but Su Ran was the first to have crossed such intimate boundaries with her. That night, he had explored her form, igniting within her a blend of anger and an unusual affection towards him. Women traditionally place immense value on their chastity. An encounter with them can either provoke fury or kindle affection. Evidently, Su Ran belongs to the latter category. The bond between Zhu Zhuqing and Davis is rather superficial. Everyone cherishes freedom, and no one relishes the notion of a predetermined marriage. Zhu Zhuqing is no exception. Otherwise, she would not cling so fiercely to her chastity, allowing Davis not even a fleeting touch. This, of course, can be attributed to Zhu Zhuqing's own habits and her intrinsic nature of maintaining purity. However, such habits pale in comparison when faced with genuine affection. Rules are established for those whom one does not cherish. Zhu Zhuqing conceals her feelings adeptly. A fleeting glimmer of spring-like tenderness flickers in her eyes, only to be swiftly masked. None in the room perceive any anomaly in Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's heart is solely focused on Su Ran, rendering her oblivious to her sister's subtle shift in expression. Thank you, brother Su Ran, for enlightening me. From this day forth, I shall not repeat such mistakes. Su Zhan expresses with gratitude as he gazes at Su Ran. Although he has been defeated by Su Ran, he feels no shame. Instead, he is somewhat appreciative of Su Ran's counsel. Su Ran spoke wisely. If he were on the battlefield today, he would perish without even comprehending how. This notion instilled a sense of admiration in Su Zhan, for not everyone possesses the benevolence to alert their adversaries. However, it is evident that Su Ran could effortlessly vanquish him now, and in the future, he would likely be left far behind, as Su Ran would never regard him as a rival. He could only gaze upwards at him until he became a mere silhouette. Such is Su Ran's prodigious talent. 2 purple and 1 black soul rings, far exceeding the standard configuration of the Douluo Continent. A genius of this caliber is unparalleled across the entire continent. Even the Spirit Hall does not boast such formidable talent. He is uncertain how far Su Ran will ascend. Yet he senses that the moment Su Ran reaches his full potential, the entire continent will tremble in his wake. Perhaps, in the future, Su Ran will ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. Just remember this, he thought. Su Ran nodded, and the sound of the sword being sheathed resonated. Listening to that sound, Su Ran could not help but revel in the moment. Someone once remarked that swords are the romance of men. This sentiment held true for Su Ran. Every time he drew or sheathed his sword, his understanding deepened. The sword in his hand was far more than a mere object. For a swordsman, the sword embodies life itself. This was a truth Su Ran had gleaned from the foundational sword techniques provided by the system. As the battle concluded, Zhu Zhuqing hurried to Su Ran's side, wrapping her arms tightly around his right arm, her face radiating uncontainable joy. Her fiancé is a prodigious talent. Only a few months older than her, yet his strength surpasses that of a Soul King. With a single strike, he shattered a Soul King's most formidable soul skill. And with a second, he had it poised at his opponent's vital point, instantaneously defeating Su Zhan. The combat was devoid of extravagance, a pure expression of art before her eyes. Her heart swelled with pride for Su Ran. In this moment, her emotions eclipsed even her own breakthroughs in cultivation. For he is her fiancé, the pinnacle of genius, with an immeasurable future. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Ran, her eyes resembling a gentle spring stream. She held his arm tightly against her chest, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Yet, recalling the distress he had caused himself the previous day, her heart was set free. She is Su Ran's fiancée, and in time, she will be his wife. In this life, she belongs to Su Ran. In death, she will be his ghost, for it is impossible for her to love another. Thus, if Su Ran desires something, she will relinquish it willingly. As long as Su Ran finds joy, that is all that matters. You are my one and only, now and forever, Su Ran tenderly murmured, ruffling Zhu Zhuqing's long, lustrous hair. This scene did not escape Zhu Zhuqing's notice, igniting a flicker of envy within her heart for Zhu Zhuqing. In the future, Zhuqing would be free. And though Su Ran may be lascivious, he truly treats Zhu Zhuqing with great kindness. A gift valued at 30 million gold soul coins is offered without hesitation. If not for the allure of beauty, it would undoubtedly be the type admired by women across the globe. Enough of this. This is not a venue for romantic entanglements. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, interrupting the two. Seeing this, Su Zhan also prepared to take his leave, as matters concerning the Dai and Zhu families were not something he wished to linger on. Your Highness, the first prince, Brother Su Ran, and Miss Zhu Yun and Miss Zhu Qing, I shall take my leave now. I hope to converse again in the future, Su Zhan said, retreating directly towards the door. The room was left with only Su Ran, Davis, and the Zhu sisters. Davis pulled Su Ran to sit beside him, while the Zhu sisters occupied another side. Brother Su, today you have truly opened my eyes. To witness a soul master of your caliber render Su Zhan utterly speechless is remarkable. Su Zhan has always possessed an exceptionally high spirit, yet today he has faltered at your hands. With your talent, Brother Su, barring unforeseen circumstances, you are destined to become at least a title Douluo of the 95th rank or higher, Davis remarked with admiration. Brother Dai, you flatter me. There are countless formidable individuals in this world. I am merely an ordinary traveler navigating through it, Su Ran replied, displaying an air of nonchalance. Haha. Individuals with your mindset are indeed rare, Brother Su. Davis felt a pang of envy. If Su Ran was considered unremarkable, what did that make his own talents? Brother Su, my visit today is not solely for camaraderie. I have an important matter to entrust to you. Currently, I am in a contest for the throne with Mu Bai. If you could ally with me, my chances of success would greatly increase. Thus, I would like to ask you to be my right-hand man. Should you agree to assist me, I will certainly advocate for you in front of my father. There would be no issue regarding your relationship with Zhu Qing, Davis declared. His gaze fixed intently on Su Ran, holding out a dark token. Accepting this token would signify Su Ran's willingness to form an alliance. Since the first prince had made such a proposition, Su Ran, of course, felt compelled to comply, especially considering the connection between the first prince and Zhu Yun. We are, in a sense, relatives. By joining forces, we strengthen our bonds, and great prospects await us in the future, Su Ran stated, taking the token from Davis's hand. He had already contemplated this plan, using Davis to address the royal family's discontent regarding his marriage to Zhu Qing. Furthermore, it would afford him more opportunities to be near Zhu Yun. If he became Davis's advisor, it would mean daily visits to Zhu Zhuyun's chamber. Excellent, well said. From now on, you and Zhu Qing can be bold in your affections. I will shield you from any troubles that arise. Here is also a golden card containing 10 million gold soul coins, universally accepted across the continent. Brother Su, please accept it for any unforeseen needs. Davis, brimming with excitement, thrust the golden soul coin card into Su Ran's embrace, unable to suppress a chuckle for reasons unknown. Mu Bai was indeed a fool, not only failing to secure the throne but also losing his fiancée to another. The most remarkable aspect was the prospect of using Mu Bai's fiancée to win over an unparalleled genius. What a lucrative arrangement. After all, it was Mu Bai's fiancée at stake, not his own. Utilizing Mu Bai's beloved to attract a prodigy was simply a stroke of fortune. He reveled in the amusement of it all, oblivious to how Mu Bai would feel if he discovered that his fiancée was being directly associated with Su Ran. Regardless, the situation struck him as inherently humorous. After the dinner gathering, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing departed, leaving only Davis and Zhu Zhuqing in the room. Zhu Yun, for the next week or two, I suggest you stay at home. Keep an eye on Su Ran and, crucially, gain insight into his character. A genius of his caliber must be thoroughly understood. Only you, as the eldest daughter of the Zhu family and Su Ran's sister-in-law, have the opportunity to truly approach him. Once you have a comprehensive understanding of Su Ran, I can confidently navigate our dealings with him. In the room, Davis gazed at his enchanting fiancée, her voluptuous figure prompting him to exclaim his admiration. Under the sunlight, Zhu Zhiyun's form was strikingly captivating, leading Davis to marvel at his fortune in having such a partner in life. She was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also poised to be his supportive consort. As the future empress of the Star Luo Empire, she would grace the realm, aiding him in solidifying his reign. What is the matter? Why so silent? Davis inquired with a smile, observing Zhu Zhiyun. As Zhu Zhuqing's elder sister and Su Ran's sister-in-law, her close bond with Zhu Zhuqing would facilitate her access to Su Ran, allowing her to understand him deeply. Although he was Zhu Zhiyun's betrothed, he was still the crown prince. As a prince, even Zhu Yun could not be entirely candid with him, let alone an outsider. Over the next few days, I will return to the Zhu residence and endeavor to engage more with Su Ran. A talent like him, if harnessed, would undoubtedly solidify your position, Zhu Zhiyun remarked, a peculiar expression gracing her features. Upon sensing a flicker of affection for Su Ran within her heart, she instinctively sought to evade deeper interaction. Fully aware of Su Ran's exceptional qualities, should she come to know him well or engage too intimately, it was likely she would succumb to her feelings and fall for him. However, Davis's insistence on her returning to the Zhu residence to engage with Su Ran left her at a loss for words. She found it difficult to refuse Davis's request. Overtly expressing her desire to avoid Su Ran might lead Davis to misconstrue her relationship with him. Such a misunderstanding would prove detrimental for both her and Su Ran. Thank you for your efforts during this time. A genius like Su Ran will undoubtedly venture into the spirit master gathering grounds of the Heaven Do Empire in the future. Moreover, his recent departure from Xinglua City to the Tiando Empire further underscores this notion. Thus, it is imperative that we solidify our relationship with Su Ran before his departure. As the crown prince, Su Ran will inevitably harbor some reservations towards me, a consequence inherent to my station. However, your connection with Zhu Qing is distinct. It affords you the opportunity to forge a profound friendship with Su Ran, Davis remarked, gazing at the enchanting figure before him, feeling a warmth in his heart. Zhu Zhiyun is perfection incarnate in every aspect, yet she remains excessively reserved, not permitting even the slightest contact. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. If I cannot touch her, neither shall anyone else. When the day arrives that I ascend to the throne, Zhu Zhiyun shall be my crown princess, and in that moment, she will present herself to me in her purest form. At that time, I too shall savor the beauty of Zhu Zhiyun. Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing meandered through the bustling streets of the Starry Empire, both brimming with excitement, clutching a gold soul coin card bestowed upon them by Davis. With financial concerns rendered irrelevant, they felt free to indulge in their desires. Su Ran, you are truly wonderful, Zhu Zhuqing murmured, nestled in Su Ran's embrace. Adorned in a new dress he had just purchased for her, a deep sense of happiness swelling within her. Ever since Su Ran had entered her life, she had been relieved of all worries. He shielded her from the burdens of the world, allowing her to simply close her eyes and trust that he would adeptly manage everything. What troubles you? Su Ran gently tousled Zhu Zhuqing's long hair, his heart warming at her affection for him, eliciting an involuntary smile. From now on, she would rest in his arms, regardless of what the future held. He would bear the weight of it all. If he could not protect his beloved from hardship, what purpose would his role as a man serve? Safeguarding his wife and children from distress was his duty, although he had neither wife nor children yet. They had not yet reached that significant milestone. By the way, Su Ran, can you play the piano? I see you have acquired such instruments, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she regarded him. The arts of music and etiquette were typically the realm of noble offspring lacking in martial talent. With such extraordinary talent, Su Ran must have little time to dabble in these matters. Could it be that he possesses remarkable skills in this area as well? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Ran with anticipation. No woman is indifferent to the notion of her partner being flawless, and Zhu Zhuqing is no exception. Of course I can. I will play it for you shortly, Su Ran replied, embracing the enchanting figure in his arms as they made their way toward the Zhu family residence. As Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing arrived home, they were promptly escorted by the steward to a splendid and elegant villa. The villa, nestled amidst picturesque mountains and clear waters, was adorned with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant bloom of flowers, and featured 3 or 4 guest rooms. Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at a secluded pavilion in the courtyard. Su Ran placed the harp he had purchased upon the stone table, and with a gentle flick of his fingers, a cascade of clear yet melancholic notes emanated from the strings. Zhu Zhuqing stood mesmerized, her beautiful eyes fixated on Su Ran. The harp, an instrument of refinement, was played with a grace that revealed an elegance in Su Ran that was seldom seen, with his handsome demeanor and striking features. In that moment, Su Ran resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. As the brief prelude concluded, Su Ran slowly parted his lips. Unveiling the lyrics, the sounds of prosperity fade into the void, shattering the hearts of mortals. Dreams grow cold, and the debts of love accumulate throughout a lifetime. The rain falls softly in the depths of my old hometown, where I hear you still guarding the solitary city. The pastoral flute resonates in that remote village. For fate has taken root in our hearts. Su Ran contemplated for a moment, deciding that only this ancient melody, which had once captivated the world in a past life, could be rendered on the guqin to evoke a semblance of solace. The composition poignantly narrates the love between a man and a woman, making it perfectly fitting for the occasion. Zhu Zhuqing quietly absorbed the resonance of Su Ran's playing, her heart stirred by a tender warmth. Although she did not fully grasp the essence of the song, she could sense that it undoubtedly recounted a tale of love, both commendable and heartbreaking. This realization suddenly filled her with a sense of anxiety over what might be lost. She and Su Ran were not unlike the protagonists of this tale, despite their engagement. They were ensnared in the intertwining interests of the Zhu and Dai families. Should Su Ran fail to bring substantial benefits, they would inevitably plunge into despair. She feared not death, yet she did not wish for it. Her heart longed to be with Su Ran every single day. As the final notes faded, Su Ran gently set aside the guqin. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at him with deep affection, her feelings laid bare in her eyes. Su Ran, what do the lyrics convey? She softly inquired while nestled in his embrace, resting her head upon his shoulder. Once, a general tasked with guarding the border fortuitously encountered a local woman, and their connection blossomed swiftly into a lifelong commitment. However, when a foreign army invaded, the general was summoned to battle. As they parted, he grasped her hand and promised, "Upon my victorious return, I shall come for you." Tragically, he fell in battle and never returned. The woman, heartbroken, sought solace in the nearby Jialan temple, praying for his safe return. Yet, as days turned into years, she aged, waiting in vain. Her torment was profound, for she had remained so reserved that she had not entrusted her most precious virtue to him before his departure. Su Ran sighed softly as he recounted the poignant tale to Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a deep resonance within himself. She listened intently, lost in thought, recognizing the striking similarities between herself and the story's chaste heroine. Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing murmured, entwining her arms around his neck, her beautiful eyes shimmering like a serene spring lake as she gazed into his. "Will you take me? I am yours, and I shall forever belong to you." A faint blush graced her cheeks as she uttered this innocent yet resolute declaration of love. "Very well," Su Ran replied, gently rising with Zhu Zhuqing, who clung to him like an octopus, unwilling to let go. Su Ran, cradling Zhu Zhuqing, proceeded towards the room ahead. The twilight had just begun to descend, adorned by the sun's final glimmers, casting an indistinct yet visible aura over the surroundings. This haze, both elusive and enchanting, stirred the senses. Chapter 71. The Shameless Su Ran. Not long after Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing departed, Zhu Zhuyin stood dazedly outside Su Ran's courtyard, her voluptuous form leaning against the wall, her heart unable to find tranquility for a long time. What kind of person is Su Ran truly? His extraordinary talent is unparalleled, and his prowess in other domains is equally remarkable. When it comes to his mastery of the guqin, he undoubtedly surpasses anyone in the starry Luo Empire. Not even the renowned court musicians can compare to him, their performances falling woefully short of a mere fraction of Su Ran's brilliance. In that mournful and lingering melody, she found herself ensnared once more in a web of obsession. "Su Ran, what manner of person are you?" murmured Zhu Zhuyin, unable to contain herself. Emotions are the most delicate and uncontrollable aspects of being human. Even though reason admonished her to remain indifferent to Su Ran, her heart was incessantly stirred by his every provocation. Her heart raced as she recalled the evening spent with Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing in the same chamber. That mixture of awkwardness, exhilaration, and trepidation causing a faint blush to grace her cheeks, though she wished to suppress her feelings. She understood that she had already developed an affection for Su Ran. Moreover, the sentiment seemed determined to thwart her. For the more she sought to calm her heart and distance herself from him, the more tumultuous her emotions became. Su Ran's figure seemed to be indelibly etched in her mind, compelling her to ponder incessantly. A moment in the spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Su Ran cherishes every moment of this night, unwilling to let even a single second slip away. However, even though Su Ran is a master of time management, he cannot withstand the swift passage of time. When Su Ran awoke from his slumber, he found Zhu Zhuqing still nestled in his embrace. Her eyes closed and her breathing steady. "Su Ran, you're awake," she murmured, her drowsy gaze fluttering open, only to meet the intensity of Su Ran's unabashed stare, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Her eyes darted away, unable to meet his gaze directly. She instinctively pulled the covers tighter around herself, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. After all, it had been quite late the previous night, and her courage had swelled then, but with the dawn illuminating everything, she could no longer afford to be as carefree as she had been. "My dear Zhuqing has grown into a young lady, yet remains so bashful," Su Ran observed with amusement, playfully twirling her smooth, long hair with his fingers. "Humph, it's not my fault. If not for your mischief, I would have never surrendered myself to you," Zhu Zhuqing retorted, curling up like a kitten beneath the covers, her beautiful eyes blinking in mild grievance. She felt as if she had fallen into Su Ran's trap, wholeheartedly following him and even relinquishing her most treasured virtue. "Quick, rise and wash up. And while you're at it, fetch my clothes," Zhu Zhuqing teased, her tone light yet tinged with reluctance to uncover herself. Only when Su Ran had left would she dare to emerge. "All right, I understand. I'll prepare hot water for your bath," Su Ran replied with a smile, rising to dress, his robust physique becoming evident. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing shielded her eyes with her hands. "Really now, it's not as if you haven't seen it before. We've already been so open with each other, so what is there to fear?" Su Ran mumbled, fully clothed and heading towards the door. He knew Zhu Zhuqing was rather shy. As long as he lingered in the room, she would find it difficult to rise and dress. As Su Ran departed, tranquility enveloped the room once more, allowing Zhu Zhuqing's heart to finally settle. Su Ran was exceedingly shameless last night, utterly oblivious to the need for tenderness and compassion. Zhu Zhuqing pouted slightly, glancing towards the quietly serene room, feeling a twinge of grievance. Was Su Ran made of wood? He simply left when asked, showing no inclination to assist her. Just as Zhu Zhuqing's complaints began to surface in her mind, Su Ran opened the door. Chapter 72, 3,000 skill points. Su Ran's tenderness. "Ah!" Zhu Zhuqing let out a sharp cry the moment Su Ran appeared. Her delicate frame trembled slightly. She had just on half a pair of black stockings, her entire body smooth and completely unencumbered. "Su Ran, what brings you back?" Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed crimson, as she hastily covered part of her body with the quilt, feeling a bit more at ease, though the redness on her face showed no sign of abating. Although she had surrendered herself to Su Ran the previous night, it was now daytime, and her thin skin could hardly endure his gaze. "If I hadn't come, would you have risen today?" Su Ran replied helplessly, a pang of sympathy stirring within him. After all, yesterday marked his first successful departure from that identity in this realm. And given Zhuqing's exquisite figure and beauty, he found it difficult to restrain himself. Indeed, enduring such a delicate wife was a considerable torment. "Oh." Zhu Zhuqing cast Su Ran a reproachful glance, attributing her current state to his actions. "I'll carry you to bathe first. The water is ready. And I have tested the temperature," Su Ran said, wrapping a silk quilt around her delicate form to cover her ample snowy skin entirely before lifting her in a princess carry toward the bathroom. Zhu Zhuqing lay in Su Ran's embrace, her heartbeat gradually returning to normal as she gazed at his chiseled, handsome face, overwhelmed by a profound sense of sweetness. Though he had been fierce and impulsive, like a ravenous wolf at that moment, he was typically gentle and considerate, attuned to a girl's feelings. "Call me when you're done. You should have clothes in your storage soul guide, right?" Su Ran inquired, noticing Zhu Zhuqing submerged in the bath, her shoulders concealed. "I have some. I can manage on my own," she murmured, lowering her head. She dared not let Su Ran assist her in dressing. It would be more bearable to perish than to endure such embarrassment, especially with the stockings. How could she possibly ask for his help? That would be mortifying. "Very well. I shall wait outside." Call for me if you need anything. Su Ran nodded. In the bath, he added some herbs to restore stamina. Knowing that after a while in the water, Qilin would regain some strength sufficient for her basic movements. The host brother is too shameless. It was her first time. Yet you were so ruthless, utterly lacking in tenderness, the system lady chastised, casting a disapproving glance at Su Ran. I wanted to be considerate. It's just that I couldn't restrain myself. Su Ran shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. Was this something he could control? They had been so open with each other. Embraced together, who could possibly maintain restraint in such a situation? Even a saint would struggle to refrain from a few caresses at that moment. Moreover, it is he. Now, let's get down to business. I now have a harem, correct? What about the skill point reward? Su Ran inquired directly, a tinge of excitement coursing through him. The host has successfully acquired one member for the harem, rewarding 3,000 skill points. The host currently possesses a total of 3,100 skill points. The system responded. Good heavens. Does that mean I could potentially possess 3 10,000-year soul rings? Su Ran exclaimed with exhilaration. After toiling tirelessly to complete a task, he had never earned so many skill points before. Simply acquiring one harem member had already rewarded him with 3,000. This further solidified Su Ran's determination to unwaveringly pursue the establishment of a harem, believing it to be the path to ascendancy and becoming an invincible force in the world. How could one grow stronger without a harem? How could one find joy without one? Should the host allocate skill points to the soul rings? No. I will hold on to them for now. Su Ran resolutely shook his head, dismissing this suggestion. Using skill points on soul rings seemed to him a poor investment at this juncture. Even possessing 3 10,000-year soul rings would merely elevate him to the status of a soul master. 3 100,000-year soul rings would still be rather inconsequential. Furthermore, flaunting 3 10,000-year soul rings would be too ostentatious for him at present. After all, having 2 purple and 1 black ring might still be tolerable to others. But 3 black rings would undoubtedly be sensational. Such a display would certainly attract the attention of the spirit hall. Thus, Su Ran had resolved to accumulate more skill points to directly enhance the longevity of his Qilin form. He aspired to elevate his soul beast form to at least the 10,000-year level, so that he might stand firm against formidable beings like Tidal Douluo. Yet, he found himself in desperate need of skill points. To elevate his soul beast form S level would require nearly 10,000 skill points. And he also needed to extract the enhanced plant cultivation liquid meant for Ayin. Otherwise, it would be a long time before Ayin could transform again. Suddenly, the image of Zhu Zhuqing, with her alluring and exquisite figure, flashed through Su Ran's mind. A bold idea emerged. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing opened the door, clad in a flowing black gown that enveloped her entire body. She walked with a slight limp, one hand resting against the wall for support as she made her way out. Zhuqing, why did you not call for me and instead come out by yourself? Su Ran exclaimed, quickly stepping forward to assist her. Stinky Su Ran. Now, it's all over. My sisters will surely see me as a laughingstock. Zhu Zhuqing playfully punched Su Ran lightly in the chest, her strength minimal, almost affectionate. What is there to fear? We haven't done anything wrong. Besides, Uncle previously agreed that as long as we take precautions and avoid any fatalities, he wouldn't say anything. Su Ran chuckled, truthfully. He also wished to avoid any dire consequences. After all, he had yet to indulge sufficiently. Should things go awry, it could spell disaster. Indeed, one could not flirt in front of one's own children. That, it seemed, would be rather inappropriate. Thus, Su Ran had long since resolved that he would not seek to have children until he had fully satisfied his own desires. Why did Zhu Zhuqing blush yesterday? Hesitating to continue her words? Was he that considered a fortunate day? Su Ran chuckled softly, tousling Zhu Zhuqing's hair, fully aware of her unspoken question. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, displaying her understanding by refraining from further inquiries. As Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing stepped out of the door, the butler had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing's slightly unsteady gait, he suddenly comprehended much. Miss Zhuqing, Master Su, the Duke has requested your presence after you awaken. The butler wore a knowing smile, one that only a man could appreciate, secretly praising Su Ran's robust health. His exceptional talent in cultivation was mirrored in his prowess in other areas as well. Zhu Zhuqing, upon seeing the butler, felt a tinge of embarrassment, as being caught in such a scenario was rather awkward for a young lady. Conversely, Su Ran remained unfazed. Understood. We shall join you shortly, he replied, prompting the butler to promptly attend to other duties. Su Ran felt that walking slowly while supporting Zhuqing was somewhat burdensome. and he was pained by the occasional grimaces of discomfort she displayed. Thus, he resolutely scooped her up into his arms and made his way toward the Zhu family hall. In the grand hall, the head of the family, Zhu Zhuqing, along with Zhu Zhuqing, gathered around a table laden with sumptuous dishes, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Su Ran and Zhu Qing. When Su Ran entered, cradling Zhu Qing like a princess, both Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing turned their attention toward the pair. Zhu Qing, eyes closed and head bowed, dared not meet the gazes of her father and sister. Though she had initially felt a tinge of embarrassment, the thought of her limping presence being witnessed by them intensified her discomfort, prompting her to allow Su Ran to carry her without protest. Yet, this was merely an act of self-deception. As a seasoned individual, Zhu Zhuqing could hardly be oblivious to the nature of Su Ran and Zhu Qing's relationship. Observing the frail appearance of Zhu Qing at this moment, a slight tremor flickered across his facial muscles. Although Zhu Qing was a formidable soul master, having received ample resources since childhood, her current state of weakness was troubling. This could only imply one thing. Su Ran possessed a charisma reminiscent of his own youth. "Uncle, Sister Zhuqing, I apologize for keeping you waiting," Su Ran said, gently placing Zhu Qing on the chair beside him. "Not at all. It is I who intruded upon your time," Zhu Zhuqing replied with a warm smile. He was, in fact, pleased at the prospect of Zhu Qing and Su Ran advancing their relationship, and the current situation was, in his eyes, quite favorable. Su Ran is merely a collateral disciple of the Zhu family. If there were no means to bind Su Ran to his side, he would only have himself to blame when Su Ran sought refuge in another power. He had heard from Zhu Yun that Su Ran's soul rings had astonishingly transformed into 2 purple and 1 black. Previously, they were merely 2 yellow and 1 purple. He was filled with perplexity regarding the nature of this sudden change, yet he chose not to inquire further. Su Ran possessed remarkable talent, and he had no intention of meddling in Su Ran's cultivation, for such interference might provoke Su Ran's resentment. What he desired was for Su Ran to grow ever stronger. The more formidable, the better. The more Su Ran grew in strength, the more the Zhu family flourished, and consequently, the starry empire thrived as well. Zhu Zhuqing, seated upon a chair, could not help but kick Su Ran playfully beneath the table upon hearing her father's teasing laughter. Had she foreseen the pain that would ensue from her actions, rendering her unable to walk normally, she would have undoubtedly refrained from making that decision. Su Ran felt the gentle nudges of Zhu Zhuqing's small foot beneath the table, unable to suppress a chuckle. However, he refrained from teasing her in the presence of others and turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing, broaching the matter at hand. "Uncle, what brings you to seek me today?" "Oh, during this morning's court session, His Majesty specifically mentioned you," Zhu Zhuqing replied, a broad smile illuminating his face. "You are now regarded as a prodigy of the Star Luo Empire, the child of destiny. Your future holds infinite promise." Initially, he had harbored concerns that the Dai family would create complications upon learning about Su Ran's association with Zhu Zhuqing. He would have gone to great lengths to protect Su Ran regardless. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised by Su Ran's own astuteness. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Su Ran turned to Davis, skillfully leveraging Davis's influence to navigate the intricacies of the royal court. This maneuver was undeniably astute. As the eldest prince and future sovereign, Davis's counsel was one that even His Majesty would be inclined to heed. Moreover, Su Ran's willingness to support Davis presented a matter of considerable significance for the royal family to contemplate, weighing the potential advantages and disadvantages therein. If nothing unexpected occurs, Su Ran's future achievements may even have the potential to surpass those of the youngest titled Douluo in history, the formidable Douluo, who instilled awe across the continent. The significance of such a prodigy for the currently resource-deprived Star Luo Empire is a matter that the royal family must deliberate upon. Thus, after thorough analysis, it became evident that the royal family could not act against Su Ran, as the benefits he brings are too substantial in comparison. The negative impact stemming from the presence of Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing together pales in insignificance. Furthermore, at that time, the royal family could even cultivate an image of genuine affection between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, presenting themselves as magnanimous and benevolent to the world. "Uncle, what do you mean by that?" Su Ran inquired, raising an eyebrow towards Zhu Zhuqing. "His Majesty does not oppose your relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. However, while in Star Luo City, you must be cautious not to incite gossip among the townsfolk." In addition, Zhu Zhuqing cast a profound glance at Su Ran and continued, "His Majesty and the court have decided to bestow upon you the title of Marquis, with the honorific Tianming. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Marquis of Destiny within the Star Luo Empire, theoretically ranking just below myself, the Duke, and the other 6 influential marquises of the empire. What? Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuqing all stared at Zhu Zihua in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. The titles of Duke and Marquis are among the highest nobility, with the Marquisate being second only to the Duke. Do not be overly astonished. His Majesty merely grants Su Ran a title without any substantial land or official position accompanying it. The title of Marquis is merely a prestigious facade, Zhu Zihua chuckled, adding that this is a tactic employed by the royal family to win the hearts of the populace. Yet, even if Su Ran holds only a nominal title, the advantages it confers upon him are numerous. That is indeed impressive. In the annals of Douluo Continent's history, a marquis as young as Su Ran has never existed. Not even a count of such youth has ever been seen, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, her gaze fixed on Su Ran, filled with complexity. Should the news of Su Ran being granted the title of Marquis be proclaimed to the world, his reputation would undoubtedly resonate far and wide. Being conferred a marquisate at the age of 12 is an extraordinary honor. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing could not suppress their excitement, their cheeks flushed with fervor, as they anticipated the moment when His Majesty's decree would be proclaimed, heralding Su Ran's renown throughout the realm. Indeed, this time the royal family is demonstrating their sincerity in binding Su Ran to the empire, Zhu Zihua noted. Moreover, Su Ran's talent is certainly worthy of such measures by the Dai family. With a soul ring configuration of 2 purple and 1 black, and combat prowess capable of defeating a soul king, Su Ran's aptitude is undeniably astonishing. Su Ran received a token from Zhu Zihai, emblazoned with a prominent character for Su, while the reverse side was intricately engraved with the fierce visage of a leopard-shaped soul beast. This token symbolized his newly bestowed title of Marquis. The title of the Destiny Marquis? Su Ran grasped the token, admiring it for a moment before placing it into his storage soul guide. He felt no particular thrill regarding this rank. For him, it presented both advantages and disadvantages. Once the Emperor announced it to the world, he would undoubtedly become a figure of immense interest across the continent. A young marquis was a significant sensation, providing ample fodder for idle gossip. However, it would likely attract the attention of powerful factions prematurely. Yet, the benefits seemed to outweigh the drawbacks. As a marquis, second only to a duke, this status meant that within the Star Luo Empire, he was only subordinate to Zhu Zihai. This identity would facilitate friendly exchanges with Qian Rushui, making such interactions far more straightforward. After finishing his meal, Su Ran escorted Zhu Zhuqing to rest. Today was not a day for her to be wandering about, and rest was indeed advisable. Upon returning from Zhu Zhuqing, Su Ran encountered Zhu Zhuqing in his courtyard. Congratulations, the youngest marquis in the history of the Star Luo Empire, she remarked, adorned in a black gown that accentuated her voluptuous figure as she approached him, her voice barely above a whisper. Her beautiful eyes twinkled with a hint of something unusual. A young marquis was indeed a tremendous honor, not only in the Star Luo Empire, but across the entire continent. Such a scenario was unprecedented. Before him stood a legendary marquis. Come now, Sister Zhuqing, you jest. It is merely an empty title, devoid of any substantial power. Furthermore, I have never held much interest in such matters, Su Ran replied with a smile, dismissing the title as something the royal family could fabricate at will. However, the more prevalent such titles became, the less value they held. Even if it is just an empty title, it is still impressive. Yet, if you are indifferent to such a high rank, what do you find intriguing? Zhu Zhuqing shot him a playful glare, her charm unmistakable. The honor of being conferred a marquis would elate anyone else, yet Su Ran remained unfazed. Even she did not realize that her demeanor towards Su Ran was far more amiable than towards Davis. At least with Davis, there had always been a certain formality. She had never been as close with him as she was with Su Ran. In the Star Luo Empire, the only individuals she held in high regard were Zhu Qing, and Su Ran paused mid-sentence, leaving a tantalizing mystery that piqued Zhu Zhuqing's curiosity. And who might the other be? She thought, her heart racing as she met Su Ran's unwavering gaze, feeling a surge of anxiousness. What could he be implying? Was the other person her? Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face flushed slightly as she became aware of Su Ran's audacious and domineering gaze, causing a flutter of unease within her. Her curiosity was piqued by Su Ran, yet his silence only served to heighten her exasperation. However, a part of her hesitated to encourage him to speak. If the truth were to be revealed, how would she navigate her relationship with him? As Zhu Qing's elder sister, their bond was profound, despite not sharing the same mother. What would Zhu Qing think if she were to discover Su Ran's affection for her? Moreover, she was the fiancée of Davis, the esteemed crown prince. held in high regard, unlike the inconsequential Prince Mu Bai, who had long been forgotten. She was destined to be a queen, revered and adored. Any dalliance with Su Ran would spell disaster for him, regardless of his talent. Jiyunjie, what occupies your thoughts? Su Ran inquired. Observing the rosy tinge on her cheeks and the mixture of fear and anticipation in her expression, which elicited a smile from him, he stepped closer, his hand caressing her curvaceous form. Su Ran, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Jolted back to reality by the warmth of his hand pressed against her back, her gaze darted around, and upon seeing no one nearby, her anxiety lessened somewhat. Have I lost my mind? No. The thought of watching you wed another man, cherished by someone else, would drive me to madness, Su Ran declared. Pulling Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace, their bodies pressed closely together. His gaze was filled with longing as he admired her figure, which was indeed unparalleled. Few could rival her beauty, and even Zhu Zhuqing might never possess such a form. After all, beauty is often a blend of genetics and fate. Zhu Zhuqing was clearly favored by destiny, blessed with a voluptuous figure that retained a slender waist and gracefully curved legs, rendering her physique exquisite. Such a figure is rare in this world, and Su Ran could scarcely imagine finding another like her. Su Ran, what are you doing? Are you not aware of our respective statuses? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes began to evade his, her heart fluttering with a sweet sensation. Overshadowed by the panic and fear instilled by her reason, her position was distinct from that of Zhu Zhuqing. She could never possess the freedom that Zhu Zhuqing enjoyed. Status? What of it? I care not, Su Ran replied, his arms tightening around her waist as they tumbled onto the nearby chaise. He pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips. Zhu Zhuqing, pinned against the chair, struck at Su Ran's chest with her delicate fists, attempting to push him away, but her efforts were futile. Gradually, her resistance waned, and she surrendered to the kiss, the shackles within her heart loosening at that moment. What did it matter that she was Davis's betrothed? Destined to become the queen of the Starry Empire? She harbored a profound aversion towards Davis, detesting the notion of an arranged marriage and the prospect of being eternally confined within the palace walls. Such a life, even if it promised longevity, would merely be a lamentable existence. What significance does a prolonged life hold if one cannot attain the desires of their heart? Her affections were reserved for Su Ran, a prodigious youth, a singularly extraordinary man capable of achieving accolades at a tender age. Only Su Ran could fulfill her aspirations. After a protracted silence, their lips parted, and their gazes met in an unspoken understanding, causing Zhu Zhuqing to instinctively turn her head away in a flurry. Sister Zhuqing, I adore you. I yearn for you, Su Ran declared, positioning himself upon the wicker chair, his eyes fixed upon the resplendent woman clad in black. Zhu Zhuqing, taken aback by Su Ran's assertive tone and demeanor, felt her heart flutter. As she gazed upon his earnest and resolute visage, a blush crept into her cheeks. And in that fleeting moment, she became entranced, inadvertently uttering a soft agreement. From this day forth, Sister Zhuqing shall be mine, Su Ran proclaimed. And upon hearing her nearly inaudible response, he drew her into his embrace. The warmth of her soft form and the delicate fragrance that enveloped her stirred profound emotions within him. Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing mused, noticing how he held her possessively, as though she were entirely his. A furrow etched across her brow. Could their relationship truly endure? What would become of Su Ran if their bond were to reach the royal ears? Su Ran, let us keep our relationship a secret. In public, we shall maintain our distance as before. But in private, should it be just the two of us, I will acquiesce to your desires, provided they are not excessively audacious. She implored, her eyes reflecting a deep concern. Should their connection be exposed, it would reverberate throughout the empire. She was untroubled by the potential tarnishing of her reputation or the scorn she might face as a woman of ill repute. Her paramount fear was that Su Ran would face the full wrath of the royal family. Chapter 75, together with Zhu Zhuqing, a few garments. Very well. We shall maintain our previous arrangement for the time being. I shall not place you in a difficult position, Su Ran acquiesced, fully aware of the tumult that would ensue should their secret be unveiled. The revelation of a clandestine affair between Zhu Zhuqing, the fiancée of the crown prince and a potential future empress, and himself would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Star Luo Empire, marking an indelible disgrace upon the royal family. However, I must make amends, Su Ran remarked, gazing down at Zhu Zhuqing, who had nestled into his lap. You are truly incorrigible, she chided playfully, casting him a teasing glance. It was evident that concealing their affair was beneficial for him as well. Yet he shamelessly sought to compensate her. However, when faced with Su Ran's request, she found herself utterly defenseless. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly pecked at Su Ran's cheek like a delicate bird and then quickly retreated. "Now, you must be satisfied," Zhu Zhuqing remarked, lightly tapping Su Ran's chest with her petite fist several times. At this moment, she finally understood why Zhu Qing had fallen for Su Ran so profoundly in such a brief span of time, even entrusting her precious self entirely to him. Although Su Ran is shameless and lecherous, he possesses a profound understanding of a girl's heart, skillfully stirring her emotions without causing annoyance. Instead, being in his company evokes a sense of comfort and ease. Furthermore, Su Ran's shameless demeanor adds an air of irreverence to his character, with the mischievous smile adorning his handsome face eliciting both exasperation and amusement. Content with the moment, Su Ran nodded, resting his nose against Zhu Zhuqing's elegantly styled hair, inhaling the delicate fragrance that belonged to her. He was acutely aware that maintaining this relationship with Zhu Zhuqing was a rare blessing. Though he yearned to take a step further, he recognized that the time was not yet ripe. The royal family had permitted his association with Zhu Qing because, from their perspective, even if they forbade Zhu Qing from being with Su Ran, she would inevitably fall victim to the ruthless competition for the throne alongside Mu Bai. Thus, it was preferable to agree to her involvement in exchange for a prodigy. Zhu Yun's situation was markedly different. Without sufficient strength, he could only engage in tender embraces with her for the time being. Should he take away her purity and the royal family catch wind of it, Zhu Yun would face dire consequences. He could venture far and wide with Zhu Qing, yet Zhu Yun would undoubtedly remain. After all, she would never abandon her family for the sake of her own shame. "Randy, when will you and Zhu Qing depart?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired as she lay in Su Ran's embrace. She understood that he and Zhu Qing would eventually leave the Star Luo Empire. The emperor's temper was unpredictable, and their presence could become perilous should the royal family grow dissatisfied. Given Su Ran's talents, he would find greater opportunities in the Heavendo Empire. "Perhaps in a week," Su Ran replied. Although he longed to stay with Zhu Zhuqing, remaining in the Star Luo Empire would likely expose their relationship. Departing sooner rather than later might prove beneficial. Moreover, Tang San and Xiao Gang would likely soon arrive at Shrek Academy, and he needed to showcase them, especially Xiao Gang, who, despite lacking abilities, had the audacity to proclaim that there were no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Wasn't that a contradiction? He had yet to prove his theory by accepting a disciple with a poor martial soul. "Then, before you leave for so long, could you play a piece for me? You sang for Zhu Qing yesterday," Zhu Zhuqing said, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her face before she recalled the melody she had heard outside the courtyard the previous day. "Of course, just lie still in my embrace, and I shall play for you," Su Ran responded, his heart heavy at the thought of their impending separation. Aware that he had stirred her feelings and would soon depart, he resolved to fulfill any request she made, as long as it was within his capability, especially since this was a simple task. Su Ran sat upright, cradling Zhu Zhuqing, as he placed a harp upon the stone table before him and began to play. At the horizon's edge lies the wind and sand. The tales of the mortal realm evoke a sense of longing. When the sword is drawn, grievances arise. Who will find joy? I yearn only to hold you close this very day. In the bustling end of the world, the wind cuts like a blade, and sudden rain heralds fate's relentless toll. Su Ran has now mastered the arts of music, chess, painting, and calligraphy, effortlessly playing those ancient masterpieces. Yet, he finds that the more traditional and contemporary fusion of ancient melodies resonates with him more vividly. Being with his beloved, there is no need for pretense. What matters is the joy it brings him. "Ran, how is it that you possess such talent?" Zhu Zhuqing, nestled in Su Ran's embrace, became entranced by his music. With a remarkable innate gift and exceptional talent, it is unlikely that another like him exists in this world. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt a flicker of gratitude. Despite the barriers imposed by their identities that may forever separate them, the mere existence of such a profound affection in her heart is enough. Having experienced this love, she shall harbor no regrets. From this day forth, she will not allow Davis to touch her in any way, not even a hand. She will remain chaste for Su Ran. If, when she and Davis are wed, Su Ran has not yet matured, she would rather take her own life than permit Davis to truly lay a hand upon her. In just a few short days, Su Ran has etched an indelible mark upon her heart, leaving no room for another. Since meeting him, everyone else in her life seems unbearably mundane, utterly incomparable to Su Ran. "Ran, I must return now. If I linger too long in your room, it may invite unwelcome gossip," Zhu Zhuqing remarked, aware that her stay had already been prolonged. "All right. By the way, here are the undergarments I prepared for you. These are sports bras. And the rest are suitable for everyday wear, Su Ran said, retrieving several delicate garments from his storage soul guide. Upon learning that Zhu Zhuqing had been binding herself with cloth, he had requested these items from the system. Although uncertain of the size, he opted for E. What is this? You shameless. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the garments, confusion flickering across her face. However, she soon grasped their purpose. Inwardly cursing Su Ran's audacity for presenting such intimate attire. Yet, she also felt a sense of intrigue. The undergarments of Douluo Continent were undoubtedly different from those on Earth. It was clear that Su Ran had chosen more fitting options that would provide better support. In the past, during battles, her garments often shifted, causing her considerable distress. But now it seemed there was a solution to that problem. Zhu Zhuqing stowed the garments in her storage soul guide before swiftly departing. A flicker of delight danced within her heart. She had not anticipated that Su Ran would be so attentive, even going so far as to custom-make garments for her. Chapter 76. The tender embrace of affection. The more, the merrier. A week elapsed, and Su Ran's name began to resonate throughout the Star Luo Empire. By imperial decree. News spread far and wide, from Star Luo City to every corner of the empire, heralding the remarkable feat of a 12-year-old prodigy being bestowed the title of Marquis. In a fleeting moment, Su Ran found himself the center of attention, especially in Star Luo City, where accompanying Zhu Zhuqing on shopping excursions often led to his name becoming a topic of conversation during idle chatter. A terrifying prodigy who had attained noble status at the tender age of 12, he was undeniably a magnet for admiration. It was rumored that the title of the Destiny Marquis had been conferred upon him by the royal family due to his extraordinary talent, a strategic move to win his favor. Consequently, many began to speculate about the nature of his gifts, pondering what could possibly warrant such royal regard. At this moment, in a private room within Star Luo City, Davis and Zhu Zhuqing came to bid farewell to Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing. As today marked the day they had decided to depart. The journey from Star Luo City to Shrek Academy would require a considerable amount of time, and Su Ran was eager to avoid any further delays. Brother Su, why don't you and Zhuqing join us at Star Luo Academy? With your marquee title. No one would dare to challenge you there, Davis urged. Brother Dai, I truly appreciate your kind offer. However, I, Su Ran, find that I am ill-suited for an overly comfortable environment for my training. An excessive ease can be detrimental for a soul master, Su Ran replied, patting Davis on the shoulder with a smile. Over the past few days, due to his elevation in rank, he had frequented the royal palace, thereby forging a friendship with Davis. After all, as Davis's betrothed, Zhu Zhuqing often had to make appearances at the palace, even when she was reluctant. Su Ran had seized these opportunities to secretly meet with her. In perilous locations, one often finds the greatest safety. Davis never anticipated that he would experience such moments in his own home. Of course, the relationship between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing had only ventured as far as a kiss. Nothing more had transpired. Within the palace, there existed skilled physicians and healing soul masters, and should they dare to indulge in forbidden pleasures, it was highly likely they would discover that Zhu Zhuqing's purity had been compromised, placing her in grave danger, something Su Ran was determined to prevent. Thus, no matter how much he yearned, he would not take such a risk. Su Ran, take care of yourself, and Zhuqing. Remember to visit home often. Our family will surely miss you both, Zhu Zhuqing said, her expression complex. At that moment, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Zhuqing for the freedom she would have with Su Ran. Rest assured, Sister Zhuqing, we're not departing for good. Even if Zhuqing and I attend the Soul Master Academy in Tiando, we will have breaks every 6 months, during which we will return to the Zhu family. Su Ran reassured her. As for you, Sister Zhuqing, remember that no matter what happens, I will always stand by your side. And Brother Dai, I will wholeheartedly support you in any endeavor. With our generation, the Star Luo Empire is destined to flourish. Well said, Su Ran. You are a prodigy of the Star Luo Empire, and with your assistance, I shall no longer have any worries, Davis responded. Davis, filled with delight, gently patted Su Ran's shoulder, unable to contain his excitement. What you said was truly remarkable, indeed splendid. He had exerted considerable effort to speak favorably in front of the royal family, even bestowing upon Su Ran the unprecedented title of Marquis to win his favor. Now, it seemed all his endeavors were worthwhile, for in the moment Su Ran spoke those words, Davis discerned sincerity and fervor in his gaze. With his keen ability to judge character, he recognized that Su Ran was undoubtedly a man of his word, destined to become his right-hand man and a pillar of the Starry Empire. Well, let us not linger any longer. It is time to depart. Su Ran performed a respectful bow and, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, made his way downstairs where a carriage awaited on the street below. Observing Su Ran's departing figure, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes revealed a hint of reluctance, a sentiment that did not escape Davis's notice. He couldn't help but nod to himself. Realizing that Zhu Yun had indeed forged a profound friendship with Su Ran over the past few days. Su Ran is a person of genuine character, as evidenced by his disregard for royal dignity and his pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing. To deal with someone like Su Ran, one must be cautious. Should he perceive any ulterior motives, he would not wholeheartedly pledge his allegiance. It is only sincere emotions that can win Su Ran's loyalty. This is precisely the scenario that Davis wishes to witness. Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran already share a close relationship, having grown familiar and established a bond of friendship. As long as they do not pose undue challenges to Su Ran in the future, he will undoubtedly be of service to them. Zhuqing, you have worked hard during this period, Davis remarked, gazing at the exquisite figure before him. His Zhuqing is truly beautiful. Her form is unparalleled. Even among the women of his father's harem, none could match her beauty. Zhuqing is indeed a rare gem, a celestial beauty. I feel a bit weary today. I shall return home to rest, Zhu Zhuqing said, unwilling to engage further with Davis, offering a reason to depart. With Su Ran gone, a sense of emptiness enveloped her. She had long considered herself Su Ran's woman and naturally preferred not to linger with Davis. Outside Xinglua City, a carriage slowly made its way towards Suatua City. Clad in leather trousers, Zhu Zhuqing extended her legs, allowing Su Ran to rest his head upon her lap. Having frequently visited Davis and His Majesty the Emperor in recent days, Su Ran was undoubtedly fatigued. Su Ran, shall I continue reading from where I left off yesterday? Zhu Zhuqing suggested softly, feeling somewhat bored in the carriage. You can listen while you rest. That sounds good, Su Ran yawned, resting his head on Zhu Zhuqing's smooth, lovely legs, readily agreeing. The previous journey from Suatua City had been a solitary one, nearly tedious, but now, with his beloved wife by his side, he felt anything but bored. Instead, it was quite delightful. Oh, I had reached the second volume of basic sword techniques. I will start from the beginning, Zhu Zhuqing said. Retrieving an ancient tome, the very one Su Ran had previously acquired on basic swordsmanship. Volume 2, Chapter 1, The Thrusting Sword Technique, Zhu Zhuqing read each word clearly. The originally dry and tedious text took on a unique charm as her melodious voice filled the air. What a pleasure it is, Su Ran thought to himself. Finally understanding why some say that the tender embrace is a hero's grave. Day after day, he had little thought for cultivation. Yet, thankfully, his ability to woo women only made him stronger. This gentle realm is his paradise. Su Ran merely wishes to express that the realm of tenderness is abundantly welcome. Chapter 77. Arriving at Shrek Academy, meeting Flinder. After Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing arrived in Soto City, they made their way directly to Shrek Academy. At that moment, Su Ran felt a twinge of anticipation in his heart, curious about the expression Ming Bai would wear upon their meeting. He was determined to impress Ming Bai with his presence. Where are we headed? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with a puzzled expression, clearly confused. Aren't we supposed to go to the Advanced Soul Master Academy? That should be in Tiando City, where geniuses and powerful individuals gather. What brings us to this remote place? The academy we seek is right here. I trust you are aware of its name, Shrek Academy, Su Ran replied. Naturally, Zhu Zhuqing knew of Shrek Academy, for even though Ming Bai had left her, he must have mentioned its name to her. How else could she have tracked him down? Shrek Academy? Oh, right, Soto City, Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face turned pale as the realization struck her. Ming Bai was indeed affiliated with this institution. What is there to fear? You are now free, and Ming Bai holds no ties to you. No. You are now my woman, Su Ran's woman. Do not entertain thoughts of others. I forbid it, Su Ran declared, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing in his embrace. Are you aware that Ming Bai is here as well? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Su Ran with her beautiful eyes, her lips pursed. Was Su Ran deliberately bringing her to confront Ming Bai? What were his intentions? Did I not mention the matter of Xiao Wu to you? The last time I brought Xiao Wu to this esteemed academy for her studies, I happened to encounter Ming Bai and even taught him a lesson, Su Ran explained. Oh, Xiao Wu is here too. Zhu Zhuqing blinked, casting a reproachful glance at Su Ran, momentarily forgetting about Ming Bai. Although she was Su Ran's fiancée, Xiao Wu was also his close confidant, making her something of a rival. Naturally, she would pay closer attention to Xiao Wu. Indeed, Xiao Wu is quite pleasant. Su Ran coughed lightly, uncertain of how the meeting between Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu would unfold. In the original narrative, they had gotten along well. But now they were rivals. If a conflict arose, whom would he aid? This was merely Su Ran's worst-case scenario in his mind. Although Zhu Zhuqing appeared aloof, her nature was quite gentle, and she likely would not act rashly. However, if a confrontation were to occur, he would undoubtedly side with Zhu Zhuqing, as she was somewhat weaker and had developed a significant bond with him. In that regard, they were undeniably closer. Of course, principles would guide his actions. If a dispute arose, he would first assess who was in the right. Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. I would never put you in an awkward position in public. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, her heart harboring only a hint of jealousy. Despite knowing that Su Ran had other girls around him, now that events had unfolded as they had, what more could she say? Moreover, she required the presence of another girl besides Su Ran to share her burdens, for otherwise, she would truly be unable to endure it. Since that incident, it has been nearly 10 days, yet the adverse effects on her body have not entirely dissipated. This thought inevitably instilled a sense of fear within her. Throughout these days, Su Ran had repeatedly made requests, all of which she had firmly declined. Fortunately, the last occasion occurred within the confines of her home. However, should she find herself in public, incapacitated by pain, it would be utterly humiliating. That would be splendid. I truly wish for you both to become good sisters. Assisting one another at the academy, Su Ran sighed with relief, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing's expression and instantly comprehending that her resistance towards Xiao Wu was not particularly strong. With that understanding, it seemed that once Zhuqing became familiar with Xiao Wu, there should be no issues. Both girls possessed admirable personalities, and a conflict appeared unlikely. Nonetheless, there was one more matter to address. As she prepared to meet Mu Bai, a mischievous smile crept across Su Ran's face. Leaning closer, she whispered conspiratorially into Zhu Zhuqing's ear, Su Ran, you are rather wicked. When did you become so mischievous? Zhu Zhuqing playfully raised her delicate fist and lightly tapped Su Ran a few times, her demeanor slightly haughty. She had never anticipated that Su Ran harbored such playful intentions. Does Su Ran truly harbor such disdain for Mu Bai? If Mu Bai were to discover the nature of her relationship with Su Ran, and were to catch sight of their marriage certificate, would he not be utterly incensed? But what of it? Who compelled him to abandon her and venture alone to Shrek Academy? He has wronged her, and he must face the consequences. Moreover, you are now my woman, and I must ensure he comprehends this unequivocally, maintaining a distance from you. Should he dare to entertain any feelings for you, I shall break his 3 legs. Su Ran declared, a glint of cold menace flickering in his gaze. If Mu Bai truly has the audacity to provoke Su Ran's fiancée, he would show no mercy. Zhuqing currently shares no ties with Mu Bai. Even the emperor has tacitly acknowledged her relationship with Su Ran, rendering Mu Bai inconsequential. Very well, whatever you say. Zhuqing responded obediently, nodding. She is now Su Ran's fiancée, and one could argue she has become his woman, as they have taken that significant step together. Furthermore, she harbors no affection for Mu Bai. Her disdain for him is profound. As Su Ran's woman, his aversion to Mu Bai only amplifies her own contempt. She understands that a man's feelings towards his beloved are of utmost importance. Although she has never cherished Mu Bai, their prior engagement could sow seeds of jealousy within him. Generally, this is manageable, but should she ever speak favorably of Mu Bai, it would undoubtedly strain her relationship with Su Ran. Thus, regarding Mu Bai, whatever Su Ran desires to do or instruct her regarding him, she will comply without hesitation. She would never jeopardize her bond with Su Ran for the sake of an outsider like Mu Bai. In a modest office within Shrek Academy, Su Ran accompanied Zhu Zhuqing to register with Flender. Flender, with his square glasses, observed Su Ran returning with a girl whose beauty rivaled that of Xiao Wu. In fact, in terms of physique, the girl before him surpassed Xiao Wu by a considerable margin. Dean, I have brought you another promising talent, Su Ran greeted Flender. Zhu Zhuqing, class of 26, martial soul, Nethercat, Zhu Zhuqing stated coldly. Except in Su Ran's presence, she maintained a demeanor of aloofness towards others. Zhu family, you say? Flender noted Zhu Zhuqing's name while jotting it down, suddenly realizing its significance. Mu Bai, being a prince, surely had an engagement with a woman from the Zhu family. Could it be this one? A multitude of possibilities flashed through Flender's mind regarding Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, he could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Mu Bai. After all, as a senior student at Shrek Academy, Flender held a certain teacher-student affection for him. Now, faced with such a situation, he found himself at a loss for words. He was uncertain whether Mu Bai could withstand this emotional turmoil. If indeed Zhu Zhuqing was Mu Bai's fiancée, Su Ran would be the interloper. In that event, should conflict arise, whom should he support? Although Su Ran was a genius, he could not disregard reason. Yet, if he were to offend Su Ran, and the latter decided to leave Shrek Academy in a fit of anger, they would suffer a tremendous loss. Flinder could not help but feel a headache forming. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing were already engaged, even possessing a marriage certificate as proof. Chapter 78. Enrollment. Zhuqing and Xiao Wu residing together. The source of joy disappeared. Dean, what troubles you? Su Ran inquired. Nothing of great concern. Though you are still young, do take care of your health, Flinder replied, patting Su Ran's shoulder and delivering a somewhat profound remark. A wave of worry washed over him for Su Ran. After all, women could be a slow poison. The tender embrace of a woman is often a hero's grave, claiming many talented youths, which only heightened Flinder's concerns for Su Ran. Su Ran has now become a treasured gem of Shrek Academy. Such a prodigious talent must not encounter any misfortune. He certainly would not wish to see Su Ran transformed into a fallen genius under the Academy's tutelage. Rest assured, Dean, Su Ran replied confidently. I am well aware of my path. Moreover, I have recently elevated my spirit power by a level. I am now a spirit ancestor at level 33. My training will not falter. As for Flander, an old bachelor who has likely remained a virgin, how could he comprehend the exquisite delights of companionship? As a soul master, one of the most crucial elements for accelerating cultivation is to maintain a state of joyous disposition, allowing for a deeper engagement in one's training. That is good to hear. You young folks, brimming with vigor yet lacking in wisdom, must take care not to jeopardize your health, Flander admonished earnestly, still harboring some concern. Hearing Flander's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt her cheeks flush. Clutching Su Ran's hand and refraining from saying much more, Su Ran nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Director, does Zhuqing need to undergo testing? How will it be conducted? Su Ran inquired. No need for testing. I have complete confidence in the individual you brought, Flander replied, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Given her esteemed lineage and remarkable talent, what further testing was necessary? Moreover, it was crucial to note that Zhu Zhuqing was Su Ran's girlfriend. Would there be any reason to deny her admission if her testing fell short? If Su Ran were to leave, Shrek Academy would lose 3 prodigies in one fell swoop. Therefore, it was more prudent to forego the testing altogether. Thank you, Director, Su Ran said with a respectful clasp of his fists. Very well, you may depart now. You are familiar with the student dormitory area. Choose a suitable room for your girlfriend. Flander waved his hand dismissively. You are exempt from classes today, but starting tomorrow, training is mandatory. Su Ran, your circumstances are exceptional. You may arrange your own training schedule without adhering to our pace, Flander called out. Noting that Su Ran's soul master rank was already comparable to that of a soul emperor, such prowess undoubtedly implied a unique training regimen. Forcing Su Ran to train alongside them could prove counterproductive. Understood, Su Ran replied, wrapping an arm around Zhu Zhuqing as they made their way outside. With you and me included, Shrek Academy now has 6 students, Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Xiao Wu, and ourselves. Su Ran began to introduce Zhu Zhuqing to the current state of affairs at Shrek Academy, noting that Tang San and Ning Rongrong had yet to arrive. Where does Xiao Wu reside? I want to stay with her, Zhu Zhuqing stated, her gaze fixed intently on Su Ran. Her desire to room with Xiao Wu was not without reason. On one hand, it would allow her to become more acquainted with Xiao Wu. As they would soon be comrades, she wished to foster a harmonious relationship between them. On the other hand, if she shared a dormitory with Xiao Wu, Su Ran would think twice before seeking her or Xiao Wu for assistance, especially since she harbored some trepidation. What was promised as mere relief had proven to be excruciating. She had no intention of placing her trust in Su Ran. Yet, this was merely Zhu Zhuqing's unreciprocated wish. In the future, once she and Xiao Wu had developed a bond while living together, she might find the arrangement increasingly ludicrous and would yearn to move out alone, just as Ning Rongrong did. After all, it would be far too absurd and utterly mortifying. Living with Xiao Wu? I fear you two might end up fighting. Su Ran remarked, raising an eyebrow, somewhat resigned. He genuinely wished to find a secluded spot for Zhuqing, which would facilitate her training while allowing him easy access to visit her. If Zhuqing and Xiao Wu shared a room, would that not extinguish his source of joy? Of course, it could also lead to even greater happiness. However, it was uncertain how well Xiao Wu and Zhuqing would adapt to such an arrangement. Shameless. Do not entertain such impure thoughts, Zhu Zhuqing said, perceiving the glint in Su Ran's eye, and responded in a teasing tone. Su Ran is utterly shameless, preoccupied with such thoughts day in and day out. Nevertheless, This only strengthens her conviction that she must find a roommate. Ensuring that Su Ran does not easily succeed in her endeavors. Su Ran was rather shameless, frequently presenting her with demands that she had no intention of fulfilling. Very well. But you must compensate me at least once. Otherwise, I shall be at a disadvantage, Su Ran remarked, wrapping his arms around Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist. Unable to suppress his audacity. Fine, Zhu Zhuqing shot him a disapproving glance, feeling somewhat resigned, yet she nodded in agreement. She had already decided that they should prioritize their studies. Despite Su Ran's boundless energy, he needed to exercise restraint. Although she was his fiancée and felt obliged to fulfill her duties, she could not neglect Su Ran's cultivation. I shall take you to find Xiao Wu, Su Ran said, taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand and leading her forward. To be honest, he had missed Xiao Wu after all these days. Xiao Wu possessed long legs and exuded the charm of a girl blossoming into womanhood, while Zhu Zhuqing, with her voluptuous and attractive figure, provided a delightful contrast, ensuring that neither became tiresome. At that moment, Xiao Wu was meditating in her dormitory, dressed in pink athletic wear that accentuated her slender curves. Though modest, her attire radiated a unique beauty. Since Su Ran's departure, she had been diligently cultivating her abilities, having already reached level 29, and was not far from level 30. If she did not immerse herself in her training, thoughts of Su Ran would inevitably invade her mind. Although Su Ran had promised to return, she could not help but feel a pang of disappointment, her heart feeling increasingly desolate. Su Ran, when will you come back? She wondered aloud, completing the final circuit of her soul energy. Her lively eyes widened with longing. Only in Su Ran's presence did she find solace. Upon realizing Tang San's malicious intentions after years of camaraderie, she understood that due to her unique identity, anyone who discovered she was a 100,000-year soul beast would harbor ill will towards her. Even the closest friends would distance themselves upon learning the truth. Yet Su Ran was different. Like her, he was a soul beast. Chapter 79. Mu Bai smiled. His fiancée, he had come to find him. Who is it? Xiao appeared outside. Her dormitory was quite distant from the boys' quarters, and typically, no one would venture to her side. Me, who else could it be? Su Ran, he replied, a smile gracing his lips as he heard Xiao Wu's voice again after such a long absence, bringing him joy. Su Ran, you've returned? Upon recognizing his voice, Xiao Wu sprang from her bed, barefoot, rushing to open the door. However, when the door swung open, her expression shifted dramatically. For beside Su Ran stood an extraordinarily beautiful girl, her demeanor cool and composed. In terms of beauty, the two were evenly matched. Yet the newcomer's figure far surpassed Xiao Wu's. The voluptuous silhouette showcased the exquisite curves of femininity, prompting Xiao Wu, despite being a woman herself, to steal a few extra glances, let alone the men who would undoubtedly be captivated. What man does not appreciate a woman with an alluring figure? As Xiao Wu scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing, the latter reciprocated the gaze with equal intensity. Xiao Wu sported neatly braided scorpion tails, the long strands cascading gracefully down to her calves. Clad in a form-fitting pink outfit that enveloped her petite figure, she may not have possessed an abundance of curves. Yet her slender waist and remarkably elongated legs could render countless women envious. The two women exchanged no words, each assessing the other, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing comprehended why Xiao Wu had captured Su Ran's affection. A beauty such as Xiao Wu could indeed be deemed extraordinary. Though her figure was still developing, given a few more years, she would undoubtedly possess an enchanting allure. Hello, I am Zhu Zhuqing, Su Ran's fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing stated, extending her hand in friendship towards Xiao Wu. Yet, her very first words unmistakably conveyed her status as the primary partner. No matter how magnanimous she might be in allowing Su Ran to associate with other women, she would never permit another to usurp her position in his heart. So you are Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu replied. I am Xiao Wu, as in the dance. After a brief moment of indignation, she swiftly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's identity. Su Ran had mentioned during his last departure that he would bring his fiancée along on his next visit. Consequently, Xiao Wu soon accepted this reality. However, hearing Zhu Zhuqing affirm her role as Su Ran's fiancée stirred a twinge of bitterness within Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing was Su Ran's betrothed. What then was her relationship with him? Yet, this wave of emotion was quickly dispelled. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was indeed Su Ran's fiancée, while she herself was merely an interloper, lacking any rightful claim to a position. You two take your time to chat. I'll accompany Zhu Qing to Soto City to see if there's anything we still need to purchase, Su Ran suggested, turning to leave. After all, it was only natural that the two young women, having just met, would require some time to become acquainted. Remaining there would serve little purpose. Hee, you needn't worry. I'll accompany Zhu Zhuqing on her shopping excursion. We've been participating in the soul fighting tournament in Soto City these past few days, leaving little time for lessons. Zhu Zhuqing replied, nodding as she took Xiao's arm. Though they had only just met, it appeared as if they were already the best of friends. Of course, Su Ran could still discern the initial awkwardness and tension on their faces. After all, they had only just made each other's acquaintance. However, he believed that after a few days of sharing the same room, any feelings of unfamiliarity would vanish. Buy whatever you desire. This gold soul coin card is a gift for you both. Su Ran generously slipped the card, which Davis had gifted him, into Zhu Zhuqing's embrace, inadvertently savoring the softness of her form and earning an annoyed glare from her in return. He seemed oblivious to the need for restraint in Xiaowu's presence. Meanwhile, in Mu Bai's dormitory, he shared a spacious room with the portly companion. Upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's words, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Beside Su Ran stood a girl clad in a form-fitting black outfit, her figure voluptuous. What might this signify? His fiancée, he had arrived. Prior to his departure from Xinghua City, he had informed Zhu Zhuqing of his intention to attend Shrek Academy. Had she come seeking him now? Mu Bai's heart swelled with delight as he found Su Ran somewhat amusing. His beloved fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, sought him, yet Su Ran played the role of a guardian, escorting Zhu Zhuqing to him. This scene provoked an uncontrollable laughter within him. After all, what kind of genius was Su Ran? A talent of such caliber. Yet in matters of the heart, he was utterly inept. To witness the woman he cherished approach her betrothed, only to be personally escorted to Shrek Academy out of concern for her safety. How agonizing and helpless must Su Ran feel? Ah, Su Ran, you pale in comparison to me. No matter how beautiful Xiaowu may be, she cannot rival my Zhuqing. Though Xiaowu possesses long legs, Zhuqing's figure remains beyond her reach. Zhuqing is still young, yet she already boasts an enviable physique, Mu Bai murmured, his heart brimming with excitement. It had been quite some time since he last saw Zhuqing, and now that she had taken the initiative to seek him out, he was determined to make a splendid impression, to outshine Su Ran. He vowed to refrain from visiting those places with Ma Hongjun for the time being. Even the allure of the twin beauties could not tempt him. His fiancée, was an unparalleled beauty, incomparable to any others. Mu Bai, I advise you to refrain from provoking Su Ran. You are no match for him, Ma Hongjun cautioned. Perplexed by Mu Bai's reckless enthusiasm, the stunning girl had entered with Su Ran, their closeness evident. Was Mu Bai contemplating making advances towards Su Ran's girlfriend again? Last time, Su Ran had dealt him a severe beating, and now, with his wounds barely healed, he was itching to provoke Su Ran once more? What do you know? This time, I shall ensure Su Ran suffers. As the saying goes, to kill the heart is sometimes more effective than physical confrontation. There are alternative means to inflict greater anguish upon an adversary. This time, I shall make Su Ran experience the depths of humiliation. Mu Bai smirked. For who could deny that Su Ran belonged to the Zhu family? Who could ignore that Zhu Zhuqing was his betrothed? Who could overlook that Su Ran had fallen for someone he ought not to? Last time, Su Ran had carved numerous wounds upon his body. This time, he would etch scars upon Su Ran's heart. For someone as proud as Su Ran, it was evident that emotional torment would be far more excruciating than a mere physical beating. Mu Bai, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. There are matters I must clarify, Ma Hongjun said gravely. However, Mu Bai dismissed the notion. Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? Here is the key to a room at the Rose Hotel. You may now go and entertain the twins, but do not disturb me. And please refrain from spreading rumors about my previous escapades. Mu Bai, with a magnanimous demeanor, spoke, causing Ma Hongjun to immediately feel a surge of excitement. Mu Bai had always cherished those twins, and now he was so readily handing them over. Very well, Mu Bai. I wish you the best of luck. I shall take my leave to cultivate, Ma Hongjun remarked, patting Mu Bai on the shoulder before seizing the keys and departing. Mu Bai, contemplating a reckless pursuit, decided to proceed. He had initially intended to inform Mu Bai about the connection between that young lady and Su Ran, but the thought dissipated entirely. He felt a tantalizing desire, truly craving what was not found in the bustling taverns, the exquisite beauty of the twins. After Ma Hongjuan's departure, Mu Bai sought out Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, to his dismay, he found that Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu had already left, arm in arm. However, he did catch sight of Su Ran. At that moment, Su Ran stood alone, embraced by the gentle breeze. From Su Ran's silhouette, Mu Bai perceived an ineffable sense of desolation and solitude. He could discern, merely by Su Ran's posture, that his current mood was far from amiable. Chapter 80. Mu Bai takes the initiative to extend a gesture of friendship. Su brother, are you feeling melancholic all alone here? Mu Bai inquired with a smile as he approached Su Ran, as if there were no lingering grievances between them, but rather a bond akin to longtime friends. In Mu Bai's eyes, Su Ran's solitary stance, gazing into the distance, radiated profound loneliness. He understood that this was a consequence of his own actions. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancée, Su Ran could only observe her from afar, which was the crux of Su Ran's current heartache. Mu Bai, what brings you here? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, gazing at the seemingly exuberant Mu Bai before him. He felt bewildered, unable to comprehend why Mu Bai was so jubilant, especially when his fiancée had strayed away with another. Su Ran could only concede that this was indeed a remarkable individual. However, one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, as Mu Bai approached with an ingratiating demeanor, Su Ran felt it inappropriate to voice his reservations. He was rather curious about what Mu Bai wished to convey. My dear Su, I must admit that I was in the wrong during our last encounter. It seems we have forged an acquaintance through our misunderstandings. By the way, Su, I can't help but notice that your spirits appear somewhat dampened. Are you feeling lonely here? Mu Bai observed Su Ran with a half-smile, watching as Su forced a cheerful facade while engaging in conversation, which only served to amplify the grin upon his own face. Is Su Ran feeling dejected? He finds a certain charm in Su Ran's melancholic expression. Zhu Zhuqing is the betrothed of Mu Bai, and this time, Zhu Zhuqing sought him out, with Su Ran going out of his way to accompany her. It is hardly surprising that Su Ran is feeling disheartened. He can almost envision a scene, Zhu Zhuqing desperately yearning to attend Shrek Academy to seek out her fiancé, while Su Ran attempts to thwart her at every turn. Ultimately, he succumbs to Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering determination and reluctantly accompanies her to Shrek Academy. This indeed highlights the tragic plight of Su Ran. Why must he harbor feelings for the betrothed of Mu Bai? Surely, his heart aches now. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Mu Bai, who was engrossed in his own conversation, uncertain of how to respond. His unease stemmed from the fact that Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were living together, which had significantly diminished his opportunities for meaningful interaction with Zhu Zhuqing. Could it be that Mu Bai erroneously believed Zhu Zhuqing had come seeking him? Nevertheless, she had indeed approached him to bid farewell, albeit with a fundamentally different significance. Brother Su, heed my counsel. There are times when one must learn to let go. As human beings, we all encounter various setbacks. It is vital that we confront these challenges with courage. A man, regardless of the circumstances, must endure, Mu Bai asserted. Observing Su Ran's continued silence with growing concern, he felt a pang of compassion for Su Ran, who was already in such a dismal state without any action having been taken. What would his expression be once his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing improved, and they found solace in each other's embrace? With both of them attending the same academy, the prospect of Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing displaying affection in close proximity to Su Ran was bound to incite his ire. Moreover, the prospect of their martial soul fusion technique added another layer of complexity. The thought of him and Zhu Zhuqing harmoniously combining their powers was indeed tantalizing. Zhu Zhuqing's figure was undeniably alluring, and the idea of holding her from behind stirred a sense of longing that would surely infuriate Su Ran to the point of exasperation. Indeed, you speak the truth. A man must bear all burdens, Su Ran retorted with a sidelong glance at Mu Bai, before turning to leave. He had grasped the underlying implications of Mu Bai's words. At that moment, Mu Bai likely still believed that Zhu Zhuqing was exclusively interested in him. Thus, he feigned goodwill in Su Ran's presence, concealing ulterior motives behind a facade of amiability. In light of this, Su Ran could only smile quietly, choosing not to respond. At this juncture, Mu Bai was likely still oblivious to the true nature of Zhu Zhuqing's relationship with him. That very evening, Zhu Zhuqing had promised to uplift his spirits, a promise that lingered in his mind. Su Ran could only describe Mu Bai with the term speechless, lacking capability, yet imitating others in pretentiousness. One would inevitably feel excruciatingly humiliated when faced with a stark reality. However, at this moment, Mu Bai remained oblivious to Su Ran's disdain. Believing that Su Ran had been struck at a sensitive spot, his heart swelled with excitement. This evening, he intended to seek out Zhu Zhuqing, calling her name aloud so that Su Ran could hear him. No matter how formidable Su Ran may be, he is determined to make Su Ran's life uncomfortable. The scene of humiliation he suffered at Su Ran's hands still echoes in his mind. deeply piercing his sense of dignity. Just as Su Ran treated him, he intends to reciprocate in kind, piece by piece. When Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu returned, the night had grown exceedingly late. After all, shopping is an affair that girls relish. If not for the lateness of the hour, they might have continued their excursion with lingering delight. Zhuqing, your figure is truly splendid. Su Ran must surely adore it, Xiao Wu remarked, linking arms with Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhu Zhuqing retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she shot a glare at Xiao Wu. Their bond had blossomed beautifully over the course of their shopping spree, as those with shared interests find it easy to connect, and their mutual admiration was none other than Su Ran. She couldn't fathom how Zhu Zhuqing had developed such an exquisite figure, especially since she was a few months older. Ah, Xiao Wu, you are quite the flirt, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, feigning annoyance. Yet your figure is also commendable, with such long legs, Xiao Wu countered, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing's shapely legs encased in sleek leggings. Xiao Wu's legs were long, her petite frame comprised mostly of them, a fact that Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but envy. She understood well that legs contribute significantly to one's physique. Having previously overlooked Xiao Wu's legs while she donned long pants, the sight of them now, clad in stockings, made Zhu Zhuqing feel a twinge of jealousy. Hee, we can't let you monopolize everything, Zhuqing. Besides, your legs are quite long too, and so curvaceous, Xiao Wu chuckled, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing's shapely thighs, convinced that Zhu Zhuqing's legs were no less impressive than her own. Shoo, no more chatter, we are nearly at the academy. It wouldn't be proper for others to overhear, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, halting their conversation. Such private musings are best kept away from prying ears. Chapter 81. The Foolish Mu Bai. Su Ran is truly furious this time. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Ran was leaning against a large tree outside their residence. A strand of blue-silver grass clutched between his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. Today, when Zhuqing proposed to stay with Xiao Wu, they had reached an agreement. And Su Ran certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. After all, Zhuqing had postponed several times in recent days. He couldn't allow her to back out now. As an engaged partner, it is essential to be considerate of a girl's stamina and well-being. Yet there are moments one must be resolute. Su Ran, what are you doing here? Xiao Wu asked, surprised to find him waiting at their dormitory entrance. I need to discuss something with Zhuqing. I'll bring her back to you tomorrow morning, Su Ran replied, casting a knowing smile at Zhuqing, who was holding Xiao Wu's hand. Oh, Xiao Wu, understanding the situation, nodded and glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran, quickly grasping the implications of Su Ran's words. She had never anticipated that Zhuqing and Su Ran's relationship had progressed to such a level, especially considering Zhuqing was a few months younger than her. Amidst her astonishment, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Zhuqing was already Su Ran's fiancée, and now that they had developed a deeper bond, it was likely that in Su Ran's eyes, Zhuqing had become the most significant woman in his life. This thought made her increasingly anxious. If Su Ran had reached such intimacy with Zhuqing, when would he return to seek her out? If he did come looking for her, would she even agree to it? A flurry of thoughts began to swirl in Xiao Wu's mind. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, shot a reproachful glance at Su Ran. She was mortified that he would utter such shameless words in front of Xiao Wu. With Xiao Wu present, it was utterly inappropriate for Su Ran to speak so provocatively. You and Zhuqing should get back to your tasks, Xiao Wu said, gently nudging Zhuqing towards Su Ran before retreating to her room alone. In that moment, she felt a pang of sadness. Although there was a mutual fondness between her and Su Ran, their relationship could not compare to the intimacy shared between Zhuqing and him. Zhuqing watched Xiao Wu walk back to her room before lightly kicking Su Ran. Now you've made our situation known to Xiao Wu, she said, a mix of shyness and indignation in her tone. To her, such matters were deeply private and embarrassing, even if it was just Xiao Wu. She felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of her knowing. What is there to fear? She is not an outsider, Su Ran replied with a smile. Without revealing some hints, how could he evoke a change in Xiao Wu's feelings? If he did not make a move soon, how long would it take to truly win her heart? With only a week remaining until Tang San and Xiao Gang arrived at Shrek Academy, and with the possibility of Tang Hao making an appearance as well, things could get complicated. Failing to secure Xiao Wu's affection might lead to troubles ahead. After all, Xiao Wu was the heroine of the Douluo Continent. Having her in his harem would yield many skill points. With skill points, he could grow stronger and stand against Tang Hao. However, he contemplated the necessity of spending some skill points to see if he could draw something advantageous, as he truly had no means to deal with Tang Hao otherwise. The previous experience card for the 10,000-year-old Qilin had already been spent. These thoughts flitted through Su Ran's mind before he cast them aside. With a beautiful woman by his side, he resolved to focus solely on the present. Su Ran effortlessly lifted Zhu Zhuqing in a princess carry, making his way toward his dormitory. Not long after Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing departed, Mu Bai arrived. He had inquired and learned that Zhu Zhuqing was currently residing with Xiao Wu. In his hands, he held a bouquet of fresh flowers, adorned with 99 roses at its center. Su Ran, oh Su Ran, just wait until Zhuqing and I have completely resolved our misunderstandings. You shall see how I flaunt it. By then, Zhuqing will be using her martial soul fusion technique with me daily, and it will surely leave you astounded, Mu Bai declared. Standing at the doorway of Xiao Wu's dormitory, calling out for Zhu Zhuqing's name from over 3 meters away, he was cautious not to offend Xiao Wu. For Su Ran's strength was formidable, and he wished to avoid giving Su Ran any reason to confront him. After all, Su Ran must surely harbor some resentment towards him. Should Su Ran find a suitable justification, he would undoubtedly give Mu Bai a thorough beating. Mu Bai called out for quite some time, until Xiao Wu, growing impatient, opened the door. Mu Bai, are you seeking death? Xiao Wu exclaimed, hands on her hips, visibly annoyed. I am here to find Zhuqing, Mu Bai replied, concealing the flowers behind his back. Zhuqing is not here, Xiao Wu retorted disdainfully, promptly shutting the door. Zhuqing is not here. Mu Bai observed Xiao Wu's expression, sensing no deceit in her words. He glanced around the dimly lit surroundings of the dormitory area. Apart from there and Oscar's dormitory, only one room was illuminated. It seems I have made a mistake, Mu Bai said, scratching his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed yet more exhilarated. He had initially thought Zhuqing was living with Xiao Wu. But considering Xiao Wu's disdain for him, she would likely have spoken ill of him to Zhuqing. The fact that Zhuqing had her own room was a relief. At that moment, consumed by his excitement, Mu Bai failed to recognize a crucial detail. In the dormitory area, there was only one room with the light on. And Xiao Wu was alone in her dormitory. This calculation implied that 2 individuals were indeed unaccounted for. Where is Su Ran gone? At this moment, the naive Mu Bai remained utterly oblivious to the delightful activities that Su Ran was engaged in with the enchanting Zhuqing. Inside Su Ran's dormitory, he was fervently kissing Zhuqing, having just pushed her down, poised to take further action, when Mu Bai's voice boomed from outside the door. Zhuqing, Zhuqing, are you there? His voice was exceedingly loud as he stood at the entrance, a broad smile illuminating his face. He was well aware that Su Ran resided somewhere within this dormitory complex. His booming voice served as a proclamation to Su Ran. He, Mu Bai, the fiancé of Zhuqing, had come to seek her out on this dark and ominous night. Such a night, accompanied by such a declaration, was enough to deprive Su Ran of sleep. Zhuqing had always treated him with a frosty demeanor, bordering on indifference. Yet, Su Ran remained oblivious to this fact. Mu Bai's voice was sufficient to ignite a whirlwind of thoughts in his mind. Once Su Ran's imagination began to run wild, Mu Bai would have achieved his aim. He relished the thought of witnessing Su Ran's vexation. The expression on his face as he wrestled with the urge to confront him, yet felt utterly powerless to do so. The engagement between him and Zhuqing was an insurmountable barrier for Su Ran. Upon hearing Mu Bai's voice, both Su Ran and Zhuqing were taken aback. Su Ran cursed silently, feeling an overwhelming desire to step outside and confront this insufferable fool. How utterly despicable! Just as he was on the verge of intimacy with Zhuqing, Mu Bai had to interrupt. Ignoring the interloper, Su Ran softly murmured, gazing down at the exquisite figure beneath him, and leaned in for another kiss. Nevertheless, Mu Bai's voice continued to penetrate the room, persistently calling out Zhuqing's name. The absence of a response did not deter him. He was accustomed to Zhuqing's coldness and her apparent dissatisfaction with him. It was entirely normal for her to remain silent. However, Su Ran was incensed. How can I proceed with this ruckus outside? Chapter 82. Mu Bai. I successfully showed off to Su Ran. Is this fool's mind deranged? Su Ran muttered under his breath, incredulous that Mu Bai, instead of seeking him out for trouble, had the audacity to come looking for a fight. Su Ran, don't do this. There are people outside. Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, her delicate hands pressing against Su Ran's chest in an attempt to push him away. Awakened by Mu Bai's voice, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and irritation. Her earlier thoughts completely dissipated. Although she harbored no affection for Mu Bai, he was still her former fiancé, and with him shouting so loudly outside, How could her mind entertain any other thoughts? Even if it were someone else, such boisterousness would extinguish any desire in such a context. You are not to go out and see him. Su Ren furrowed his brow in irritation, holding Zhu Zhuqing tightly in his embrace. Savoring the warmth and delicate fragrance of the enchanting lady in his arms, which somewhat alleviated his mood. If it weren't for his concern over Zhu Qing's reputation, he would have stormed out to confront Dai Mu Bai at that very moment. How dare Dai Mu Bai raise his voice so brazenly outside his dormitory, calling out his wife's name? Was he courting disaster? Although Su Ran had not sought trouble with Dai Mu Bai, the latter had audaciously instigated a confrontation. Yet, despite the anger simmering within him, Su Ran could only suppress it for the time being. If the commotion escalated, everyone would discern the nature of his relationship with Zhu Qing, which would not bode well for her. After all, Zhu Qing was still quite young, and exposing such matters at this stage was rather inappropriate. Only Xiao was truly aware of the substantial relationship he shared with Zhu Qing. Xiao was already his woman, and the rapport between her and Zhu Qing was harmonious. It was acceptable for her to know. However, others could not be privy to this information. At that moment, Su Ran had resolved that he must deliver a sound thrashing to Dai Mu Bai the following day. All right, Zhu Zhuqing pouted, observing the gloomy expression on Su Ran's face, and couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. Su Ran had always been composed, exuding an air of confidence as if he could handle any situation with ease. It was her first time witnessing him so flustered. Yu Qing, are you there? Dai Mu Bai called out repeatedly, yet Zhu Zhuqing remained unresponsive, which only heightened his agitation. Did she truly despise him so much? Despite his persistent calls, she did not even acknowledge him? A shadow of gloom crossed Dai Mu Bai's eyes. Were it not for his desire to annoy Su Ran, he would not have shamelessly sought Zhu Zhuqing out. Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée. If he truly disregarded everything, he could do as he pleased. However, this feeling was swiftly suppressed. If he were to jeopardize his relationship with Zhu Qing, Su Ran would undoubtedly retaliate. And Zhu Qing would not intervene. How could he then showcase his superiority over Su Ran? He had to genuinely win Zhu Qing's heart. That way, if Su Ran intended to strike, Zhu Zhuqing would intervene, rendering Su Ran powerless against him. What are you doing, Dai Mu Bai? Have you lost your mind? Zhu Zhuqing's icy voice pierced through the air, tinged with annoyance. Even if she had no ties with Su Ran, Dai Mu Bai had no right to stand outside a young lady's room and shout. I came to see you at the academy, didn't I? I just wanted to check on you. You must be tired from your journey from Xinglua City, Dai Mu Bai said, attempting to convey his concern for Zhu Zhuqing. I'm not tired. You should leave here quickly. You are not welcome, Zhu Zhuqing asserted. Wishing to avoid any entanglement with Dai Mu Bai and not wishing to engage in conversation, she was now Su Ran's woman and was acutely aware of her identity. However, I wish to speak with you more. It has been far too long since I last saw you. Ever since I left Xinglua City, I have not had the chance to see you. Today, I came to Shrek Academy, yet I couldn't even catch a glimpse of you, Dai Mu Bai lamented. Feeling that Zhu Zhuqing's presence at Shrek Academy was indeed for him, yet now she was exhibiting such cold indifference. However, Dai Mu Bai perceived that Zhu Zhuqing was merely being tsundere, for it is a trait common among young ladies, and Zhu Zhuqing was no exception. Observing that Dai Mu Bai continued to persist, Su Ran felt increasingly agitated. He could not help but tap Zhu Zhuqing's curvaceous form, signaling her to promptly dismiss Dai Mu Bai. Such a cherished night should not be squandered, even for a moment. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by Su Ran's unexpected advance, her senses aflame with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Zhu Qing, what is the matter? Dai Mu Bai's heart skipped a beat, as the alluring sound that escaped her lips stirred his imagination. He was well acquainted with such sounds, having traversed many romantic encounters. This tone, could it be what he feared? Panic surged through him momentarily. Yet, recalling Zhu Zhuqing's temperament and demeanor, he found solace. His fiancée, with her icy demeanor and indifference to others, could scarcely be capable of such behavior. Surely, Zhu Qing was merely unwell, nothing more. Dai Mu Bai contemplated this, regaining his composure. Nonetheless, a vague sense of unease lingered within him, an inexplicable flutter in his chest, as if portentous events were on the horizon. The last time he experienced such a physical reaction was when Davis had plotted an assassination against him, prompting him to flee and ultimately save his own life. Might this current sensation herald something significant? Zhu Zhuqing, startled by her own voice, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's inquiry. In a fit of irritation, she firmly grasped Su Ran's hands, forbidding any further mischief. I have been weary from my travels these past few days. I shall not indulge you further. I am turning off the lights to sleep, she declared, extinguishing the bedside lamp to dissuade Mu Bai from continuing his pursuit. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's decisive action, Mu Bai ceased his advances. After all, his objective had been met. He had successfully showcased his prowess to Su Ran. Su Ran must have heard about his visit to Zhu Qing on this pitch-black night, which was enough to cause him great distress. This realization brought him immense satisfaction. As long as Su Ran indulged himself, he felt elated. Although Zhu Qing remained as cold towards him as ever, perhaps even colder. He was confident that he would eventually win her over completely. With his experience in romance, pursuing a woman was a trivial matter. Moreover, this woman was his fiancée. Once he set his mind to it, he could easily manage the naive Zhu Qing. However, he still found himself puzzled by the sudden reaction of his body moments ago. Mu Bai, equally bewildered, turned to the darkened room that had succumbed to night. After contemplating for a while, he found himself unable to grasp the situation, and so he slowly departed. Once Mu Bai had left, Su Ran could no longer contain himself. Chapter 83, The Lottery, a terrifying buff at dawn. When the roosters in the village began to crow, Zhu Qing awoke. Today marked her first day attending Shrek Academy, and she was determined not to be late, as she didn't want to leave a poor impression on her teachers and classmates. After all, she was Su Ran's fiancée, and could not afford to embarrass him publicly. Zhu Qing rose and retrieved a clean set of black athletic attire from her storage soul guide. Perched on the edge of her bed, she swiftly donned the clothing. The elegance of her every movement resembled art, captivating Su Ran's attention. The moments when a beauty dressed and undressed were undeniably the most exquisite. The allure of her partially veiled figure evoked a sense of serenity. "What are you staring at?" Zhu Qing turned to see Su Ran awake and said in a gentle voice, "I'm just admiring how my fiancée looks. Is that not allowed?" "It's not as if I've never seen it before," Su Ran replied, his words laced with mischief. "Some individuals, appearing as black cats, were in truth white tigers in disguise," he muttered under his breath. "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't pay you any attention," Zhu Qing retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment and irritation. Hearing Su Ran's shameless remarks, she shot him a glare, her youthful allure evident in her freshly awakened state. Zhu Qing decided not to engage further with Su Ran. Given his lecherous nature, any discussion would only put her at a disadvantage. After tidying up her nearly ruined garments from the previous day, she turned and made her way towards the dormitory she shared with Xiao Wu. Unlike Su Ran, who had received special permission from Dean Flander to forego training and classes with them, he could sleep as long as he pleased. Nonetheless, Zhu Qing had come to realize something. Today, the discomfort she had experienced before was seemingly absent. It appeared that her previous distress had merely stemmed from her initial experiences. Of course, the most significant factor was that Su Ran had likely restrained himself to prevent her from appearing unusual in front of others. Life was indeed quite comfortable. Su Ran stretched lazily before retreating once more beneath the covers, the spot recently occupied by Zhu Zhuqing still retaining a faint warmth and a lingering fragrance. Su Ran rested a little longer before rising, and after completing his morning routine, he began to draw from his skill points. Initially, he had intended to conserve his skill points for a significant undertaking. However, time was not on his side, and he could not afford to accumulate 10,000 skill points. He needed to test his luck and see if he could acquire something to contend with Tang Hao. He had nearly overlooked this rogue, considering that he might soon arrive at Shrek Academy. Thus, hoarding skill points was not feasible. He hoped for a fortunate draw. If luck did not favor him, he would have to devise alternative strategies. Su Ran murmured to himself, reassured by the multitude of methods at his disposal. Yet, employing those methods could complicate matters and potentially disrupt the narrative's progression. The system lottery commenced, with 3,000 skill points allocated for 3 golden level draws. "Please, reveal the best reward from each round, and compile the rest into a list within the system space," he instructed. In the first draw, the finest reward was an enhanced mastery of the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Under this enhanced state, all who heard the host play the piano, witnessed the host's artistic creations, or engaged in a chess match with the host would gain profound insights. Any soul master below the rank of soul sage hearing the host's music would experience an unconditional elevation of their soul power by 1 level. Soul masters beneath the rank of title Douluo would have the opportunity to discover their breakthrough moments, while those below the divine level could either comprehend a domain or deepen their understanding of it. All soul masters, regardless of rank, who contemplated the host's art would have the chance to enter a state of enlightenment. Note: Each soul master could receive this reward from the host a maximum of 3 times. Furthermore, the host could choose to blacklist individuals he disliked, preventing them from gaining any rewards from his skills, and possibly even causing a regression in their cultivation. The second draw yielded an exceptional reward, a 1-day experience card for a title Douluo of level 95. The third draw revealed the best reward as a 3,000-year extension for any soul ring of the hostess choosing. The sweet voice of the system assistant filled the air, sending Su Ren into a state of euphoria. The experience card for a level 95 title Douluo promptly alleviated his pressing concerns should Tang Hao dare to approach. He would undoubtedly deliver a thorough beating. Moreover, it seemed that the buffs he possessed had also strengthened. The beast buff accelerated the cultivation speed of soul beasts and increased the chances of fierce beast breaking through. Now, with the added buffs from his artistic skills, not only would there be breakthroughs, but also the potential for enlightenment. This was simply extraordinary. Crucially, this buff was effective even against titled Douluos, who could withstand such power. It is no exaggeration to assert that with his abilities, he could thrive even within the Spirit Hall. After all, domains were of paramount importance to titled Douluos. In the later stages of cultivation, what mattered was the mastery of domains: the 7-kill domain, the blue-silver domain, the killing god domain, the Rakshasa domain, the angel domain. Now, with the capability to assist others in comprehending domains, he was truly formidable. Had he ventured to the Spirit Hall earlier, he might have been subjected to dissection for research. However, possessing such abilities, the Pope would undoubtedly regard him with reverence rather than harbor any thoughts of harm. Instead, she would cherish him as a treasure and frequently seek him out for profound discussions, thereby enhancing her own domain. The third round of the lottery, however, was somewhat disappointing. Exchanging 1,000 skill points for 3,000 years of spirit ring duration seemed a poor trade. Nevertheless, the previous 2 rounds of the lottery had sufficiently satisfied him. He decided to allocate the 3,000 years to the first spirit ring. Su Ran remarked that his combat relied predominantly on the first and third spirit rings. Ding. Attachment successful. The current spirit rings of the host are 6,300 years, 1,600 years, and 13,000 years, respectively. Upon completing the lottery, Su Ran encountered Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were on their way to class. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu had risen early, but, being girls, they tended to dawdle. Su Ran, you slept well yesterday, didn't you? Xiao Wu greeted Su Ran directly, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing's slightly weary yet serene visage, unable to suppress her thoughts. She remained oblivious to the sensations that might exist between genders or among different kinds. Having recultivated for over a decade, and with an extensive period of 100,000 years prior to her recultivation, she had maintained a state of purity throughout, remaining quite naive about such matters. Yes, I slept very well, Su Ran responded, stepping closer to Xiao Wu and wrapping an arm around her slender waist, candidly expressing his thoughts. As he gazed at Xiao Wu's long legs, encased in white straight pants, a bold thought surged within him. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing embodied different types. In contrast to Zhu Qing's voluptuous form, Xiao Wu's delicate physique evoked a profound allure. Chapter 84. A severe beating for Mu Bai. Don't provoke me again. What are you looking at? Xiao Wu, lowering her head, felt goosebumps rise under Su Ran's gaze. She glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, and seeing her unperturbed reaction, she spoke up. Why don't you call me Brother Su Ran like before? I still wish to hear you address me that way, Su Ran remarked, recalling how both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had previously referred to him as brother. It sounded sweeter that way. However, now calling him simply Su Ran seemed to diminish a sense of distance, rendering their relationship more intimate. Not a chance, Xiao Wu pouted. Since Zhu Zhuqing didn't call him Brother Su Ran, she felt it inappropriate to do so herself. Moreover, such a title did seem a tad too sentimental. I knew it. Living together wouldn't lead to good influences, Su Ran sighed, somewhat exasperated. Yet he resolved to let them address him as they pleased. Come evening, they would still heed his wishes. Ran Gu. Upon arriving at the playground with the 2 girls, Ma Hongjun and Oscar greeted Su Ran directly. Ma Hongjun had long been acquainted with Su Ran, yet it was Oscar's first encounter with him, rendering him somewhat apprehensive. After all, he had heard from Ma Hongjun about Su Ran's prodigious talent, possessing a soul sage cultivation level that boasts combat prowess rivaling that of a soul emperor is indeed fearsome. Moreover, prior to Oscar's enrollment at the academy, Su Ran had decisively defeated Mu Bai in a brutal confrontation, leaving Mu Bai bedridden for half a month. requiring an array of costly supplements and medicinal herbs for his recovery. Otherwise, he would likely still be incapacitated for an additional fortnight. In the presence of such an extraordinary genius as Su Ran, one could only seek to cultivate goodwill rather than animosity. Greetings to you all. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Su Ran stepped forward and extended his hand to shake hands with Oscar, who was taken aback. Not expecting such a cordial greeting from Su Ran, he had always assumed that a genius as formidable as Su Ran would be exceedingly proud and arrogant. However, to his surprise, Su Ran exhibited no airs at all. Mu Bai observed as Ma Hongjun and Oscar fawned over Su Ran like sycophants, feeling a twinge of discontent. Su Ran's arrival at the academy had stolen the spotlight that rightfully belonged to him. Previously, at Shrek Academy, Oscar and Ma Hongjun had always followed his lead. Yet, his gaze was fixed on Zhu Zhuqing, just as he prepared to approach her. Suddenly, a fist struck his face with remarkable speed. Ah! Mu Bai cried out in agony as his body was sent flying. However, Su Ran's speed surpassed that of Mu Bai's descent, and just before Mu Bai hit the ground, Su Ran delivered another kick, sending him soaring into the air. Thud! Mu Bai's imposing form crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Witnessing this scene, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were left stunned, their scalps prickling with unease. Su Ran's strength appeared to have escalated beyond their previous encounters. It seemed utterly effortless for him to dominate Mu Bai. What would happen if he directed his prowess towards them? Particularly Oscar, as a support-type soul master with a frail physique, trembled at the sight of such brutality. Mu Bai, being a battle-type soul master, was resilient. But even he could not withstand such torment without dire consequences. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were equally astonished by Su Ran's sudden aggression towards Mu Bai. However, Zhu Zhuqing quickly comprehended Su Ran's motivations. Had it not been for the unusual circumstances of the previous night, she too would have relished the opportunity to confront Mu Bai. The events of yesterday had provoked anger in them all. Interruptions of that nature would sour anyone's mood. Ouch! That hurts so much. Su Ran, have you lost your mind? Mu Bai lamented, wailing in distress. Caught off guard, he had no chance to summon his martial spirit. Su Ran's speed was blinding, targeting his joints with precision, leaving him powerless to muster any soul energy. At that moment, he finally understood what yesterday's physical reaction had foreshadowed. Su Ran must have been seething with frustration, unable to sleep through the night, which explained his immediate aggression upon seeing him. This realization, amidst his suffering, brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Su Ran, even if you were to beat me to death, it would not alter the fact that Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancée. Zhu Zhuqing is mine. And once I claim her, I will be part of the Zhu family. You are but a distant relative. What significance do you hold? Mu Bai mused inwardly. However, these words remained unspoken, for he feared provoking Su Ran further. Such an action would only invite harsher retribution upon himself. Enduring Su Ran's brutal assault, Mu Bai cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, only to find her bearing an expression of indifference. Witnessing her fiancé being mercilessly beaten without a hint of concern ignited a furious indignation within him. After all, he was her fiancé. Could Zhu Zhuqing truly be so heartless? No matter how callous one might be, surely some semblance of sentiment should remain. Had it not been for Zhu Zhuqing's potential assistance in restraining Su Ran, and perhaps even showcasing Su Ran's vulnerabilities, he would have undoubtedly severed ties with her. A mere woman, without the support of her fiancé, what value could she possibly hold throughout her life? Mu Bai, do not provoke me again. I have already imparted a lesson upon you, yet it seems you remain unrepentant. Your so-called pride and status hold no significance for me. Oh, I almost forgot. You currently possess no standing at all. You are but a stray dog, too cowardly to return home, Su Ran scoffed. Indeed, Mu Bai was quite fortunate. Were it not for Tang San's intervention granting him an advantage, his cowardly disposition would have precluded him from ascending to the throne of the Dai family. As a prince, what cleanly bred woman would he lack access to? A prince frequenting brothels would be the height of absurdity. Such a character, if exposed, could never hope to inherit the throne. Furthermore, Davis had entrenched himself in the Star Luo Empire for many years, with countless dignitaries placing their hopes upon him. Should Mu Bai dare to show his face in the Star Luo Empire, he would not require Davis's direct intervention. Those already aligned against him would eagerly enact his removal. Consumed by rage, Mu Bai glared at Su Ran, feeling his dignity trample beneath Su Ran's disdainful gaze. No matter how diminished his status, he was still a prince. What worth did Su Ran truly possess? The person Su Ran is enamored with is his fiancée. Why does he act so arrogantly? Mu Bai gritted his teeth in resentment. Yet upon reflecting that Su Ran might have endured even greater anguish than he did the previous night, his heart felt somewhat lighter. After all, the torment of the heart often eclipses that of the body. However, Mu Bai was unaware that Su Ran not only felt no pain yesterday, but actually experienced immense pleasure. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing's physique is truly remarkable. Yet, such exquisite delight is one that only he could truly appreciate. Su Ran was merely angered by Mu Bai's interruption yesterday. Otherwise, he was in quite a jovial mood. Chapter 85. My little Wu is quite fine, not at all filthy. Damn Su Ran, you wait for me. Mu Bai clenched his fists. His gaze icy as he looked at Su Ran. No matter how harshly Su Ran treated him, he could endure it. After all, Mu Bai was a man. Such minor pains were inconsequential. The trials of the flesh could never truly break a man. A man, unless betrayed, unless his wife ran off with another, would only crumble under such profound humiliation. Beyond that, nothing could genuinely overwhelm a man. And this was something Su Ran need not even contemplate. Even if he were deemed worthless, Zhu Zhuqing would still be bound to marry him. The alliance between the Dai and Zhu families had endured for a millennium, unshakable by any force. Su Ran, Mu Bai, what is this? At that moment, a man of approximately 6 feet, robust and muscular, approached. Astonished as he beheld Su Ran and the battered Mu Bai on the ground. This man was naturally Xiao Wujia. Xiao Wujia cast a bewildered glance at Su Ran. Only the prodigious genius Su Ran, who had taken a leave of absence shortly after enrolling, could so effortlessly subdue Mu Bai. Teacher Xiao? Mu Bai and I are merely sparring, Su Ran smiled, pulling Mu Bai up from the ground, his gaze coldly fixed on him. Mu Bai felt a chill run down his spine under Su Ran's stare, as if Su Ran were regarding a corpse. Should he dare to utter any disparaging remarks about Su Ran, he was certain that Su Ran would retaliate with even greater severity and pride. Teacher Xiao, indeed. We are just having some fun. Mu Bai managed a bitter smile. Initially considering informing on Su Ran, he ultimately backed down. A talent such as Su Ran would not be reprimanded by any teacher, rendering any complaints utterly futile. Of course, it was entirely without merit. If Su Ran were to commit a significantly grievous error, Fland and the others would not hesitate to be stern. However, matters of brawling were hardly their concern. Having fun? Xiao Wujia scrutinized the bruised and battered Mu Bai. Could such a state truly be the result of mere play? Yet he chose not to delve deeper. Teacher, please continue with your class. I shall take my leave to practice. Su Ran greeted and departed. Su Ran had the liberty to manage his time as he wished. A consensus reached among the esteemed faculty of Shrek Academy upon recognizing his extraordinary talent, for none could claim the role of Su Ran's mentor. Although they possessed their own teaching philosophies and methodologies, these were ill-suited for someone of Su Ran's caliber. Such an epic-making genius was beyond their capacity to instruct. Su Ran's ability to cultivate to such a remarkable level undoubtedly stems from his unique methods. Thus, they ultimately resolved that Su Ran could disregard the established rules and pursue his cultivation freely. Naturally, every couple of months, they would come to assess Su Ran's strength. Su Ran possesses such profound cultivation that one must ponder the consequences of succumbing to temptations, such as the allure of a gentle embrace, which might delay his training. Well, you may proceed. Your time is yours to command, Xiao Wuji remarked, watching Su Ran depart. The educational approach at Shrek Academy is relatively straightforward. Xiao Wuji delivered a brief lecture on soul master knowledge, lasting merely 20 minutes, before assigning the students to run laps around the academy. No theoretical knowledge can surpass the value of practical experience. The instructional methods at Shrek Academy have always been quite simple, either training or participating in soul battles at the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. After completing several laps, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were drenched in sweat, while Su Ran stood at the finish line awaiting their return. Upon their completion, he handed them 2 handkerchiefs and 2 bottles of water. Take a moment to rest before drinking, Su Ran advised, observing the 2 women whose bodies glistened with perspiration. After intense exertion, they each emanated a distinct allure. One exuded the charm of a neighborly girl, sweet yet spirited, while the other radiated an undeniable feminine grace with her perfect physique. Zhu Zhuqing, taking the handkerchief Su Ran offered, turned to wipe away some of the sweat, yet felt a lingering stickiness that was quite uncomfortable. I will go shower first, she declared, making her way towards the dormitory. With only one bathroom available, Xiao Wu had no choice but to wait for Zhu Zhuqing to finish. Wait until you feel a bit cooler before showering, and do not resort to cold water for comfort. Su Ran called out to Zhu Zhuqing. Understood, she replied, a hint of sweetness blossoming in her heart. Now that they were at Shrek Academy, there was no longer a need for reservations between her and Su Ran. Back in Douluo City, they had to maintain a semblance of decorum for the sake of the royal family, which had created a certain restraint in their relationship. While at home, they were free of such concerns. Outside, they had to exercise some discretion. However, at Shrek Academy, that pressure was entirely lifted. Few knew of their identities here. With only Mu Bai being aware of their origins, Xiao Wu took a few gulps of water, feeling a tinge of envy towards Su Ran. Su Ran was granted special permission to forego training and even attending classes, which inevitably stirred feelings of envy within her. Nevertheless, her innate talent was indeed extraordinary. Training alongside others held little significance for her. While a few laps would greatly benefit those with lesser cultivation levels, for Su Ran, the impact was minimal. After all, she was a mythical beast, inherently capable of transcending rules. As Xiao Wu finished her drink, Su Ran effortlessly pulled her into an embrace. Xiao Wu, drenched in sweat and flushed with warmth, evoked a desire within Su Ran to steal a taste. Su Ran, no, I'm all sweaty, Xiao Wu whispered, attempting to push Su Ran away, concerned about leaving an unfavorable impression. However, as a girl, she was unaware that her current state, glistening with perspiration, was more alluring than usual. I am unbothered. My Xiao Wu is not dirty at all, Su Ran declared, one arm encircling Xiao Wu's slender waist while the other cradled the back of her head, drawing her in for a kiss. The salty tang of sweat mingled with her unique fragrance, rendering her even more irresistible. Seeing Su Ran embrace her unsightly, sweaty form without hesitation ignited a tremor in Xiao Wu's heart, prompting her to reciprocate slowly. In recent days, since Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, Xiao Wu had been plagued by uncertainty, fearing that Su Ran's affection for her might wane. As a woman, she understood all too well the allure of Zhu Zhuqing's physique to men. Zhuqing's figure epitomized the desires of many, while Xiao Wu felt her own body was just beginning to develop, though she believed she would mature in time. At that moment, she found herself lacking in comparison to Zhuqing. Chapter 86, Mu Bai's Outrage Creek. The dormitory doors swung open, and Zhu Zhuqing emerged, her damp hair cascading around her, interrupting the tender moment shared between the two. Go on, take a shower, Su Ran gently patted Xiao Wu's pert backside. Oh. Xiao Wu shot Su Ran an embarrassed glance before hastily retreating into the dormitory. Su Ran embraced Zhu Zhuqing, who had just emerged from her bath. While Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing were sharing tender moments outside, Oscar and Mu Bai unexpectedly appeared at Su Ran's door. Naturally, Mu Bai sought out Zhu Zhuqing, as she had retired early the previous night and had not made an appearance. Today, he intended to engage her in conversation, yet before he could utter a word, he was met with a merciless beating from Su Ran. Even now, he had not exchanged meaningful words with Zhu Zhuqing, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated. As a distinguished prince, handsome and gifted, why was it so challenging to converse with his fiancée? Where was the justice in that? Oscar, what are you doing standing there? Mu Bai called out to Oscar, who was heading directly towards Zhu Zhuqing's room with a clay pot in hand. After all, this was his fiancée's chamber. What business did Oscar have there? Was he attempting to curry favor with Zhuqing? Surely, his betrothed was not someone to be trifled with by others. Oh, Mu Bai. The dean instructed me to prepare some osmanthus, lotus seed, and goji berry porridge for Rango. With his exceptional talents, he must be exhausted from training today and needs nourishment, Oscar replied straightforwardly. As a food-type soul master, his culinary skills were also commendable. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Mu Bai couldn't help but scoff. Su Ran did not partake in training, nor did he attend classes. What could possibly tire him? Mu Bai could not help but curl his lips in disdain. Is there truly such a vast disparity among those of Shrek Academy? As he ruminated over these thoughts, he observed Oscar making his way directly to Zhu Zhuqing's room. Suddenly, an electrifying jolt surged through his heart, akin to a thunderclap reverberating within. Mu Bai's head buzzed as he came to the unsettling realization that matters were far from simple. While it was entirely innocuous for Oscar to deliver kanji to Su Ran, the pivotal question remained. Why was he heading to Zhu Zhuqing's chamber? A foreboding sensation gripped Mu Bai. Upon entering, Oscar discovered the room to be vacant and placed the kanji on the table before emerging once more. He glanced at Mu Bai in the distance, a look of confusion crossing his face. By the way, Mu Bai, what are you doing outside Ranji's room? Oscar inquired, perplexed. Boom. Oscar's words detonated within Mu Bai's heart like a bomb, piercing him as if a dagger had been thrust into his very core. In an instant, Mu Bai's countenance drained of color. At that moment, upon hearing Oscar's words, he could no longer feign ignorance. This was not Zhu Zhuqing's room, but rather Su Ran's. Had Zhuqing not been here with Su Ran last night? Moreover, he distinctly recalled hearing an enchanting voice echoing through the night. He was green with envy. He was undoubtedly green. Even when he had called out to Zhuqing the previous evening, Su Ran was likely engaged in unspeakable acts with her. He had foolishly believed he had outshone Su Ran, while in reality, he had been thoroughly humiliated. Mu Bai's complexion turned an ashen gray, his legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground. It was not merely him. Any man would find such a blow insufferable. Su Ran, I will kill you. He bellowed in fury. How dare you treat me this way, you beast? Did you bring her to the academy solely to humiliate me? Mu Bai's voice echoed with rage as he pounded the ground with his fists, the stones beneath him cutting into his palms. Yet he felt not a twinge of pain. His wrath had eclipsed any awareness of his physical suffering. At this moment, his hatred for Su Ran had reached its zenith. Su Ran has, on multiple occasions, resorted to violence against him and even callously snatched away his fiancée from behind. Su Ran spent last night with Zhu Zhuqing. When did this transpire? He has been away from the Star Luo Empire for such an extended period. Could it be that the two have been together all along? A surge of rage welled within Mu Bai, almost causing him to cough up blood. After all, she is his fiancée. How could she be taken to the bed of another man? Such a reality was unbearable for him to accept. Moreover, he was merely a wall away from Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing. He had foolishly called out Zhu Zhuqing's name, intending to provoke Su Ran. While Su Ran was indulging with his betrothed, this was simply intolerable. Even with Mu Bai's strong capacity to endure, he found himself at his limit in this moment. Just a wall separated him from seeing Su Ran cradling his fiancée in slumber, a blatant mockery directed at him. Ah, that wretched Su Ran. A mere side disciple of the Zhu family. What right does he have to treat me in such a manner? The entirety of the Star Luo Empire belongs to the Dai family. How dare you, a lowly commoner, insult me so? I, Mu Bai, vow to kill you if I do not seek vengeance in this lifetime. Mu Bai roared, his voice thick with hatred. And Zhu Zhuqing. How could she betray him by seeking another man? Did she not recognize her own standing? His voice rang loud, and it was evident that both Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran heard him. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing lay in Su Ran's embrace, frowning upon hearing his words. Currently, she shared no ties with Mu Bai. Even Mu Bai's father, the reigning emperor of the Star Luo Empire, had acknowledged her relationship with Su Ran. What was Mu Bai in comparison? With such a lack of virtue, he was worlds apart from Su Ran. Even if her relationship with Mu Bai could not be reversed, she would never marry him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a mission. Expose your relationship with Zhu Zhuqing in front of all the faculty and students. Thus slapping Mu Bai's face. Mission reward, 500 skill points. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Ran broke into a smile. He glanced at the girl in his arms and said, I will reveal the truth shortly, letting everyone know who your true fiancé is. You have no connection with Mu Bai. If Mu Bai dares to persist after seeing our marriage certificate, I shall ensure he is rendered incapable of self-sufficiency. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. She had long desired to sever ties with Mu Bai. Now she was Su Ran's fiancée and had no relation to Mu Bai. She did not wish for him to spread tales of their past. Oscar observed Mu Bai, who lay on the ground, seemingly possessed by madness, and opened his mouth but could not find the words. From Mu Bai's utterances, he discerned many things. It turned out that Mu Bai was a prince of the Star Luo Empire. His identity was indeed extraordinary, a prince. That was a status of utmost superiority. Yet he still couldn't comprehend the intricate relationships between Mu Bai, Su Ran, and Zhu Zhuqing. From what had transpired, it seemed Mu Bai intended to leverage his princely status to oppress Su Ran and seize his woman. Of course, this was merely Oscar's conjecture. He remained utterly perplexed. But given Mu Bai's past behavior, this seemed the most plausible explanation. Mu Bai, I'll take my leave first, Oscar announced before departing swiftly. He had no desire to involve himself in the enmity between Mu Bai and Su Ran. His impression of Su Ran was favorable, at least for now. Both Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing appeared to be decent individuals. In contrast, Mu Bai had previously provoked Xiao Wu and suffered a brutal beating from Su Ran. Now, was he attempting to lay hands on Zhu Zhuqing, another woman close to Su Ran? Even with his princely status, he couldn't act with such impunity. After Oscar left, Mu Bai continued to roar in fury before slowly rising to his feet. His gaze was icy and devoid of emotion. "Once I expose your disgraceful conduct to the dean, let's see if you still have the audacity to remain in this academy," he muttered. As he walked away, a scheme took shape in his mind to summon all the academy's instructors to arbitrate in his favor. By then, even if Flinder and the others were biased, they couldn't twist the truth. He and Zhu Zhuqing were bound by a betrothal. When the time came, he would relish watching Su Ran and that shameless woman lose face. What kind of woman would betray her fiancé and give her purity to an outsider? He had once believed Zhu Zhuqing to be a paragon of virtue, but now he saw her for what she truly was, nothing more than a disgrace. Chapter 87. The betrothal letter revealed irrefutable proof. Who truly is Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé? In the grand hall of Shrek Academy, Flinder and several other senior instructors were nursing headaches. Flinder, Zhao Wuji, Xiao Xinxiao, Li Yusong, and others had been summoned by Mu Bai, naturally, to adjudicate his grievance. The mere thought of his breathtakingly beautiful fiancée, who had always treated him with indifference and refused even to let him hold her hand, willingly sharing a bed with Su Ran, filled him with unbearable agitation. His untouched, pristine fiancée, whose delights he had never savored, had been stolen by that scoundrel Su Ran during his absence from the Star Luo Empire. The audacity, the treachery. Zhu Zhuqing was his betrothed, yet now Su Ran held her in his arms, whispering sweet nothings, even consummating their relationship. Such a violation of morality. He refused to believe Flinder and the others would shield Su Ran in the face of such evidence. No matter how prodigious Su Ran's talents, such misconduct demanded severe punishment. Dean, Vice Dean, esteemed instructors, I implore you to uphold justice for me. Su Ran is nothing but a beast. She is my fiancée. Mu Bai knelt on the ground, weeping and lamenting in utter despair. His hands clutched at Flinder's trousers, determined that he would not rise unless Flinder assisted him. He had been brutally tormented by Su Ran, who had resorted to despicable means to pursue his fiancée. If he could not find solace in this situation, he might as well be dead. Mu Bai, is it truly the case that Zhu Zhuqing is your fiancée? Flinder inquired, a twinge of pain evident in his voice. He was aware of the relationship between the Dai and Zhu families, yet he sensed that the matter might be more complex than it appeared. Having observed Zhu Zhuqing over the past few days, he believed she was not the type of woman to betray her commitments. Moreover, Su Ran did not seem to possess such a character either. Director, it is indeed true, Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancée. Su Ran shamelessly associates with her, and I implore you to expel Su Ran from the academy. His character is questionable, and even if the academy has nurtured him into a formidable individual, he will only become a menace, Mu Bai asserted, his emotions running high. Listening to Mu Bai, the other teachers exchanged weary glances, their heads pounding from the unexpected turn of events surrounding Su Ran. Su Ran, a prodigious talent of unparalleled caliber, is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. Such a youth is a rarity in this world. With a mere gesture, countless women would undoubtedly flock to him, some even willing to lay upon his bed, eagerly awaiting his favor. A genius of this magnitude would undoubtedly bring glory to Shrek Academy. However, in light of the recent events, what course of action should they take? The Academy's motto is quite explicit: a grave mistake warrants expulsion. Must they truly expel Su Ran now? Several teachers felt a pang of sorrow. After all, Su Ran is an extraordinary genius. If it comes to that, they must adhere to the regulations. Flinder, too, was deeply pained, for Su Ran was the one he had guided into the institution. He held immense expectations for Su Ran, even granting him the unique privilege of attending classes at his discretion, allowing him to manage his own time. In Flander's eyes, Su Ran's worth surpassed that of all others in Shrek Academy combined. Yet, Su Ran has taken away Mu Bai's fiancée, and he must provide an explanation to Mu Bai. If a school cannot uphold fairness and justice, how can it maintain its standing? Flander, this is rather inappropriate. Zhao Wujie could not help but interject. He valued talent highly. Su Ran was no ordinary genius. Typical individuals could be disregarded, but a prodigy of Su Ran's caliber, a once-in-a-millennium talent, would be irreplaceable if lost. Alas, Flander sighed, shaking his head. He was a man of principles. Even if Su Ran were a genius, he would still be held accountable for his misdeeds. Principal, vice principal, esteemed teachers, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing entered the hall hand in hand. Su Ran, clad in a flowing black robe, exuded elegance and charm, while Zhu Zhuqing, in a stunning black dress, appeared ethereal and captivating. Together, they resembled a celestial couple, evoking a sense of reluctance among the teachers. Setting aside the engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Mu Bai, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing were indeed a perfect match. Zhu Zhuqing possessed a beauty that could topple nations, while Su Ran was a singular genius. A beauty paired with a genius. What a splendid combination. What a pity, Flander lamented. Regardless of whether his words might hurt Su Ran or provoke him to the point of leaving the academy, he felt compelled to speak. Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing. How can you brazenly hold hands in such a manner? Do you not regard your teachers at all? And what do you think of me? Seeing Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing in such an intimate display, Mu Bai's anger erupted, his eyes reddening as he shouted. At this critical moment, they had the audacity to be so openly together. Su Ran delivered a sharp slap, leaving a vivid crimson imprint upon Mu Bai's cheek. Waves of excruciating pain radiated from his face, yet it was not merely the physical agony that tormented him, but rather the profound sense of humiliation that pierced his heart. Su Ran, that scoundrel, has not only stolen his woman but has also struck him time and again. Now, he has audaciously slapped him directly across the face. Striking someone is one matter, but striking the face is a fundamental issue of dignity. Dean Flander, do you see this? Su Ran dares to hit me right in front of you. Mu Bai clutched Flander's trousers, weeping. At this moment, his heart was filled with profound desolation, as if the entire world had forsaken him. Fortunately, he held the moral high ground in this instance. Su Ran would undoubtedly face repercussions for his actions. However, the next moment, Mu Bai was rendered speechless by Su Ran's words, his anger rendering him mute. Dean, I accuse Mu Bai of harassing my fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing. Su Ran proclaimed. Mu Bai has always been of poor character. Previously, he harbored lewd intentions toward Xiao Wu. After I had dealt with him then, I thought he might show some restraint. Yet now he audaciously attempts to lay claim to my fiancée. What is more shocking is his brazen attempt to declare my fiancée as his own. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. You slanderer, Mu Bai retorted angrily. How can you utter such shameless lies with your eyes wide open? Does your conscience not ache? Mu Bai was incensed by Su Ran's audacity. For his betrothal to Zhu Zhuqing was a time-honored tradition spanning millennia. Was there any doubt about Zhu Zhuqing being his fiancée? At this moment, Dean Flander and several teachers were equally bewildered. Could it be that Mu Bai's claim over Zhu Zhuqing was indeed factual? However, Mu Bai presented no evidence. All eyes in the hall turned to Su Ran, who remained unfazed as he retrieved a marriage certificate from his bosom and handed it to Flander. Dean, this is the marriage certificate between Zhu Zhuqing and me. This document serves to validate our relationship. Chapter 88. The bullying has gone too far. When Su Ran produced the marriage certificate, the entire hall fell silent. Dean Flander and the other teachers stared at Su Ran in astonishment. Upon witnessing Su Ran's calm demeanor, their apprehensions began to dissipate. It seemed they had misjudged Su Ran. How could such a prodigious talent possibly engage in such disgraceful conduct? Su Ran is indeed a prodigious talent. What kind of woman could he possibly desire that is beyond his reach? Conversely, Mu Bai seems to indulge in a life of revelry in Soto City almost daily. Having previously attempted to flirt with the newly admitted female student, Xiao Wu, albeit unsuccessfully. Su Ran's assertion that Mu Bai harbors intentions towards Zhu Zhuqing is not entirely unfounded. After all, a girl like Zhu Zhuqing, if they were younger, would certainly evoke feelings of infatuation. Her alluring figure and youthful, delicate visage create a powerful allure that captivates countless men. Given Mu Bai's character, his desire to pursue Zhu Zhuqing is indeed understandable. Su Ran, you truly are despicable, capable of fabricating a marriage certificate. How prepared you are, Su Ran. Dean. Su Ran is nothing but a contemptible scoundrel, even going so far as to forge a marriage certificate. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. And then there is Zhu Zhuqing. As Mu Bai, with bloodshot eyes, glares at Su Ran, roaring in fury. Smack. Su Ran delivers another slap, this time striking the unscathed side of Mu Bai's face, leaving a crimson mark upon it. Mu Bai cries out in pain. Su Ran's physical strength is formidable, and the force behind that slap is no trifling matter. Su Ran, are you still hitting me? You steal my fiancé, and then strike me? Mu Bai exclaims. Dean, you must stand up for me. Esteemed teachers, you have all witnessed Su Ran's blatant aggression here, showing utter disregard for your authority. He yells, cupping his face. His words somewhat slurred as his visage bears the marks of Su Ran's assault. Fearful of further violence, he prepares to cower behind Flander. However, what he could never have anticipated is another slap heading his way. This blow is even more forceful than Su Ran's, rendering Mu Bai momentarily dazed. For it is not Su Ran who strikes him, but Flander. At this moment, Flinder can no longer contain his fury, realizing he nearly misjudged Su Ran. This is indeed a legitimate marriage certificate between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, bearing the name of Zhu's patriarch, Zhu Zihua, along with the family seal and a duke's seal. This document is as authentic as can be. The possibility of forgery is utterly non-existent. The two seals, symbols of immense nobility and authority, are beyond reproach. If such items could be faked, then the imperial seals would be ubiquitous across the land. These seals are crafted from exceedingly precious materials. How could they be counterfeited? Thus, it is confirmed that Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing are, without a doubt, engaged. Upon this realization, Flinder's anger ignites. Had Su Ran failed to present the marriage certificate today, he might have genuinely misjudged the relationship between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing. Su Ran is an extraordinary talent. To lose such a genius due to a misunderstanding would be a tremendous loss. Zhu Zhuqing is also an exceptionally pure and beautiful maiden, for whom honor is of utmost importance. How dare Mu Bai, that scoundrel, claim that Zhu Zhuqing is his fiancée, tarnishing her reputation? Such behavior is utterly despicable. Dean. The marriage certificate presented by Su Ran is a forgery, a fabrication. Esteemed teachers, please discern the truth. Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancée, Mu Bai declared. Refusing to believe that the marriage certificate between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing could be legitimate. Zhu Zhuqing is his betrothed. How could that certificate possibly be authentic? Mu Bai's gaze swept over Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, who were intimately embracing each other. Zhu Zhuqing's voluptuous figure and delicate waist were glaringly evident to him. She is his fiancée, so stunning and uniquely shaped. Why then is she in Su Ran's arms? Moreover, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing were alone together, clearly enjoying one another's company. What transpired between them was painfully obvious. Su Ran, a shameless wretch, was no different than himself. How could such a breathtaking woman as Zhu Zhuqing be easily let go by him? In the future, Su Ran would likely enjoy an even more blissful existence. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing shared a dormitory. What Su Ran might do next was all too clear. However, it was fortunate that he had exposed Su Ran's grotesque facade. Perhaps Su Ran would think twice before engaging too intimately with Zhu Zhuqing again. When that moment arrives, he might still pursue Zhu Zhuqing. His fiancée had been sullied by Su Ran, yet her beauty and figure remained impeccable. Nevertheless, she would merely be an ordinary plaything to him, devoid of any genuine affection. His only desire was to see Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing suffer as he had been humiliated. How could there be such a student at Shrek Academy? Su Ran has provided evidence, yet you still slander him. Both Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing are innocent, while you continue to besmirch their names. Flinder struck Mu Bai across the face once more, interrupting his delusions. At that moment, the numerous teachers behind Flinder had also examined the marriage certificate Su Ran had presented, confirming its authenticity without a trace of deceit. They glared at Mu Bai, who had gone too far this time. Fabrication? Names can be forged, but that seal is undeniably genuine. Even at this juncture, you still wish to argue? Flinder, incensed, picked up a nearby ruler and swung it at Mu Bai. They had almost lost the genius student Su Ran forever due to Mu Bai's slander. They had nearly harmed both Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, and even Xiao Wu, because of this defamation. Now, with Mu Bai's lies exposed by Su Ran, he continued to argue, showing no remorse whatsoever. At this juncture, rather than contemplating a way to salvage the situation, one is intent on tarnishing Su Ran's reputation. Can Mu Bai still be considered a person of integrity? Flinder relentlessly lashes out at Mu Bai, his fury leaving no room for mercy. While Mu Bai's anguish cries resonate, painting a picture of utter desolation. He cannot fathom where the misstep occurred. Could it be that Flinder, with all his discernment, fails to see the counterfeit marriage certificate? Meanwhile, Su Ran stands aside, observing with a sense of satisfaction as Flinder administers punishment to Mu Bai. Seizing the moment when no one is paying attention, Su Ran's hand gently caresses the curved contours of Zhu Zhuqing's form, savoring the delightful sensation. Before the eyes of Mu Bai, witnessing his torment while enjoying an intimate moment with Zhuqing is truly a splendid experience. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flush with a rosy hue as she nervously glances around, relieved to find that no one has noticed Su Ran's bold gesture. This scene eludes the attention of others, yet Mu Bai is acutely aware of it. Despair envelopes him. Where did it all go awry? Why is he the one enduring punishment, while Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing revel in their affection? Why is it that Su Ran can flaunt his love so freely, while he, Mu Bai, is beset by an unrelenting series of misfortunes? It defies logic, utterly nonsensical. He has never had the privilege of experiencing the softness he now observes being so brazenly enjoyed by Su Ran, especially in his presence, which feels like a deliberate humiliation. This is an unbearable affront. Chapter 89, Collapse, Departure from School, a Grand Gift for Davis. Teacher, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I intended for you to punish Su Ran today. Mu Bai continues to wail, still unable to comprehend how events spiraled into such chaos. Even if punishment is to be meted out, should it not be Su Ran who faces it? After all, he is the victim. Su Ran usurped his fiancée and seized his esteemed position at Shrek Academy. Moreover, Su Ran deliberately flaunted his affection for Zhu Zhuqing in front of him, seeking to provoke his ire. Yet, why was Flander punishing Su Ran while turning his wrath upon him? What transgression had he committed? He had done nothing at all, continually being besieged by Su Ran instead. Just moments ago, Su Ran had struck him forcefully across the face, and now Flander was meting out such harsh treatment upon him. What had become of this world? Was he, as a prince, destined to endure such misery? He had been mercilessly beaten by Davis since childhood and had narrowly escaped assassination at Davis's hands. In a desperate bid for survival, he had fled alone to the Heaven Do Empire, where he had finally experienced a few years of relative peace. Yet, his respite was fleeting, for Su Ran soon arrived. His betrothed had been taken from him, subjected to the utmost indignity at Su Ran's hands. Surely, he must be the most unfortunate prince in history. Dean, allow Mu Bai to behold the marriage contract. I am eager to see how he will justify himself, Su Ran declared, embracing Zhu Zhuqing's delicate waist and savoring the softness nestled within his grasp. He was determined to demonstrate to Mu Bai just how utterly ineffectual he truly was. Abandoning Zhu Zhuqing to indulge in revelry in Soto City, how could such a man dare aspire to possess her? It was a mere fantasy. A man like Mu Bai, devoid of responsibility, would find himself utterly powerless without Tang San's fortuitous aid. Even if granted 10 lives, he would still fall prey to Davis's hand. Zhu Zhuqing felt Su Ran's hand wandering about her waist, her cheeks flushing as she cast him a glance. Su Ran was incorrigibly mischievous. He intended to incite Mu Bai's fury. However, her feelings towards Mu Bai were far from favorable. Regardless of Su Ran's actions, she would steadfastly stand by his side in unwavering support. For a relationship to endure, a girl must understand her position and serve as a capable partner to Su Ran, lending him strength when needed. If a girl were to meddle excessively, even the most devoted partner would eventually grow weary. This was the wisdom imparted to her by her sister before they departed from Xinglua City. Flander restrained Mu Bai's hands and unveiled the marriage contract before him. Upon reading its contents, Mu Bai's composure shattered completely. No, this cannot be. Zhu Zhuqing should rightfully be my fiancée. How could Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing possibly share such a bond? The Dai and Zhu families have long engaged in matrimonial alliances. Why has this now devolved into such a predicament? Mu Bai's countenance turned ashen, his body trembling. As he began to fathom the dreadful truth, Zhu Zhuqing had indeed called off their engagement and entered into a contract with Su Ran. At this moment, he and Zhu Zhuqing shared not a single connection. Su Ran was now her betrothed. Moreover, the marriage certificate explicitly states the date of the union between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, coinciding with Zhu Zhuqing's coming-of-age ceremony. At present, Zhu Zhuqing remains a maiden, and in 6 years she shall transition into adulthood, embodying a nascent femininity that may surpass her current allure. After all, even as a young girl, Zhu Zhuqing possesses an exquisite figure. One can only imagine how she will blossom further in the future. Yet, what connection does Zhu Zhuqing have with him at that time? By her side stands Su Ran. The one Zhu Zhuqing cherishes is me. I am also her fiancé. Su Ran, embracing Zhu Zhuqing, sauntered deliberately toward Mu Bai, taunting him. Mu Bai, I have no association with you now, so I kindly ask you to be mindful of your future remarks. Furthermore, my betrothal to Su Ran has received royal endorsement. Nestled in Su Ran's arms, Zhu Zhuqing asserted resolutely. She wished to sever any ties with Mu Bai, especially those of an emotional nature. Her heart belongs solely to Su Ran and no one else. Previously, due to the alliance of the Dai and Zhu families, she had no choice. Now that Su Ran has defied convention, she cherishes their hard-won love immensely. She desires that no impurities or blemishes tarnish the bond between herself and Su Ran. So it is true. Mu Bai's gaze turned frigid as he comprehended the reality of the situation. The Zhu family had forsaken him, and though they annulled his engagement to Zhu Zhuqing, it was even more disheartening that the royal family had acquiesced. His father had consented to the dissolution of his engagement and permitted Su Ran to claim his betrothed. However, upon noticing the golden token in Su Ran's grasp, he realized that Davis must be the orchestrator behind this scheme. A prince cast aside would only be the subject of ridicule and could never ascend the throne. Davis had aided Su Ran in seizing Zhu Zhuqing. Davis. Mu Bai's fists clenched tightly, the veins in his arms bulging. How dare Davis bestow his fiancée upon Su Ran? Such a maneuver was indeed ruthless. Yet, Su Ran was not someone whom Davis could control. Davis's fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, is Zhu Zhuqing's elder sister, possessing a figure even more voluptuous and flawless than Zhu Zhuqing's. He could not fathom that Su Ran would remain indifferent. One day, Davis would come to loathe his decision. So, you conspired together, merely to humiliate me? To insult you? What of it? Mu Bai, the sensation of holding Zhuqing's hand is rather delightful, isn't it? If I recall correctly, you have never even touched Zhuqing's hand, have you? Moreover, in the evening, Su Ran leaned close to Mu Bai's ear and whispered softly, his voice barely above a murmur, such that even Mu Bai could only discern Su Ran's intent through his lip movements. Ah, Su Ran, I shall make you pay dearly, Mu Bai roared, channeling his soul power as he launched a fierce punch toward Su Ran. At this very moment, he no longer cared whether he was a match for Su Ran. His dignity had been trampled upon, and even though he was far from being Su Ran's opponent, he felt compelled to strike against him. Su Ran and Davis are the lifelong enemies of his existence. Su Ran's contempt for him, trampling on his dignity, made Su Ran even more detestable than Davis. At this juncture, he remained unrepentant. Witnessing Mu Bai suddenly attack Su Ran, Zhao Wujin could no longer stand by. With the marriage certificate in hand, what further actions could Mu Bai contemplate? Was he merely acting out of shame and anger? The academy was hardly a place for Mu Bai's frivolous antics. Mu Bai, how dare you lay a hand on him? Shouted Li Yusong, who was equally incensed, having not felt such fury in decades. Mu Bai sought to steal Su Ran's fiancée, and now, exposed for his misdeeds, he still contemplated violence against Su Ran. Surely, their academy's greatest prodigy was not one Mu Bai could harm. Without hesitation, Li Yusong unleashed his martial spirit, a dragon-patterned staff, and struck Mu Bai's arm with a golden rod. A surge of pain coursed through Mu Bai, propelling him backward. In that moment, despair enveloped his heart. He had suffered greatly at Su Ran's hands, yet the teachers continued to side with Su Ran. How absurd. Mu Bai, if you dare to act so recklessly again, I will have no choice but to expel you from the academy, Flander declared angrily. Mu Bai's behavior was utterly outrageous. Just because someone else's girlfriend was beautiful, did he have the right to harass her? Having repeatedly troubled Su Ran's fiancée, it was only just that Su Ran retaliated. Had he encountered someone more temperamental, Mu Bai would likely be bedridden by now. Even now, Mu Bai showed no hint of remorse, which only fueled Flander's ire further. Regardless of Mu Bai's privileged status, if he strayed from the path, he would be expelled without hesitation. Ah, Shrek Academy, a place of principles indeed. Perhaps it is best for me to take my leave. He scoffed. I am a prince of the Star Luo Empire, of noble birth. What can you do to punish me? The humiliation I suffered today, I shall remember it well. With a bitter glare at everyone in the hall, Mu Bai stormed out. What a wretched individual. I ought to teach him a lesson. Zhao Wujin fumed, infuriated by Mu Bai's words. He could hardly believe how Mu Bai perceived his situation. What was he, a fallen prince, worth in the grand scheme? Let him go, Flanders sighed. We share in the blame for his current state. In the past, we were too lenient while he wandered astray. His transformation is partly our fault. With a shake of his head, Flander allowed Mu Bai to depart. A leopard cannot change its spots. Even if Mu Bai were to remain, with female students in the academy, his lecherous nature could lead to unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, Su Ran smiled enigmatically as he watched Mu Bai's retreating figure. It was time for Davis to take care of him. Mu Bai's strength was feeble. Any soul master or soul king could easily extinguish him. Consider this my parting gift to you, Su Ran murmured. Having captured Zhu Zhuqing's affection, he felt it only fitting to offer Davis some recompense. And Mu Bai serves as this compensation, as long as he informs Davis of Mu Bai's whereabouts. The latter's survival is rendered impossible. Chapter 90. Su Ran's terrifying buff. Su Ran gazed at the retreating figure of Mu Bai, finding the scene somewhat amusing. Davis sought to exchange Mu Bai's fiancée for his own assistance. He aimed to barter Mu Bai's life for Davis's fiancée. In truth, had Davis's wife been a tad less appealing, he might have forged a commendable friendship with Davis. However, how could he overlook the allure of Zhu Zhuqing? The exquisite voluptuousness of her form is truly unparalleled in this world, with a silhouette that is both voluptuous and yet delicately slender in other aspects. Such a physique is a rarity that one might not find a second instance of across the entire continent. Thus, he would certainly not relinquish his claim. An innocent man may bear no guilt, yet possessing a treasure can invite calamity. Davis embodies the fate of a mere pawn. Su Ran, Davis, and the royal family share no genuine affection. On the surface, they appear to treat him well, but it is merely a faade built upon the talents and strength he has painstakingly earned. They seek to exploit him for their own gain. Had his talents been slightly less remarkable, he would not enjoy his current standing. Thus, even if the royal family treats him with kindness now, he cannot truly believe in their goodwill. Among the imperial lineage, even blood relatives turn against one another. How could he, an outsider, expect better? In the future, it is likely the royal family will find a reason to clash with him, perhaps even resenting him. At that juncture, it is conceivable he might not only covet Davis's wife but also his throne. After all, with Zhu Yun's influence in the mix, such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility. How splendid it would be to be an emperor, to establish multiple consorts at will. If the emperor issues a decree and his precious daughter is not presented, calamity is sure to follow. However, one must consider that the daughters of powerful families, the saintly maidens, would not heed his commands. A harem devoid of exquisite beauties, filled instead with mediocre individuals, serves little purpose. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 skill points. The host now possesses a total of 600 skill points. The system, observing Su Ran's recent acquisition of Zhu Zhuqing and his aspirations to become an emperor with multiple consorts, could not help but roll its eyes. The host had yet to secure a harem with Xiao Wu and already dared to dream so grandly. Su Ran, what are you looking at? At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, shaking Su Ran's arm in confusion. I was watching Mu Bai. It is for the best that he has left. It spares you from future disturbances. Su Ran replied, gently brushing Zhu Zhuqing's long black hair that cascaded down her back. He harbored an unspoken thought that today might be the last time he saw Mu Bai. Once Davis received word from him, he would ensure there was no trace left behind. Su Ran understood better than anyone the strategies at Davis's disposal. To be a true man, one must be ruthless against enemies, he mused. Su Ran, Zhuqing, today's events nearly led us to misunderstand you, Mu Bai stated. He claimed you were his fiancée and appeared so woeful that we almost believed him. Had we not seen the marriage certificate you presented, we might have been misled. Flander looked at Su Ran with regret. They had placed too much trust in Mu Bai. Seeing him in such distress made them genuinely think Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée. Had Su Ran not produced the certificate, he and Zhu Zhuqing might have faced wrongful accusations. Reflecting on this, Flander felt a profound sense of guilt. The other teachers, recalling the earlier scene, broke into a cold sweat. Had they truly believed Mu Bai's fabrications, they might have inadvertently driven Su Ran away. If Su Ran were to leave, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu would undoubtedly follow. It was vital to note that the three of them constituted nearly half of Shrek Academy's student body. Now that Mu Bai has departed, only Oscar and Ma Hongjun remain at Shrek Academy. Oscar, a food-type soul master endowed with innate full soul power, possesses remarkable talent. Yet his martial soul is of the support category. Although support-type soul masters enjoy a revered status, respect cannot be demanded, it must be earned. Oscar's sausage martial soul pales in comparison to the formidable powers of the Ning family that enhance combat abilities. The 7 treasure glaze tile, which amplifies fighting prowess, is coveted even by the soul masters of the Spirit Hall. Would the Pope not envy the enhancements provided by the 7 treasure glaze tile? If a level 99 soul master were to be aided by a soul saint possessing the 7 treasure glaze tile martial soul, their combat capabilities would soar to astonishing heights. Indeed, the 7 treasure glaze tile is the only support martial soul that garners immense admiration, while other support-type soul masters remain far less esteemed. Ma Hongjun, though endowed with commendable talent, faces limitations imposed by his martial soul, leaving his future uncertain and fraught with the potential for premature decline. Even if he does not falter, his body may ultimately succumb to exhaustion. Fields do not become depleted without overworked oxen. Even the most diligent ox will eventually falter. After all, as the ox toils, the field flourishes, becoming ever more fertile and flavorful. Dean, esteemed teachers, there is no need for such distress. Mu Bai's actions have indeed been egregious. Had he not sought to escalate matters deliberately today, I would have kept these grievances to myself. After all, We are classmates, Su Ran remarked. Well said. What our Shrek Academy lacks is precisely individuals like you, Flander exclaimed with hearty laughter, patting Su Ran on the shoulder. It appears that Su Ran possesses not only terrifying talent, but also noble qualities worthy of emulation by his peers. Indeed, the future of Shrek Academy rests upon your shoulders. Zhao Wuji added. By the way, I intend to appoint you as a teaching assistant at our Shrek Academy. What do you think? Of course, we may not be able to offer an exorbitant salary, Flander said cheerfully, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Su Ran's ability to reach such heights in cultivation is undoubtedly no mere coincidence. Su Ran must possess his own cultivation method, otherwise, how could he have reached such a remarkable level of mastery? At his tender age, Su Ran has reached the extraordinary level of a soul master. A feat attributed not only to his remarkable talent, but also to his unique cultivation methods. This? Su Ran appeared utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that Flinder would soon enlist him for menial tasks. Just one class a week or two, provided you have the time. Of course. Your current cultivation is of utmost importance, Flinder stated, ensuring that Su Ran would not neglect his primary endeavors to impart knowledge to the students of Shrek Academy. Very well. Su Ran nodded, acquiescing to Flinder's request. Given his present capabilities, he deemed that merely playing a tune, painting a picture, or writing a few characters would suffice for them to reap countless benefits. After all, Su Ran was currently endowed with remarkable enhancements. Principal, Zhu Zhuqing and I shall take our leave now, Su Ran remarked, pulling Zhu Zhuqing along as they turned to depart. Will you attempt a class tomorrow? Flinder inquired. Sure. Su Ran waved his hand dismissively. With his formidable enhancements, was there truly a need for formal instruction? He could effortlessly assist them in overcoming their bottlenecks and achieving breakthroughs. Naturally, each individual could only gain significant benefits from him 3 times at most. At this moment, Su Ran remained blissfully unaware of the true extent of his abilities. Years later, his calligraphy and paintings would fetch astronomical prices at auctions, with countless titled Douluos yearning to glean the mysteries of the realms from his art. Moreover, there were divine aspirants who, through Su Ran's creations, would attain deeper insights and enhanced affinity with the divine. However, these events lay far in the future. Chapter 91. The poem completed. A state of total enlightenment. Early the next morning, Su Ran traveled to Soto City to send a letter to Davis, informing him of Mu Bai's situation. How Davis would choose to deal with Mu Bai was beyond his concern. To Su Ran, Mu Bai was merely a minor stepping stone, a fallen prince devoid of power or influence, with numerous adversaries seeking his demise. Such a figure posed no threat to him. Indeed, he perceived Davis as the greater menace. Having relayed the news about Mu Bai, Su Ran returned to the academy in the afternoon. Su Ran, what will you teach us today? Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu each linked their arms with his, eagerly inquiring. Yesterday, Principal Flinder had mentioned that Su Ran would be instructing them in their cultivation, which had sparked their anticipation. Xiao Wu, aware of Su Ran's identity as a rare beast, was not particularly surprised by his talent. However, Zhu Zhuqing, oblivious to such details, viewed Su Ran as utterly unique through the lens of affection. Naturally, she was excited at the prospect of learning from him. Although Xiao Wu recognized Su Ran's extraordinary background, she too felt a sense of anticipation. For he was a rare beast, and the peculiarities surrounding him were boundless. For countless years, no one had truly comprehended the extent of a rare beast's abilities. Beyond the auspicious aura and several formidable attributes, there are other aspects, even the powerful fierce beasts guarding the auspicious creatures, that remain largely unexamined. You will soon come to understand. Su Ran stifled a yawn, accustomed as he was to sleeping with Zhu Zhuqing, and now faced with the prospect of solitary slumber. His sleep quality had significantly diminished. Did you not sleep well? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her concern evident as she observed Su Ran's demeanor. How could I? Su Ran retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. My wife is not beside me. How could I possibly rest? I shall not indulge you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her cheeks flushing. If you cannot sleep, let Xiao Wu keep you company. I will not be going. She pushed Xiao Wu out. Recalling that every time she spent the night with Su Ran, it took her considerable time to fully recover. If she were to remain by his side continuously, her body could hardly endure it. She remembered their first night together. She was entirely bruised, having to wear long pants for quite some time before daring to don a skirt again. Even later, her condition improved only marginally, dependent as it was on Su Ran's mood. Were it not for her persistent pleas, he would have continued his relentless teasing. Hearing Zhu Qing's words, Xiao Wu's face turned crimson as she furtively glanced at Su Ran, quickly lowering her head. In such matters, regardless of the type of girl, a certain shyness is inevitable. Oh, what do you say, darling Xiao Wu? Su Ran turned his gaze towards her. To pursue a girl requires such audacity. What was that phrase? Taking liberties. Seize the opportunity and draw closer. How could one establish a harem without a thick skin? You do as you wish, Xiao Wu replied. Her voice barely above a whisper, her face aglow with embarrassment as Zhu Zhuqing remained present, leaving her flustered by Su Ran's inquiry. Very well. Tonight. I shall come find you after a refreshing wash, Su Ran whispered near Xiao Wu's ear, the warm breath sending a tingling sensation across her skin, rendering her cheeks a vivid shade of crimson, as if they might bleed. The delightful shivers coursed through her entire being, leaving her at a loss. Enough of this for now. You are an assistant teacher now. If what you present does not meet our expectations, I shall not acquiesce. Xiao Wu hastily redirected the conversation. Then you must be prepared. What I shall present today is indeed remarkable, Su Ran replied with a smile. When they arrived at the square, Ma Hongjun and Oscar had been waiting there for quite some time, along with several teachers from Shrek Academy, all eager to discern how Su Ran, a prodigy, comprehended cultivation and his unique methods. Ran Gu, Ma Hongjun and Oscar greeted Su Ran with enthusiasm, unable to contain their anticipation. They were certain that anything Su Ran, this unparalleled talent, might share would greatly benefit them. Please, form a line, Su Ran instructed, positioning Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu alongside Oscar and the others. After all, he is now an assistant teacher and must treat his role with the utmost seriousness. In truth, I have little to impart to you. It is up to you to glean your own insights. The extent of your understanding will be your own fortune, Su Ran stated. However, a single phrase ignited the curiosity of everyone present. What exactly was Su Ran intending to do? Instantly, the eyes of all the teachers and students in attendance turned towards him as they beheld Su Ran approaching the stone platform at the very front of the playground. At this moment, Su Ran stood upon the stone platform, his longsword pulsating with a surge of spiritual energy. Rays of sword light emanated forth, cascading onto a nearby stone wall, resulting in a shower of debris cascading to the ground. Su Ran stood motionless, casually waving the long sword in his hand as if it were a brush. The elegant and carefree manner in which he wielded the blade captivated all who beheld him. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Ran with rapt admiration, for at that moment, his aura was truly unparalleled. Even Oscar and Ma Hongjun could not help but feel moved. Despite being men themselves, who wouldn't yearn for such unrestrained freedom? If this young man were to fail, it would indeed defy the natural order. Flander couldn't help but sigh. Even with his extensive experience, he had never encountered a man like Su Ran. He began to understand why gifted young women like Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu would choose to share a partner, remaining by Su Ran's side. Such a man. Could the world possibly harbor another? Su Ran's brilliance is such that it renders other geniuses pale in comparison. It is no exaggeration to assert that none from this era's luminaries can claim dominion in his presence. A hint of sword intent flows like a myriad of rivers, while two sleeves of white clouds stretch toward the boundless sky. The figure of a chivalrous spirit dances in elusive shadows, while the jade palaces stand in desolate solitude. As the final character on the wall is inscribed, a faint metallic sound, reminiscent of a sword being drawn, seems to emanate from that very wall. Su Ran sheathes his sword and leaps down. In that moment, the wall instantaneously fractures into countless fissures, intricately connecting as they weave together. When all the cracks unite, the entire stone surface trembles slightly before gradually shedding small fragments. At this juncture, everyone beheld the contents of the wall. A striking line of characters emerged, seemingly breaking free from the stone itself. The characters, robust yet imbued with a subtle sword aura, captivated onlookers, drawing them into a trance. As they savored these words, these verses, those present found themselves utterly enchanted. They had not anticipated Su Ran's extraordinary talent to extend so far beyond his already unparalleled aptitude in cultivation, revealing an even more exceptional brilliance. Su Ran, is he still a normal person? How is it that he seems to possess knowledge of everything, and with such mastery? Flinder and the others couldn't help but marvel. However, what could Su Ran possibly enlighten them about? What is there to comprehend? Flinder pondered. He blinked and gazed at the characters on the wall. For some inexplicable reason, a sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind. Things that had once been obscure became undeniably clear in that fleeting moment. Simultaneously, the speed at which his soul power circulated within him dramatically accelerated. and it continued to quicken. The cultivation bottleneck that had confined him for over a year suddenly seemed trivial. At this moment, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. "Old Zhao, guard me," Flinder shouted, feeling as though he had found the opportunity for advancement, ready to have Xiao Wujing protect him. However, when he turned to look at Xiao Wujing and the others, he was instantly taken aback. Chapter 92. Epiphany for all. Flinder's thoughts at this moment. Beside Flinder, Xiao Wujing had already closed his eyes, his soul power withdrawn, entering a wondrous state. The other teachers, Xiao Xinxiao and Li Yusong, were similarly entranced. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, they had already assumed meditative postures, their soul power surging, all displaying signs of imminent breakthroughs. Clearly, everyone had gained tremendous benefits from the wall. "Damn it," Flinder muttered under his breath, in that brief moment of distraction. The speed of his soul power's circulation had significantly slowed, and the opportunity for breakthrough that had just emerged seemed to be slipping away. Realizing this, Flinder dared not lose focus any longer. He sat cross-legged, channeling his soul power to assault the cultivation bottleneck of level 79. Such opportunities for breakthrough are rare. He certainly did not wish to squander this fortuitous moment. In an instant, the playground fell into silence. Meanwhile, Su Ran had left the playground. He felt somewhat helpless. He could not derive any understanding from his own calligraphy and paintings. These enhancements were inaccessible to him. In reality, most auxiliary-type Soul Master supportive abilities could not be applied to themselves. Su Ran returned to his dormitory and indulged in a lengthy afternoon nap. This evening, he had resolutely decided to consume Xiao Wu, so it was only natural for him to conserve his energy. He could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Xiao Wu's petite and slender figure, though not as voluptuous as Zhu Qing's, ignited a primal desire for possession within him. Each time he held Xiao Wu's delicate frame, he found himself irresistibly compelled to draw her into his embrace. Furthermore, he was curious about the number of skill points Xiao Wu might bestow upon him. He found himself in a dire financial predicament, possessing a mere 600 skill points. Earning skill points through quests was a painfully slow endeavor. Cultivating a harem proved to be a far more expedient solution. Last time, Zhu Qing had gifted him 3,000 skill points, and he surmised that Xiao Wu would yield at least that much, if not more. In a few days, Ning Rongrong would also arrive. Another opportunity to gain a substantial influx of skill points. However, Ning Rongrong's personality was rather prideful. It was quite normal for a young lady from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school to possess a few quirks. Yet, did this not add to the thrill? He had never bullied a girl before, and he imagined that Ning Rongrong still retained the personality that would cause her to cry for a long time after a mere punch. Furthermore, training his wife would evoke a delightful sense of nurturing. However, Tang San and the inept Xiao Gang were also on their way. According to the narrative, Tang San would arrive first, followed by Xiao Gang. Regardless of when Xiao Gang showed up, he was destined to face a humiliating outcome. Additionally, he intended to reveal Xiao Gang's true character to Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, two stunningly beautiful women. What right did Xiao Gang have to claim such legendary beauties? Su Ran was undeniably intrigued by these enchanting women. Although he had yet to encounter them, he could vividly imagine the allure exuded by their voluptuous and mature forms. Su Ran pondered over these thoughts, stifling a yawn before slipping into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, on the playground, the faculty and students of Shrek Academy remained enraptured in a state of enlightenment. After a considerable time, Zhao Wujie was the first to awaken. While his cultivation level had not significantly changed, the insights he gained far surpassed the mere enhancement of his abilities. His comprehension of his martial spirit had deepened considerably. With this newfound familiarity and understanding of his martial spirit, the prospect of advancing to the realm of Soul Douluo would become significantly simpler. Who exactly is Su Ran? Such prowess is truly formidable, Zhao Wujie murmured to himself as he surveyed the surroundings, noting that everyone else was ensnared in the same state he had previously experienced. Could it be that all who beheld the content on the wall would succumb to this state of enlightenment? It is truly terrifying. This is enlightenment, a state that is said to be encountered only once in a decade. In fact, most soul masters may never achieve such a state in their lifetimes. In this state of enlightenment, one temporarily enters a realm of clarity where all cultivation dilemmas find resolution in that fleeting moment. Although this state may not directly elevate a soul master's cultivation, the years of practice that follow an enlightenment experience will undoubtedly become much easier. Barriers that once seemed insurmountable can be confidently breached. Before long, Xiao Zhenxiao, a food-type soul sage, also emerged from his state of enlightenment, his face aglow with vitality. He exchanged a knowing smile with Zhao Wujie, clearly having reaped considerable benefits. Gradually, Li Yusong, Flanders, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun awakened in succession. At this moment, Ma Hongjun's cultivation had directly surged past the 27th level, while Oscar had broken through to the 29th level. Flanders had also experienced a notable advancement, reaching the 79th level. Just a step away from Soul Douluo. Congratulations, Flanders, you've moved closer to the realm of Soul Douluo, someone remarked. Yet, such a breakthrough seemed trivial compared to the enigma that was Su Ran. This extraordinary ability was beyond the ordinary. Flanders murmured at that moment. He could no longer regard Su Ran as merely a junior, but as a peer, a formidable force in his own right. Indeed, if word of Su Ran's capabilities were to spread, he would likely become the target of fervent competition among all factions. Moreover, the talents of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were equally remarkable. Should they attract the attention of powerful forces, it could lead to troublesome complications. If only those factions that are easier to negotiate with were involved. Some are not so amenable, Zhao Wujie expressed with concern. An innocent man may bear no guilt, yet possessing a treasure can be a curse. Although Shrek Academy boasted exceptionally gifted individuals, they lacked the means to protect them. Given Su Ran's extraordinary caliber and revolutionary spirit ring configuration, it was impossible for it not to cause a stir. Yes, I understand. I will devise a plan, Flanders nodded. He was well aware of this reality, but he already had a scheme in mind. Lanba Academy, that was her domain. Having watched Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, along with Xiao Wu, display their affection so openly, he found himself increasingly impatient with the unabashed joy they radiated. In the past, there were no female students at Shrek Academy, only a group of monks, yet he managed to remain composed. However, with Su Ran's arrival, displaying affection daily, who could possibly endure such a situation? Su Ran frequently embraced Zhu Qing and the others, indulging in tender moments. How could he not harbor thoughts? Yet, he held no particular interest in the likes of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, for he had someone special in mind. However, in a few days, Xiao Gang and his disciples would be enrolled. He had already conceded once to Xiao Gang. Must he do so again? Flandre could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Yet, Lu Erlong's affections lay with Xiao Gang. Flandre could not compel Erlong. A forced fruit is never sweet. If Lu Erlong did not reciprocate his feelings, what purpose would their union serve? His desire was for Lu Erlong's happiness. Her contentment would, in turn, bring him joy. You all keep watch over Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. Do not disturb their enlightenment, Flandre uttered, burdened with thoughts, as he gradually walked away. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were puzzled by Flandre's sudden shift in mood, but refrained from questioning it further. However, a few teachers familiar with Flandre understood the underlying sentiments. Flandre's philosophy on love was simple. If you are happy, then I am happy. Conversely, Su Ran held a different perspective. A fruit that is forced may not be sweet, yet it can quench one's thirst. For Su Ran, a woman unattainable to him was not to be possessed by another. If he could not win her heart, he would at least claim her body. He was not the type to remain unmoved while witnessing the woman he desired in another man's embrace. Time fosters affection. Yet Flandre had yet to grasp this truth. Only after Su Ran and Lu Erlong developed their feelings over time would he realize how misguided his previous beliefs had been. Of course, by then, he would sincerely wish for Su Ran and Lu Erlong's happiness, for seeing Lu Erlong radiant with joy would also bring him solace. Chapter 93, Xiao Wu's Embrace. In addition to the harem after Flandre departed, the remaining Shrek Academy faculty and students, having emerged from their moments of enlightenment, maintained a hushed reverence, their gazes fixed upon the inscriptions on the wall. 24 characters, each robust and vigorous, flowed with an unrestrained attitude. To see the words was akin to meeting the man himself. Through these characters, they could glean the essence of Su Ran's character. Yet, having experienced this moment of clarity once, they could no longer derive any further benefits from the poem. It was evident that this state of enlightenment was a singular opportunity for each individual. Su Ran is truly remarkable. Just now, I felt as though my martial soul had undergone some evolution. My mastery over flames has deepened significantly, Ma Hongjun remarked softly. Feeling fortunate he had not chosen to oppose Su Ran. Otherwise, such fortuitous moments would have eluded him. This was merely the beginning. Su Ran's casual script had already bestowed upon them such bountiful advantages. What wonders might the future hold? Indeed, Su Ran is extraordinary, Oscar concurred wholeheartedly. After the recent enlightenment, he had gained profound insights into his sausage martial soul, his cultivation advancing considerably, nearing the rank of soul sovereign. He now looked upon Su Ran with admiration and had resolved to revere him henceforth, to be a loyal subordinate, following the powerful and enjoying the spoils. Is it not enticing? Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's moments of enlightenment lasted longer than those of others. Su Ran's abilities offered a far greater enhancement to the harem and cherished companions than those of his peers. By the time Zhu Zhuqing awakened, her cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the 27th level, just a step away from the 28th. Furthermore, her comprehension of her martial soul, the nether spirit cat, had deepened significantly. Although Xiao Wu's strength did not progress much, she found answers to some challenges she faced regarding the rebirth of soul beasts during this epiphany, which was evidently more crucial than mere strength enhancement. In fact, had Su Ran played the lute, all the students and faculty of Shrek Academy below the Soul Sage level would have undoubtedly advanced by a rank, and even Flander and others would have gained considerable benefits. However, for a prodigy, the significance of a single level increase is rather trivial. The true treasure lies in the insights gained through cultivation. After such enlightenment, encountering a bottleneck in cultivation for a year or two becomes nearly impossible, which is evidently of greater importance than the mere elevation of rank. Of course, the depth of one's insights also depends on their aptitude. Those with poor comprehension may gain nothing beneficial. Yet, every student of Shrek Academy is a paragon of excellence, naturally endowed with remarkable insight. Wow, Zhuqing, you've broken through 2 levels. You're almost at 28. A fleeting glimmer of crimson light flashed in Xiao Wu's pupils. Unnoticed by others. We're all in the same boat, right? You must have reaped significant benefits as well, Zhu Zhuqing remarked with a subtle smile. Although no apparent change was discernible in Xiao Wu's cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing sensed a newfound difference in her, indicative of substantial gains. Indeed, Xiao Wu nodded, linking her arm with Zhu Zhuqing's. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She had made a promise to Su Ran for tonight. You should head back now. You have matters to attend to this evening, Zhu Zhuqing said meaningfully, while discreetly assessing Xiao Wu's figure. Tomorrow, she would inquire with Su Ran about whom he favored slightly more. After all, he had already experienced it. She was curious to hear his thoughts. Should his answer fail to satisfy her, well, he would certainly have to face the consequences. Su Ran was still unaware that Zhuqing was preparing to inquire about his mortality. However, when faced with such inquiries, Su Ran was not without his strategies. He could simply offer a vague response to evade the question. Zhuqing, do not speak foolishly, Xiao Wu whispered after glancing around. Following her remark, she exchanged a brief greeting with the teacher on the playground and departed, her mind heavy with thoughts. Upon returning to her dormitory, Xiao Wu immediately stepped into the bathroom to bathe. As she prepared to present herself to the one she cherished, she was exceedingly cautious, wishing to leave no blemish in Su Ran's mind. Additionally, she felt a sense of competition brewing within her. Although she shared a close bond with Zhuqing, she did not wish to be overshadowed by her. She was determined to showcase her most splendid self to Su Ran. After meticulous examination, satisfied that her body bore no imperfections, Xiao Wu donned a mid-length pink embroidered dress that gracefully reached her knees, complemented by a pair of white over-the-knee socks. She stood before the grand floor-length mirror at the bathroom door, scrutinizing her reflection for an extended period. As she admired the way her long hair was gathered into a scorpion tail braid, she hesitated not, deftly loosening her braid with her slender fingers. In an instant, her hair cascaded down like a waterfall, flowing freely behind her, reaching the length of her calves. At that moment, Xiao Wu appeared resplendent. The cascading locks softened her youthful charm, adding an alluring grace to her presence. The image of Su Ran flashed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth, her gaze imbued with tenderness. She recalled her mother's words, only when one encounters a person worthy of cherishing can they reveal their most beautiful self. Clearly, she had found such a person in Su Ran. Su Ran, the imperial divine beast, would surely bring joy to her mother upon learning that her beloved is a divine creature. When Xiao Wu knocked on Su Ran's dormitory door, Su Ran was momentarily rendered speechless by the sight of her. Before him stood Xiao Wu, exquisitely beautiful, a vision of perfection. It was only now that he comprehended why Xiao Wu, along with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, was regarded as the epitome of beauty in the first battle arena. She was undeniably stunning. Given a few more years, as the youthful innocence faded, her beauty would only become more transcendent. Brother Su Ran, what are you staring at? Xiao Wu, noticing the intensity of Su Ran's gaze, shyly lowered her head. She felt a mix of apprehension and excitement about what was to come. Yet, her heart fluttered with joy at being acknowledged by her beloved. How could she not be elated when faced with Su Ran's almost fervent adoration? You are truly beautiful. Su Ran could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to passionately kiss Xiao Wu. With her eyes closed, she surrendered to his affection. This night, she was solely his. Su Ran, regardless of her intentions, would always acquiesce. Of course, this was due to Xiao Wu's ignorance of Su Ran's brutality. Otherwise, she would inevitably regret her decision. With a swift motion, Su Ran kicked the door shut, securing it firmly. In an instant, she lifted Xiao Wu off her feet and hurled her onto the bed. At that moment, Su Ran transformed into a ravenous wolf. Chapter 94. I cannot allow you to be great, but I can. The morning sun poured into the room. Su Ran gradually awakened, cradling the delicate and enchanting Xiao Wu, who remained deeply asleep, showing no signs of stirring. Yet, Su Ran had no intention of rousing her. After all, Xiao Wu had not slept a wink the previous night. The youthful vigor of a boy is always abundant, inexhaustible. While most adolescents may find their energy waning when it is most needed, this is a notion applicable to the average person. For Su Ran, however, it was of little consequence. His physique had been significantly enhanced upon acquiring the Qilin bloodline, elevating his human state considerably. No one could doubt his capabilities. In a certain sense, he now existed at a life level superior to that of ordinary humanity. After all, possessing dual states, no human could surpass his abilities. In the realm of soul beasts, the auspicious beasts rank among the strongest. Of course, dragon-type soul beasts are even mightier. Their nature is inherently noble. A truth not merely spoken. Even the most refined and tranquil dragon-type soul beasts carry such genetics, deeply inscribed in their bloodlines, impervious to the will. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran inhaled the exotic fragrance emanating from the girl in his arms, exhaling a heavy sigh before gently dressing and washing his face. Careful not to disturb the sleeping beauty. Simultaneously, he checked the fluctuations in his skill points on the system interface. At that moment, the skill points displayed had surged from 600 to 4,600. As the heroine of the Douluo Continent, Xiao Wu's rewards were indeed substantial. Yet, Su Ran could not help but ponder a question. What kind of woman would grant him a staggering reward of 10,000 skill points? Would it be Bibi Dong, Qianren Xue, Poseidon, or perhaps the goddess of life? Su Ran pondered for a while but could not come to a conclusion, so he decided to let it be. Overthinking served no purpose. When the time came, understanding would come naturally. After finishing his morning routine, Su Ran headed directly to seek out Zhu Zhuqing, and together they strolled towards the cafeteria. However, before they could reach their destination, they were met with a cacophony of discordant voices. Please, just let me go. I truly can't take it anymore. I might break. A sharp female voice pierced through the air, tinged with agitation and a hint of fear and resistance. No, absolutely not. You cannot leave me. Even if we break up, you must give me a few more chances. A male voice responded, more animated than the girl-ass. It was evident that the commotion stemmed from Ma Hongjun and Sui Hua. Sui Hua was a young girl of 17 or 18, not particularly striking but decent enough in appearance. With a well-proportioned figure that suggested she was capable of motherhood. Her waist might have been slightly thick, yet it was still commendable. As a peasant girl, Sui Hua could hardly match the maintenance of the daughters from affluent families, but in the nearby village, her looks would certainly qualify her as the belle of the village. For Ma Hongjun, Sui Hua was indeed a suitable companion. In truth, Ma Hongjun was a decent fellow, marginally better than Mu Bai. At least he wasn't the type to abandon his partner. However, for him, Sui Hua was sufficient. Ma Hongjun lacked ambition. Even the finest wife would serve little purpose. In the original narrative, he had the potential to inherit a primary deity status but squandered it, ultimately becoming a secondary deity. This lower rank disallowed him from bringing anyone to the divine realm, leading to Bai Qinxiang's tragic demise. Throughout his time in Douluo Continent, Ma Hongjun remained by Bai Qinxiang's side, only achieving divinity after her passing. This aspect of his character showed a measure of integrity. Yet he could not safeguard his wife. Thus, Su Ran was prepared to expand his harem. After all, he recalled that Bai Qinxiang favored high-waisted crop tops and long trousers. Her physique well-maintained as a speed-oriented soul master. Ahem. Su Ran cleared his throat, interrupting the tumultuous scene between Ma Hongjun and Sui Hua. Ran Gu. Ma Hongjun exclaimed upon seeing Su Ran, quickly releasing his hold and greeting him with respect. Su Ran had risen to a position of high regard in Ma Hongjun's eyes. Quickly address him as Ran Gu, Ma Hongjun urged Sui Hua with a pointed glance. Ran Gu, Sui Hua echoed, bowing respectfully towards Su Ran, her surprise evident. Ma Hongjun, a talented soul master, was typically proud. It astonished her to see him so deferential to someone who appeared younger. However, the intricacies of the soul master realm eluded her understanding. To her, every soul master was an exalted being. What transpired? Su Ran inquired. Rangu, Suewa is my girlfriend. She hails from a nearby farm, and now she wishes to break up with me, Ma Hongjun confessed, scratching his head awkwardly. Really? Su Ran turned to Suewa, who was blushing profusely. Rangu, I simply cannot endure it any longer. My ordinary body is truly inadequate. I do not deserve him, Suewa lamented, her voice quivering with emotion. Upon hearing Suewa's candid words, Zhu Zhuqing, as a fellow woman, felt a flush of empathy, her gaze towards Suewa infused with compassion. She has experienced it profoundly. With Su Ran's knack for tormenting others, an ordinary person or a frail support-type soul master could potentially face life-threatening dangers. Even someone like her, a battle-oriented soul master who regularly trains, was rendered in such a state. One can only imagine the devastation that an ordinary individual or a support-type soul master would endure. They would likely need to recuperate for at least 10 days to half a month. Rangu, you must have heard of my condition. I cannot control myself. Ma Hongjun awkwardly explained. How he longed to live like an ordinary person. Can he truly be blamed for possessing such overwhelming strength? Evil fire? Su Ran furrowed his brow, plunging into deep contemplation. This scene did not escape Ma Hongjun's notice, and he was instantly filled with excitement. What kind of person is Su Ran? He is a divine being capable of benefiting all soul masters, even those formidable soul saints such as teachers. In his heart, Su Ran embodies the essence of divinity. Su Ran is shrouded in mystery, and there is a significant possibility that he can assist in resolving the issue of the malevolent fire. Suddenly, a muffled thud resounded as Ma Hongjun collapsed to his knees. In his heart, he believed that if Su Ran could not save him, then no one in the world could. Rangu, I implore you to help me, he pleaded. With your immense power, surely you can find a solution. If you refuse to assist me, I shall remain here on my knees. Ma Hongjun's desperate cries rendered Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing, and Suewa utterly speechless. Su Ran was indeed aware of the means to alleviate the malevolent fire, which involved the assistance of a soul master specializing in either ultimate ice or ultimate fire to purify the flame's essence. However, among the fire and ice soul masters of Dou-yi, only Shui Binger and Huowu possessed a modicum of strength. Yet their martial spirits had not reached the peak of their potential, unless they were to venture to the far north to seek the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. There was little hope of eliminating Ma Hongjun's malevolent fire. I am currently unable to resolve the issue of your malevolent fire, Su Ran stated, retrieving a white medicinal vial from his storage soul guide. This was naturally the product of his first lottery draw, distinct from Wei Ge, as it would not restore one to greatness but merely serve to diminish desires. Yet, Su Ran was uncertain of the potion's potential severity. Should its effect prove too overwhelming, he could always rely on his kidney treasure to replenish any losses. However, upon noticing Ma Hongjun's gradually thinning beard, he might lament the consequences of his actions. Once a mirror is shattered, even if it is repaired, it will still bear flaws, he mused, recalling instances when critical moments faltered. Chapter 95. Su Ran's incredibly powerful system. Is this potion truly effective? With a sense of responsibility towards Ma Hongjun, Su Ran inquired of the system. If the potion's potency were too fierce, it would be detrimental. Despite Ma Hongjun's shortcomings, he still referred to him as Rangu. Host, how am I to answer you? The system retorted, exasperated. This reward is intended for your use. Are you unaware of what you've put that girl through? The system's voice was tinged with annoyance as it cast an incredulous glance at Su Ran. When Su Ran acquired the Qilin bloodline, the system foresaw his impending strength. Hence the reward was bestowed upon him. After all, with the acquisition of the Qilin bloodline, his life essence had already transcended that of ordinary humans, rendering Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu unable to keep pace with him. No, absolutely not. Su Ran resolutely shook his head. The system had no understanding of his intentions. He would prefer to exercise restraint rather than consume such a potion. The system was not human, and thus could not comprehend a man's thoughts. However, should this potion be administered to Ma Hongjun, it was conceivable that he might yet ascend to divinity. In the original narrative, Ma Hongjun's inability to attain the first level of divinity was closely linked to his body being drained of vitality. With the consumption of this substance, Su Ran could essentially guarantee that Ma Hongjun, his little brother, would ascend to divinity. In such a case, it would indeed be feasible to assist Ma Hongjun in overcoming his predicament. This medicine was specifically designed for the host, and it could not possibly harm him. However, Ma Hongjuan's physique was considerably more fragile than that of his elder brother, which might amplify the effects. Nonetheless, it was unlikely that he would yield no results at all. The system lady explained, her cheeks flushed, not wishing to delve further into this matter. Though she was a system, she was also a girl, and felt quite bashful regarding such topics. Since that's the case, there is no problem, Su Ran nodded. At that moment, Ma Hongjun had already grasped the vial of medicine Su Ran had handed him, trembling with anticipation, utterly astonished that Ran Gu could genuinely provide him with assistance. As for the issue of the evil fire, I am currently unable to help you, but I will endeavor to do so when the opportunity arises, Su Ran elucidated, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Under the pretense of aiding his little brother with the evil fire, might he not seize the chance to rendezvous with Shui Binger and Huo Wu? Was that not a delightful prospect? At the Tianshui Academy, every girl was strikingly beautiful. After all, the academy had 3 criteria for admission: possessing water attributes, beauty, and meeting talent standards. It could be said that Tianshui Academy was a haven of enchanting maidens, particularly Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu. In contrast, the Qihua Academy only boasted Huo Wu as a standout. Thank you, Ran Gu. From now on, you shall be my brother, my dear brother, Ma Hongjun said with care as he meticulously stored the vial, his excitement palpable. At this moment, he remained blissfully unaware that Su Ran's intention to assist with the evil fire issue was merely a guise, as Su Ran planned to pursue romantic interests on his own. When he eventually grasped the truth, he would find himself waiting in solitude within the dormitory for Su Ran's return, with nothing but tears to accompany his thoughts. Take 2 pills each time, twice a day, Su Ran instructed Ma Hongjun, noting the potency of the medicine. Should he consume it all at once, he might find it overwhelming. I understand, Ran Gu. Ma Hongjun replied absent-mindedly, his heart racing with excitement, perhaps not fully absorbing Su Ran's words. All he knew was that he would no longer be plagued by those worries. Sui Hua, you surely wouldn't want to part ways with me now, would you? Ran Gu will help us, Ma Hongjun remarked, gazing at the girl in the coarse fabric, her figure elegantly wrapped, unable to restrain his admiration. Being among the earliest arrivals at Shrek Academy, he often ventured into nearby villages during his less powerful days. Sui Hua, as the village flower, had bestowed upon him an ethereal beauty during his adolescence. Though Sui Hua may not be exceptionally beautiful now, the innocent thrill and flutter she had ignited in him during his youth were sensations no other girl could replicate. Let us speak of this once you have taken the medicine, Sui Hua replied, her heart softening at the sight. Ma Hongjun, a noble soul master, represented an unparalleled status among the common folk. Had her body not been so frail, she would never have contemplated the notion of parting ways with him. To possess a soul master as a husband was an endless source of glory. Moreover, Ma Hongjun was no ordinary soul master. All right, don't worry. Whatever Brother Ran gives will definitely work. Ma Hongjun had absolute trust in Su Ran. Just yesterday, Su Ran had casually written a poem, and the entire Shrek Academy experienced enlightenment, with everyone benefiting. Such an ability was nothing short of terrifying. Thus, in Ma Hongjuan's eyes, Su Ran was an omnipotent existence. At the very least, he believed Su Ran could certainly help him with his current predicament. Brother Ran, I'll take Sui Hua to test the medicine first. Ma Hongjun greeted Su Ran before leading Sui Hua away. Without further delay, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing headed to the cafeteria for a quick meal. Then had the cafeteria staff pack some chicken soup and vegetarian dishes. When they returned to the dormitory, Xiao was already awake, lying motionless on the bed, her vacant eyes fixed on the ceiling. It was that she didn't want to get up, she simply couldn't. Last night had been bearable, but after some sleep, her entire body ached with soreness, leaving her utterly drained of strength. She couldn't help but feel indignant. Men's words are deceitful, not a single one can be trusted. Xiao, you're awake? Su Ran asked with concern as he entered the room and saw her. Humph, where have you been all this time? Xiao turned her head away with a delicate snort, glaring at him in annoyance. I want to get food for you. I was worried you'd be hungry when you woke up, so I had the cafeteria prepare something special. Su Ran placed the packed meal on the table before helping her sit up. Xiao whimpered softly, her face twisting in pain. Don't move me, she murmured, blinking her pitifully large, tearful eyes. Does it hurt that much? Su Ran gazed at her with tenderness, suddenly realizing he might have been too rough. No wonder the system had awarded him those items during the draw. What do you think? Xiao retorted with a pout. Then what should we do? It was too late for regrets now. She couldn't just lie there without eating, could she? Su Ran, leave. I'll take care of Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing appeared at the door, pulling Su Ran out before shutting it firmly behind her. She understood Xiao Wu's current state all too well. She had experienced it herself before. But later, she had learned to grasp Su Ran's tendencies. If things became unbearable, acting a little more pitiful would make him stop. Xiao Wu, however, hadn't mastered that trick yet. Chapter 96. Tang San. The master arrives. Zhu Zhuqing, why are you here? Xiao Wu asked sheepishly, her face flushing with embarrassment. Having Zhu Zhuqing care for her in such a state was mortifying. We're both girls. There is nothing to be shy about. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled, slipping off her form-fitting outerwear to reveal her flawless figure before sliding under the covers. Xiao Wu let out a soft hum, her face reflecting a hint of pain, yet overshadowed by a greater sense of embarrassment. In the past, she had often teased Zhu Zhuqing, but now the tables had turned. Oh, Su Ran certainly acted foolishly, transforming our dear Xiao Wu into this state. I must confront him later for this mischief. Zhu Zhuqing, with an air of seriousness, spoke, her hands betraying her calm demeanor. Typically, in the dormitory, Xiao Wu had been subject to her playful teasing, and now it seemed it was her turn. After all, Xiao Wu was currently unable to move. Sister Zhu Zhuqing, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please, spare me, Xiao Wu pleaded, blinking her large, innocent eyes that radiated vulnerability and helplessness. Regret washed over her. She shouldn't have teased Zhu Zhuqing upon her return from Su Ran. The wheel of fortune had turned, and now it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn to bully her. Alas. Yet, she found herself unable to move, as any slight motion brought her pain, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to do as she pleased. Oh, have you realized your mistake? Zhu Zhuqing observed Xiao Wu beside her and couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, I truly understand my error, Xiao Wu quickly nodded, refraining from provoking Zhu Zhuqing as she had in the past. Otherwise, she would surely face utter humiliation today. Very well, I shall not tease you further. Otherwise, if Su Ran learns that I have bullied his precious Xiao Wu, he might become quite upset with me, Zhu Zhuqing said with a smile. Lifting a bowl of warm porridge from the bedside table, blowing on it gently before feeding it to Xiao Wu. This food was infused with precious medicinal herbs, ensuring that Xiao Wu would recover swiftly. The recovery capabilities of soul masters are notably robust, especially for Xiao Wu, who was a soul beast reincarnate. The days at Shrek Academy passed gradually, and before they knew it, a week had flown by. Su Ran, unfettered by the constraints of attending classes, dedicated his time solely to cultivation and playful interactions with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, indulging in moments of affection. After brief periods of training each day, he could be found at the playground or at the village entrance, savoring an apple while observing Xiao Wu and her companions as they engaged in their exercises. Ever since the collective epiphany, the instructors of the academy have largely ceased to monitor Su Ran. They recognized that he was beyond their pedagogical reach, and excessive interference would only hinder his cultivation progress. Su Ran had dedicated seating arrangements both on the playground and at the entrance of the village. While he took his respite, he could also offer guidance to several students, which brought immense joy to the teachers. Often, even in conversations with Su Ran, they found themselves gaining valuable insights. Su Ran, being a traveler from another realm, possesses a perspective on issues that is entirely distinct from that of others. His unique insights naturally influence Flinder and the others. On this day, 3 individuals approached Shrek Academy: Tang San, Xiao Gang, and Ning Rongrong. Initially, Xiao Gang had no intention of visiting Shrek Academy, planning instead to engage in pleasantries with Flinder before returning. However, he was compelled to come. Drawn by the prodigious talent of Su Ran. From Tang San, he learned that Xiao Wu had followed Su Ran, who was also Tang San's formidable rival. Nevertheless, these matters were of little concern to him. All he needed to acknowledge was Su Ran's unparalleled genius. Xiao Gang aspired to take on a disciple, which was his motivation for accepting Tang San as a student. He believed that as Tang San flourished, he would be revered as a respected mentor, a dream he yearned to fulfill. Xiao Gang was indeed a genius of extraordinary caliber, although his cultivation was lacking. His theoretical knowledge was unmatched. His self-developed 10 competitive strengths for soul masters held groundbreaking significance. Before him, no one could be called a master. After him, none would achieve such a title either. Yet, despite his unparalleled intellect, his theories remained unrecognized by others. Even with the endorsement of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the common folk remained skeptical. After much contemplation, he realized he required a figure to validate his theories and silence the naysayers. If he could take Su Ran as his disciple, he would have the proof he needed to demonstrate the brilliance of his theories. With Su Ran's innate talent, he would likely thrive without much guidance. Thus, Xiao Gang merely needed to secure the title of Su Ran's mentor in advance. When Su Ran ultimately ascended to greatness, he would bask in the glory of being known as the master of a true prodigy. At that moment, Su Ran, the continent's genuine paragon, would be his disciple, allowing Xiao Gang to triumphantly confront all his detractors. Moreover, with Su Ran's assistance, he could stand alongside Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Although Bibi Dong would never permit him to establish a harem, Tang San, harboring grievances against the Spirit Hall, would grow stronger as Su Ran's senior, potentially crippling Bibi Dong's powers. This would enable him to coexist with both women. Furthermore, as the mentor of the continent's strongest individual, he could exert authority over the former female pope, commanding her to serve him, an achievement that would undoubtedly bring him immense satisfaction. "Master, what are you thinking?" Tang San inquired. Puzzled, he wore a yellow hat and had finally discovered a solution for it, dyeing it a different color. Thus, who could discern anything amiss? "Oh, I was contemplating how to make you stronger upon your arrival at Shrek Academy. You possess dual spirit souls. Your future is boundless." Xiao Gang patted Tang San's shoulder, a smile emerging on his face. At this moment, Tang San remained unaware that Su Ran was at Shrek Academy. He had only learned about Su Ran through a letter from Fland. Su Ran casually scribbled a few characters, leading to an epiphany among all members of Shrek Academy. This time, in addition to taking Su Ran as his disciple, Tang San had another purpose: to observe the inscriptions carved by Su Ran on the stone wall, hoping to glean profound insights from them. Naturally, Tang San was eager to attain enlightenment as well. After their moment of realization, it was likely that both master and disciple would experience significant growth. Should he enter a state of enlightenment, he might even have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of Soul Master. Unbeknownst to Xiao Gang, who was still lost in daydreams, he and Tang San had already been blacklisted by Su Ran. Anyone under heaven could benefit from the inscriptions on the stone wall, except for him and Tang San. After being blacklisted, any attempt by Xiao Gang and Tang San to study the wall's content would only result in a regression of their cultivation, and their innate talents might even diminish. After all, the benefits bestowed by Su Ran's buffs were not something everyone could enjoy. He wielded the authority to determine who could access them. Chapter 97. Observing the Stonewall Shrek Academy, Teaching Office. The teaching office of Shrek Academy was merely a slightly larger room, furnished with only a few desks and devoid of any other decor. However, it was bustling at this moment, as all the instructors of Shrek Academy had gathered here. The occasion was significant, as Xiao Gang and Tang San were set to arrive. And a letter from the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School indicated that the young lady Ning Rongrong would also be visiting Shrek Academy. Thus, they needed to adopt a more serious demeanor. "Director, have I passed the test?" A soft, melodious voice echoed in the office. It belonged to a young girl dressed in a simple white gown, with long hair cascading down to her waist. She stood slightly shorter than Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Her delicate skin revealed her noble heritage, unmistakably a princess or young lady from a prominent family. This young lady was none other than Ning Rongrong. Her visit to Shrek Academy was primarily due to its secluded nature, but what attracted her even more was the reputation of the so-called Monster Academy. Although Shrek Academy lacked the renown of other institutions and its strength was not particularly formidable, its distinctive character piqued the curiosity of the spirited Ning Rongrong. If Shrek Academy was indeed a haven for monsters, it must house many peculiar beings. "You've passed, but our training at Shrek Academy is notoriously rigorous. Are you certain you can endure it? If not, it's still not too late to turn back now," Flanders said with a cheerful smile. "I can definitely endure it. Once I'm here, there is no way I'm going back," Ning Rongrong replied, her pride unwavering. How could she possibly yield to Flanders' provocation? As the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she would never fear training. Moreover, she had yet to witness the so-called monsters of Shrek Academy. If it turned out that Shrek Academy was devoid of any real monsters and was merely a gimmick, she would not stay. Even if Flander and the others begged her to remain, she had come to challenge those so-called monsters. "Very well, when classes officially commence tomorrow, I will arrange for a personal tutor to oversee your training and cultivation." Flanders smiled broadly as he contemplated the arrangement of having Su Ran oversee Ning Rongrong's training. Although Ning Fingji had provided him with a letter granting him the liberty to discipline Ning Rongrong as he saw fit, he felt that such authority was somewhat unreliable. Entrusting Su Ran with the responsibility of supervising and guiding Ning Rongrong's training seemed far more prudent. Should Ning Fingji express concern, it would be unlikely for him to place the blame on a mere young prodigy like Su Ran. Moreover, presenting Su Ran with a charming companion would likely encourage him to take on the task willingly. After all, training Ning Rongrong would naturally involve a degree of physical interaction, potentially leading to a delightful outcome for the seven-treasure glazed tile school. A private tutor? Ning Rongrong pondered momentarily. Indeed. This arrangement is specifically to prevent you from slacking off during your training. His name is Su Ran, and he is of a similar age to you. Being just a few months your senior, yet he has already attained the rank of a 33rd level soul master. Flander continued to provoke her. He was aware of Ning Rongrong's lofty ambitions and anticipated her unwillingness to submit after joining Shrek Academy. Su Ran would serve to temper her spirited disposition. A few months older, a 33rd level soul master? He broke through to soul master at the tender age of 12? Ning Rongrong was initially taken aback, unable to suppress her curiosity. Despite her esteemed background as a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she herself had only achieved a level of 26. The disparity between 26 and 33 was enormous. She would need to reach at least 14 years of age to hope for a breakthrough to 33. Not possible? You will soon find out. For now, stand here for a moment while I take you to the stone wall to see if you can glean any insights. Flander cryptically stated. Ning Rongrong felt even more perplexed but complied, remaining silent as she stood aside. Deep down, she realized she might have encountered a true genius, one that could be deemed among the elite across the continent. A 12-year-old with the prowess of a 33rd level soul master was indeed a formidable prospect. After a while, Tang San and the master arrived. Following a brief exchange among Flander, the master, and the other Shrek Academy instructors, Tang San was instructed to unleash his martial soul. The revelation of his status as a 29th level soul master once again astonished Ning Rongrong. However, she was not overly surprised, as Flander had previously mentioned that the most gifted individuals at Shrek Academy had reached the 33rd level. In comparison, other prodigies seemed merely ordinary. Once the discussions concluded, Xiao Gang eagerly expressed his desire to witness the stone wall that Flander had so extravagantly praised. Let us go, Flander, show us the way, he urged. Enlightenment often leads one into a state of clarity, where all dilemmas find resolution. He fervently hoped to discover a remedy for his physical shortcomings through this moment of insight. Very well, I shall lead you there. Rongrong, you should join us as well. I must tell you that we all, including the instructors from Shrek Academy, have reaped immense benefits from that stone wall. It was precisely through enlightenment that I ascended to the 79th level. The young disciples of our academy possess remarkable talent and immense potential, reaping benefits that surpass those of us seasoned veterans, Flander remarked as he walked ahead. Is that stone wall left by the Academy's greatest genius? Ning Rongrong could not help but inquire, her heart swirling with tumultuous emotions. Does such a prodigy truly exist in this world? Could mere words from them lead countless individuals to enlightenment? She was beset by doubts, even struggling to believe. But as soon as she beheld the stone wall, all her uncertainties would dissolve. If she truly encountered such a genius, she would go to great lengths to bring him to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Tang San, too, felt a sense of anticipation. From the conversation between Master and Flander, he gleaned much information. Shrek Academy possessed a remarkable treasure capable of inducing enlightenment. Enlightenment, Tang San understood, was of paramount importance. In cultivation, aside from the accumulation of soul power, one would encounter various challenges. Unresolved, these issues could hinder a soul master's future prospects. Enlightenment could allow one to enter a state of clarity, with the mind racing and all problems effortlessly resolved. It could even lead to a significant surge in cultivation. Such a treasure was something he greatly looked forward to. Having begun his training at a young age, he had yet to experience any celestial treasures due to his impoverished background. Naturally, he did not wish to miss the chance to attain something that could propel him to greatness. We have arrived. Behold the stone wall before you. I hope you all can gain something worthwhile, Flander announced. However, this stone wall can only benefit those with profound comprehension. Those lacking in insight may even experience a regression in their cultivation and talent. Flander suddenly recalled Su Ran's words and cautioned them. Yet, these words were merely a ruse devised by Su Ran to mislead Flander and the others. Upon hearing this, both Tang San and Xiao Gang felt a blow to their spirits, though outwardly it was not apparent that Su Ran had orchestrated it. Fear not, with our comprehension, there will be no issues, Xiao Gang confidently asserted, patting his chest while casting his gaze toward the stone wall. Tang San and Ning Rongrong followed suit, their eyes drawn to the wall. A hint of sword intent stretches over 1,000 rivers, while two sleeves of white clouds soar a myriad of miles. However, when Ning Rongrong beheld the verses etched into the stone wall, she found herself entranced. In this world, literature undoubtedly existed. Yet it was often the pursuit of those with lesser cultivation aptitude. Her father was fond of such pursuits, having reached the 79th level bottleneck in his cultivation, leaving little need for further training. In moments of leisure, she naturally grew fond of these curiosities. Yet in her eyes, even the writings of her own father paled in clarity and fluidity compared to the few lines of poetry before her. At this instant, her mind conjured the image of a swordsman, gripping his longsword. The moment he struck, all surrounding scenery seemed to lose its color. This reminded her of Grandpa's sword, who had devoted his entire life to the path of the blade. Were he to witness the inscriptions on the stone wall, surely he too would be stirred with excitement. Could it be that this peerless genius of Shrek Academy was also a master of the sword? He must possess a sword spirit as well. Ning Rongrong's heart brimmed with curiosity, and the thought that he would soon become her private tutor evoked an indescribable sensation within her. As she gazed upon the words etched into the stone, she gradually slipped into a peculiar state of mind. Beside her, Xiao Gang and Tang San exchanged bewildered glances. To them, the poem was well written, the calligraphy elegant, but where was the enlightenment? Why had they not experienced any sudden epiphany? Flinder had once claimed that only soul masters with exceptional comprehension could reap great benefits from this stone wall. Those lacking in insight might even see their cultivation regress. Could it be that he and Tang San were deficient in understanding? Impossible. Tang San was a prodigy. How could his comprehension be lacking? And as for himself, the Grandmaster, renowned for his wisdom, surely his insight was not inferior. Could it be that the stone wall held no power at all? Just as Xiao Gang and Tang San, lost in confusion, were about to declare the wall useless, Ning Rongrong's sudden transformation seized their attention. A radiant, multicolored glow enveloped her as she cradled the 7 treasure-glazed tile pagoda in her hands. 2 yellow soul rings spiraled upward around her, and in this moment, Ning Rongrong appeared ethereally beautiful, her soul power surging violently. Pop! A faint, intangible sound resonated, and her cultivation instantly broke through, ascending to the 27th rank. Even after this breakthrough, her soul power continued to surge at an astonishing pace, rapidly approaching the threshold of the 28th rank. Witnessing this, Xiao Gang was overcome with excitement. And even Tang San could not suppress his own stirring emotions. Tang San himself had only just reached the 29th rank, still some distance from the 30th. Yet in mere moments, a soul master who had been at the 26th rank had broken through, now even nearing the 28th. A peer who had once lagged far behind was now soaring, closing the gap with alarming speed. How could this not unsettle him? Could it be that my comprehension is lacking? Tang San shook his head and continued to gaze at the stone wall, gradually becoming immersed in its depths. As if he had entered a wondrous state, Xiao Gang, too, found himself in a similar trance. However, what awaited them was not the exhilarating surge of cultivation nor the enlightening clarity that often accompanies such revelations. Instead, their soul power was rapidly dissipating, causing their cultivation levels to plummet. Witnessing this spectacle, the entire assembly was left astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they observed the alarming fluctuations surrounding Xiao Gang and Tang San. Xiao Gang's cultivation, once at the 29th level, had swiftly descended to the 28th, and it continued to drop at an alarming rate. This sight left Flinder and the others utterly flabbergasted, inexplicably. They felt a surge of amusement. When Su Ran had previously informed them that those of lesser comprehension would experience a decline in their cultivation by merely observing the stone wall, they had dismissed it as a jest. In Shrek Academy, every individual had achieved enlightenment without any regression in their cultivation. Could it be that such individuals with low comprehension truly existed in this world? Were it not for their regard for the relationship between Flinder and Xiao Gang, Zhao Wuzhi and the others might have burst into laughter. Their leniency towards Xiao Gang had stemmed solely from their respect for Flinder. To them, Xiao Gang's theories were utterly ludicrous. The summer insect does not speak of ice, they thought, for Xiao Gang had never encountered formidable realms, yet he spoke with such hubris, appearing as a mere buffoon in their eyes. They had long suspected that Xiao Gang was merely a name-dropper, and his theories were of little consequence. Now, witnessing this scene, their convictions were only reinforced. A person whose cultivation could regress by 4 levels from the 29th must surely possess a dull mind. Would truly intelligent individuals behave in such a manner? Previously, a child from a neighboring village had visited the academy and gained benefits from the stone wall. Was it conceivable that the so-called master's intellect was inferior to that of a mere child? Zhao Wuzhi and the others stifled their laughter. And even Flinder found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. In that moment, after many years of seeing Xiao Gang again, he realized that the man was rather ordinary. If his theories were genuinely profound, How could he fail to resolve his own issues? Who would believe that someone unable to address their own problems could claim to possess superior theories? Reflecting on his past experiences with Xiao Gang and Lu Erlong, Flinders suddenly perceived a troubling notion. It seemed that Xiao Gang had only attained a position of dominance in the Golden Triangle after forming a bond with Erlong. Initially the leader among the trio, he had ultimately succumbed to Erlong's influence, leading him to heed Xiao Gang's opinions. At that moment, a dreadful thought arose within Flinder. He had long harbored a question. Did Xiao Gang truly remain unaware of Erlong's identity? After years of researching martial souls, could he genuinely be oblivious to the fact that Erlong was of the Yu family? Although Erlong's martial soul had undergone a transformation, the essence remained unchanged. Could he truly fail to recognize the inherent genes of the blue lightning tyrant dragon? Flinder gazed intently at Xiao Gang, standing before the stone wall as if he had once again attained a state of profound clarity. This time, however, it seemed he had unearthed some truly terrifying truths. If that were the case, it would be utterly horrifying. Xiao Gang, I hope you have not been willfully harming Erlong. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Flinder's eyes shifted toward the stone wall, as if a realization was dawning upon him. Generally speaking, Su Ran's calligraphy and paintings could only impart a singular moment of enlightenment. Yet Flinder's current understanding appeared disconnected from his own cultivation. No, my cultivation. Xiao Gang's complexion turned ashen as he emerged from that state. At that instant, he discovered his cultivation had plummeted to the 25th rank, a staggering drop of 4 levels. As he sensed the soul power within him, Xiao Gang found it difficult to believe. He could not accept that this was indeed reality. His cultivation had plummeted from the 29th rank directly down to the 25th. Previously, he could have claimed to be a quasi-soul master. Now what was he? Merely a great soul master, his rank inferior even to that of a student at Shrek Academy. Chapter 99. Don't cry, little third. Your teacher suffers more than you know. No, how could my cultivation continue to decline? Please, stop falling. It cannot decrease any further. Xiao Gang was gripped by terror as he sensed the fluctuations of his soul power. What had once stabilized was now again in freefall. It felt akin to a deflating balloon, bursting with a loud pop, leading to a dramatic drop. Xiao Gang could not comprehend the reason behind this. Had he not already refrained from gazing at the contents of the stone wall? Why did his cultivation continue to diminish? After only a brief pause, it began to decline once more, and his mental state was unraveling. He felt as if his mind were collapsing onto the ground, his eyes vacant, his face pale. Soon after, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, despair flooding his heart. In a mere moment, his cultivation had dropped to the 20th rank. The 20th rank, were it not for the restrictions of the soul rings, he might have plummeted even further. Xiao Gang's innate soul power was merely half a rank. Achieving the 29th rank had been an arduous journey. Was he now to endure another decade of training? 10 years of effort, utterly wasted in an instant. And he could no longer contain himself, blood surging from his mouth. 10 years, that was a decade of diligent cultivation. Moreover, with his cultivation at merely the 20th rank, how many would mock him in the future? More importantly, did this regression signify a lack of talent? A deficiency in comprehension? Would he not be subject to even greater ridicule? And those mockers would have found a reason to deride him. Contemplating these thoughts, his mental state crumbled further. Blood continuously spilling from the corners of his mouth. Why? Why was he a failure? As the esteemed son of Yu Yuanjin, the patriarch of the Yu clan, Xiao Gang holds a position of great nobility. Yet, how did he find himself facing such a dire fate? With an innate soul power of merely half a level. Reaching the 29th level was already a formidable achievement. Now, he has plummeted directly to the 20th level. Is this a punishment from the heavens? What transgressions has he committed? From a young age, he endured bullying at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, only to encounter further hostility from Qian Sunji and the denizens of the Spirit Hall. After finally accepting a talented disciple, he had harbored hopes for the future, only to witness this catastrophic downfall. Ah, Tang San, he must not come to harm. Xiao Gang exclaimed frantically, his gaze fixed on his precious student, eager to discern the state of his beloved prodigy. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Yet despair soon engulfed him once more. The sight of Tang San only deepened his despondency. Why was his cherished disciple, Tang San, also regressing in cultivation? Was it a lack of comprehension on his part, or did Tang San share the same plight? After all, Tang San was a genius with dual martial souls. In the entire continent, only Bibi Dong and Tang San possessed such extraordinary talents. How could such a prodigy lack understanding? Xiao Gang dared not dwell on these thoughts. Swiftly delivering a kick to Tang San's rear, rousing him from his state of regression. Teacher? Tang San awoke in surprise, bewildered by his mentor's actions. He had been deep in contemplation, on the verge of a breakthrough. He could feel his cultivation rapidly advancing, and had it not been for the constraints of his soul rings, he might have already reached the 35th level. His understanding was indeed remarkable. Ning Rongrong was also a genius, yet her comprehension paled in comparison. After all, he was a traveler from another world. Could anyone truly rival his insight? Tang San. Your cultivation? Xiao Gang gazed at him in despair. The sight of Tang San's regression struck him with profound sorrow. His own decline in power was inconsequential. His achievements in cultivation were modest at best. However, Tang San was different. He was his sole beacon of hope. If Tang San failed to establish a name for himself on the continent, how could Xiao Gang rise? How could he earn the respect of others? More critically, if Tang San were to be ruined under his tutelage, he would not only forfeit respect but invite scorn from all. The rarity of a dual martial soul genius throughout history was undeniable. To have such a talent squandered under his guidance would inevitably leave him branded with disgrace. My cultivation. How has it diminished? Tang San staggered back, his complexion ashen. Hadn't he been on the cusp of achieving the 35th level? With the absorption of a single soul ring, he could have surpassed that threshold. Yet, what was happening now? His soul power was only at the 25th level. His cultivation had regressed. Why? Was his enlightenment during contemplation merely an illusion? Why was his power not ascending but instead declining? Could it be that I am not a genius, but rather a failure? How is that even possible? How could he not be a genius? Tang San glared at the stone wall before him, convinced that it must be the wall that was flawed. Otherwise, how could his cultivation possibly regress? But why was she able to break through? Moreover, she had already reached the 28th level. Tang San, in disbelief, gazed at the girl in the white dress beside him, struggling to accept the reality. Was it truly the case that his talent and comprehension were inferior to hers? At that moment, Ning Rongrong had already advanced to the 20th level. Her innate talent had always been commendable, born into the 7-treasure glazed tile school. She had consumed numerous rare treasures throughout her life. These energies were now being unleashed in this moment of enlightenment, propelling her cultivation to unprecedented heights. The stark contrast between Ning Rongrong's explosive growth and the plummeting levels of Tang San and Xiao Gang was unbearable for both. They were not only unable to accept their regression in cultivation but